The civil engineering expert Zheng Quchi unexpectedly traversed time, finding herself in ancient times as the unattractive second son of a carpenter's family, disguised as a male. Upon awakening, she was conscripted. The government forcibly gathered all local craftsmen to construct a military camp. While they managed with houses, sheep pens, and granaries, the tasks of repairing canals, beacon towers, and assembling various machinery left the rural artisans bewildered, as they had no expertise in such matters. Zheng Quchi mused, this aligns perfectly with my profession. Zheng Quchi soon realized that in the Kingdom of Daye, true craftsmen with technical skills were exceedingly rare, from basic constructions to military engineering. The nation relied heavily on foreign imports. Were it not for the formidable General Yuwen stationed there, the kingdom would have long been divided and conquered by enemy states. Initially believing Zheng Quchi to be a mere carpenter, General Yuwen later witnessed her single-handedly challenge the top architects, shipbuilders, and vehicle engineers from 7 nations, emerging victorious. My lady, as the enemy approaches, I stand atop the fortress you have built, ready to fight and sacrifice for you, he declared. Behind you stands I and the mighty nation I will forge, rallying to your banner, ensuring your path remains unobstructed. Brother, you are mistaken. Once a life is lost, the soul returns to Yama, and nothing remains, a voice echoed in Sichuan dialect, jolting Zheng Quchi awake. Confused, she wondered when one of her students had come from Sichuan during her meeting in Province S. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a bare-chested youth squatting before her. His attire was peculiar. A dark blue top fastened at the waist, gray pants tied with cloth strips, and straw sandals, topped off with a long braid that was unlike anything modern. Her eyes widened as an ominous premonition gripped her. A swift glance around revealed walls of yellow mud, beams of old elm wood, and bamboo rafters, all within a mere 17.64 square meters, flammable, prone to decay, and defenseless against pests. The structure's load-bearing capacity was alarming, categorizing it as a dilapidated building. She measured the dimensions and materials with her keen gaze, recognizing this rustic architecture only from history museums. Her heart raced with dread. Could it be that she had truly traversed time? The youth, misinterpreting her silence and peculiar expression as shock, felt a pang of concern. Brother knows the burdens you bear, the death of our parents, the humiliation from those wretched bandits, and the responsibility of caring for our lame older brother and mentally impaired younger sister rests solely upon you. It seems this wretched life will never see an end. Zheng Quchi gazed at him slowly, nearly choking on her disbelief. Was her suspected time, travel, truly so grim? But you must never consider ending your life. Just then, a tumultuous wave of fragmented memories surged into her mind, and after a splitting headache, she recalled everything. While preparing to survey the western section of the Yangtze River, she had encountered a landslide. It seemed she had not been rescued in time. Indeed, she had traversed from a world of mechanical industry to a backward feudal society, embodying a mere carpenter in the Kingdom of Daye. Brother, what's he doing? The youngest sister, Sang Yao Mei, inquired. In the vast yellow earth yard, Sang Dage was chopping firewood, casting a glance at the youth before him, who was making strange faces at the water jar. Let him be mad if he chooses, he replied, gathering the wood and limping towards the earth stove. Sang Yao Mei, accustomed to her elder brother's hard exterior but soft heart, found the new second brother intriguing. He seemed different from the old one, yet she couldn't pinpoint how. Meanwhile, Zheng Quchi, deemed mad, was focused intently on her new appearance. The reflection in the water revealed a gaunt face, dark skin, thick eyebrows resembling caterpillars, and a wild mane of hair. Such an alarming sight left her breathless. Could this truly be the visage of a girl? The secret of her disguised identity was that she was a false man. She had taken precautions to fashion a fake appendage, allowing her to avoid detection during inadvertent physical contact. Given her petite frame, she had managed to keep this charade under wraps all along. Second brother, Sang Yao Mei, called repeatedly, snapping Zheng Quchi from her reverie. What's wrong? Fortunately, having spent years working in the construction industry in Sichuan, she found it easy to mimic the local dialect, though she feared she would struggle with coastal accents. I'm thirsty and need water, the young girl said, standing at the height of Zheng Quchi's thigh. Sang Yao Mei, with her apple-like cheeks and rosy complexion, was 5 years old and had reportedly suffered brain damage as an infant, yet she acted mostly normally, though she could become agitated easily. Zheng Quchi, still adjusting to her new familial responsibilities, reached out, lifting the little girl to drink from the jar. "Second brother, you're so strong," she exclaimed, astonished. "Really?" Zheng Quchi replied, taken aback. The little girl splashed in the water, giggling. "Second brother used to groan when he picked me up." This youth, petite and wiry, found it perfectly normal to lift a 5-year-old child, yet she wondered why it felt so effortless for her. Could it be that her extraordinary strength from her previous life had accompanied her into this new existence? A flicker of joy ignited within her, lightening her previously heavy heart. On a chilly autumn night, the three siblings huddled together on a dirt kong, covered by a thin quilt stitched from tattered cloth that barely reached their shoulders, leaving their feet exposed. As the wind howled through the cracks in the walls, the cold forced them into a tight ball. Zheng Quchi, both cold and hungry, found sleep elusive. No longer preoccupied with her previous life, she realized the pressing need to improve their living conditions. This region, where winter snow could bury a person up to their waist, rendered their meager dwelling utterly inadequate for warmth. Her mind brimmed with knowledge of construction, as she could easily manufacture bricks, tiles, and cement to build an opulent villa, but the only obstacle was a lack of funds. Though registered as a carpenter, her skills were woefully deficient, and no one sought her services for furniture. The family relied solely on Zheng Daye's efforts to repair old pieces for villagers to supplement their meager income. She had checked their grain jar, and with 3 mouths to feed, they barely managed 1 meal a day, and supplies were running low. With thoughts of wealth and prosperity swirling in her mind, she finally drifted into a fitful sleep. However, not long after, a voice called urgently, "Second brother, wake up!" Zheng Quchi, light of sleep, opened her eyes. "What's going on?" Zheng Daye, with a serious expression, looked outside. The previously silent night had erupted into chaos. Flames flickered closer, accompanied by hurried footsteps and shouts. "Open the door. Can anyone inside here?" According to Daye law, all males over 16 years of age are to be conscripted into the reserve army. The county urgently requires carpenters. Those who do not respond will face dire consequences. "Keep the youngest inside. Don't let her out. They'll see what's happening," he said, getting up, using a stick for support as he limped to the door. Elder brother, the youngest, stirred, her large eyes filled with fear. Zheng Quchi quickly embraced her, reassuring, "It's all right, second brother is here." As the commotion outside escalated and Zheng Daye shouted, "What do you want?" Zheng Quchi felt a surge of alarm. Without a second thought, she threw on a coat, lifted the youngest, and dashed outside. The flickering flames drew attention, revealing a group of fierce soldiers clad in dark uniforms. Big Brother Zheng was being dragged backward by 2 burly men, his discomfort evident as beads of sweat poured down his trembling body due to his mobility issues. "Let go of my brother!" The young girl cried out sharply upon witnessing Zheng being bullied. "Who is causing such a ruckus?" A sergeant, displeased, cast a sharp glance their way, his gaze imbued with a menacing aura. Zheng Quchi quickly covered the little sister's mouth, urging her to remain silent. "Please, stop calling out." The little sister whimpered softly, sensing the oppressive tension in the air, gradually quieting down. The firelight suddenly focused on Zheng Quchi, shifting the pressure entirely onto her. She released the little sister, realizing that in her haste, she felt uncomfortable and instinctively adjusted herself. However, the moment she became aware of her actions in public, her expression froze. The onlookers were equally taken aback. Could it be that this dark-skinned youth was brazenly adjusting his trousers before them? Was this an outright provocation? A soldier slammed his hand on the table and barked, "Are you Zheng Quchi, the carpenter from Hiku village in Fuxing County?" Zheng Quchi reassured herself that she was now a man, and men often engage in such lewd behavior, right? Maintaining a mindset of "I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment lies with others," she braved the sergeant's scrutinizing gaze and quickly glanced at Big Brother Zheng, who was signaling her desperately to deny any connection. As she contemplated the consequences of denial, the sergeant narrowed his eyes and swiftly produced a notice from his waist. The government had issued a stern mandate for the county to gather all craftsmen to construct military barracks. This time, the county had issued a death warrant. Any who were negligent, hid, fled, or feigned illness would face dire consequences for their entire family. "Do you understand?" Zheng Quchi's inner fears dissipated instantly. "Sir, I am Zheng Quchi," she declared, offering a friendly smile to mitigate any misunderstanding regarding her demeanor. Upon hearing her admission, the sergeant's disdain was palpable, his expression nearly overflowing with contempt. In his view, This small stature could hardly contribute to the construction site, yet considering the urgent need for labor, any contribution, no matter how minimal, was still valuable. Every carpenter is to report to Changshu and Slope for service. Once the project is completed and approved, you may return home with a substantial payment from the county lord. But woe betide anyone who dares to shirk their duty. I will see to it that their entire family suffers the consequences. Wait, did he just say there's pay involved? Zheng Quchi felt invigorated, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope. How naive she had been to think that serving as a craftsman meant working for free. For those living on the brink of poverty, money was a far more appealing prospect than the uncertainty of adventure. She shed her previous reluctance and earnestly stated, "Sir, I was merely being modest earlier. I am deeply concerned for the nation and eager to serve, ready to heed the county's arrangements." The sergeant, momentarily taken aback by her sudden enthusiasm, was left speechless. This realization had come rather swiftly, catching him off guard. She dashed over to Big Brother Sang, whose eyes were filled with worry and urgency. "Brother, wait for me to return and build you a grand house," she assured him, though the forced conscription into the barracks might be perilous for him. As a civil engineering expert who had overseen numerous significant projects, she felt entirely capable of navigating the challenge. Her eyes radiated confidence, but Big Brother Sang could only perceive the naivete in her gaze. Did she truly believe she could succeed? With her rudimentary skills, she would undoubtedly be labeled as negligent. Did she wish to court disaster? Despite his desire to dissuade her, he lacked the power to intervene. The process of conscription was executed with alarming efficiency, even under the cover of night, to prevent any escape. Ultimately, Zheng Quchi, burdened with her belongings, was taken to Liaoping, where she was grouped with a dozen other foul-smelling men, all destined for Changshu and Slope. As she sat in the cart for the first time, curiosity sparked within her regarding the ancient craftsmanship of the vehicle. Upon inspection, she noted the excessive length of the cart's axle, designed solely for weight-bearing, neglecting stability and speed. Surely, even the transport vehicles of the later Han Dynasty were superior. She was astonished by the rudimentary state of transportation in the state of Yi. Just then, a grating voice drew near. Well, who would have thought you'd be here to build a barracks? This is a government project, you know. I heard that a group of carpenters was executed for failing inspections. If your work is subpar, you could very well meet the same fate. Who was this foul-mouthed person? She frowned and looked over, recognizing the distinctive features of a disheveled man. Lowering her gaze, she assessed the cart's weakest point, pressed down on it, and caused it to shake violently, nearly falling apart. The disheveled man tumbled to the ground with a yelp. Zheng Quchi, maintaining her composure, looked down at him, her dark face resembling that of a vengeful specter. "Speak another word, and he'll see you dead." The disheveled man had never encountered such a fierce gaze and was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Changshu and Slope was not far from Shankou village, merely 10 miles away. With horses at the front and carts in tow, the men in the cart chatted idly while their legs hung limply. "Which village are you from?" one inquired. "Shuichang," came the reply. "And you?" "Yishang." "Could it be that you're one of the Yishang apprentices?" In Daye, there were 4 ranks of craftsmen: worker, artisan, master, and family. The term artisan referred to all skilled craftsmen, while apprentice indicated a lower rank. Even those at the lowest level distinguished themselves from ordinary workers, suggesting they understood at least 3 different types of carpentry. "How did you end up here?" "Not just me, craftsmen from Fuxian, Longjing, and surrounding villages have all been conscripted by the county officials." "What happened?" "Keep your voice down. I heard from my nephew that this barracks isn't for just any troops, it's for the living Yama himself. Do you think any county would dare to be negligent? They'd scour the land for every craftsman to ensure their own survival. My goodness, what does he want with our small county? Aren't his own craftsmen sufficient? I heard that during the last battle, a crafty enemy from the state of Julu attacked his army, inflicting severe losses." The sound of the cart wheels turning on the muddy country road, mixed with their conversation, faded into the cold night. The autumn wind blew like silk, chilling the unfortunate souls. Zheng Quchi, lacking proper clothing, shivered as she listened to their vivid and violent descriptions of the living Yama, feeling even colder as the stories unfolded. As dawn broke, they arrived at Changshu and Slope, weary from the night's journey. Fuxian County, situated in a hilly region, had more mountains than flatlands, and Changshu and Slope lay nestled between several small hills, with the jade-like waterfall cascading down, creating a naturally concealed basin. Having endured a night of cold, Zheng Quchi's limbs felt numb, rendering her as stiff as an elderly person when she disembarked from the cart. The others fared little better. After the officials responsible for transporting the craftsmen handed over their charges to the guards at Changshuan Slope, they untied the cart's ropes and rode back at a swift pace. When they arrived at the eastern gate of the encampment, feeling anxious and without guidance, they were met with a scene of bustling construction. On the vast expanse of land, hundreds of bare-chested laborers toiled diligently, hammering and sawing, the sound of clanging and clattering filling the air. Instantly, the village carpenter, having never witnessed such a grand spectacle, was profoundly struck by the orderly craftsmanship of the townsfolk, and a sense of inferiority welled up within him. Chapter 3. Introduction to employment. As they stood in stunned silence, a few burly men, upon hearing the commotion, exchanged glances and set down their tasks to approach. Who summoned the carpenter? Is it a person or a wooden figure? Step forward and introduce yourself. The booming voice echoed through the valley, sending a shiver down the spines of these rural carpenters. Was this the customary initiation of seasoned employees towards new recruits? I'm a skilled worker, proficient in the 4 essential crafts of chiseling, carving, cutting, and shaping, with my reputation for crafting the renowned 7-star tables and chairs well known in Fuxian. A middle-aged man stepped forward first. They were all from neighboring villages and counties. Familiarity was inevitable. Ah, so it is the skilled worker from Yishang. I have long heard your prowess. Upon hearing this, the skilled worker strutted forward like a victorious rooster, puffing out his chest as he joined the county craftsmen. I am a carpenter from Shuichang, specializing in square cabinets. Not too shabby, I suppose. As each towering carpenter introduced themselves and received praise from the county workers, they joyfully integrated into the new collective. However, only one remained behind, Zheng Quchi. Adhering to local customs, she decided to follow suit. I am a carpenter from Hiku village. Skilled, and she pondered for a moment, realizing she had no particular shortcomings, and thus proudly declared, all of it. This shameless introduction left the crowd in stunned silence. Believing her initiation to be complete, she prepared to ascend the slope into the village, only to be met with stones hurled from above. Zheng Quchi. Although the stones did not hit her, the act was more insulting than harmful. Her temper flared, and she shot her gaze upward, only to meet the sight of numerous muscular men flexing their exaggerated biceps. Zheng Quchi's expression shifted, and she forced a strained smile. What is the matter? To her dismay, a barrage of insults erupted from across the way. What a joke. Nowadays, anyone can claim to be a carpenter. You probably can't even lift an iron axe. Yet you boast about your skills. The men, far more irritable than Zheng Quchi, unleashed a torrent of scornful words. Though her dialect was not flawless, she seemed to comprehend the essence of their barbs, or perhaps not entirely. Aware that her petite stature among the generally robust craftsmen would render her a target of discrimination, she preferred to let her actions speak volumes. Curiously, she inquired, Iron axe? How heavy can it be? Her gaze shifted to a boulder nearby, resembling a pile of excrement. Is it as heavy as that? The crowd followed her finger to a rock that appeared to weigh 200 or 300 pounds. You jest. How can an iron axe weigh so much? How can we work? Zheng Quchi advanced, squatted down, and effortlessly lifted the rock from the ground. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. But that was not the end. She turned her gaze towards the direction from which the stone had been thrown, executing a perfect 2-handed throwing motion. With a swift motion, she launched it, and it crashed to the ground beside them, sending up a cloud of dust that left them speechless. Goodness gracious, they looked at Zheng Quchi, their legs trembling. Had that rock struck true, it would have been fatal. The others stared, their jaws dropped, as if beholding a creature of legend. Zheng Quchi dusted off her hands. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a man as diminutive yet sturdy as I? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the men morphed into disdain and disgust. Meanwhile, from a concealed corner, a tall figure had been eavesdropping for a while and could no longer suppress his laughter. With a broad grin revealing a set of perfectly white teeth, he gave her a thumbs up. By heavens, this petite figure possesses the heart of a warrior. Yet in the next moment, a glint of cunning danced in his fox-like eyes as he observed the gathering of various characters. But does this unexpected little black mouse count among them? Labor is not merely about brute strength. It is not merely about loud boasts. A man with an oat-colored complexion and bulging eyes, clearly quick-tempered, led the new carpenters into the designated area. This is the blueprint for the camp. You must memorize it. as we have already established the construction boundaries and completed the majority of the work. The remaining tasks will be assigned to you. Lei Gong, the most esteemed carpenter, was responsible for overseeing the new recruits. Initially, the others had no objections, but as they examined the layout, their faces shifted dramatically. This was a blueprint for a foundational infrastructure project designed to accommodate 8,000 people, divided into 4 major sections: peripheral facilities, living quarters, training zones, and livestock areas. Aside from lacking detailed construction dimensions and methods, the claim that the previous craftsmen had completed most of the work referred only to the simpler living and livestock areas, leaving the more complex training zones and peripheral facilities for them to face. Isn't this unjust? Why are we assigned the most difficult tasks? Indeed, we are all from the same village. We can manage pigsties and horse troughs, but how can we construct towers, watchtowers, and signal beacons? Seeing their agitation escalating, Lei Gong retorted, "The county magistrate has already sent the blueprints. You merely need to follow them." Upon hearing this, the group hesitated before taking a closer look, their expressions darkening even further. The intricate lines and annotations, the bewildering array of measurements and construction techniques. Only a genius could decipher them. This was akin to challenging a primary school student with high school knowledge. "We refuse." "Refuse? Do you wish to meet the same fate as the previous batch of carpenters?" Lei Gong's cold gaze silenced their protests. While the two sides argued vehemently, Zheng Quchi leaned in, captivated by the architectural blueprint. "This is quite simple." Just as she wondered about the complexity of the drawing, someone shoved her away. "What are you gawking at?" "A frog leaping on a drum. Neither of you understands. Yet you pretend to." The braggart raised his chin, looking down at the crowd. "I can understand this blueprint. I can do it." His words indeed caused a stir. Even Lei Gong, who had been so arrogant moments ago, regarded him with newfound respect. "Really? My cousin is a student at the Jishao Academy in Taiyuan. I have seen similar blueprints on his desk. To think that someone from our humble Fuxian could have ties to the illustrious Jishao Academy. In that case, I can entrust the remaining tasks to you without worry." The mere mention of the Jishao Academy was akin to a golden ticket, and the envious and astonished gazes of those around him swelled his pride. He cast a triumphant glance at Zheng Quchi, only to find her utterly indifferent. "Zheng Quchi, aren't you strong? Then you shall be in charge of moving the timber." "Zheng Quchi. Oh, fine, if you can do it, then go ahead." Her objective in coming here was to earn a living and resolve her basic needs, until she understood what kind of trouble saying Xianxing might bring. She had no intention of drawing attention to herself. That contemptible character, she had thought he meant for her to assist in moving the timber, but he intended for her to bear the entire burden alone. Gazing at the mountain of logs piled high along the riverbank, each log stretching over 10 meters, she wondered how she could transport them all back to the camp with just her 2 hands. She contemplated constructing a rolling cart, but that would be too labor-intensive and time-consuming. Just then, her eyes inadvertently swept over the slowly flowing river, and an idea sparked her mind. Chapter 4. Please remain calm. Zheng Quchi climbed to a higher vantage point along the limestone, allowing her to observe the river's curves and flow from a distance. She picked up a branch and began to measure proportions, etching marks with her nails. Once she entered a state of focused work, her dark eyes sparkled with intensity as she mentally cataloged a series of measurements. She descended once more to the riverbank, where she retrieved a suitable piece of decayed wood and cast it into the water. After it had floated a distance, she measured its speed of movement to ascertain the current's velocity. Crouching down, she inscribed formulas in the sand with a twig, her calculations swift and efficient, soon resulting in a series of complex data. The water speed was determined. A 30-foot log would reach the midstream riverbed in approximately 12 minutes. However, due to a lack of precise tools, she decided to allow for a maximum of half an hour for her estimations. Having completed her measurements and calculations, she felt confident. While measuring the narrowest width of the river, her gaze inadvertently caught sight of something floating on the surface. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a person. A frown creased her brow. A sense of unease washed over her, yet the instinct to save was paramount. With a splash, she leapt into the water. "Hey, are you all right? Wake up." After dragging the individual ashore, she slapped his face, but there was no response, just a pale, cold visage. Drawing on her scant medical knowledge, she surmised he must have drowned. The methods of resuscitation flashed through her mind, artificial respiration, and CPR. Thankfully, they were in a secluded area. Otherwise, witnesses might misconstrue her life-saving efforts as something nefarious. Prioritizing his rescue over any considerations of gender, she tilted his chin upwards and took a deep breath, leaning in. Her intentions were pure, yet the sudden proximity allowed her to behold his features, stunning her with an unexpected allure. Her breath hitched as she was taken aback by the captivating visage before her. High cheekbones, thin lips, a chiseled jawline, and an Adam's apple, all combined to create an arresting sight, even from this precarious angle. The seemingly unconscious man's dark eyelashes flickered slightly, his mind like a coiled serpent poised to strike. He had deliberately feigned vulnerability, likely to satiate his darker desires. Just as he felt his chin being lifted, he pondered whether she intended to strangle him or administer poison. He waited impatiently for her next move, but instead, he was startled when a soft, warm breath brushed against his lips, freezing him in place. What on earth? Is she blowing air into my mouth? A hidden group of onlookers, initially prepared for confrontation, was taken aback by the unfolding scene. What? Our general is being treated in such a manner by an enemy? When Yuwen realized what she was attempting, a surge of twisted murderous intent coursed through him, his vision clouded with crimson as their eyes locked. As he opened his eyes, his dark gaze pierced through a veil of red, locking onto her wide, innocent eyes. Time seemed to freeze for 2 seconds before Zheng Quchi pounced like a bear, seizing his arms and pinning them down. Calm down. Her voice, as delicate as shattered jade, sent a shiver through Zheng Quchi. I am calm. He attempted to rise, only to discover her strength was astonishing. Zheng Quchi held him firmly, accusing him of lying. You're not calm. Your eyes are bloodshot. She surmised he must think she had taken advantage of him, but she felt compelled to clarify. This is a method of resuscitation. If you don't believe me. Oh, his emotions were typically inscrutable, even to those who had long been by his side. Yet, she, seemingly oblivious, sensed his rising bloodlust. In truth, Zheng Quchi's exaggeration was due to the red silk covering his eyes, which, when partially obscured, revealed a pair of mysteriously deep, narrow pupils that exuded an ominous aura. Is that so? He used his inner strength to push her away. Rising slowly, his long, dark hair cascaded over his snow-white neck, and his wet black attire clung to his muscular frame, accentuating his physique. I truly do not believe you. A faint smile graced his lips, yet his eyes remained devoid of warmth, rendering him even more unsettling. Zheng Quchi shook her tingling hands, a sense of impending danger rising within her. You are awake. The facts speak for themselves. However, Yuwen paid little heed to her words. He would not allow anyone who had tarnished him to continue living. Rising gracefully, his tall figure dispelled the weakness from his earlier fall into the water, yet the red silk binding his eyes danced in the breeze, casting a mesmerizing aura. Zheng Quchi averted her gaze, pondering how a man could possess such an alluring charm. Just as she prepared to act, she heard her voice ask, "Is this yours?" She deftly crouched down, skillfully evading his lethal strike, and picked up a palm-sized wooden box from the ground. Do not touch that. Yuwen's expression shifted. Zheng Quchi scrutinized the rectangular box, adorned with brass corners, devoid of any visible latch or ring. It was entirely sealed. Yet, she recognized this design from her studies and had even disassembled one before. This was a geolong mechanism box, composed of an axis and 42 facets. Ignoring Yuwen's warning, she proceeded to manipulate the box. With deft fingers, she clicked and clacked, reconfiguring its structure. When she completed her assembly, it bore no resemblance to its original form. It had transformed into a box with a lid that could open. Yet, she chose not to unveil it, instead returning it to him. I've unlocked it here. Yuwen's pupils contracted slightly, his gaze heavy. He took the box from her, his voice low and rich, imbued with a sweetness akin to honey. How did you do that? She noticed he was entirely captivated by the geolong mechanism box. Taking a step back, she replied, You've likely failed to open it many times. The paint on the surface is significantly worn. She offered no direct answer, nor did he deny it. Then, do you know what you've unlocked? She retreated further. I do not, nor do I wish to know. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Once at a safe distance, she dashed away. This time, he merely lifted an eyelid, a ghost of a smile gracing his lips as he watched her retreating figure, making no move to stop her. Once beyond his line of sight, Zheng Quchi felt the cold sweat on her back begin to dry. The world was treacherous, and she had narrowly escaped being repaid with malice for her kindness. She had been careless, assuming she lived in a modern society governed by law. She needed to remain vigilant. In a feudal society, the more handsome a man, the more dangerous he was. As Zheng Quchi departed, a squad of black-clad soldiers appeared like phantoms, standing in perfect formation behind Yuwen. He extended his hand, and a subordinate respectfully adorned him with a pair of snow silk gloves. His wet garments were dried by his inner strength, and he donned increasingly elaborate embroidered robes, cinched with a gilded belt and crowned with a black headdress. He then removed the red veil from his eyes, and the soldiers averted their gaze respectfully. Taking the mask from his second-in-command, he placed it over his face. At that moment, he bore little resemblance to the fragile beauty he had previously exhibited. Now, he exuded an air of regal lethargy, his lips curling into a beguiling arc, and behind the mask his eyes glimmered with a red sheen reminiscent of blood. Chapter 5. The eyes behind the mask. The little black rat, with its unsightly appearance and beady eyes, was no match for Yuwen's delight as he hummed a tune, toying with a wooden box. His aide, Wang Zibang, cast a shocked glance at him. "General, this mechanism box." Indeed, it was opened by a mere little black rat. In the search for the most skilled artisans in Taiyuan, they found themselves at a loss regarding the intricate Jiulong mechanism box. How could she possibly? Yet, would the Moi tribe truly dispatch a craftsman capable of unlocking the Jiulong box to serve as an undercover agent? Guowei Weiyao's fox-like eyes flickered. Could it be that we have misunderstood? Perhaps she is not of the spiny pufferfish tribe after all. It is said that members of the spiny pufferfish tribe harbor a deep disdain for frail, beautiful men, seeking to eliminate them on sight. However, she had not attacked the general. Surely, it cannot be that their general is neither beautiful nor weak. Indeed, she refrained from violence, but wielded her words. Wang Zibang, suppressing his anger, cast a glance. This only raises more suspicion. Moreover, according to intelligence reports, the spiny pufferfish tribe of the Jiulu Kingdom is characterized by dark skin and extraordinary strength. Who else could match her description? Perhaps this is all part of Moi's devious scheme, deliberately sending a traitorous member of the spiny pufferfish tribe to orchestrate a grander plot. Upon hearing this, they all came to a realization. Indeed, the more unsightly a person appears, the more wicked they tend to be. What a cunning and treacherous individual. Yuwen refrained from voicing his opinion. He was not in haste to unlock the Jiulong mechanism box to unveil its secrets. Instead, he smirked. "It is time to catch some mice. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Where has that sly little black mouse scampered off to?" Upon hearing the general hum a cheerful tune, the others dared not even breathe. Who would dare provoke the wrath of the living embodiment of death? Zheng Quchi sprinted downstream, relieved to find no one pursuing her. Little did she know, a sharp arrow was aimed at the nape of her neck, poised to take her life. After recovering from the shock of encountering a beautiful figure, Zheng recalled her interrupted plan to transport logs and promptly turned back, darting into the woods. The target suddenly vanished, interrupting Yuwen and the others in their pursuit. What could she be planning in the forest? They dispatched a scout to investigate. Soon, the scout returned with news. She has found numerous vines. Vines? Her behavior was becoming increasingly peculiar. Curious to discern her intentions, Yuwen and the others patiently continued to observe her. Zheng Quchi gathered the vines to weave a net. The vines, supple yet sturdy, were ideal for constructing a net capable of bearing heavy loads. However, due to the net's large size, she needed to mentally plan each step in advance. Her speed was remarkable, as this was her forte. Before long, she had laid out an expansive vine net beneath her feet. How impressive! Such a large net dazzled the onlookers, yet her hands never ceased their work. Wei Yao watched with great interest. Wang Zibang remained unconvinced. Once the net was complete, she walked intermittently until she arrived at a shallow area. Utilizing the trees on both banks, she set the net within the shallow waters and located the narrowest point of the river, moving many large stones from the riverbank to create a dam, thereby causing a diversion and alleviating pressure. What trap is she setting? Wang Zibang's expression darkened. "Look, she is moving upstream," Wei Yao exclaimed. Yuwen commanded, "Follow her." Zheng Quchi was entirely unaware that she was being tracked. She jogged back to the riverbank piled with logs, rolled up her sleeves, and hurled the logs directly into the river. With a splash, The surface was soon littered with floating timber. Wang Zibang's face darkened, his teeth clenched in anger. It seems she indeed intends to sabotage the camp's construction, throwing the timber away. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Zheng Quchi chasing after the floating logs downstream. I don't believe it. Have you forgotten the trap she was setting below? Wei Yao reminded him. Let us follow her and see. Yuwen Sheng also grew intrigued. They trailed her back and forth until they returned to the river's course, only to find the water's surface densely packed with timber. Some had been washed onto the riverbed, yet the majority remained ensnared in the vine net she had set up earlier. In any case, it appeared none of the logs had been lost. Satisfied with the net's weight-bearing capacity, Zheng Quchi began dragging the logs ashore. At this moment, she was merely 400 meters away from the camp, separated only by a small grove, a round trip taking no more than 10 minutes. This was the most efficient route she had calculated. If she had relied solely on human strength, it would take 3 people an hour to carry a single log, necessitating dozens of workers to alternate daily to meet the basic wood requirements. As she scanned the grove, the camp was faintly visible, and Yuwen Sheng was the first to grasp her intentions. She is quite audacious, employing the flow of water to transport materials, managing to bring all the wood so close to the camp in such a short time. Wang Zibang was equally astonished. She is truly going to great lengths to infiltrate the enemy camp. Wei Yao marveled. Do you not find it strange that she, being so small, can effortlessly drag such thick logs? Yuwen Sheng silenced the archers. It would be a pity to eliminate such a clever little black mouse. Wang Zibang frowned. Then, at that moment, a thunderous crash echoed from the camp nearby, a sound of heavy objects collapsing. The smile on Yuwen Sheng's face deepened as he looked on. See how these mice, introduced into our midst, have begun to stir. Zheng Quchi also heard the commotion. After some thought, she decided to leave the logs on the riverbank to dry and hurried back to the camp. Upon her return, she found Lei Gong fuming, accompanied by a distressed apprentice and a furious supervisor. Is this what you call understanding? Gazing at the watchtower they had painstakingly constructed over the past 2 days, now reduced to rubble, the craftsman's eyes were filled with rage. The supervisor, stubbornly defiant, shouted, "It's all your fault for not following my instructions." Which part did we not follow? The unstable foundation is hardly our fault if the structure above is misaligned. The apprentice's rebuttal was immediate. Enough of this. The apprentice felt utterly powerless. Just as tensions were about to escalate, the ground suddenly trembled slightly, causing everyone to cease their quarrel, bewildered and alarmed. They turned toward the gate. Following the billowing smoke, they gazed into the distance, only to behold a throng of galloping war horses approaching, particularly the lead steed, with its hooves pounding and mane flowing, an impressive sight that elicited admiration. This commotion sent ripples through the entire camp, and the overseer and the county officials hurried out. Upon seeing the formidable cavalry corps, their pupils dilated in shock, and with a thud, they fell to their knees. Trembling, they called out, "We pay our respects to General Yuwen." Upon hearing this, the craftsmen were first taken aback, then gradually realized the significance of General Yuwen's presence, trembling as they prostrated themselves in submission. The only one standing among them was Zheng Quchi. The fierce wind that swept toward them felt like the oppressive weight of impending doom. Cursing the evils of the old society, she hunched her shoulders, joining the ranks of the others in submission. Time passed. The thunderous sound of hooves transformed into the patter of rain on rubble. No one dared to lift their heads until a chilling, bloody aura enveloped them from above. Under the shadow, they could not help but tremble, lowering their heads even more. Zheng Quchi experienced, for the first time, the shuddering sensation of a battlefield where life and death were dictated by man. Is this how you maintain the camp where our troops are stationed? Chapter 6. All are villains. For a moment, no one dared to respond. Beneath the formidable pressure, even breathing felt laborious, as if a vice gripped their throats, rendering them speechless. The overseer was drenched in sweat, yet he mustered the courage to plead, "We implore the general for another chance. I would indeed be willing to grant you another opportunity, but I only favor those with competence." Soldiers rolled forth a cart laden with timber, which clattered to the ground. Yuwen Sheng, brushing his mask, smiled slightly. "How about this? Whoever can identify the original form of this pile of wood shall be spared." The odd assortment of logs was clearly disassembled intentionally, and only an experienced carpenter could piece them back together, Otherwise, their purpose would remain a mystery. With such an abundance of wooden pieces, devoid of blueprints or patterns, piecing everything together is no small feat. Observing their trembling and hesitant demeanor, Wei Yao narrowed his fox-like eyes, increasing the pressure. You have the duration of an incense stick. If, after it burns out, you have failed to assemble even one piece, it will reflect your incompetence, and what use would you be? Despite his usual carefree and playful demeanor, Wei Yao was ruthlessly determined when it came to serious matters. Nearby, someone lit an incense stick. In that moment, time gained weight. They watched as the stick burned shorter, their hearts racing faster, much like a guillotine poised over their necks, drawing ever closer. Finally, a carpenter emerged from the crowd, rushing to the pile of wood to explore and examine. When he spotted a familiar engraving in an inconspicuous spot on a piece of wood, confidence surged within him. After a thorough search, he managed to find 16 wooden blocks with the same engraving. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he began the assembly process. With a mental image of the finished product, he endeavored to organize it all for the first time. Yet the journey was fraught with challenges. As the incense stick continued to burn, his anxiety mounted, beads of sweat cascading down his body, and his fingers trembled. Hurry, hurry, he urged himself. But as the incense extinguished, he was left with merely a half-finished product. Time was up. You have failed. His pupils dilated, his face pale as a specter. A flash of cold light swept across, revealing a crimson mark on his neck, followed by a torrent of blood that stained the yellow earth beneath him. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, causing many, including Zheng Quchi, to feel nauseous. Wang Zibang approached, retrieving the half-finished product from the lifeless carpenter's hands and presenting it to Yuwen, who caressed the engraved wood, chuckling softly. This is a character for persistence. It originates from the southern Chun dynasty. Alas, they cannot afford to send skilled craftsmen to infiltrate. Otherwise, it wouldn't be merely a half-finished piece. He glanced at Wei Yao and commanded, "Next incense stick." Witnessing the corpse lying in a pool of blood, all were struck silent, fear permeating the air. Yet this time, one individual learned from the prior lesson. As soon as the incense was lit, he dashed forward, kneeling among the wooden piles, fervently sifting through the materials. Unlike the previous carpenter, he focused on the color of the wood, swiftly gathering dozens of pieces of the same type and hue, selecting familiar mortise and tenon structures. Almost there, he was on the verge of completion. Just as the final piece was about to be fitted, a flicker of cold light passed before his eyes, and in the next moment, his ecstatic expression froze, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. What a pity! The incense has extinguished, Yuwen lamented. Extinguished? The others gasped in disbelief. Zheng Quchi was equally stunned. Having witnessed the incense seemingly burn down to the last centimeter in an instant, Wei Yao urged, "Continue, next incense stick." At this moment, Zheng Quchi and the others comprehended the true nature of Yuwen's intentions. He was not granting them a chance at life, but rather toying with them, setting a deadly trap. With half the incense burned, none dared to take a risk. What is the matter? Do you all wish to perish? Perhaps they were betting on the idea that he wouldn't go so far as to kill them all. Yuwen lifted his eyelids, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Time's up. Since you all seem indifferent to living, why not embrace death?" Zheng Quchi's heart raced as she raised her gaze, witnessing the soldiers behind him, poised in unison, their silver-armored archers expressionless, preparing their arrows. An overwhelming shadow of death loomed over them. A carpenter's mental defenses crumbled. "No, please let me try. I can do it." He raised his hand, shouting in panic. It was too late. An arrow pierced his heart, and yet another body fell. The remaining individuals were ashen-faced, frozen in place. Just when all believed their doom was sealed, Yuwen appeared amused by their expressions, stroking the pristine surface of his gloves. "Very well, I shall grant you another chance. Who will step forward?" After a moment of silence, a weak carpenter stood up, seemingly resolute. He quickly sought out the components he needed from the heap, assembling them with remarkable speed. Soon, a rough shape emerged, followed by a robust structure that ultimately took form. "I've completed it," he exclaimed, his gaze darting in fear to his side. Only half an incense stick remained. At this moment, the tension in his rigid, trembling face began to ease. Yuwen's eyes glimmered with a crimson sheen as he expressed admiration. "Indeed, there are some skilled craftsmen among you. Let me see." Wei Yao stepped forward to take the piece, presenting it to Yuwen, who examined it nonchalantly. "It is quite complete. But do you know what this is?" The carpenter, startled, stammered, "No, I do not know." Yuwen smiled knowingly. "This is a hanging beam hook crafted by the Northern Yuan Kingdom. Very few outside of their military artisans are aware of its existence. Within it lies a hidden weapon, sharp enough to pierce through solid walls. Care to give it a try?" Upon realizing he had been deceived, the carpenter attempted to flee, but a black line pierced through his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. "See, it is indeed formidable, capable of easily penetrating bone." Yuwen offered praise, yet his expression darkened, his lips curling into a smirk. "What a pity that our Yi kingdom has always produced nothing of worth." Though his voice was not loud, it instilled terror among the craftsmen, causing them to tremble in fear. Zheng Quchi observed Yuwen, her palms slick with sweat, sensing his volatile nature. Despite the fact that someone had successfully pieced together a product, he still chose to execute them. A smiling tiger, his outward demeanor belied his inner turmoil. Why did he maintain such a joyful countenance despite his evident frustration? Why must the general kill him? Someone finally ventured to inquire. Yuwen tossed the hanging beam hook to the ground with a thud. "Are you questioning this general's authority? You spoke of a chance. Yet regardless of success or failure, death is inevitable. Dying by one's own creation is the greatest mercy I could offer. Would you prefer I extend another mercy to you?" The archers behind him were poised to strike, their murderous intent palpable, extinguishing the embers of courage that had briefly ignited among the craftsmen. They cowered in fear, begging for mercy. "Please, General, spare us. We seek no mercy, only the chance to live." The archers remained at rest, for Yuwen had yet to issue his command. It seemed he was waiting for someone, and just as his patience was wearing thin, he finally heard, "I am willing to try." The moment he saw a small black mouse emerge from its hole, an inexplicable tune slipped from his lips. Chapter 7. A desperate struggle for survival. "Very well," he uttered, his voice soft and magnetic, sending chills down Zheng Quchi's spine. In her heart, she cursed. Not only was he perverse, but he also had no regard for decorum when it came to seduction. By stepping forward at this moment, Zheng Quchi accepted Yuwen's rules of engagement, which were devoid of structure, with all authority firmly in his grasp. The carpenters, witnessing someone brave enough to challenge the odds, were astonished. They now fully understood Yuwen's tactics and believed her fate would mirror that of those who had fallen before her, exhausted by his relentless torment before being devoured whole. However, her actions, at least, bought them a sliver of time. When Wei Yao noticed Zheng Quchi's emergence, his fox-like eyes gleamed with delight, and he even bent down to accommodate her modest stature. "Shall we light the incense, then?" Zheng Quchi hesitated, sensing an unusual warmth in his gaze, as if they were familiar acquaintances. Wang Zibang shot him a glare, urging, "Enough chatter, hasten it. They may do as they wish." She attempted to disregard the few corpses lying nearby and approached the pile of wood. Deep in her heart, Zheng Quchi had already devised a plan. Unlike others who frantically searched, she meticulously organized each wooden piece, refusing to let them remain in disarray. As she sorted and counted, there were a total of 274 pieces, varying in size and shape, each possessing its own uniqueness and function, which she needed to identify. To find corresponding parts among such a multitude of fragments and assemble them was indeed a daunting task. Thus, she refrained from rushing into action, instead standing there, carefully examining each piece one by one. What was she doing? Wei Yao's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he watched her. Wang Zibang, oblivious, scoffed, suggesting she was courting death by placing her neck under the executioner's blade. Yuwen observed her, neither urging nor interrupting, exuding remarkable patience. The other craftsmen were equally perplexed by her methodical approach. Did she lack the ability? If so, why was she even attempting this? Did she not fear incurring General Yuwen's wrath, thereby sealing her fate more swiftly? Half a stick of incense had quietly burned away. Wei Yao could not help but remind her. At that moment, Zheng Quchi finally withdrew from her state of intense concentration, rubbed her swollen forehead, and remarked, "There's still half a stick left. That is sufficient." What does she mean by that? Had she not been dazed just moments ago? Their curiosity grew, eager to discern whether she was merely putting on a show or genuinely possessed the skill to succeed. Zheng Quchi casually selected a piece of wood from the pile, her gaze swiftly darting to the next. and within a short time, she had found over a dozen seemingly unrelated wooden components. Without any unnecessary pause, her hands moved swiftly in assembly. To the astonishment of all present, a complete piece took shape. Yuwen's eyes darkened beneath his mask. Could it be that she was not from Hongsheng Kingdom, but rather a spy from southern Shun? Please wait, the incense is not yet burned out. She did not raise her head, directly interrupting Yuwen. He let out a ridiculous laugh, incredulous at her audacity to speak to him so. She continued to assemble. Wei Yao was astonished. Indeed, Zheng Quchi had completed one piece, yet she did not choose to halt there. Instead, she continued to gather components, crafting a second, even more intricate wooden artifact. Wang Zibang's eyes widened in disbelief. What is she doing? His surprise was such that he slipped into his native dialect. Zheng Quchi had now begun on a third piece. The atmosphere ignited, and all eyes were irresistibly drawn to her. Despite her short stature and plain appearance at that moment, she seemed to radiate brilliance. Yuwen enunciated slowly, the 7-star crossbow of Baiyuan Kingdom. Even from Baiyuan, she. Wang Zibang gritted his teeth, his pupils trembling. Southern Shun, Hongsheng, Baiyuan. Who exactly was she, and how did she possess knowledge of so many nations' secret weapons? As the incense burned down to 3/4, Zheng Quchi was already assembling her 6th piece, and when the incense finally extinguished, 7 complete weapons from the 7 kingdoms lay perfectly arranged upon the ground. The largest was an ingeniously crafted wheelchair, while the smallest was a mechanized box no larger than 4 or 5 inches. She had single-handedly combined these 7 secret weapons in the span of one stick of incense. Even Yuwen regarded her with a gaze steeped in profound mystery. Upon completion, Zheng Quchi collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Achieving this feat was no simple endeavor, even with her immense strength. The intense concentration required to recreate such intricate and complex craftsmanship left her arms aching and fingers trembling. How did you manage that? Yuwen approached her step by step, lifting the hem of his robe as he squatted before her. Then, under the watchful eyes of all, took her hands in his. These hands, could they truly create miracles? His touch was cool and smooth, the delicate sensation gliding along her fingertips, bones, and tender flesh, as though he were caressing a rare piece of art. Yet, for Zheng Quchi, it felt like being ensnared by a cold, venomous serpent. She dared not move, feeling as though if she did not intervene, he might swiftly draw a knife to sever her hands for his collection. Not the hands. He lifted his gaze, awaiting her explanation. At that moment, the proximity ignited a sense of familiarity within Zheng Quchi, a feeling that dissipated almost instantly, replaced by an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. She felt as though she could hardly breathe. These hands can only unleash their true potential when they remain with me. Yuwen listened lazily, his fingers lingering over her soft flesh, acutely aware of her slight tremor. Chapter 8. The meeting everyone's hearts raced to their throats. They awaited Yuwen's final judgment. A massacre or a turning point. Yuwen locked eyes with her, perhaps due to his own unease. A glimmer of watery light reflected within his gaze. Such an unseemly face, yet those eyes were indeed striking. The downward curve of her eyes lent her a naturally innocent appearance, further accentuated by their roundness, reminiscent of a small black dog. Zheng Quchi was unaware that in Yuwen's eyes, she had transformed from a furtive little black rat into an endearing little black dog. It did seem somewhat reasonable. Your life has been spared once again. He rose, casting a glance at the craftsman. She has restored all 7 wooden artifacts single-handedly, and thanks to her, I shall not hold it against you this time. However, if my camp is not completed on schedule. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Zheng Quchi, his words resonating with a chilling undertone. Then let us engage in a more entertaining game. Yuwen did not linger at the camp, but led the cavalry towards Fuxian. As the sound of hooves gradually faded, the dread of death transformed into a rebirth from calamity, and everyone sat in stunned silence, Zheng Quchi included. The first encounter with such a scene of violence had a profound impact on her, though she had managed to hold herself together to survive. Now that the tension had released, her legs felt weak. After an extended period, as the sweat on her back cooled, she finally rose. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards her, their expressions vacant, as if drawn by an unseen force. I'll go fetch more wood. She offered a casual excuse, desiring nothing more than solitude. Arriving by the riverbank, She slowly crouched down and buried her head in her knees. This era truly made her acutely aware of the harshness of life, of the arbitrary nature of life and death. Zheng Quchi, it's merely a few deaths. And yet you are so frightened. But just moments ago, you faced that living embodiment of death with such composure. A mocking voice echoed from behind. Zheng Quchi jolted upright, glancing back in astonishment. How could anyone in this world know her true name? Yet, upon recognizing the speaker as the scoundrel, her surprise deepened. Though he still bore a somewhat unkempt appearance, he lacked the previous malice, appearing instead quite earnest. However, this transformation did not ease her concerns. Rather, it instilled a sense of foreboding. When a person lacks normalcy, there is bound to be something amiss, she thought, sensing danger, and turned to flee. The scoundrel was taken aback. He hurried after her, grasping her arm. "Where are you going? Let go," Zheng Quchi retorted. The scoundrel hesitated briefly before releasing her. Lowering his voice, "Zheng Quchi, are you not opposed to accepting the MO family's assassination order?" "The MO family? Is there a MO family in this world?" Suddenly, as she comprehended the true nature of the assassination order, her expression quivered uncontrollably. Slowly, she admitted, "I truly am unwilling." "Then why do you remain as a carpenter in the Zheng family?" Zheng Quchi seemed to have stumbled upon a significant revelation. This disheveled individual might very well be affiliated with the MO family and burdened with a murderous mission. Yet it appeared that Qing Ger was reluctant. Why was she hesitant? Lacking the inheritance of Qing Ger's memories, Zheng Quchi was oblivious to these intricacies. Nevertheless, she could not allow this scruffy individual to sense her ignorance. In a moment of panic, she anxiously dug her nails into her palms, maintaining a facade of composure. "I have changed my mind." She scrutinized the scruffy man's reaction. Upon observing no peculiar expressions, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. "I knew you would reconsider. Since you have accepted the assassination order, I shall assist you wholeheartedly." Assist? It was evident that these two were indeed partners. Yes, but haste makes waste. She sought to delay the proceedings. "You made quite an impression earlier. If the task is not completed promptly, one might fear being discovered." Did her previous words inadvertently lead her to a dead end? Cough. What would happen if one were to abandon the task? She feigned a melancholic inquiry. "Once you accept the assassination order, there is no turning back. Do not entertain thoughts of betraying the organization. Aside from us, there are others covertly monitoring your actions. Should you exhibit any signs of betrayal." He fixed her with a stern gaze, the unspoken consequences hanging heavily in the air. At that moment, Zheng Quchi felt a chill envelop her heart. She had thought her crossing over was merely to endure trials. Yet she now realized she was here to fill a perilous void. Each step a potential pitfall, every misstep a landmine, with no telling when she might inadvertently tread on one. Upon reaching this juncture, an unexpected calm washed over her. She speculated that Qing Ger had most likely met his demise at the hands of those covertly observing him. Yet, why had he betrayed her? And was the one who had taken his life now watching her every move? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. The individuals slain by Yuwen today were surely spies from other nations. His ruthlessness was terrifying, drawing them out with such ease. Is that so? No wonder I sensed something peculiar about Yuwen's murderous spree. His actions were swift, shrouded in mystery. Now it makes sense. But I have emerged as well. Indeed. Why did he spare you? The scruffy man seemed perplexed. However, you have been concealing your true self for the past 2 years. I nearly believed you to be beyond redemption in the carpentry trade. Now I understand why they dispatched you. You are indeed more capable than those inept individuals. Had it not been for you, given Yuwen's nature of preferring to kill 1,000 rather than let one escape, he would have likely eliminated all these craftsmen. Yuwen was already aware of the presence of spies in the camp. No, the real Qing Ger cannot be a mere fade. If he reports this incident, I would undoubtedly be under suspicion. Zheng Quchi's voice turned icy. "It would be prudent for you not to report this matter." "Why?" Yuwen was investigating the spies. Every action of these craftsmen was under his scrutiny, including ours. "You must exercise caution to avoid jeopardizing my plans." The scruffy man furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before nodding. "Indeed, you should seize an opportunity to obtain Yuwen's mechanism box as soon as possible. The assassination can wait. But we must not allow him a glimpse of what lies within." "The box? What does it look like?" "It is a square box adorned with copper fittings at the corners. Without special techniques, it cannot be opened by anyone. Upon hearing his description, Zheng Quchi's expression froze, her emotions beyond articulation. Excellent. Yet another landmine successfully triggered. She inquired nonchalantly, what if the box has already been opened? Chapter 9. The Butterfly Effect, Evidently. This was not a hypothesis the scruffy man could accept calmly. He glared at her, his voice rising in anger. It is impossible for him to open it. With the inferior craftsmanship of Yi country, how could Qinshur's mechanism box be deciphered by them? It seemed this Qinshur was quite formidable. His analysis was correct. The one who opened the box was not a craftsman from Yi country, but rather a careless time traveler. I meant to say, what if? The scruffy man, sensing her insistence on an answer, began to contemplate her scenario and felt a knot of unease form in his chest. If it were indeed opened, the consequences would be dire. Not only would our mission fail, but we would be subject to assassination by those monitoring us. And for the Mo family, the southern Shun, and the western Zhe, it would trigger an unprecedented turmoil. The severity of his predictions left Zheng Quchi momentarily bewildered. She felt akin to a butterfly that had unwittingly flitted into this temporal realm, inadvertently inciting a monumental storm. At the same time, she found herself ensnared in a profound crisis. What should she do? Escape was impossible. Eyes had been on her from the shadows, and should she attempt to flee, her fate could mirror that of Qin Gur, vanishing without a trace. Yet, if she remained, she would become a mere pawn in a larger game. An action, taken without intent, had precipitated a seismic shift in the dynamics between two factions, and the ramifications were beyond her capacity to bear. Zheng Quchi suddenly found herself engulfed in a haze of anxiety. What is wrong with you? The scruffy man inquired, noting her unusual demeanor. After a prolonged silence, Zheng Quchi finally spoke. You will unconditionally assist me, correct? The scruffy man blinked in surprise. We are bound together. Naturally, I will aid you. Then tell me how to uncover the one monitoring us from the shadows. I wish to have a proper discussion with him. Otherwise, if he misinterprets my actions as betrayal, it could jeopardize our mission. The scruffy man was taken aback. How do you know I can contact him? She did not know. She was merely bluffing. Quickly. With that, she turned and departed. She had no choice now. She had already veered far from her original path. Whichever side she chose, it would amount to betrayal. Instead, she sought to survive in this narrow gap, hoping to buy herself some time. She gazed up at the sky. It was all the fault of this damned crossing. She feared the perverse, yet she had to move closer to the grotesque. Physically and mentally exhausted, Zheng Quchi returned to the camp, crawled into her quarters, and attempted to sleep. The room was warmed by charcoal, and each person had been provided with a quilt, offering far better sleeping conditions than the Sang family. Yet she tossed and turned, unable to find rest. In truth, this night found many restless. At that moment, someone poked her waist with a finger. Zheng Quchi initially intended to ignore it, but the other party persisted, gently scratching, reminiscent of a schoolchild eager to whisper secrets. She suppressed her irritation and turned her head. What is it? A head emerged from beneath the quilt. It was a young boy who had been sleeping next to her for several days. He curiously asked, How did you manage that? What? The peculiar wooden items brought by General Yuwen. How did you assemble them? To attain some quiet, she replied dismissively. Can a 5-foot hole accommodate a 6-foot column? No. The principle is the same. Each wooden item possesses its uniqueness. While they may appear as a chaotic heap, they are as distinct as a person's limbs. Her explanation was not overly complex, and the boy understood. But there are so many remnants. I might recognize that they are not mine. Yet how can I discern whose they are? That cannot be taught. Why? Because it is my unique method of memory. After that, she no longer acknowledged the boy behind her, tightening her quilt and turning to sleep, while the young boy quietly observed her back for a while before turning away. The following day, as the construction site once again erupted in noise, the scruffy man stormed in, fuming. Are you still asleep? Where's my wood? The others have nearly completed their tasks, yet you remain idle. Before noon, everything will be moved over to you. He chuckled. Listen up, everyone. She claims she can transport all the wood from halfway up the mountain back to our camp before noon. Do you believe her? In public, he had to sever ties with her, ideally creating a chasm between them. This was a plan they had devised from the very beginning to prevent anyone from implicating another should the truth come to light. He thought he could rally the crowd as he had before, yet this time, no one spoke up. The events of the previous day were still fresh in their minds. Although they too were skeptical, They chose not to mock her alongside the others. "Let me help you," said a youth sleeping beside Zheng Quchi. Zheng Quchi stretched lazily. "No need, I can manage on my own." The boy, having been declined, fell silent. Zheng Quchi arrived at the riverbank where the wood was mostly dry. She dismantled the vine network in the river. If she were to carry the wood piece by piece with sheer strength, it would require over 100 trips, and she simply did not have that much time or strength. She had to rely on the power of science. She ran down the slope to retrieve the previously prepared two-yoke cart. Utilizing the incline, she employed a method of traction to transport the wood. This approach necessitated precise calculations of force and friction. As long as the incline remained unchanged and the pushing force equaled the resisting force, she could balance progress or halt at any moment. This extreme operation required strength, ingenuity, and calculation, skills that others likely could not replicate. After several trips back and forth, she successfully delivered over 100 pieces of wood to the camp entrance by noon. When everyone beheld the towering pile of wood, disbelief washed over them. How did she accomplish this? The camp entrance was thronged with people, all murmuring in astonishment. Wei Yao, who had been observing the camp, witnessed the entire process unfold and deemed this clever girl remarkable. Utilizing river transport and leveraging the incline with two carts, she moved with steady precision. What else could she possibly conceive? Excited and thrilled, he immediately shared this news with Yuwen, who was several kilometers away at the canal. After unfurling the letter, he raised his arm, allowing the black eagle to soar away. "Zibang, General," he said after reading the letter, his fingertips delicately tracing a corner of the paper. A breeze brushed through his dark hair, mingling with the vibrant red of his lips. "Tell me, whose treasure has been lost and now fallen into my hands?" Chapter 10. The Doctrine of Appropriation. "Treasure? That black kid?" Wang Zibang's expression soured. "General, wake up. He is no treasure. He is a spy sent by the enemy nation, toxic and treacherous. Can't you see that you are becoming somewhat delirious?" He grumbled. "General, please stop joking." With a flick of his finger, the paper disintegrated into a flurry of snowflakes. Yuwen brushed aside the topic and inquired about the current situation. "Have the military engineers made progress on the lifting devices from the Kingdom of Jilu?" "There have been initial results, I suppose." He had been so busy lately that he had forgotten to ask about this matter. Sumun Ligu. The military engineers accompanying him had all been assigned by Yuwen to the workshop in Fuxian. He had recently sent over the machinery assembled by Zheng Quchi for their development. Hence Chenghua had been working tirelessly without rest for several days. When he arrived, his hair was in disarray, dark circles under his eyes, and the fatigue on his face was unmistakable. "Chenghua has met the general," he bowed. "At what stage are we? Can we replicate the devices exactly?" Chengua's expression stiffened, and he lowered his head. "It's only been half a month. I beseech the general for more time. We will surely—" Before he could finish, Yuwen's laughter interrupted him, his voice gradually lowering. "Half a month, and then another half month. Chenghua, do you believe I have expended so much time and effort merely to let you squander time?" The air suddenly grew still. Chenghua was frightened into kneeling. Above him, the icy aura mingled with the biting winds, making him acutely aware of the pressure as if his blood were freezing. "The machinery of the Kingdom of Jilu far surpasses that of the Kingdom of Yi by decades. We have done our utmost, but there are still some aspects we cannot comprehend. I plead with the general to temper his anger." Wang Zibang, worried that the general might indeed kill Chenghua in a fit of rage, interjected, "General, please grant them more time." He hastily joined in the plea. The Kingdom of Yi lacked the ability to innovate, thus resorting to the doctrine of appropriation, which, it seemed, was not so easily achieved. "Half a month is your final deadline." Upon hearing this, Chengua's expression turned from hope to despair. The time was short and the task daunting. He felt he would be driven to his limits. After the others departed, Yuwen gazed at the vast, desolate yellow earth of Fuxian, his mood decidedly gloomy. "Do you think he can manage?" "Who? That black kid?" Wang Zibang's eyelids flickered. Was it again that black kid? The general had mentioned him rather frequently today. "No, general. Although I am uncertain whether he is from the other side, he is certainly not a trustworthy individual. I have already dispatched someone to investigate his current background and identity. I believe we will soon have results." Yuwen produced the box of intricate mechanisms. With a click, it opened. Trust? Merely a tool of utility. If he proves incapable, then he shall meet his end. Seeing that he held such a mindset, Wang Zibang felt relieved. Gazing at the open box, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What secret does this Chun Master-S mechanism box conceal that has drawn so much attention from the other side?" Although ultimately it had allowed their general to reap the benefits. Inside lay a folded piece of paper. Yuwen read it swiftly, his gaze deepening, and handed it to Wang Zibang. A procurement order for fine weapons from the Nanshan and Shiza kingdoms, commissioned from the Mai school. Such a vast quantity suggests that another major conflict is imminent. Wang Zibang inhaled sharply, a chill rising from his toes. Yet soon, a thrill surged through him like sunlight breaking through clouds. Excellent. It even specifies the transaction location and time. If we send someone to intercept beforehand, we can thwart this alliance between the three powers. Let us see if they can continue to cooperate without trepidation. Even without these weapons, the kingdoms of Jiulu, Nanshan, and Shiza would not relent. They had long been itching for a fight. Wang Zibang concurred, pondering if Gongshu Jiru knew of Master Chen's betrayal. Do you think he would come out to settle scores? Gongshu Jiru, the master craftsman of the Seven Kingdoms, had Chun Guo as one of his disciples. Yet he had betrayed his master and country, fleeing to the kingdom of Nanshan, where he became a guest of honor. I will arrange for Qi to handle this matter. What is more pressing now is the situation in Fuxian. Due to the Jiulu campaign, the emperor had fallen into discord with the general, demanding that he fortify Fuxian into an impregnable stronghold within a year to withstand the long-standing harassment from the kingdom of Jiulu and resolve the local drought and food shortages. Otherwise, he would have to obediently return and marry Princess Sheng'an. Fuxian, seemingly insignificant, possessed a unique geographical advantage and could potentially become the first line of defense for the kingdom of Yi. General, if you do not wish to marry the princess, you should hasten to find a wife. I assure you, whatever type of woman you desire, I can procure. Yuwen looked at him with a half-smile. Is that so? But I have no interest in women. Find me a man to marry instead, preferably one who is wholly unwilling and resolutely defiant. Wang Zibang's eyes widened in astonishment. General, are you truly this audacious? Although he knew the general was likely jesting with him, the fact remained that the general had not taken a wife for many years. If he did not wish to marry the enchanting and passionate Princess Sheng'an, he could at least keep an eye out for a virtuous woman in Fuxian. As December approached, in the kingdom of Yi, when a girl turned 16 without marrying, local authorities would arrange her marriage, forcibly incorporating her into the bridal procession for men to select from. By then, there would surely be many suitable candidates. He needed to prepare a few options for the general to warm his bed. The construction of the camp had once again come to a standstill. The officials summoned Lei Gong and other craftsmen to urgently discuss the matter. What is going on? Why has the battle tower collapsed time and again? Do you not know how to execute your tasks? I have diligently followed the blueprints. Yet it always crumbles midway through construction. Even the most bewildered among us are at a loss. The others, inexperienced and constructing military structures like watchtowers for the first time, lack the expertise of craftsmen from Taiyuan, who have participated in large-scale projects with guidance available for consultation. They are akin to blind men groping an elephant. With less than half a month remaining, if we fail to complete the fortifications, we shall all perish. Yet, we simply lack the know-how. The young laborers are distraught. Despite our ignorance, we must continue our efforts. With so many craftsmen at hand, I refuse to believe none possess the necessary skills. At this moment, the foreman suddenly recalled someone, an unassuming individual who had astonishingly accomplished remarkable feats. Zheng Quchi. What? The bewildered worker stiffened instinctively. Why had she suddenly been mentioned? Could they be harboring doubts? Shanbian, what troubles you? Chao Chang noticed his sudden shock. The worker waved his hand, quickly responding, it's nothing. Why did the foreman bring up Zheng Quchi? The foreman surveyed the room, meeting their inquisitive gazes, and stated solemnly, let us see if she has any solutions. Her? Impossible. She merely possesses a modicum of skill in intricate carpentry, but this task is entirely different, a conundrum that even seasoned craftsmen find insurmountable. What could Greenhorn possibly comprehend? Can she even interpret the construction blueprints? Lei Gong scolded. The young laborers concurred. She has shown some unexpected talent, but every carpenter hones their craft through years of toil. She is far too young and likely has little experience crafting even furniture. She cannot possibly succeed. In truth, the workers shared their skepticism regarding Zheng Quchi's abilities. She may be adept at assembling concealed mechanisms, but the art of carpentry cannot be mastered through mere luck. During their time in hiding, she had not engaged in any carpentry work. All the labor had fallen to the eldest of the Zheng family. Moreover, given his poor relationship with Zheng Xianqing, he was determined to voice his opposition. Her? If she truly manages to construct the camp's defensive structures, I shall eat excrement while standing on my head. With his flippant words, he unwittingly set a foul wager. All eyes turned towards him. After a moment, the foreman, recognizing the validity of their arguments, despondently shook his head. Then what shall we do? Are we truly destined to await our demise? Having realized her status as a traitor, Zheng Quchi had become increasingly anxious, unable to sleep for 2 nights. Thus, she took up a carving knife to sculpt wood. Though her mind wandered, her hands meticulously stripped away the excess wood, gradually revealing its initial contours. Dongyang wood carving has become a national-level intangible cultural heritage, especially with her technique of double-sided hollow carving, which requires great skill. As the figure took shape, it mirrored her own process of purging the impurities from her heart, bringing her inner turmoil to a tranquil resolution. This was one of her methods for dispelling bad moods. Her friends often teased her, likening her to an artist who could draw inspiration from her feelings. Are you carving? Most of the individuals in the barracks, exhausted from their day's labor, were fast asleep when a nearby youth approached. He was an odd character, generally indifferent to others. Yet he showed particular interest in her. What are you carving? He inquired, tilting his head with curiosity. At 16 or 17, his features still bore a hint of youthfulness, and his voice was clear and melodious. The workers here included not only carpenters but also stonemasons, blacksmiths, lumberjacks, and laborers. The youth had been conscripted, and with no battles to fight, he had been assigned to arduous labor. Eagle. Upon hearing this, the youth's eyes brightened. Eagle? I like it. Can you get it to me? Zheng Quchi found his request somewhat brazen. This is a gift, she dismissively replied. The youth hesitated, reluctantly responding. If you give it to me, I will fulfill one of your requests. Zheng Quchi couldn't help but laugh. What can you grant me? At that moment, the youth fixed her with a peculiar gaze and then astonishingly stated, Didn't Shanbian contact me to say you wish to see me? Zheng Quchi's eyes widened in realization. Lowering her voice, she asked, It's you? She quickly understood that the barracks were not a suitable place for discussion and pulled him outside. Orders from above dictated that they should not meet unless absolutely necessary. But considering the eagle carving, she inquired, What do you wish to discuss? His eyes were like clear water, reflecting depth and unpredictability. She cautiously glanced around. Seemingly sensing her apprehension, the youth stated, There is no one nearby. I can perceive it. Having heard tales of ancient martial arts, she wondered if this youth possessed similar abilities, akin to characters from martial arts novels who could traverse rooftops. Curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask a perilous question. Can you defeat Yuwen Sheng? The youth's expression shifted from neutral to astonished, eventually darkening like a stormy sky. He puffed out his cheeks in frustration. If I could defeat him, would I still be hauling stones in the country every day? Indeed. Seeing the young boy nearly reduced to tears, Zheng Quchi's lips twitched, questioning her own assumptions. I misspoke. I sought you for serious matter. Earlier, did you attempt to harm me? Yes, he replied, surprisingly straightforward. Zheng Quchi paused, taken aback. Why? The youth gazed at her calmly. Because you had clandestine contact with individuals from the state of Julu and intended to kill Shanbian, abandoning your mission. Orders were clear. Any signs of betrayal would result in immediate execution. The situation appeared far more convoluted than she had anticipated. Zheng Quchi felt overwhelmed. Just as one crisis subsided, another emerged. What further secrets did this traitor possess? At this juncture, the previously expressionless youth's eyes flickered with curiosity. Weren't you killed by me? How have you returned? Zheng Quchi's heart raced. She discerned his single-mindedness and decided to bribe him with a wooden carving, diverting his attention before explaining, Oh, perhaps I had taken an antidote before. Now you see, I haven't betrayed the Mo family. I am actively approaching Yuwen Sheng to steal Chunshur as contraptions. The youth clearly adored the wooden eagle, cradling it with affection. Yes, but I will remain vigilant. Should you exhibit any signs of treachery, I will not grant you another chance at revival next time. His tone remained steady, yet Zheng Quchi could sense his seriousness. Although he appeared innocent and youthful, he was indeed a competent blade, wholly obedient to commands. After witnessing the watcher, Zheng Quchi felt she could finally bid farewell to her insomnia. Although a metaphorical sword still hovered above her for the time being, it remained within her control and perception. The following day, brimming with vitality, Zheng Quchi exited the barracks, only to find the surroundings quieter than usual. The stonemasons continued their work, while the gravel workers hammered at the rocks, but it was evident that the construction of defensive structures had ceased. She inquired of a passing stonemason, "Why have the carpenters not resumed work? I heard the watchtower collapsed again. They dare not proceed." Zheng Quchi understood. She crossed the training grounds, spotting a makeshift low shed where the newly appointed carpenters were gathered, all appearing distressed. With less than half a month remaining, she had initially believed they could find refuge in the shadow of the great tree. Yet it was now clear that remaining idle would only lead them to face Yuwen Sheng, the Grim Reaper, awaiting their sacrifice. "Bring me the blueprints. I shall examine them." Chapter 12. Who looks down on whom after a series of failures? Lei Gong no longer places hopes solely on Danbian. He summoned all the carpenters, intending to pool their wisdom and collective strength to devise a sound strategy. The situation was dire, and the stakes even higher. However, Fu County lay on the outskirts of Yi Kingdom, and those hastily conscripted here were merely rural carpenters, with the highest rank among them being just 2 workers. Who among them could truly stand out? Each appeared dazed and bewildered. Lei Gong's blueprints were nearly crumpled in his grasp, and none had uttered a single valuable suggestion. "Bring me the blueprints. Let me take a look," came a voice from outside the tent, clear yet gravely resonant. They turned in unison to see Zheng Quchi, her outline swiftly approaching. She remained as dark and short as before, clad in a grayish-white garment that seemed to hang loosely, with sleeves and pant legs rolled up, revealing her slender wrists and ankles. Her hairstyle deviated from that of the craftsmen. Her tousled curls were gathered into a bun atop her head, voluminous and full, set against her slightly rounded face, adorned with bright, sparkling eyes. Perhaps due to a touch of familiarity, she appeared less disheveled than when she first arrived at the camp. The younger workers were momentarily taken aback. "What?" Zheng Quchi sighed. "If it continues to collapse, then if the foundation isn't the issue, it must lie within the design. I need to examine the style A blueprint closely." In modern terms, this would be referred to as a design blueprint. Yet in Yi Kingdom, it was called the style A blueprint. Foundation? Design? The majority of the carpenters were baffled by these terms, yet they observed her assertive demeanor, speaking as if she possessed some truth. Lei Gong scrutinized her sternly. "You can comprehend the style A blueprint?" Zheng Quchi casually found an excuse. "My family, the Sang clan, has a hereditary lineage of carpenters. My ancestors were craftsmen for 3 generations, so naturally, I can understand a bit." Upon hearing this, Lei Gong exchanged a skeptical glance with the younger workers and reluctantly handed her the blueprints. Everyone present had previously reviewed these plans, thus showing them to her bore no significant implication. Zheng Quchi could sense their distrust, understanding that her position was precarious, akin to grasping at straws. She took the blueprints, glancing over them and finding them overly ornate, displaying craftsmanship yet lacking in practicality. From a structural perspective, they appeared top-heavy. She squatted down, picking up a stone to begin her calculations. The embedded volume and depth, the materials for completion, the total horizontal projection area. She murmured to herself, her words sounding quite impressive. As Zheng Quchi immersed herself in her calculations, more and more people were drawn to her, gathering around in curiosity, astonished and silent. Perhaps the weighty academic atmosphere instilled a sense of reverence, causing them to stand at attention. After a thorough calculation, Zheng Quchi furrowed her brow. Something was amiss. The figures did not add up. She recalculated and finally discerned the issue. The blueprints were flawed. Constructing according to the specified dimensions and materials would surely lead to disaster. Resolutely, she formed her judgment. Just as she lifted her gaze, a shadow loomed over her, revealing a group of burly men with wide-eyed, inquisitive looks. However, her statement immediately provoked discontent among some of the more arrogant craftsmen in the county. One retorted indignantly, "Impossible. This watchtower blueprint was crafted by the masters of Taiyuan, specifically designed for General Yuwen's encampment. How can you claim it is wrong? Indeed, what caliber are the masters of Taiyuan? Throughout Yi Kingdom, the highest-ranking craftsmen are said to be at the master level, a threshold they likely will never reach in their lifetimes. How could such an esteemed craftsman produce a flawed style-laid blueprint? If there were a mistake, it must be due to this little black girl pretending to understand." Instantly, a sense of unspoken disappointment settled within them. Their vigorous actions had revealed them to be quite foolish. Zheng Quchi was keenly aware that her voice carried little weight compared to the prestigious masters from the cities. It was apparent to all whom they would choose to trust. If this blueprint is correct, why has it collapsed time and again? With a single, pointed question, she silenced them. Perhaps we have made an error somewhere, or maybe the timber used was unsuitable. In this world, even the most skilled among them can err. Trusting others is less reliable than trusting oneself. Having squatted for too long, her legs grew numb. As she braced herself against her knees to stand, she noticed Lai Lidu rushing over in a panic. The scene she had created had attracted a throng of carpenters, and the ruckus quickly spread through the small campus network. Hearing this, Lai Lidu was filled with trepidation, fearing she might embarrass herself, and hurried to intervene. He was genuinely anxious. What are you planning to do? Zheng Quchi's gaze was like the stars at dawn. It gradually dimmed, yet within an instant, the gloom dissipated, and the sun's radiant glow surged forth. What was she to do? After days of sleepless contemplation, she finally understood her desire. If she remained a mere pawn, destined to be exploited, sacrificed, and manipulated, then she would strive to empower herself. Though currently lacking in many aspects compared to others, she possessed one advantage they could not match. Her mind was steeped in knowledge a millennium ahead of theirs. In her past life, she had met an untimely death, despite having paved a clear path for the future. In this new life, she still held onto her ideals. She did not aspire to construct a divine tower that would illuminate the world, yet she hoped to create undeniable value within her field. Dun bien, I want us to survive. Such calm and resolute words conveyed the unwavering confidence and authority of a civil engineering expert from a millennium hence, though in this era, none could grasp the true essence of her statement. The craftsmen assumed she spoke of the current project, while Lai Lidu believed she referred to the task at hand. Survive? A simple phrase, yet the manner of living was something most could not dictate by mere will. Dan Bien's heart tightened as he clenched his teeth. Are you truly saying that the reason for the continual collapses lies in the blueprint's flaws? Enlightenment washed over him, and he exclaimed dramatically, I knew it. How could there be a mistake? I followed the construction as laid out in the plans. It seems the masters of General Yuwen are not as formidable as the rumors suggest. Cooperate. She insisted that they must unconditionally align with her plan. Though he did not grasp her intentions, he was determined to stand by her side, even if it meant feeling utterly embarrassed and red-faced from the accusations. As Dan Bien echoed her sentiments, doubt began to creep into the minds of the others. After all, Dan Bien had boasted publicly about his cousin studying at the Jixia Academy, lending him an air of credibility. Zheng Quchi had no time for a verbal dispute. She issued a stark ultimatum. There are less than 2 weeks remaining. Do you intend to continue constructing according to the original blueprints, risking repeated failures? Or will you trust me once and correct the errors? Chapter 13. The Fool's Version, but even if you claim it is wrong, where exactly is it flawed? How should we amend it? What if we make changes and it collapses again? This was the crux of the matter. Although some had suspected the blueprints might be faulty, to entertain such a notion meant they would forever be unable to build anything. Who could remain unperturbed in such uncertainty? Zheng Quchi kicked her numb leg and remarked nonchalantly, leave it to me. In no less than an hour, at most 2, I will provide you with revised blueprints. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. You can create the blueprint for the watchtower? Their incredulity was palpable, as if they were still playing with mud, while she had already quietly matured into an adult, capable of guiding them in their endeavors. She could not be bothered to respond to such trivial inquiries and directly asked, where can I find rice paper and a brush? The younger workers took a moment to comprehend before stammering in the carpenter's barracks. Was she serious? The unfortunate Lai Li too sighed in resignation, aware that she was utterly ignorant of the location of the craftsman's barracks. Never mind, I'll take you there. Let us see whether you are truly a master of the supernatural or merely jesting. After waiting for Zheng Quchi and Dan Bien to walk far enough away, the previously silent group erupted in a flurry of excitement. What should we do? I think she might actually be capable of this. They recalled how she had rescued them from the grasp of General Yuwen. Initially dismissive of Sang Xianqing due to her stature, age, and fragile appearance, they now perceived her strength as a lesson in humility. Let us go. Speculating here will yield no fruitful results. I refuse to believe this little scamp is genuinely so extraordinary. Their fears and worries dissipated as they rushed towards the craftsmen's barracks, only to find the official waiting at the door, his face a mask of astonishment. He exchanged glances with the carpenters before they all turned their attention inward. Inside were three individuals, Zheng Quchi, Dambien, and the watchful youth. He had sensed something amiss midway and followed, leveraging his tenuous bond with Zheng Quchi to gain entry. Zheng Quchi took her seat, methodically analyzing and adjusting the original blueprint. She had already processed much of the data, yet there remained intricate details demanding her attention. However, for someone of her expertise, this was not an overwhelming task, considering the simplicity of the watchtower's structure and function. The only challenge lay in her unfamiliarity with the practical applications of such facilities, the optimal height and visibility requirements. Whether the soldiers of Yi preferred rapid ladders or stable staircases, etc. This knowledge gap, stemming from her non-native background, prompted her to acknowledge the necessity of studying local professional literature in the future. While her thoughts wandered, her hands remained busy, and soon a complete design of the watchtower emerged on paper, closely mirroring the master craftsman's blueprint, albeit with some angles and sections streamlined for enhanced functionality. She then prepared more comprehensible construction diagrams for the craftsman. As she immersed herself in her work, any potential distractions faded away. Her focus was unwavering as she projected the images in her mind onto the paper, ultimately crafting a tangible structure that satisfied her. D'un bien Leonid Closer, observing the transformation of blank sheets into intricate designs and numbers, culminating in a watchtower that seemed to materialize before him. His expression was one of awe. You truly are gifted, mastering something so complex in such a short time. He recalled his own brief stint as a carpenter with the MO family, a pursuit he abandoned due to a lack of talent. Meanwhile, concealed within the carpenter's workshop, he remained as lifeless as before, while she seemed invigorated, thriving in adversity, leading him to suspect she might be more than just his task partner, a figure of significant stature in disguise. Chiu cast a glance at the throngs of curious onlookers outside the window, lowering his gaze. This time, she had completely exposed herself to the public eye. Whether this was beneficial or detrimental remained unclear, but he would remain loyal to his orders and report the events as they unfolded. After a flurry of thoughts, Dan Bien inadvertently caught sight of Chiu's dazed expression and recalled something important. He approached and whispered, "Chiu, do you see the 100 elite soldiers stationed outside the camp, led by Yuwen Sheng?" He nodded in response. Quchi said they were awaiting the spy to release the carrier pigeons at midnight, ready to capture you. Do not fall for it, understood? Chiu glanced at Zheng Quchi's slightly furrowed brow, captivated by her serious demeanor. Did you hear that? Yes, he replied, falling silent thereafter. Fortunately, she remained oblivious to the conversation that transpired, unaware that Dan Bien's casual warning had successfully deterred Chiu from prematurely reporting her suspicions. Time passed amidst the anxious anticipation of the onlookers. Finally, Zheng Quchi straightened her posture and rose. Their nerves tightened. As she blew dry the last of the several blueprints, she exhaled softly and handed them to Dan Bien. They can commence work now. This seemingly understated declaration resonated like thunder in their ears. Is this for real? Lei Gong could no longer contain himself, rushing in to snatch the blueprints from Dan Bien's grasp, flipping through them rapidly with widening eyes. I can actually understand this? Indeed, Zheng Quchi's blueprints differed significantly from the original craftsman's. Whether it was a deliberate display of skill or a local custom among advanced artisans to conceal their techniques, the complex symbols and specialized terminology rendered it incomprehensible for many untrained apprentices. In contrast, she had created a simplified version tailored to their level of understanding. Yet the design of the watchtower was anything but straightforward. She had even recalled modern examples of iconic watchtowers, enhancing the height for comprehensive surveillance and incorporating rapid descent ropes to optimize response time. Every design element was meticulously crafted to serve a purpose, practical and effective. The crowd gathered, eager to examine her detailed drawings. A young worker, trembling with anticipation, asked, "Will it really transform from the blueprint into a tangible structure on the land?" "I have shortened the construction period, for watchtowers will be completed in just 7 days." They stared at her, astonished that she could accurately estimate the completion date. At that moment, they perceived in her what was typically reserved for the proudest of craftsmen, an undeniable difference in skill. After handing the simplified version to Dan Bien and the others, the carpenters resumed their fervent work. That night, not long after Zheng Quchi fell asleep, she was jolted awake by a jarring motion and the chill of the air. To her dismay, she realized she had been kidnapped. In the late hours of autumn, she was carried from the warmth of the charcoal fire room into the outdoor chill, and as the damp cold crept over her skin, she shivered. Blinking sleepily, she found herself in a blur of rapidly passing scenery. Zheng Quchi's eyes widened in sudden clarity. The trees loomed like a canopy, their branches entwined, and the bright autumn sunlight was now enveloped in an eerie darkness that sent shivers down her spine. In this unsettling moment, her first reaction was to grimace and press her hand against her nearly crushed chest. She was too slender, her breastbone pressed painfully against her captor's bony shoulder. "Where are you taking me?" Noticing her awakening without screams or frantic struggles, her captor, Wei Yao, felt somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that if she were too vocal, he would either seal her vocal cords or simply knock her out. Yet now, it appeared that neither was necessary, leaving him a bit disappointed. Having traversed through time from the modern world, Zheng Quchi, armed with knowledge gleaned from various films and books about kidnappings, understood their mindset and knew she could not provide them with such an advantage. "You must be from the camp," she stated with certainty. The masked Wei Yao was taken aback, unsure how she had deduced this, but countered with a question. "Do you know the person pursuing us?" "Someone is chasing us." Zheng Quchi's vision, impaired by the dim surroundings, rendered her as myopic as a deep-sea fish, and she could not discern who was following. However, one name sprang to her mind, her watcher, the young man Xiao. "So what if I know him? So what if I don't?" She mirrored his tone. Wei Yao let out a laugh. "This cunning little black mouse. Why not attempt to resist? Perhaps he will arrive just in time to rescue you." Zheng Quchi thought it pointless. Given her slight frame, she would likely injure herself if she attempted to struggle. "You are being modest. You are clearly a short, yet sturdy man." Zheng Quchi choked momentarily, pondering, why does this phrase sound so familiar? Wei Yao's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of coldness in their depths. To have accompanied me for so long is indeed a feat, yet his lack of discernment will disturb the adults. So he must remain here. Zheng Quchi comprehended his meaning, opened her mouth to speak, yet uttered not a word. Wei Yao halted, selecting a towering tree, and leapt upwards, holding his breath in the stillness. Moments later, a rustling sound emerged from below. He pinched a slender willow leaf blade between his fingers, releasing it with the swiftness of lightning, and with a soft thud, it struck flesh, eliciting a muffled groan from the man below as he crumpled to the ground. The faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. Throughout this entire sequence, Zheng Quchi kept her gaze lowered, her body taut, yet she remained silent. Wei Yao smiled in realization. "Is that your foe? Is he truly a foe? Perhaps, for he has slain Qin Ger, and his presence is perilous and troublesome for me. If I wish to avoid a fate similar to Qin Ger's, eliminating him is the wisest course." No, that was all she could say. Wei Yao did not say much more, carrying her swiftly through the forest. It was only when her hands and feet grew numb from the cold that they finally reached the forest's edge, leaving behind the looming shadows of darkness, greeted by the dancing moonlight and a sky full of stars. A crisp wind blew, the rustling shadows of the trees whispering softly, and in the ravine among the crumbling cliffs stood a figure. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance where the forest swayed, clad in a thin white garment favored by recluses, revealing a gracefully contoured neck, his attire billowing as if he were a being of ethereal grace. A circle of red gauze framed his eyes, cascading lightly behind his head, fluttering like delicate mist in the wind. What a captivating scene under the moonlight! Zheng Quchi exclaimed upon seeing him. "It is you." Wei Yao cast her a few curious glances. Having completed his task, he bowed respectfully towards Yuwen Sheng and quietly withdrew. Yuwen Sheng quipped, "Eager to see me?" His words, light yet laden with a hint of ambiguity, combined with the enchanting glimmer in his eyes, seemed capable of stealing one's breath away. "The box." She rushed forward, her eyes gleaming with hope as she inquired, "Did you hand it over to Yuwen Sheng?" Yuwen Sheng regarded her through a veil, his gaze lingering for a moment before he smiled faintly. "Do you dare to call out the name of General Yuwen so recklessly? Are you not afraid of him?" Previously indifferent, Why did she now seem so anxious? Had she learned something afterward, or was someone guiding her from the shadows? He assumed her suspicions stemmed from the Jiulong mechanism box. Yet she mistakenly believed she was aligned with Yuwen Sheng, even presenting him with the open box. As he contemplated, he found the situation increasingly intriguing. Zheng Quchi, however, had been jolted awake. She realized this was not the modern era. Fear of power seemed pervasive. Although Yuwen Sheng's temperament was somewhat brutal, he was the guardian deity of Yi Kingdom, and she thought it a commonplace address, but perhaps it was offensive to others. Adapting quickly, she altered her form of address. This matter is urgent. Did you deliver that box to General Yuwen? Recognizing the importance of timing, she demonstrated a small, yet notable quality of adaptability. Yuwen Sheng smiled, finding her compliance rather endearing. I did hand it over. Those 3 words struck like a thunderclap. Hope shattered. If this were to reach Dan Bien and the others, she would undoubtedly be treated as a traitor of the Mo family. But how long could this be concealed? Unless, what is it? I informed General Yuwen of this matter, and he praised you, deeming it a significant achievement. Observing her disheartened demeanor brought him unexpected delight as he casually ruffled her bun, the motion oddly addictive. Stop poking. My hair is curly and difficult to tie up neatly. Yuwen Sheng towered above her, and she barely reached his shoulder. After pushing his hand away in irritation, Zheng Quchi suddenly realized this person had a deep connection with Yuwen Sheng. After all, such an important Jiulong mechanism box would not be entrusted to just anyone. She also noted a chilling indifference emanating from him, reminiscent of one in a position of power. Of course, when Dan Bien had informed her that the Jiulong mechanism box was in Yuwen Sheng's possession, she had speculated whether this man with the red gauze over his eyes was indeed Yuwen Sheng. Yet, having seen Yuwen Sheng in the camp, she had a vivid impression of him. It was unfathomable that such a brutal figure could have been rescued by her from drowning. So, you abducted me on General Yuwen's orders? She inquired. I heard you can not only comprehend the designs of the style A diagrams, but can also modify the blueprints without a physical reference? Upon hearing this, Zheng Quchi instantly grasped their intentions in seeking her out. Simultaneously, she recognized that the opportunity she had long sought to break through had finally arrived. Chapter 15. A desperate apology. Zheng Quchi deliberately stirred up quite a commotion, not solely out of concern for the timely completion of the project that would hold the entire workforce accountable, but also to attract the attention of Yuwen Sheng. At last, the opportunity had presented itself. Of course, this was contingent upon the current situation in Yi Kingdom, where skilled carpenters were in high demand. As a seasoned adult who had navigated the complexities of life, Zheng Quchi adeptly concealed her long-prepared ulterior motives, playing the role of the unsuspecting. After a moment of contemplation, she finally arrived at a conclusion, her gaze filled with solemnity. If General Yuwen has a need, I would be more than willing to serve him. However, I find myself in a predicament. Might I request General Yuwen's assistance as well? Her candid words were laden with allegiance, understood by those who were perceptive. Upon hearing this, Yuwen Sheng's face broke into a smile, a flicker of mischief surfacing in his eyes, though concealed behind a veil. He maintained an air of delicate nobility, unassailable and fragile. At that moment, the compass of his heart, swayed by her background, finally tilted. In employing others, the greatest fear is not of someone with ulterior motives, but rather one who seeks nothing. As long as she had a desire, she would be easier to control. The wind whispered through the treetops, silver moonlight cascading down, accentuating his exquisite features. Zheng Quchi awaited his response, yet he offered her a non-committal reply. At that time, you may propose it to him. As for whether he agrees, that will depend on the value you present. Zheng Quchi discerned his implication. She would likely need to demonstrate her worth through the modified blueprints once the craftsmen constructed them, to determine their authenticity. She understood that haste would yield no benefits. Having met twice, I still do not know your name, she suddenly asked. Yuwen Sheng appeared to ponder, lowering his gaze slightly, then lifting his dark lashes to reveal a slight smile. Lu Fengmian. Lu Fengmian. The name resonated with an artistic air. Observing his scholarly attire, she speculated whether he might indeed be Yuwen Sheng's strategist. Yuwen Sheng produced a pristine white handkerchief, its quality evident, and wiped his hand where Zheng Quchi had grasped it before discarding it into the depths of the ravine. Zheng Quchi's intuition regarding him was quite accurate. She sensed a hint of disdain. Are you still unmarried? This inquiry skirted the boundaries of propriety. Yet Yuwen Sheng was intrigued by her question. What leads you to ask? Without a moment's hesitation, she retorted, with your pristine demeanor, how could you afford women any opportunities for indiscretion? Yuwen Sheng. But Yuwen Sheng was not one to be easily swayed by others' provocations. He smiled warmly, his icy fingers brushing against her slightly purple lips, sending a shiver down her spine. While other women may not have the chance with men. What about you? Given how you treated me before, shouldn't you be responsible for my honor? Zheng Quchi shivered slightly. How so? For instance, he leaned in closer, a peculiar fragrance that was irresistible wafting into her nostrils, as he uttered, I shall atone with my life. Zheng Quchi's heart raced, her face unflushed. This scoundrel still had her life on his mind. Reflecting on how her predicament had worsened solely due to their encounter, she felt a surge of anger. She had yet to seek retribution, yet he understood what it meant to repay kindness with resentment. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. And in a fit of fury, she seized the opportunity as he bent down, rising on her toes to plant a kiss upon his lips, producing a loud, smacking sound. Yuwen Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Previously, he had saved her life, but now this was mere frivolity. He could not fault her for her ignorance. Yet he would teach her the distinction. If she feared the wrath of General Yuwen, then let her use her life to atone. Though she spoke fiercely, she turned to flee like a frightened rabbit. If you wish to find me next time, send a message or leave a signal. Do not abduct me in the dead of night. After a moment, Yuwen Sheng chuckled softly, brushing his crimson lips, recalling how she had dared not kiss him earlier, merely teasing him at the corner of his mouth, provoking yet not utterly offending him. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a boulder half her height shattered. Sanction King, let us see if the favor you seek will be granted. You will not escape your fate. You shall serve him for a lifetime. Completely unaware of the offense she had given to her future benefactor, Zheng Quchi felt a fleeting joy for having vented her previous frustrations. She realized that by saving him and activating a trap, she had transformed from a mere opportunist into a traitor against her own organization, a position fraught with peril. If the spirit of Zheng Quchi from the MO family were to witness this, she would surely be speechless and bleeding internally. Sighing, she gazed into the dark, sinister woods, hesitating briefly before retracing her steps to the scene of the incident. However, all she found was a pool of blood. The person who should have been lying there was nowhere to be seen. So he still lives? If he is not dead, are you disappointed? A masked Wei Yao appeared behind her. Turning to face the cloaked figure, Zheng Quchi was unwilling to discuss the matter. The person you brought me to see earlier, was he also an official? Wei Yao, noticing her disinterest in him, instead took pleasure in teasing the general. He had witnessed the earlier event from the shadows. So shocking it had nearly taken his breath away. He regarded Zheng Quchi with a peculiar look, lamenting, you truly have no fear of death. Wasn't it said that the Stingray clan had faced annihilation due to a remarkably handsome man, leading them to despise beautiful, delicate men? Yet she was an exception. Hearing his words, she blushed. What would happen if a man were to take liberties with you? Without hesitation, Wei Yao replied, I would kill him. If even he, with his volatile temperament, could tolerate this little black mouse twice, it was something that would have been unthinkable in the past. Zheng Quchi, with utmost seriousness, inquired, is it too late to apologize to him now? Wei Yao chuckled at her, his fox-like eyes narrowing with amusement. How would you atone? With your life? That is entirely unnecessary. Just then, a familiar shout echoed from afar, and a shadowy figure swiftly approached through the trees. Zheng Quchi's instincts heightened, while Wei Yao's playful demeanor vanished as he fixed his cold gaze in that direction. This is trouble. Chapter 16. Lever and Crane. Zheng Quchi recognized it was Dan Bien. The cloaked figure had been covertly observing the camp and was well aware of the tumultuous relationship between Dan Bien and her. Now, he was frantically searching for her, and an encounter between the two would be difficult to explain. Moreover, as partners in deceit, she could not allow them to meet under such circumstances. After all, she had been clandestinely acting as a double agent to survive. It seemed someone had noticed her absence from the barracks. The blood on the ground was too suspicious. I will go distract him. You should leave, she suggested. Wei Yao, pondering who might be seeking her, perhaps a fellow member of the Stingray clan or a spy from the Giant Deer Kingdom, realized they were in a precarious balance. If he insisted on staying, it could provoke a desperate reaction. After all, they needed to reclaim Zheng Xianxing from the clutches of the Giant Deer Kingdom, while dealing with the other petty factions could wait. He feigned ignorance and nodded, Very well, I shall take my leave. But after only a few steps, he turned back, earnestly advising her, you should show that individual more respect in the future. Zheng Quchi was taken aback. She perceived that Lu Fengyan was a crucial strategist for Yuwen, and considering this cloaked figure's reticence regarding him, his status must be significant or his methods sophisticated. As someone skilled in technical matters, she was wise to avoid antagonizing political strategists, as it could lead to treachery. Understood, she replied. According to her modern friend, a sea king, whether in the workplace or life, angered men and women were fundamentally the same. Thus, reasoning with him was futile. The most effective way to mend fences was to humble oneself. Although she had never appeased anyone before, she could simply imitate her friend's tactics. When Dan Bien found Zheng Quchi, he first surveyed the area, and upon noticing nothing amiss, asked, Are you unharmed? Zheng Quchi observed him clad in a cloak with a hood and masked face, her lips twitching. How foolish of her to think he would come unprepared. It appeared he had meticulously planned his escape. I'm fine. What brings you here? It's autumn, and I came covered in blood seeking you to rescue me. What on earth happened? Upon hearing this, Zheng Quchi felt a sharp pain in her body. Yet, she quickly dismissed the feeling, as it was vital for a double agent to remain emotionally detached from those they might betray. She feigned confusion, hypothesizing, this situation is complex. The person who abducted me seemed intent on drawing you out. He believed he had successfully killed you and released me. Do you think it could be your enemy? Dan Bien, upon her suggestion, found it plausible. Noticing her thin attire in the wilderness, trembling from the cold, he contemplated removing his cloak, yet hesitated. Retracting his hand, removing the cloak could expose our figures. We cannot be sure if we're being watched, he cautioned. Zheng Quchi's expression stiffened. What a peculiar camaraderie of plastic colleagues. No wonder Chingu acted without hesitation when dealing with him. Unfortunately, luck had not favored them, as the observer had been the one to take a hit. Dan Bien, who seemed seriously injured, did not return to the barracks until the following day. He claimed he would find a discreet place to recuperate and that she need not worry about him. With one pair of watchful eyes gone, Zheng Quchi felt a significant relief from her previous unease. After she had been abducted unnoticed, Dan Bien seemed to realize something, becoming even more cautious. He unleashed a torrent of mockery towards her, striving to establish a clear boundary between them. Zheng Quchi sighed, sensing that he was overdoing it. In the camp, she felt like an outsider. Others believed her family background was illustrious, that her carpentry skills were exceptional, yet her practical abilities were lacking. Consequently, Lei Gong and Qin Gong would occasionally seek her help with problems, but never allowed her to partake in their work. Zheng Quchi, undeterred, roamed the camp, sometimes accompanying the stonemasons to quarry stone, at other times observing the carpenters as they sawed wood, wielding hammers and chisels in construction. Now, she squatted by the camp's entrance, watching the laborers toil diligently to dig trenches, essential for military defense and traffic obstruction. With inexpensive labor, they excavated shovelful by shovelful, and the surrounding earth piled higher and higher, making the task of earth removal increasingly laborious. The workers, deep in the trench, had bamboo baskets lowered from above, filled with soil, and then painfully hoisted back up along the slope, resulting in an exceedingly low efficiency. Witnessing this, Zheng Quchi conceived an idea. A pulley system could significantly alleviate their burden. Moreover, such a mechanism could be employed not only for earth removal, but also for transporting materials for construction at height and irrigation of land, thus greatly enhancing construction efficiency. Having thought of it, she acted swiftly. Zheng Quchi rolled up her legs like a flying wheel and rushed to the engineer's quarters, borrowing rice paper and a brush. The engineer, perhaps compelled by orders from above, provided her with whatever she requested without hesitation. Drawing from memory, Zheng Quchi sketched a diagram of a fixed pulley, and then combined it with a lever to create a lifting device resembling a well frame. This apparatus utilized a vertical structure with a slender lever at the top. The fixed pulley served as the fulcrum. The end was for the pulling rope, and at the front was a bamboo basket or sling for carrying materials. By leveraging the dual operation of the lever and fixed pulley, it would amplify weight while reducing human labor. Given the limited time, she devised a relatively simple hoisting machine to expedite the project. Upon handing over the swiftly constructed earth removal device to the engineer, he was initially skeptical. However, after her explanation of its purpose and additional applications, His eyes sparkled with excitement as he clapped his thigh in astonishment. I have heard that the farmers in Yuwen lead a leisurely life, tirelessly fetching water to irrigate the fields, thanks to mechanical aids. Alas, I was filled with fervor at the time, but lacked the means to appropriate such technology to benefit the people of Fujian. Appropriating? In this age, intellectual property is invaluable. To steal from others is to invite conflict. Observing the engineer's exuberance, Zheng Quchi noted that he seemed to forget that this was not a design he had pilfered from Yuwen, but rather her own creation. My earth removal device is quite unique compared to those of other nations. Might I be permitted to construct it myself? Upon hearing this, the engineer clutched the drawings to his chest as if they were a treasured possession. Can you really do it? Perhaps I should consult some seasoned carpenters instead. I recognize your talent and quick wit, but this project cannot afford further delays. We have less than 10 days left. In essence, he doubted her capability, perceiving her as too inexperienced and her skills too rudimentary. Yet, acknowledging her intellect, he couched his rejection in gentler terms. Zheng Quchi, well aware of their sentiments, retorted, the old carpenters would not grasp my designs. Having chosen to take matters into her own hands, she could not simplify the drawings. All the technical terminology and measurements were comprehensible only to her. The engineer, undeterred, summoned Lei Gong, Qin Gong, and the supervising foreman for corroboration. After circulating the drawings, they all wore befuddled expressions. Was this encircled line? Was a fixed pulley? Qin Gong stammered shamefully, I don't quite understand either. Lei Gong, nearly pressing his face against the paper, exclaimed, brilliant, exquisite, sophisticated. But what on earth is it? The supervising foreman furrowed his brow, returning the drawings with annoyance. Stop this nonsense. Let the carpenter who can draw such plans handle it. What purpose do you serve here? The engineer, hearing this, refrained from explaining and instead looked helplessly at Zheng Quchi, who stood in the corner like a mural, conceding, indeed, we should have let her handle it from the start. Now we are burdened with complaints. Zheng Quchi was not surprised. Bowing slightly, she replied, thank you for your trust. I shall get to work now. After her departure, Lei Gong, Qin Gong, and the supervising foreman, seemingly just realizing the situation, exclaimed, she drew this blueprint? What is this contraption? And what is its purpose? Zheng Quchi hurried to select the wood. Ultimately, she chose rosewood for its durability and resistance to warping. With a series of precise cuts, she fashioned the wood to the appropriate lengths before meticulously marking lines with a ruler. Once the excess was removed, she began to plane the wood with deft skill. In her past life, she had observed an elderly carpenter next door, mesmerized by his artistry in crafting exquisite wooden products. Even after pursuing civil engineering and mechanical studies at university, her passion remained undiminished. The old carpenter had once said that to be a carpenter, one must possess a relentless pursuit of excellence, a commitment to quality, and a vision to benefit humanity. She took this to heart, striving to embody those ideals. Unfortunately, her lifelong ambition had only just begun to unfold when she found herself in this war-torn world. Yet now, her first creation was on the cusp of birth. Rekindling her artisan spirit, it would serve as her first calling card to the world. Once Zheng Quchi dedicated herself to work, she immersed herself day and night. Concerned for her well-being, the engineer enlisted a few seasoned carpenters to assist her, and this time she accepted their help, as time was of the essence. Engaged in her tasks, she would often eat hurriedly, nibbling on vegetables and bread while laboring intently. In her previous life, her height allowed her to endure hunger. But in this life, she could not afford to skip meals. She was determined not to remain short forever. The shavings floated around her like snowflakes, covering her in a fine layer, while she polished the rough timber to a smooth finish. Occasionally, passers-by stopped, captivated by her efficient and precise movements, curious about the pile of wood beside her and its intended use. Over the course of 2 days, Zheng Quchi rested for only 3 hours, relying on the assistance of the seasoned carpenters to finally complete the fabrication of the components. She then spent nearly half a day skillfully assembling the intricate wooden pieces together. As the sunset cast a golden glow, she stood beside the newly assembled earth removal device, both glowing as if draped in a layer of gold dust. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she traced her fingers over the inscription carved into the wood, crafted by Zheng Quchi of the state of Yi. A smile broke across her face, her dark features illuminated by the brilliance of her joy, reminiscent of a humble gem radiating its splendor. Above, Yuwen, clad in a flowing black robe, stood enigmatically, flanked by Wei Yao and Wang Zibang. "General, she truly succeeded," Wei Yao exclaimed. "And look, it bears a striking resemblance to the lifting device of the Great Deer Kingdom, albeit on a smaller scale." Wang Zibang, as if uncovering evidence, declared angrily, "Indeed, she is a craftsman of the Great Deer Kingdom. How else could she replicate their machinery?" Yu Wenqing's eyes gleamed with a predatory lust, regardless of her origins. "She shall remain in the state of Yi, becoming one of my own." Witnessing the general's fervor, Wang Zibang endeavored to present a rational argument. "General, this is undoubtedly a ploy by Mo Yi. He knows our desperation for talent, and has deliberately released such a potent bait to ensnare us. What if Zheng Quchi and Mo Yi conspire together? Do you think I fear him?" Yu Wenqing's lips curled beneath his mask. "If he wishes to lure us with bait, then I shall turn the tables on him." Wei Yao and Wang Zibang exchanged glances, astonished at this counter-strategy. "She has succeeded?" The engineer rushed out, marveling at the lifting device. Zheng Quchi nodded. "Yes, but it still requires testing." "Excellent. Due to time constraints." Zheng Quchi opted not to implement a roller design, relying instead on manual lifting for the time being, with plans to incorporate it later. Upon arriving at the trench, Zheng Quchi demonstrated its usage. One end of the device is designed to hold a container, which is placed into the deep trench. Once the container is filled, the other end is used to pull a rope, lifting it out. After raising it, the direction can be adjusted using a turntable, and upon releasing the rope, the soil is automatically poured out. This entire process is simple and effortless, manageable by a single person. The soil excavator can hold 300 to 400 pounds of earth at once, effectively allowing one person to accomplish the work of more than 10. Additionally, it can be employed for irrigation and the transportation of stones and timber in high-rise constructions. The multitude of uses for this soil excavator left everyone astonished, drawing a curious crowd. Some even venture to try it. And indeed, the efficiency was significantly enhanced with the aid of machinery. Zheng Quchi found herself surrounded by craftsmen, who expressed their admiration and eagerly inquired about the device's remarkable capabilities. Meanwhile, in Hego village, Brother Zheng was troubled, anxiously concerning the whereabouts of Qinggu in the fort. Suddenly, a well-trained squad surrounded the thatched cottage, startling Brother Zheng. To his astonishment, a handsome man cloaked in a cape emerged in that desolate and shabby place. He removed his hat, revealing a pair of jet-black eyes that seemed to drown those who met his gaze in a deep abyss. Was this the home of Zheng Quchi? Before Brother Zheng could respond, the man's attendant set up a Lu Ban chair, and the man boldly threw off his cloak and sat with an air of arrogance, legs apart and fingers resting on his chest, surveying the scene with a cold, disdainful demeanor. Brother Zheng felt an overwhelming pressure, tightening his lips as he pushed Zheng Xiaomei behind him. "May I inquire who you are?" he asked, noting the man's elongated eyes that hung low, exuding an intimidating aura that suggested any further conversation would lead to dire consequences. "I have little patience at the moment, so you had better summon Zheng Quchi." Brother Zheng's heart sank at the realization of the man's imposing presence. However, regarding Qinggu's safety, he steeled himself and replied, "Younger brother is not here. If you have matters to discuss, I am his elder brother." Speaking in official language rather than the local dialect, Brother Zheng conveyed that any grievances could be directed towards him, as he was prepared to shield his younger brother. The man smirked mockingly. "Speak to you? The debt he owes me, you intend to repay?" Could this man be Qinggu's creditor? No matter the amount owed, Brother Zheng began, only to be interrupted. "Money?" The man's eyelids flickered with irritation, his dark eyes narrowing, clearly reaching the limits of his patience. "Where is he?" The irritated, deep voice startled Brother Zheng, causing him to stagger back several steps. Zheng Xiaomei clutched his garment tightly, covering her mouth to remain silent. He truly isn't here." At that moment, the man's attendant emerged from the thatched house after searching it thoroughly. "Sima, he is not here, and nothing has been found." Zheng Quchi, "Very well. He dares to betray me," the man said, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "You may consider yourselves fortunate that I do not slay the innocent outside the battlefield. However, Zheng Quchi must pay for his treachery." Rising to his feet, His imposing figure radiated a fierce energy as he flicked his wrist, sending a black marble arcing through the air, landing atop the thatched roof. Let him know that what I desire shall ultimately be mine, even if the king of hell himself intervenes. In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted as flames engulfed the roof, sending thick smoke spiraling into the air. Brother Zheng scooped up the wide-eyed Zheng Xiaomei, chilled to the bone, his face pale. He watched the man's tall, broad back recede into the crisp autumn sunlight, a sinister specter in the biting wind, gradually vanishing from sight. 3 days later, Zheng Quchi learned of her family home being burned down. Her brother had sacrificed provisions and sought out Brother Yang from the neighboring house to check on her situation, delivering the news without elaborating on the details. Initially, she feared the Mo family had discovered her betrayal. However, upon reflection, she found this unlikely. Why would they burn her home for vengeance or as a warning? They could simply have dispatched Dan Bien to eliminate her discreetly. With the fort's construction nearing completion, anxiety grew. Yet she could do nothing but await General Yuwen's final inspection to receive her wages and return home. It became evident that there were indeed issues with the blueprints drawn by the artisan in Taiyuan. Upon confirming that Zheng Qianqing's revised designs had successfully constructed an exceptionally sturdy watchtower, Yuwen dismissed the saboteur craftsmen who had intentionally delayed the project. 2 days later, the fort was completed on schedule, and the county magistrate arrived with officials to celebrate. The head craftsman unfurled a red silk banner at the gate, while the craftsmen anxiously awaited General Yuwen's arrival. However, he did not appear, sending instead his deputy, Wang Zibang, along with the 5,000 troops set to garrison there. After conducting a thorough inspection, Wang Zibang, seeking to pinpoint Zheng Qianqing's errors, returned in a foul mood, glaring at her as he announced the acceptance of the project. At that moment, the head craftsman and the other craftsmen could no longer contain their tears of joy. They had narrowly escaped disaster, preserving their lives. Reflecting on the initial challenges faced during the fort's construction, they recognized that it was entirely thanks to Zheng Qianqing that they had reached a successful conclusion. Learning of her home being burned down, the head craftsman discreetly increased her wages when settling accounts with the artisans. When Zheng Quchi noticed her pay was noticeably higher than others, tears welled in her eyes. The head craftsman, Mu Ku, was ruggedly built with prominent features, yet he possessed a kind heart. In the afternoon, the officials sent the gathered craftsmen and laborers back to their villages, and they boarded the rickety carts that had brought them there, swaying as they returned home. With money in her pocket, Zheng Quchi was eager to return to her hometown. She wondered how Brother Zheng and Zheng Xiaomei were faring. On the cart, Dan Bien, who had been maintaining his distance from her, approached again, having noted that nothing had transpired in the past few days. He whispered, "Didn't you say that as long as you leap high enough, Yuwen Sheng would notice you, even among the taller figures? Why does it seem like your plan is yielding no results?" Zheng Quchi replied, "What's the rush? We are in the same county. He can't possibly escape. I may not be in a hurry, but the higher-ups certainly are," he said slyly, handing her a note for her eyes only. Quickly acquired Long to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Zheng Quchi felt numb at the suggestion. What was there to guard against? The situation had already spiraled beyond predictability. No force could rein it back. What was truly contained within that box? Dan Bien shifted his gaze, chuckling nervously. "How would I know? We are merely the hands here, not privy to the mind's workings." "Then why don't you approach Yuwen Sheng and steal Long?" The two of them each carried a pouch of Mongolian and Han medicine. Whoever had the chance to be alone with Yuwen Sheng could use the powder to incapacitate him and seize the mechanism box. Dan Bien's expression turned more anxious. "Didn't we agree from the start that you would handle the theft while I took care of the aftermath and transported the mechanism box?" Zheng Quchi retorted. "You are so self-righteous, you can't even handle this. You are devoted to the organization, sacrificing her life." This unreliable partner had proven once again to be untrustworthy. "I'll head home now to repair the house. If anything arises, we'll be in touch." Upon seeing the stone bridge of Higo village, she decisively jumped off the cart, bidding farewell to the enthusiastic craftsmen accompanying her, and set off with her belongings toward her village. Though the Zheng family was impoverished and dilapidated, it was still a home, and she was no longer alone. She had a place to return to. Anticipating the expressions of Brother Zheng and Zheng Xiaomei when they saw her safe return, she quickened her pace. However, upon reaching the village entrance, She heard the cheerful singing of children in the distance. Little beggar, eating slop, living in a pigsty, no house, no roof, no father, no mother, ha ha ha. She frowned, finding the lyrics utterly unbearable, wondering whose child was playing such a cruel game. As she approached, she saw her younger sister, who resembled a frightened young animal, cowering on the ground while a group of children cruelly tugged at her hair and threw sand into her eyes, causing her to cry out in pain. They laughed maliciously at her distress. Zheng Quchi's heart ignited with fury upon witnessing the torment inflicted upon her sister, who was also vulnerable to their bullying. Although her sister was intellectually challenged, she had always been gentle and compliant, never instigating trouble. If any blame were to be assigned, it would certainly lie with others. With determined strides, Zheng Quchi rushed forward, seizing the wrist of one child who was pulling at her sister's braid and lifting him off the ground. Her gaze turned icy as she bared her teeth, demanding to know what they were doing. Was it not an act of bullying? The boy was suddenly engulfed in shadow, and upon seeing her fierce expression, his eyes widened in terror. The Black Devil is back. Everyone run. Zheng Quchi's forehead throbbed with anger. Run? Is it that easy? With swift reflexes, she retrieved each fleeing child, her face a mask of vengeance. She proceeded to tousle their hair until it resembled a chaotic nest and commanded them to stand in place, throwing sand at one another while singing the cruel ditty they had concocted. They dared not stop until she commanded them to do so. Zheng Quchi, possessing great strength and a fearsome demeanor, intimidated them into compliance. They cried pitifully, yet refrained from retaliating. Meanwhile, her younger sister, who had been rendered speechless by the unfolding chaos, finally regained her composure and burst into tears, calling out for her elder brother. Zheng Quchi knelt to wipe away her sister's tears, softly comforting her. Do not cry, dear sister. Why are you here, all alone? Where is your elder brother? Elder brother. Elder brother. Zheng Quchi's heart sank. What if something had happened to him? Just then, a loud crash interrupted her thoughts. Turning around, she spotted her elder brother, disheveled yet beaming with mixed emotions. King Gia, elder brother. She joyfully scooped up her younger sister and rushed to him. His eyes were red-rimmed as he patted her shoulder, repeatedly murmuring, "It's good that you're back, just good that you're back. I not only returned, but I also earned money. Our house may have burned down, but I will build an even better one for you." Zheng Quchi hurriedly shared her happiness. Her elder brother paused, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Rebuilding a house was no simple task. However, he did not wish to dampen her spirits, so he replied, "As long as you are safe, the house can wait." Wait? It is a matter of utmost urgency. She thought, where will we live without a house? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Elder brother, where have you and our sister been staying these past few days? Her elder brother hesitated, his mouth opening, but no words came out. It was her younger sister who sniffled and said, "We stayed in the pigsty. It was so stinky." Zheng Quchi's heart ached upon hearing this. Noticing the awkwardness on her elder brother's face, she made an effort to conceal her feelings. Rubbing her younger sister's head, she vowed, "With me here, we will soon have a big house to live in, and we will eat well and be warm, living a better life." Her younger sister's face brightened. "Really? We will have a house and food, and no more thin porridge?" The innocence of children is boundless. They believe whatever is said. However, her elder brother, being an adult, dismissed her words as mere attempts to cheer up a child. Rebuilding a house was a necessity, but there were many other expenses to consider in the future, and he needed to save money for her dowry. Dowry? He mused, realizing he was thinking too far ahead. The matter could wait. Meanwhile, the mischievous children, seeing them engrossed in conversation, quickly fled. Her elder brother, understanding what had transpired, felt guilty for not being there to protect his sister. He had taken her to the village entrance daily to await Zheng Quchi's return, and when she mentioned being hungry, he had gone to find food. He never imagined that, in such a short time, she would be bullied by the village children. "I am sorry, dear sister," he said, gently stroking her head. Zheng Quchi, wishing to alleviate his guilt, changed the subject. "Elder brother, how did the house catch fire?" Her elder brother glanced at the growing crowd at the village entrance and chose not to answer. "I will tell you later. Let us go." They returned to the charred remains of their thatched cottage, surrounded by a heap of blackened, broken pots and debris that her elder brother had salvaged. All their clothing, bedding, and wooden items had been completely incinerated. 4 days, they had been without shelter, and the cold at night was suffocating. Her elder brother, prideful and reluctant to trouble others, had taken to sheltering in the pigsty with his younger sister, but this had drawn ridicule and scorn from the villagers. However, with Zheng Quchi back, she would not allow them to endure such hardship any longer. She led her brother and sister to knock on a neighboring door, where a young man answered, none other than Yang, who had previously relayed messages to Zheng Quchi. Yang, I apologize for the intrusion. I am wondering if you have a spare room. Our house has burned down, and I, my brother, and my sister would like to stay temporarily. Yang hesitated, glancing at her elder brother with a somewhat evasive expression. Ah! Zheng Quchi produced a handful of coins. Of course, we will not stay for free. I hope this is sufficient. Yang Ji's eyes widened, and his expression shifted. He quickly smiled. Of course, we have a room available. Please come inside. It's quite chilly out here. Her elder brother, having experienced the fickle nature of human relationships, understood that money could open doors that otherwise remained closed. This time, Zheng Quchi's fortunate return had spared them from further misfortune. Though he bore a heavy heart and limped slightly, he entered the house. He could endure hardship himself, but his two younger sisters could not. Despite feeling a twinge of discomfort over their situation, he did not stop Zheng Quchi from making arrangements for their temporary stay. That night, after soothing her younger sister to sleep, Zheng Quchi turned to her elder brother. Now, can we talk? Have you incurred any debts while you were away? None, I think, she replied, though not entirely certain. Upon hearing her uncertainty, her elder brother sighed deeply. The person who came was clearly wealthy and accompanied by a formidable entourage. They insisted on finding you, claiming you owed them something, and when they realized you were not present, they set fire to our house. Zheng Quchi fell silent for a long moment. She scratched her head, feeling powerless. Brother, I cannot recall owing anyone anything, but rest assured, I will ensure this does not happen again. Who could have been the source of such enmity? Excluding the Mo family, it seemed unlikely that Yuwen Sheng was involved. That left only the individuals from the Kingdom of Daye, whom Qiu had mentioned. The thought struck her suddenly. Surely, I cannot be caught in the crosshairs of another enemy nation while I am already struggling with two factions. With a sense of despair, she collapsed back down. Heavens, why not just end my suffering? Chapter 20. Rebuilding the home. As for whether it was indeed individuals from the Kingdom of Daye, Zheng Quchi was uncertain. She intended to wait until Qiu's injuries healed to inquire further about what had transpired between him and the people from Daye that led him to believe Zheng Quchi had betrayed him. This matter could not be rushed. What demanded immediate attention was, of course, the rebuilding of their home. Staying in someone else's house would come at a financial cost, which pained her deeply as she had worked hard to earn every coin. Initially, she had envisioned constructing a grand, elevated countryside villa, aiming to inspire envy among her neighbors with its elegance. However, she later learned that the current era imposed restrictions on residential structures based on social class and status. One's status dictates the type of dwelling one may inhabit. For instance, a farmer who unexpectedly comes into wealth would find it unwise to construct a residence more opulent than that of the local officials, for should such extravagance be discovered, it could lead to dire consequences. Therefore, despite her ambitious nature, she must focus on materials and aesthetics without harboring greed for vast estates. She has personally surveyed the current state of housing in the Yi Kingdom. Generally, the impoverished reside in thatched huts, akin to the homes previously occupied by her family and brother Yang. Those with a modest fortune inhabit adobe houses, while slightly better off artisans live in wooden structures with earthen walls. As for the houses in the county town, she has yet to see them and will refrain from comparisons. These dwellings are characterized by their simplicity and ease of construction, but they lack insulation, durability, and fire resistance. As someone versed in civil engineering, she has no intention of merely replicating what others have done. However, constructing modern concrete and steel homes with her current resources would demand excessive time and energy for producing cement and steel reinforcements. Ultimately, she decides to build sturdy yet simple adobe houses, which were quite popular in the 1960s and 70s due to their cost-effectiveness, making them her ideal choice for low-budget housing. The next day, before dawn, Zheng Quchi rises with determination. She heads to the old, smoke-laden site of her former home, planning to redesign the layout and dimensions. Grasping a wooden stick, her keen brown eyes survey the land with precision. After careful consideration, she begins to mark the ground. Brother Sang and his sister Sang Yao approach. Observing her bent posture. "What are you doing, Chinga?" He inquires. First, I'll outline the foundation before digging the trenches, she replies. Brother Zheng, somewhat perplexed, admits his limited knowledge of construction despite having seen others build. He sighs, suggesting they hire a mason and carpenter, believing that specialized skills are necessary for such work. Zheng Quchi promptly disagrees, insisting, we must be frugal. I understand what they know, and they may not grasp what I do. What do you know? Brother Zheng questions, bewildered. I've built my own camp. Surely constructing a house is within my capabilities? Trust me, she asserts confidently. He is often baffled by her unwavering self-assurance, which starkly contrasts with her previous quiet demeanor. As she meticulously draws out lines on the ground, Brother Zheng fetches a chalk line to ensure accuracy. Once satisfied, he swings an axe and heads to the slope to chop down several sturdy bamboo stalks. Upon witnessing Zheng Quchi, a petite figure, effortlessly carry a load of bamboo, Brother Zheng's eyes widen in disbelief. How do you possess such strength? He exclaims, unwilling to conceal her prowess from those close to her. She concocts an excuse. I've always been strong. I simply pretended otherwise to avoid work. Brother Zheng, both exasperated and amused, questions her intentions behind the bamboo. I have a clever use for it. The charred remnants of the burned house still hold heat. I plan to construct a frame over them. A frame? Are you cooking something? No, it will be used for drying adobe bricks. What are adobe bricks? He asks, confused. They are used for building houses. After chopping down over a dozen bamboo stalks, she splits them into quarters and weaves them together using the pliable bamboo skin, creating a wide mat. She then piles stones to elevate it over the still smoldering ground. Given the dry and windy climate, she believes this gentle heat will efficiently extract moisture from the adobe bricks, enabling her to produce hundreds swiftly. Yet, she must be cautious. Too high a flame may crack the bricks, while too low will fail to dry them quickly enough. Brother Zheng, astounded by her dexterity and methodical approach, asks, where did you learn this? An old carpenter taught me at the camp, she replies casually. Once the drying setup is complete, she rushes into the forest to gather timber. With her strength, she swiftly splits wood and saws 4 planks to assemble a hollow rectangular frame. What are you doing now? Brother Zheng asks with genuine curiosity. Each task she undertakes seems to be part of a larger plan, leading him to feel as though he is being guided by her vision. It's a mold for forming adobe bricks, she explains succinctly. Throughout the day, Zheng Quchi is tirelessly occupied, while Brother Zheng, despite his leg injury, chooses to stay by her side, intrigued by her capabilities. Young Zheng Yao, oblivious to the intricacies of their work, finds amusement in her brother's efforts and occasionally assists by fetching small tools or gathering discarded wood, much to Brother Zheng's chagrin as he admonishes her not to meddle. That night, after an exhausting day, Zheng Quchi collapses on her bed, too fatigued to lift a finger. Seeing her so drained, Brother Zheng expresses concern. Tomorrow, I will find someone from the village to assist you. Doing this alone is too much. Acknowledging the magnitude of the project, Zheng Quchi concedes. No need for skilled workers. Just find some strong hands to help with simple tasks. Brother Zheng chuckles at her newfound frugality, likening her to a dragon, hoarding resources. Observing her drowsy state, he instructs Zheng Yao to fetch a cloth to wipe her face and hands, ensuring she can rest peacefully. In the midst of her slumber, a monstrous hand suddenly emerges from the shadows, wrapping around Zheng Quchi's throat. A menacing voice pierces her dreams, demanding, "You owe me. It is time to repay your debt." Startled, she jolts awake, her heart racing. Grasping her throat, she reassures herself that it was merely a nightmare, a product of her subconscious worries. As dawn breaks, she finds herself unable to return to sleep. Carefully, she rises without waking Brother Zheng and Zheng Yao, intending to sketch the architectural plans for her envisioned house. However, realizing the lack of resources such as paper and ink, she is reminded of her impoverished circumstances, resorting to primitive methods. She finds a flat stone and uses charcoal to draft her designs. As a seasoned designer, she can effortlessly create such plans even with her eyes closed. Before long, Brother Zheng emerges, donning a coat. Upon seeing Zheng Quchi diligently sketching on the ground, he relaxes, adjusting his collar. "Why are you up so early? It's quite chilly. What are you doing?" he asks. "Brother, where can we find yellow earth nearby?" Understanding her intent, he responds. The sloped area of the low forest to the north is rich in yellow earth. Villagers often go there for building. "Great. I will borrow a bamboo basket from Brother Yang and bring some yellow earth back. Elder Brother Zheng grasped her firmly, saying, I will borrow the stove to prepare some sweet potato porridge. Let's eat before venturing out. Seeing him tugging at her insistently, Zheng Quchi had no choice but to acquiesce. Fine. I will go out shortly to find someone for you. After all, you are a woman. Ultimately, you must marry and bear children. If you toil excessively with such heavy labor, you may regret it later when your health falters. He imparted his advice earnestly. This was the second time Zheng Quchi had heard him speak of marriage, and while he recognized that Qing'er was a female, he remained oblivious to who Zheng Quchi truly was. She pondered when the identity of the Mo family Zheng Quchi had supplanted that of Zheng Qianqing. Yet she had not altered her appearance significantly, merely darkening her face to render herself less recognizable. If a substitution had indeed occurred, would the Zheng family not have noticed? This thought sparked a certain conjecture in Zheng Quchi's mind, and she suddenly realized she might have fallen into a misconception. She had assumed that Zheng Qianqing and Mo family Zheng Quchi were distinct entities, replaced one by the other. Yet was it not possible that they were, in fact, the same individual all along? Zheng Quchi resolved to boldly verify this. Brother, have you ever heard the name Zheng Quchi? Elder Brother Zheng paused, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Isn't that the alias our parents gave you when you were young? Zheng Quchi's breath hitched. Indeed, it was true. Zheng Qianqing was Zheng Quchi in truth. But what of the Mo family? What troubles you? Elder Brother Zheng glanced around nervously, pulling her into the house. Speak cautiously. Our parents are no longer with us, and we have long severed ties with the Mo family. Remember, you must never mention the Mo family or our past again. Zheng Quchi unearthed another startling revelation. She inhaled sharply, realizing that it was not merely Zheng Qianqing who had quietly maintained a connection with the Mo family, but the entire Zheng family shared a significant bond with them. Brother, you mentioned our parents' death. Did it have anything to do with the Mo family? I do not know. Do not inquire about this again. Elder Brother Zheng's countenance darkened suddenly. To prevent her from endlessly pursuing the topic, he spoke sternly. Once the house is repaired, December will swiftly approach, and the annual marriage procession from Fu County will commence. This year, you must marry. There can be no further delays. Zheng Quchi, who had been preoccupied with her current identity, was momentarily taken aback by the mention of marriage. Brother, I am still young. I have indulged you for 16 years, yet I cannot allow you to continue this way. You must embrace your womanhood and secure a suitable marriage this year. His tone was unwavering, his face set in a stern expression as he limped toward the kitchen, leaving Zheng Quchi alone to sigh deeply in the room. Brother, you cannot fathom how much trouble I can attract, nor are you aware of my intricate ties with the Mo family. At that moment, she felt a pack of wolves lurking behind her, ravenous and poised to strike. If she were to reclaim her womanhood and marry at this juncture, she dared not imagine the potential ruin of her ambitions. Should Yuwen abandon her due to her gender, her fate would be all too evident. Thus, even if her elder brother was like a father to her, she had no choice but to defy him. Setting aside these troubling matters, she resolved to focus on the construction of her house. She made several trips with a carrying basket to transport yellow earth. It became apparent that the amount needed was still far from sufficient. She lamented the limitations of having only 2 hands while the tasks loomed large. Reluctant to part with her money, she decided to enlist help this time. She reassured herself that the materials for building could largely be sourced from nature, with the sole expense being labor costs. In truth, in Hego village, hiring labor was not customary. As long as food was provided, villagers would willingly lend a hand. However, given her family's poor reputation, she resolved to offer 2 copper coins per day for assistance. Elder Brother Zheng stated he would seek help from the village, but by noon, he had yet to return. As she pondered this, a group of village women, accompanied by their children, stormed toward her. Zheng Qianqing, come out. You wretched creature, how dare you bully my child? Upon raising her head, Zheng Quchi recognized the child of the leading woman, one who had bullied their younger sister. Recognizing the hostility in their approach, Zheng Quchi's expression hardened, and she retorted with a voice even more furious than theirs. Perfect timing. I was just looking for you. Since you have come, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out later. They had expected Zheng Qianqing to cower in fear, yet she showed no sign of intimidation. In fact, it was the villagers who were taken aback by her assertiveness. The lead woman, her face contorted with anger, pointed an accusing finger at her. What do you mean by that? This Zheng Quchi was a stranger to them. Previously, she had always been the quiet, unfortunate figure, remaining silent when subjected to humiliation by the ruffians from the neighboring village. She had walked with her head down, avoiding contact with others, terrified of meeting anyone's gaze. What do you mean? Zheng Quchi countered. Perhaps you should ask your son what he has done? He bullies and slanders others, and then plays the victim. Does he truly believe he is in the right? Although Zheng Quchi was an educated woman, she was a mother bear when it came to protecting her kin, and she would not hesitate to confront those who dare to threaten her family. The village women, brimming with indignation, rallied together. Who says my child is the bully? You are clearly the one oppressing the weak. Today, we will demand an explanation from you, or this matter will not end here. A troop of robust women surrounded Zheng Quchi, who, despite her diminutive stature, did not retreat. A fierce glint shone in her eyes as she boldly declared, "Do not assume that your numbers afford you the right to intimidate. Dare to lay a finger on me, and I will report you to the authorities. The laws of Daye are stringent. Those who provoke trouble or inflict harm shall face severe penalties, including public branding and forced labor under strict surveillance." Her words rang out with conviction, and as she stepped forward, the women flinched involuntarily, shrinking back. "Come on, attack me if you dare." Witnessing her fearless demeanor, the village women hesitated. While squabbles and brawls were not uncommon in the village, no one would dare to report such incidents, as the fear of authority had always loomed large. Moreover, they were all from the same village. It was said that one should not burn bridges, lest they face the consequences of their actions. "You think you're fooling anyone," one woman scoffed. The wife of Old Wu caught sight of the carrying basket behind Zheng Quchi, piled with yellow earth, and maliciously taunted, "Oh, look at you, a destitute family trying to recruit help to rebuild your home? You must be dreaming. You dare to bully my child? I wonder which man in the village would dare come to your aid." Recently, the Zheng family had suffered a devastating fire, leading to rampant speculation about their misdeeds. Being newcomers to Higo village, and with their family consisting of a disabled member, a simpleton, and a peculiar-looking second son, whispers and rumors had swirled around them since their arrival. They had even tried to provoke the village chief to drive them away. However, the Zheng family had kept a low profile, seldom engaging with the villagers, and the chief, not a fool, had simply brushed it off. At that moment, elder brother Zheng returned, weary and empty-handed, only to find a throng gathered around Zheng Quchi. Alarmed, he hurried over, limping as he approached. "What is happening here?" As the woman glimpsed at brother Zheng, her demeanor became exceedingly arrogant. "Zheng the lame, you've sought assistance from everyone, yet no one has bothered to help you. Save your breath. No one will come to aid you in repairing your house. If you have any sense, you'd better leave our Higo village at once." Brother Zheng clenched his fists, wounded not only by the derisive label of lame that pierced his pride, but also by his inability to assist Chingu, his countenance darkening. It was no wonder the villagers were making excuses. They were clearly scheming against him. "Madam Wu, it's merely a child's play. Why must you be so aggressive? I can apologize to you." "Apologize?" A laugh erupted from the wife of Old Wu, who seemed to rise defiantly before brother Zheng, her tone mocking as she gestured towards Zheng Quchi. "You weren't the one who bullied the child, so what are you trying to accomplish? Whoever is responsible should come forward and apologize to our children. Indeed, perhaps if you show some pity for those of us who are forced to sleep in pigsties, we might overlook this incident. Chingu is still young. It is my failure to guide her. If she has erred, it falls upon me." Zheng Quchi interjected indignantly. "Brother, they have clearly conspired to cause trouble. Your attempts at appeasement are utterly futile. Enough. I know what I'm doing. Do not interrupt me." He reprimanded her sternly. As more villagers gathered around, eager for the spectacle, brother Zheng only wished to quell the situation. Aware that the villagers had never been fond of them, he was determined not to provide them with an excuse to drive his family from Higo village. "I apologize on behalf of Chingu. We are willing to pay for your help. If you remain unsatisfied, at a loss," he hung his head, trembling as he gritted his teeth, "I could even kneel and beg." This was too much for Zheng Quchi, who could no longer contain her frustration. She seized brother Zheng and declared in a confident and proud tone, "An apology is out of the question. If you choose not to help, then we, Zheng Xianqing, do not need your worthless assistance. I will find someone else to help us." Brother Zheng was taken aback, and the onlookers erupted into laughter after a moment of stunned silence. "Huh, a destitute outsider. I would love to see which help you can muster. I fear you'll be reduced to begging your father and grandmother, as even the blind and lame of this village would not come. And if someone does come?" Her light brown eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. The village women's mockery deepened, entirely disbelieving of her potential. "Well, if someone truly comes to assist you in building your house, the 5 prominent families of Ego village will surely keep their distance from your Zheng family. At your beck and call, we shall be ever so respectful. What do you say?" Zheng Quchi responded solemnly. "Fine, but in addition, you must formally apologize to my brother and sister." The village women were thoroughly entertained by her fanciful aspirations. "All right then, if someone arrives to help you tomorrow, we shall concede, but if no one appears, you and your Zheng family must vacate our Higo village." The 5 prominent families of Higo village wield considerable influence in the neighboring settlements, boasting vast connections, and it would be easy for them to arrange for no one to assist Brother Zheng. As the situation spiraled out of control, Brother Zheng felt an inner turmoil. Yet, when he observed Qing Gu standing tall amidst the surrounding hostility, her dignity unwavering, he felt a lump form in his throat. Sighing heavily, he conceded, "Let it be. Let her handle this." Life's hardships had long since worn down his spirit, yet his Qing Gu refused to bend. She even attempted to shield their family with her tender wings. Such sincerity and beauty should not be forsaken. However, their circumstances were bound to grow even more arduous. Brother Zheng had always believed Zheng Quchi's bold declarations before the crowd were mere bravado. He understood that they had antagonized these 5 families and had no foundation in Higo village. Yet, he felt lost and anxious about their future. His unease deepened when Zheng Quchi mentioned she needed to step out for a while, only to return home later that night, weary and exhausted. Chapter 23. Supporting her after soothing little Zheng Yao made asleep, Brother Zheng anxiously inquired, "Where have you been all day?" Zheng Quchi, apparemment fatigued, wiped her hands and neck with a towel before nestling into bed with the warm little sister, mumbling indistinctly, "I had some matters to attend to." Matters? What could she possibly be up to? He speculated she must have gone to seek help. Yet, he wondered how her endeavor had fared. Though she often laid her thoughts bare before him, he remained oblivious to her true intentions in critical moments. Considering their family's isolation in Fu County and their enmity with the local 5 prominent families, he feared her efforts would end in failure. Gazing at his peacefully sleeping little sister and the exhausted Qing Gu his usual stern expression softened. He resolved that regardless of the trials ahead, he must support this family. As long as they remained united, even through tumultuous times, they would surely endure. He sluggishly began to gather their belongings, planning to leave before dawn. Since departure was inevitable, he preferred to preserve a semblance of dignity rather than being forcibly expelled. The following day, the 5 prominent families of Ego village, along with curious villagers, had gathered early at the Zheng residence. They braved the chilly morning mist, eager to witness how the audacious Zheng Xianqing would handle the situation after her bravado from the previous day. If they could catch her in a moment of shameful retreat, it would surely be worth their while. However, as they waited, their patience waned in the biting cold, grumbling about the delay. Just as they were about to give up hope, Zheng Xianqing and her brother finally appeared, causing a stir among the crowd. They haven't fled after all," they murmured, shivering in anticipation of humiliating the siblings and forcing them from Ego village. This time, not only the wives of the 5 families had come, but their husbands were present as well. Were they? Were you not supposed to have someone here today to assist in repairing your house? Indeed, someone is shameless enough to boast such lies, causing us to waste our time. Sang the lame, "We shall not allow your misfortune to linger in Higo village. If someone comes to torch your house today, it will surely bring calamity upon our village tomorrow. You must depart at once. I doubt you can summon anyone now." Amidst the villagers' taunts, Brother Zheng felt both humiliated and enraged. Yet, Zheng Xianqing merely yawned, wearing an odd smile as she lazily glanced behind them. Just wait and see. What? As the eastern sky began to glow with crimson hues, the dispersing mist illuminated the surroundings. Their curiosity piqued. They turned to see if she was merely jesting. In the distance, against the backdrop of scattered houses and winding paths obscured by trees, a figure emerged, initially concealed by a fluttering piece of fabric in the morning breeze. As the figure approached, it became clear that a tall man was striding toward them with a bundle in tow. At first, they thought their eyes were deceiving them in the glaring sunlight, rubbing their eyes vigorously. Yet, As they looked again, it was evident that not one but two, then three individuals were approaching. When the five prominent families and the villagers recognized the group heading their way, they stood in stunned silence. It was a gathering of craftsmen from the village and county. Among them were familiar masons, plasterers, carpenters they had previously paid handsomely to create furniture, and even high-ranking carpenters who typically worked for the wealthy in the county. There were also many artisans they were less familiar with, yet renowned within the village for their skill. In essence, these were individuals who would typically convene for significant construction projects, yet here they were, unexpectedly at the impoverished Zheng household. Their hearts raced, a feeling akin to drowning as disbelief gripped them. It couldn't be. This must be a misunderstanding. These individuals may have merely coincidentally come here for business, and it is utterly improbable that they arrived for the matters concerning Zheng Quchi. Such an absurd notion is simply unfathomable. However, despite their attempts to console and persuade themselves, as these individuals drew nearer, skillfully circumventing any diverging paths and heading straight towards Zheng Jiabao, their feigned confidence began to crumble. At this moment, Zheng Daye was equally irrational. He stood there, eyes wide open, astonished and motionless like a piece of wood. Zheng Quchi observed their expressions, noting how the previously arrogant individuals now resembled those rendered speechless, as if their tongues had been severed. Not far away, a voice boomed like a bell. "Brother Zheng, we have come to help you build your house." What was that sound? Oh, it was the sound of eyeballs shattering upon hitting the ground. This declaration shattered the desperate hopes of the five clans and the villagers, who had fervently prayed for the impossible, instead delivering a crushing blow that left them beaten down and humiliated. Zheng Quchi immediately approached with a smile, greeting them with a facade of surprise and disbelief. "What brings you all here?" A young worker, dressed in simple attire, stepped forward carrying a toolbox. His cheerful demeanor remained as warm as ever. "Brother Zheng, are we not welcome? If so, we shall take our leave." The other craftsmen joined in the jest, aware of the events that had unfolded in Hegu village the previous day. Back in the camp, it was solely due to her efforts that they managed to pass General Yuwen's project inspection. Unbeknownst to them, each craftsman owed her a debt of gratitude, for she was undoubtedly a valuable ally, and they were eager to forge a connection with her. With such a splendid opportunity presented before them, they were determined to seize it. Today, they had come to lend their support to Zheng Quchi. Zheng Quchi feigned astonishment. "Oh, not at all. How could I not welcome you? In fact, I was just lamenting how difficult it is to build without materials. With your arrival, I no longer need to worry about completing the house." How did such a matter, not insignificant yet not overly large, manage to spread across several villages within a single day? Was it by sheer fortune? Do not be ridiculous. It was the result of Zheng Quchi's tireless efforts and expenditures. Yesterday, she had busied herself all day, not seeking anyone's assistance directly, but instead procuring food to distribute among the idle refugees nearby, urging them to disperse and inform the villagers of the difficulties Zheng's family faced in constructing their home. She did not seek help, but she understood that if they learned of the situation, there would undoubtedly be those willing to come forward. However, who would come, and in what numbers remained an uncertainty. Yet now, this uncertainty stirred her emotions, as most of the nearby craftsmen had rushed overnight. A second-rate stonemason, clad in a short jacket, furrowed his brow in feigned ignorance, gruffly inquiring, "Brother Zheng, who are these people gathered here?" His eyes bulged, and his exaggerated muscles lent him an air of menace. The five clans and the villagers from Hegu were startled by his loud voice. They could never have imagined that an insignificant figure like Zheng Quchi could attract renowned craftsmen from Fuxian to assist her in building a house. Even the village head lacked such prestige and influence. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Had they inadvertently provoked someone they should not have? They felt a mixture of regret and anger, but witnessing the multitude of craftsmen rallying to Zheng Quchi's aid, their grievances and dissatisfaction had to be swallowed down. They stammered, their faces flushed. Zheng Quchi found their expressions amusing as they struggled to articulate coherent sentences. She interjected, "Oh, they are here to apologize to my brother and younger sister for the previous altercation, as well as for the disparaging remarks made about the Zheng family, correct?" They froze, recalling the words they had spoken before the villagers of Hegu. Now, they were filled with regret. However, it was too late. They had fallen victim to this little scheme. The 5 clan leaders lowered their heads, awkwardly affirming, "Yes, yes." The usually gentle faces of the young workers grew serious. "In Fuxian, we do not reject outsiders. Once you have entered our community, we are all neighbors. It is best to live in harmony." Someone whispered, "Isn't he a skilled craftsman?" "Yes, indeed. I heard that the village head had sought him out to craft a 7-star table, but he was turned away multiple times." The 5 clan leaders were taken aback upon hearing his esteemed name. They had certainly heard of him, but had never encountered him personally. Skilled craftsmen were highly respected in Yi country, their status far removed from that of ordinary folk. They were rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond, only able to wipe the cold sweat from their brows, muttering affirmations. "We apologize." The wife of Old Wu was astute. She quickly led a few of the raucous women forward. "Regarding the previous incident, we did not inquire thoroughly. My son admitted that he was the one who first bullied your younger sister. The next time we see her, I will ensure they offer a proper apology." Their demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, now cordial and humble. Their husbands, seeing the turn of events, stepped forward to bow to Zheng Quchi, their faces flushed. "Brother Zheng, we were in the wrong before. We should not have spoken carelessly or called you a cripple. Please forgive us. From now on, the affairs of the Zheng family will also be our concern, and such incidents will not occur again." Having spoken hastily, they awkwardly attempted to pull their wives away. Zheng Quchi looked at Zheng Quchi in confusion. "Sister, are they lacking sincerity in their apologies, or do you have more to say?" Her light remark effectively halted the 5 clan leaders in their tracks, caught between leaving and staying. Zheng Quchi found their fear amusing yet bittersweet. It was not that they were unworthy of fear. They sighed in relief and fled as if pursued by ghosts. The other villagers, fearing to be caught in the crossfire, hurriedly followed suit. After dealing with the local bullies and establishing her authority, Zheng Quchi turned to find Zheng Quchi looking somewhat out of sorts. "Brother, what is the matter?" Zheng Quchi gazed at her, initially intending to maintain his composure, but the redness around his eyes betrayed a whirlwind of emotions, gratitude, guilt, and self-reproach. "It is nothing. I merely feel that I have burdened you. With a brother like me, who is so ineffectual, you are forced to shoulder all the responsibilities. I am truly—" "Sister," Zheng Quchi interjected, her expression one of exasperation. "If it weren't for seeking justice for you, I would never have been willing to spend so much on hiring people to build a house. I now fully comprehend the meaning of being esteemed in public, yet suffering privately." Zheng Quchi was still reeling from the shock. He perceived Zheng Xianqing as radiant and exceptional, as if the sun's rays had bestowed a golden aura upon her, making her seem worlds apart from someone like him. Yet, through her antics and displays of vulnerability, the barriers he had constructed began to crumble. "Do not speak nonsense. These individuals are not the sort you could hire with mere money." Zheng Quchi thought to herself, "How could it not be about money? The value of goodwill far surpasses that of currency. For such a trivial matter, I have spent—" "Oh dear." She was beginning to feel the sting once more. "What on earth happened in the camp?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. The shift in circumstances seemed to have begun after her visit to the camp. Zheng Quchi deemed it best to keep this matter to herself, knowing that his overly concerned nature would lead to sleepless nights filled with regret. Perhaps this would be a topic for another time. After reassuring her elder brother, Zheng Quchi set about attending to her pressing matters. "The young workers, along with Uncle Li, I sincerely thank you for your righteous words earlier. Otherwise, I fear my house may remain in disrepair. It is but a trivial matter compared to the efforts of Brother Zheng. Our contributions hardly compare. Indeed, Brother Zheng, feel free to inform us how you wish to renovate your new abode. Consider it pure assistance, and we shall not accept any remuneration from you." Earlier, her lamentations about their financial woes were overheard by everyone present, eliciting amusement. Although Zheng Quchi is fond of wealth, she abhors taking advantage of others. She cryptically stated, "I cannot allow you to assist me without recompense. Once my designed house is completed, you will undoubtedly find it a worthwhile endeavor." Her words were met with puzzled expressions. They, gathered there, had constructed numerous houses, from ordinary thatched huts to several earthen houses in the county. How could she believe that having them build her house would be a rewarding experience for them? Was this mere pretentiousness, or did she possess some unique craft she intended to showcase? By the banks of the Mo River, crimson blood seeped, staining half of the river's surface. A 2-story vessel lay docked at the harbor, its occupants having been thoroughly dealt with, their bodies cast into the river, while an elite team swiftly infiltrated. Inside the hold, they discovered a large number of sealed wooden crates. On deck, Yuwen lightly tapped the railing with his fingertips, a broad smile illuminating his face. "General, our haul this time is quite bountiful." They found an injured woman clad in white, who identified herself as Gong Shulan. Yuwen turned, a knowing smile gracing his features. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Chapter 25. The new house completed within the dim, damp cabin of the ship. A woman in white grimaced against the pane as she propped herself against a nearby beam. "I was forcibly taken. I am Gong Shulan. Who is your leader? I demand to see him." Though her complexion was pale, her demeanor remained composed. Her eyes like flowing water. Seldom did anyone refuse her entreaty. "Gong, a noble surname of the Baiyuan kingdom." The officer, gripping his blade, scrutinized her, momentarily indecisive, before commanding a subordinate to report to their superior. Before long, the messenger returned, stating that the general had summoned her. The officer escorted her to the deck, then withdrew to await orders, leaving the thinly clad Gong Shulan exposed to the wind. An arrow wound marred her shoulder, blood having soaked and dried to a dark brown. Though treated, the harsh cabin environment rendered the injury somewhat festering. As night enveloped the vessel, flames flickered to life, casting two tall silhouettes beneath the mast, the mountains around them ominously silent, a slender moon illuminating their indistinct outlines. Gong Shulan swallowed nervously. "I am a cousin of Gong Shijue, Gong Shulan. May I inquire as to the nationality of my captors?" "The cousin of Gong Shijue? What brings you aboard a merchant ship of the southern Qin kingdom?" Yuwen leaned lazily against the ship's rail, the night wind billowing his crimson cloak. Beneath a fearsome mask, his sharp eyes glinted like a beast's, ensnaring its prey. Gong Shulan perceived his voice as youthful, deep and magnetic, carrying an oddly warm tone that contrasted sharply with the heavy scent of blood wafting through the air. Rarely could anyone maintain their composure in the presence of Yuwen's formidable aura. Yet she managed, responding swiftly, "You are the great general of the Yi kingdom." "Yuwen?" Her voice quivered slightly. It was not difficult to guess. Rumor spoke of Yuwen donning a fearsome mask in battle, unpredictable and ruthlessly lethal. Such a dreadful reputation had instilled fear across the seven kingdoms, preserving even the weakest Yi kingdom to this day. Yuwen despised those who thought themselves clever, especially those who remained oblivious to their peril as prisoners. "Wei Yong, take her back. If her tongue cannot yield answers, any further discussion will be deemed your incompetence." Wei Yong appeared helpless. Understood. Gong Shulan had not anticipated revealing her identity so directly. Among the seven kingdoms, few dared disregard her cousin's standing. She wished to speak more, but Wei Yong gestured dismissively. The officer stepped forward, covering her mouth and forcibly escorting her away. They had captured a vessel from the southern Qin kingdom, along with a cargo of machinery procured at a hefty price from the Mo family. They would undoubtedly be enraged. Wei Yong's emotions surged. However, Yuwen remained composed. The Yi kingdom's industrial, agricultural, and military prowess languished at the bottom among the seven kingdoms. Even with this fortunate acquisition, it was but a drop in the bucket. What a little black mouse. She should have met with the spies from the Julu kingdom infiltrating Fuxian by now. The reports indicated that the Sang family's residence had been set ablaze. She was currently engaged in reconstructing her new home, without contact with any suspicious individuals. The house was burned? Before I return to Fuxian, continue surveillance, and provide Gong Shulan with the schematic stolen by the Julu kingdom. If she possesses even half her cousin's abilities, she may prove useful. If not, Wei Yong understood the general's intent yet. It was said that Gong Shijue was quite fond of this sister. Perhaps we could use her as a pawn. Wei Yong smiled cunningly. Then this journey holds yet another unexpected delight. In Fuxian, at Rongshi Cave, a short, dark figure stealthily entered a cave. Upon crawling through a narrow tunnel, he found someone waiting inside. Sima. He knelt in fear, bowing. The man lowered his hat, his handsome features shadowed. "Did you not infiltrate the camp?" "Yes. Our group of craftsmen made it in, but the others were all killed by Yuwen. Yuwen did not suspect you? After all, the characteristics of you are quite evident. If he did not kill you, he ought to have employed you." A short, dark boy suddenly appeared in the camp. He was strong, skilled in weapon assembly, and even knowledgeable in design. He drew all the attention, so though I was present, I did not attract Yuwen's notice. Emoyi narrowed his eyes. "What is his name?" King. Once again, it's her. The dangerous glint in Mo Ye's eyes intensified. Zhang Qianqing was now surrounded by hidden sentinels, Yuwen's men. He could not approach carelessly. Yet he had stated that their matters would not conclude so easily. It turned out she had been acting all along. Naturally, those from the Mo family would excel in woodworking. Your piece has become useless. Since we cannot retrieve the contraption, we might as well destroy it. Mo Ye caressed the jade bead at his waist. Suddenly, a slender needle pierced the forehead of the kneeling, and in the next moment, he fell back lifeless. Mo Ye summoned his subordinates, whispering instructions. They quickly dispersed to carry out their tasks. Meanwhile, Mo Ye shed his cloak, donned a set of commoner's clothing, and applied a potion to his face. Zheng Quchi remained blissfully unaware that all the undercurrents were converging upon her. Her focus was solely on the construction of her new home. With so many willing hands to assist, she would no longer hold back, instead decisively orchestrating the efforts. She taught them a method of interlocking earthen bricks. The creation of these bricks involved mixing yellow clay with straw and water, kneading it through constant stomping until it fermented into pliable mud, which she then shaped using her crafted molds. How would this method ensure the durability of the walls? A curious worker inquired. It is simpler in technique and far more durable, resistant to wind and erosion. With the increase in labor, this repetitive task became relatively easier, and soon, Zheng Quchi had amassed the quantity she required. She arranged the moist clay bricks around the smoldering remnants of the charcoal, utilizing the dry weather. Though lacking sufficient heat, she relied on external means. Once one side dried, she would flip it over, ensuring even exposure to heat until the bricks took form. She carefully controlled the ash, neither extinguishing nor igniting it, until her earthen bricks finally solidified. These bricks lack strength. If simply stacked, won't they topple? Someone questioned. Of course, they will still require binding. The mason declared, it is best to use a mixture of sand, lime, and lust for the mortar. However, there is one more ingredient that would enhance its adhesive properties. The crowd, wide-eyed with curiosity, eagerly inquired, what is it? Zheng Quchi replied, glutinous rice. Glutinous rice? They mused. Indeed, cement would be even better, but producing it in bulk during this era requires considerable effort. Although the materials needed are quite simple, limestone, clay, coal ash, or iron powder can be mixed and fired. It necessitates high-temperature calcination, exceeding 1,000 degrees. Such conditions are difficult to achieve with current kilns, requiring her to specially commission one. Presently, with her meager salary, even purchasing glutinous rice is a daunting task, let alone experimenting with other materials. As for roofing, she could not afford tiles. Being a poor builder, she avoided purchasing costly materials unless absolutely necessary. After much contemplation, she opted for bamboo tiles, a pioneering choice in country. By splitting bamboo in half to mimic tile shapes and alternating their placement, they proved lightweight, water-resistant, and easy to construct, requiring only periodic applications of tung oil to maintain their integrity for over a decade. Yet, she lacked tung oil, which was hard to find in the market, and would have to wait until she could procure the nuts to process it. Once she had gathered all the necessary materials, the time came to commence construction. As Zheng Quchi presented the revised architectural plans, the apprentice workers gazed in wonder, akin to Lu Lao wandering through the Grandview Garden. She sharpened a charcoal pencil, utilizing the coarsest paper available to illustrate the modern hand-drawn representation of the building's final form, which vividly materialized before them. It depicted a countryside residence, characterized by its rustic timber palette, consisting of a main house with 2 halls, 3 bedrooms, a backyard, a front yard, a kitchen, and a bathing area. Its layout not substantially different from typical dwellings. However, the style and construction method set it apart, featuring steps, stone pathways, and grassy areas that were thoughtfully arranged, creating a distinctive and harmonious design. It resembled not merely a place of rest, but rather a refined and breathtaking piece of art, complete with a garden bed, a stone table, and a row of fruit trees that bore seasonal yields. Brother Sang, your house is extraordinary, they exclaimed. Indeed, just looking at this blueprint fills me with anticipation for its completion. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. Previously, they had thought they were merely building a house, but now they felt they were crafting something novel and innovative. Every aspect, from materials to construction techniques to design, shattered their preconceived notions, offering a fresh experience. With a sufficient number of workers and the absence of complicated procedures like erecting steel frames or installing plumbing and electricity, the entire framework was completed in merely half a month. During this time, Zheng Quchi also took the opportunity to create some decorative paint. She applied a yellowish-brown clay mixture to the earthen walls, transforming them into a pristine white, a concoction primarily made from resin and lime, significantly resistant to moisture, insects, and mosquitoes. Upon learning of this paint's utility, the craftsmen, with sheepish expressions, requested a list of ingredients, intending to use it for their own homes. Zheng Quchi generously obliged, sharing her knowledge. With the main structure complete, the interior and exterior decorations awaited finishing touches. She ventured into a small grove, stripping the grass from the stream side to embellish her yard. Additionally, she gathered wild roses, wild chrysanthemums, and irises, plants that were both ornamental and medicinal, to plant in her flower beds, and enlisted help to purchase some peach and pear saplings for her garden. Although her house was modest, it brimmed with vibrant scenery, evergreen throughout the seasons, and each detail exuded uniqueness. Observing the gradually forming structure, the onlookers marveled. Brother saying, "I had no idea a house could be so aesthetically pleasing without exorbitant costs." However, one remarked, "Your courtyard wall is remarkably high. I wonder what the intention is. What else could it be?" "For theft prevention and to deter prying eyes," she replied. Why did she spend a considerable amount acquiring glutinous rice? For stability and security. She had even installed sharp wooden spikes along the rough stone wall, having tested their effectiveness. Even the strongest individual would find it challenging to breach her courtyard. While it might not deter skilled martial artists, she had already set up traps for those who might enter through unconventional means. On the day of completion at Tsang's family courtyard, the craftsmen stood in awe, mesmerized by the house they had constructed. It wasn't grand like a palace or flamboyant like a bustling city, but it radiated warmth and comfort, resembling the ideal home of their dreams. On the day of the move, Zheng Quchi lavishly prepared a feast of roasted chickens, steamed buns, stews, and a large pot of rice to celebrate and express her gratitude. The craftsmen, honoring her invitation, not only arrived but also brought gifts. One apprentice contributed a set of 7-star tables and chairs, a testament to his craftsmanship. As the 7-star table could be disassembled into smaller sections for 4 or reassembled into a large round table for 7. Lei Gong, who had a position in the county, although he did not assist on this occasion, sent 3 sturdy wooden beds as a congratulatory gesture, a valuable addition that left the onlookers envious. Other craftsmen gifted boxes, cabinets, and shelves to celebrate her new home. Zheng Quchi joyfully welcomed all these furnishings into her house, which was now filled to the brim, making her beam with delight. Brother Sang appeared rather flustered, feeling undeserving of such attention. Yet Zheng Quchi accepted everything with a warm smile, leaving him at a loss for words. Internally, she felt grateful for their kindness. These individuals had become her new friends in this world, unable to afford their wages, as they were renowned carpenters from the village. Paying them would only serve to embarrass her. Thus, she recorded this kindness and shared some of her architectural knowledge with them. In the courtyard, she had constructed a platform topped with a stone table, fashioned by the carpenters according to her specifications. As the crescent moon hung in the night sky, after a hearty meal and drinks, the men began to boast and banter, creating a lively atmosphere. "My son will surely marry this year, and next year. He'll give me a plump grandson," one boasted. "It's almost the end of the year, and the wedding procession will commence soon. My brother has been waiting all year for a beautiful bride." Zheng Quchi found this topic familiar, recalling that her brother had mentioned involving her in the wedding procession. She leaned in and asked, "Brother, uncle, what is this wedding procession all about?" "How do you not know?" "By the way," brother sang, "you must be turning 16 soon, right? Must one marry at 16? She frowned. In Yi country, if a girl did not marry by 16, or a boy did not wed, they would incur heavy taxes, increasing each year. Failure to pay could lead to imprisonment. In our village, there is a family whose eldest daughter is covered in blemishes after years in the wedding procession. No one has taken her. They were once a prominent family, but after paying taxes, they ended up selling their home, their grain, their fields. Now they can barely afford to eat. And your family, can you afford it?" Zheng Quchi replied. "No, we cannot. Even wealthy families have been driven to bankruptcy. What chance did her modest household stand?" It seemed that remaining single in Yi country was, indeed, a crime. Marriage is an inevitable milestone for men and women alike. Who does not yearn for the warmth of a family, with a loving spouse and children? However, dear brother Zheng, you are still young. As time passes, you will surely contemplate the idea of marriage, ha ha ha. Yet, she would not think of a husband. Even as she ages, her desires would remain focused on men. It is surprising that the Kingdom of Yi has such dire regulations. Does this not imply that regardless of gender, one cannot escape the fate of being coerced into marriage? The situation is indeed grave, and yet another pressing issue looms ahead. Life is challenging, and to exist as someone who is neither male nor female, and to avoid marriage, seems even more daunting. With a heavy heart, after indulging too much, she found herself suffering from a hangover the next day. Little did she anticipate that an even more troubling matter awaited her. At noon, a scholar clad in blue approached her door. Brother Zheng was in the kitchen preparing a meal, while Sister Zheng was watering the flower bed. Zheng Quchi rubbed her temples and went to open the door. "Who are you looking for?" Upon first seeing Zheng Quchi, the scholar paused, taken aback by her unusual complexion, especially as she appeared quite diminutive, resembling a piece of coal. "Ah, I'm a local official here for the registration of young women of marriageable age. Zheng Quchi, age 16, is a member of your household, correct?" He scanned behind her for others, but upon glimpsing the Zheng residence, his eyes widened in astonishment. What a uniquely charming home. What is that green tile on the roof? How is the wall constructed so flawlessly and painted so immaculately? The platform and corridor connecting the main house, with its intricate and meandering structure, illuminated by the golden rays of the sun, evokes a serene and ethereal atmosphere, as if I have stepped into another realm. Zheng Quchi stood in stunned silence after hearing his words, abruptly turning to see Brother Zheng approaching. He, however, appeared unfazed. "Yes, this is our household. Please proceed with the registration. She's gone to visit relatives and will return in a couple of days." Who went to visit relatives? Brother. "Ah, I see." The official answered absently, while his gaze remained fixed on the Zheng residence. "In 3 days' time, the wedding procession will come to collect her. If she is absent or ill and misses it, you must go to the county office to pay the unmarried tax." Brother Zheng nodded. "We understand." The necessary registrations were completed, and the official seemed reluctant to leave. Eventually, he was firmly ushered out by the increasingly impatient Zheng Quchi, who slammed the door behind him. She turned to Brother Zheng, her eyes wide with anger. "Why is there a registration for Zheng Quchi in our household?" Calmly, Brother Zheng explained, "Years ago, our parents invested heavily to register both your male and female identities in Fuxian, as Zheng Xianqing, a craftsman, and as Zheng Quchi, the adopted daughter of the Zheng family, who frequently travels to visit relatives." Zheng Quchi was taken aback. Is that even permissible? And what does it mean to be perpetually visiting relatives? Brother Zheng reassured her that it was merely a facade. They were not aristocrats, and no one would scrutinize trivial matters. "You were compelled to disguise yourself as a man out of necessity, but you are inherently a woman. Do you truly intend to live your life as a man, in constant fear of being conscripted for labor?" But that was not the crux of the matter. At a loss for words, she could only ask, "Brother, if I marry, what will happen to Zheng Xianqing? Naturally, that identity will cease to exist." Cease to exist? She lowered her eyes, knowing full well that if Zheng Xianqing were to vanish suddenly, it would lead to dire consequences. The Zheng family could face severe interrogations, or worse, be eliminated without a trace, especially considering the Mo family, where her identity as Zheng Quchi had long been exposed. Yet they remained oblivious to the secret of her being a woman. These intricate issues were beyond her ability to convey to Brother Zheng, who failed to grasp the severity of the situation. She could only divert his thoughts on marriage by saying, "But if no man is earning outside, how will our family survive?" Brother Zheng stood firm. "I will find a way." Seeing his resolute expression, Zheng Quchi lowered her voice. "Brother, I cannot marry." Brother Zheng seemed to have anticipated her reaction. Instead of engaging in an argument, he simply asked, "All right, if you do not marry, can you afford the taxes for 2 people? One for Zheng Xianqing, and one for Zheng Quchi, who will not marry?" Having long seen through her materialistic tendencies, Brother Zheng's words hit home, leaving her in disarray. Goodness! Zheng Quchi's expression faltered. Could she truly pay? Her hard-earned wages had nearly been exhausted on renovating the new house. What would she use to pay her life? "If you insist on not restoring your identity as a woman and marrying, that is fine. I will not pressure you." If you cannot pay the taxes, our entire family may end up in the county jail. He looked at her, waiting for her final decision. Regardless of her choice, Brother Zheng would support her, yet he could not comprehend her aversion to the idea of marriage. Frustrated, Zheng Quchi scratched her head and exhaled deeply. Fine, I will restore my identity as a woman and join the wedding procession. However, I have one condition. What condition? Zheng Xianxin cannot disappear, she stated firmly. Brother Zheng was taken aback. You mean you intend to continue being Zheng Quchi while also being Zheng Xianxin? Yes. 3 days had passed since her conversation with Brother Zheng, and the wedding procession arrived as scheduled, accompanied by 4 local soldiers. The leader was none other than the official who had previously come to register the eligible young women. Named Lu Wenqing. Are you ready? He inquired politely. Brother Zheng, pulling Sister Zheng along, replied with a smile, Please wait a moment, sir. We will be ready shortly. As the inner door swung open, a dark-skinned girl emerged, her curly hair braided into 2 pigtails. She wore a simple cloth dress, her petite figure obscured by her dark complexion, rendering her features less distinct. Yet, when she lifted her gaze, her large, round, light brown eyes were somewhat charming. Lu Wenqing hesitantly asked, Zheng Quchi? Yes, came the reluctant reply. Indeed, like brother, like sister, she was as short and dark as Zheng Xianxin, while Brother Zheng appeared tall and fair-skinned, distinctly different from the rest of the family. Then let us proceed. This group of marriage-seeking maidens from Hego village consisted of over a dozen eligible young women. Some were strikingly beautiful, others were merely ordinary, and a few were unremarkable yet possess a certain appeal. However, amidst this gathering, the most conspicuous were a short, dark-skinned girl and an older woman with a face full of blemishes. They could be regarded as the peculiar pair of the matchmaking event. In front, the 10 or so lively young women, each adorned with their own flair, vied to secure a marriage in a single procession. Remaining unmarried would mean a burden on the family, and they would face discrimination both at home and in the village. Thus, each wedding procession became a vibrant display of competition. Meanwhile, the 2 lagging behind like lazy snakes included a woman with a face full of blemishes, who regarded the dark-skinned girl with pity. Alas, it seems we will not marry this year. Upon hearing this, Zheng Quchi's nerves twitched. Are you familiar with me? It's just the 2 of us, right? Besides, this is my first time participating in such a social event. What gives you the right to assume I won't find a match? The dark-skinned Zheng Quchi silently scoffed, but outwardly asked, Why is that? The slightly plump girl, appearing to be in her 20s, lamented, There are so many beautiful newcomers in this batch. The competition is fierce. With your complexion resembling that of coal, which man would wish for a dark-skinned child? Zheng Quchi glared at her. Excuse me, is that how you speak? I am not naturally dark-skinned. It is merely that I have been stained by charcoal for too long, and the color will fade in due time. But suddenly, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Zheng Quchi began to feel a sense of unease, plagued by self-doubt. What if the pickling process turned out disastrous, leaving her forever resembling a piece of coal? What are you thinking? Your face seems to darken even further. Zheng Quchi shot a sideways glance, her tongue sharp. Are you not the one who, after years of marriage, ended up with the family selling all their possessions to avoid imprisonment? The speckled woman? Come on, let us hurt each other. Who is afraid of whom? The speckled woman gritted her teeth. Who called me the speckled woman? I am Jean Duobao. I've heard even the simpleton from the neighboring village has suitors. Why have you remained single for so long? She continued to poke at her sore spots. However, Zheng Quchi was genuinely curious. Despite Jean Duobao's face being marked with blemishes, they were merely the result of a life spent in labor under the sun. Beyond the superficial evaluation of beauty, practicality took precedence in their society. Those with ailments or disabilities often found themselves as perennial guests in a marriage procession. Such families, often involuntarily unmarried, were eligible for reduced or waived unmarried taxes, depending on the county's assessment. Jean Duobao raised her double chin with pride. I, Jean Duobao, seek a literate suitor, one of exceptional appearance. Do you think just any peasant can win my hand? I can only hope to meet a man with discernment who values inner qualities. Upon hearing this, Zheng Quchi's expression reflected admiration. Let us not even discuss your family. Their temperament must be quite agreeable, I presume. It is well known that literate individuals in rural areas are few and far between. Her expectations are akin to seeking a modern-day Adonis amidst a sea of mediocrity. How can you be so sure? Is it not obvious? Jean Duobao has maintained her high standards for years without compromise. It is not merely due to her family's former wealth, but also a result of being spoiled. Just a guess. Oh, and what about you? Zheng Quchi tugged at the hem of her skirt, feeling constricted after being accustomed to trousers. Just letting fate decide. She had no intention of marrying anyone. Yet, to avoid the unmarried tax, she planned to observe the men at this matchmaking event, hoping to find a poor man without relatives or a home, who bore the heavy burden of taxes. Typically, those who pay increasing unmarried taxes are resistant to marriage or harbor some hidden afflictions that deter them from taking a wife. Such individuals would align perfectly with her own intentions. More importantly, he would likely be impoverished. If not coerced by circumstance, he would surely prefer to stay away. Marrying into the male protagonist's family was out of the question, if he was indeed without kin and residence. She could seize the opportunity to invite him as a son-in-law, thereby entering a mutually non-intrusive contractual marriage. In essence, she could inform the Zheng family of her marital intentions while still retaining her freedom to pursue her desires. She believed such men should not be hard to find. How naive! As the wedding procession gathered at the designated location, the spacious, leveled ground of Inxian witnessed an influx of spectators from neighboring villages, particularly children and women. This time, over 30 eligible men had registered, while the number of women exceeded 50. This stark imbalance instantly heightened the competition for courtship among the women. No way. Zheng Quchi stood among the beauties, feeling inconspicuous, and hurriedly asked Jean Duobao, "Is it the men choosing the women, or the women choosing the men?" Jean Duobao, taken aback, replied, "If it were the women choosing, would I still be single after all these years?" This made perfect sense. Zheng Quchi's gaze turned vacant. She calculated in her mind that perhaps, just perhaps, the Zheng family might face some legal troubles this year. On the eve of the wedding procession, Wang Zibang stood watch atop the city walls, feeling the ground tremble beneath him as a plume of dust rose, announcing the return of a cavalry unit, cutting through the autumn dusk. "Open the gates! Welcome the general." Wang Zibang's face lit up with joy. "General, all is well?" Yuwen Sheng dismounted nimbly, shaking off the dust from his helmet, followed by a woman in a hooded cloak who stumbled forward. "Congratulations, General. This time, we return laden with spoils. Our army's might shall only grow stronger with these new provisions." Wei Yao also removed his helmet, holding it at his waist, glancing curiously at Wang Zibang. "Have you lost your wits? Are you actually speaking such flattery?" Wang Zibang felt his ears burn with embarrassment and snapped back, "If you can't speak wisely, then remain silent." Shooting him a glare, Wang Zibang hurried to catch up with Yuwen Sheng, who had already entered the camp. Yuwen Sheng shrugged off his crimson cloak, which was promptly taken by an aide who began to help him remove his armor. He glanced at Wang Zibang, who seemed ready to speak. "Do you have something to say?" Wang Zibang quickly replied, "General, tomorrow is the day of the county's matchmaking event. The county magistrate is currently registering the information of unmarried men household by household. And what about you? Due to the prolonged state of war, the state of Yi places great emphasis on increasing its population, for a larger populace signifies greater national strength. Hence, there are policies enforcing early marriages and rewarding larger families. Throughout Yi, from noble lords to common folk, everyone is bound by this law." Yuwen Sheng merely smiled dismissively. "Register away." Wang Zibang knew from the general's demeanor what he was contemplating. "General, your unmarried tax has accumulated to an unfathomable degree, even if the general's household could afford it. Why should we? The unmarried tax for commoners increases annually, perhaps by factors of 1, 2, 4. However, the ruler of Yi believes in leading by example, commanding officials to serve as role models. Those of marriageable age who remain unmarried face severe penalties. The tax escalates based on rank. For a high-ranking official like the general, it multiplies by factors of 1, 10, 100. Yuwen Sheng remained impassive, lowering his gaze to remove his blood-stained gloves. Seeing that he could not sway his master, Wang Zibang steeled himself, determined to convey his entire message. "The ruler has decreed that the general must marry this year. He stated that if you do not adhere to the laws you enforce, the populace will surely follow suit. He even suggested that if no suitable woman could be found in the entire state of Yi, he would bestow Princess Sheng'an upon you." That last remark was indeed a threat. Yuwen Sheng had no intention of marrying the often disparaged Princess Sheng'an, and the ruler was well aware of this aversion. Yet, He relished the opportunity to provoke Yuwen Sheng. Indeed, Yuwen Sheng's previously indifferent expression rippled like a stone cast into still waters, hinting at something dark and predatory lurking beneath the surface. A light chuckle broke the tense atmosphere. Is he truly attempting to encroach upon my personal affairs? Wang Zibang understood that leveraging the ruler's words to pressure the general into a matchmaking event would surely infuriate him, and he felt a dampness of sweat pooling in his palms. Among the women at this wedding procession were numerous virtuous ladies, though their families were modest. They were well-mannered and possessed decent looks. Should the general find no one to his liking, he could perhaps take a concubine to appease the ruler and the court's incessant pressure for marriage. In the court, who would only marry one wife. If a suitable primary wife was not found, a concubine was often brought in to comply with the marriage policies. He presented the gathered information on the prospective brides for the general's perusal. A concubine? Yuwen Sheng's eyes glimmered with amusement, like an inkfish trailing dark hues. Yet, a man of the Yuwen family marries only one legal wife. There are no extraneous relationships, no separations, no divorces. The only circumstance that could lead to a division is death. Of course, that pertains to the matters of his parents' generation. As for whether or not Yuwen Sheng would marry, it was of little consequence. Even if he were to bring a woman home, she would merely serve as a decorative figure. Wang Zibang was taken aback to hear this for the first time. Yet, this might be the only opportunity to help the general find a partner. He understood that the general's heart was cold and devoid of affection. He did not wish for the general to remain solitary for a lifetime. At the very least, there should be a woman by his side to express warmth and care, tending to his needs and bearing his children. Only then could those loyal souls who stood by the general feel at ease. General, the wedding procession is crowded and chaotic, making it inconvenient to enter under your true identity. I have forged part of your identity information, allowing you to join without disturbance and choose a woman to your liking. Zibang, you have truly prepared everything meticulously, Yuwen Sheng replied with a smile. With the dossier and the forged identity, your thoughtfulness is indeed touching. Upon hearing this, Wang Zibang immediately knelt down in alarm. Please punish me, General. Coincidentally, I have pressing matters to attend to. You have inadvertently provided me with an opportunity. If there's a next time, do not take such liberties. Yuwen Sheng's tone grew increasingly gentle, yet Wang Zibang felt a chill envelop him. His head bowed low. Go spend a day soaking in the blood fish pool. Long after Yuwen Sheng and his troops had departed, Wang Zibang remained in a kneeling position. Wei Yao crouched down and patted Wang Zibang's shoulder. Brave one, you managed to persuade our general to take a wife. But do those village girls truly deserve him? Wang Zibang straightened his rigid spine and brushed his hand against Wei Yao's. The general claims to be stationed to train troops and fortify the borders, but in truth, he has been exiled due to the king's jealousy. None of us know when we might return to Taiyuan. Should we allow the general to remain single indefinitely? More importantly, the general's continued bachelorhood has resulted in our ever-increasing unmarried tax, which has accumulated to a staggering sum by this year. All right, do not be so agitated. We do not even know what sort of woman the general will eventually marry. Upon hearing this, Wang Zibang began to envision the appearance of the future lady. She must be fair and beautiful with a tall figure. Only then would their offspring be plump and fair. Furthermore, she should be gentle and virtuous, capable of managing the household affairs. He had meticulously selected the best candidates for the general, believing wholeheartedly that the general would not make a poor choice. On the day of the wedding procession, Wang Zibang chose a delicate cotton silk robe for Yuwen Sheng, obscured his eyes with a veil, and assisted him as he walked slowly along the rural path. Now, Yuwen Sheng was no longer the iron-willed general, but rather resembled a cultured scholar. Wang Zibang had disguised him as a learned man to ensure he blended seamlessly into the list of eligible bachelors. In a secluded corner, several hidden soldiers closely monitored the street, ready to act at the slightest sign of trouble. At the marriage site in Fuxian, the men had arrived early to await the procession. Many were unable to contain their excitement, while others maintained a calm demeanor, yet all shared in anticipation for the bride. Eventually, the wedding procession arrived, revealing a line of women of varying heights and builds, each exuding their unique charm. Their eyes shimmered with shyness, curiosity, anxiety, and hope as they fell upon the 30-odd unmarried men across from them. Among them, the oldest appeared to be in his 30s, a retired soldier with a missing arm, receiving state compensation that exempted him from the unmarried tax. Despite participating in the procession year after year, he had yet to find a willing bride. The younger candidates were merely 16, and Zheng Quchi would not consider such a young suitor, despite the norms of the time. For her, a man in his 20s was far more suitable. The retired soldier could be an option as well. His age and appearance were acceptable. However, she had heard that his family was quite chaotic, leading her to dismiss that possibility. Once all parties had gathered, the local official began introducing the men, detailing their names, ages, family backgrounds, and even their unmarried tax status. While the men were to select the women held the power to accept or refuse. If they agreed to marry, a date would be set. If not, they would be required to pay the unmarried tax if no other suitor showed interest. The official stood prominently, reading through the personal information of the gathered bachelors. The women could take this opportunity to assess the men. If there was mutual attraction, they could happily agree to an engagement. However, if none caught their eye, they would have to settle for less. Those unwilling to compromise, like Jean Duobao, would have to rely on their family's wealth for support. Zheng Quchi found herself in a dire situation, having exhausted her funds after paying the unmarried tax for Zheng Xianqing. She contemplated resolving the various issues left by Zheng Xianqing within a year and sought to obtain a disability certificate for him, as individuals with permanent disabilities in Yegua were exempt from the unmarried tax. However, without connections at court, forging such a document would be challenging, requiring her to be opportunistic. Shuyang Village, Shan, 16 years old, with parents, an older brother, a younger brother, and a younger sister, 6 in total. First time participating in the wedding procession, he owed 500 coins in unmarried tax, which would be waived if he married this year. However, due to his large family, he was deemed unsuitable and eliminated. Hiku Village, Huangnan, 17 years old, second time participating in the wedding procession, owed 1,000 coins in unmarried tax, which would also be waived upon marriage. His family ran a small business in the county and had a modest income. As the only son, he would not be willing to marry into another family, thus eliminated. Zheng Quchi attentively listened to the official's introductions, carefully selecting her options. Yet, either the ages were inappropriate or the family situations were too complicated. There was one man of suitable age, but he was homeless and had no possessions. However, the nearby sisters whispered that he was a habitual thief. Despised by everyone in his village, they would rather pay than marry him. Zheng Quchi thought, if others do not want him, neither will I, eliminated. As the official continued to read through the names, he stuttered upon reaching one name. His voice caught in his throat. He stared wide-eyed at the record in his hands, prompting puzzled looks from the crowd. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, though his expression remained peculiar. Lu Fengyan, 21 years old, orphaned, no siblings, a foreigner, without home or occupation. He has been absent from the wedding procession for 4 years, and the unmarried tax owed is. He took a deep breath, steadying his voice as he announced an astronomical figure that left the crowd in shock. All eyes turned to the corner where Lu Fengyan stood, his eyes covered by a veil, revealing a finely shaped chin and a pair of slightly red, luscious lips. His tall and upright figure exuded an extraordinary presence. Previously obscured by the other men, now that they turned to look, he was fully revealed. With his stature and striking appearance, he shone like a celestial body amidst the mundane. The onlookers momentarily found it difficult to divert their gaze. Yet, with his eyes covered, was he perhaps blind? The crowd could not help but speculate. Among them, Zheng Quchi's reaction was the most pronounced. Upon first hearing the name Lu Fengyan, she felt an inexplicable familiarity but thought little of it. As she listened to the village chief's introduction, a spark of excitement ignited within her. To her astonishment, someone truly met all her criteria. It seemed that her long-desired partner for a contractual marriage had finally arrived. Her curiosity piqued, and she eagerly anticipated seeing what he looked like. Being petite, she stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse through the crowd. When she finally discerned his face, she gasped in disbelief. It dawned on her that this Lu Fengyan was indeed the very same she had heard of about a month prior. Wasn't he the strategist for Yuwen Sheng? Although this was merely her conjecture, she wondered how he ended up in this rural matchmaking gathering. Just as her thoughts spiraled, she heard the village chief announce the exorbitant unmarried tax he was required to pay, causing her eyes to widen in shock. It seemed she had an inkling of why he was here for matchmaking. The saying goes that even a hero can be brought low by trifling sums. Yet the burdens he bore were far greater than mere coin. It was inconceivable that even a general of Yu and Sheng's caliber could easily afford such a sum. She recalled how he had once donned splendid garments, now reduced to a state of disarray. Was he truly compelled to seek a wife out of desperation? Zheng Quchi felt her heart bleed at the thought of having encountered a man that perfectly matched her ideals, only to be forced to relinquish him. Yet what choice did she have? She was Zheng Xianqing. Marrying him under Zheng Quchi's identity posed the risk of exposure and potential betrayal to Yuwen Sheng. The village chief, noticing the shock among the attendees, quickly reassured them, suggesting that perhaps there had been a clerical error at the county office and he would verify the figure shortly. The others, blindly trusting the village chief, accepted his words. However, Zheng Quchi remained skeptical. The ancient calculations did not utilize Arabic numerals. A mere tremor of the hand could not lead to such a gross misrepresentation, especially with such a vast amount at stake. The likelihood of error was minimal, particularly given the magnitude of the sum. The women present couldn't help but steal glances at Lu Fengyan. Even with only the lower half of his face visible, he was undeniably alluring, eliciting quiet admiration. However, the reality of him being a destitute outsider without home or land made the prospect of marrying him seem daunting, especially considering his blindness, which likely rendered him incapable of self-sufficiency. Some women, once filled with aspirations, felt doused with cold water, gradually abandoning their desires for marriage. This self-introduction was but a ploy by Wang Zibang, reflecting a common folly among men who believe that a general should not seek a woman motivated by his wealth. She must be virtuous, compassionate, and willing to endure hardship alongside a man of nothing, lest she be deemed mercenary, superficial, and lacking discernment. If only Yuwen Sheng were not reliant on a cane and blinded, he might have captivated with his charm. Yet, his circumstances were undeniably dire. Akin to a once majestic phoenix now reduced to a mere chicken. When it came to the common folk, sustenance and warmth far outweighed superficial pleasures. In an instant, attention towards Yuwen Sheng dwindled. Zheng Quchi was uncertain whether Lu Fengyan was truly blind, but she noticed that he always wore a veil over his eyes, moving with agility that belied his condition, causing her to overlook this detail. Upon reflection, it was improbable for a normal person to constantly cover their eyes. He likely suffered from a serious ailment. As the village chief concluded the introductions of eligible men, it was now the women's turn. Each woman was required to provide not only her name and age, but also her health status, with specific notes for those who were frail or mentally unwell. As each woman presented herself, she stepped forward to be scrutinized by the men. Here, the more attractive women were at an advantage. After the introductions, the village chief began the matchmaking process, allowing men to inquire about any woman they found appealing. If a match was made, both parties would consent. Soon, the young and eager boys and girls began conversing with those they found interesting. Zheng Quchi was concerned that her appeal seemed somewhat niche when she heard Jean Duobao say, "Hey, little ruler, don't you dare compete with me. Who have you set your sights on?" She found her friend rather discerning, curious about which gentleman had caught her fancy. "That one," Jean Duobao gestured. Zheng Quchi turned and was taken aback. "Lu Fengyan? What do you see in him? He's handsome. Even if he's blind, he won't see the blemishes on my face, allowing him to get to know the true me," Jean Duobao replied. "But aren't you looking for someone literate?" Zheng Quchi questioned. "You don't understand. Have you seen the attire he wears?" "He has clearly well read," Jean Duobao insisted. "You have a keen eye. The most crucial part is, given his impoverished circumstances, no one else will want him. If I express my willingness to marry him, he will undoubtedly accept. After waiting for so long, don't sabotage my chance just because you're struggling to find a match." "Do as you wish," Zheng Quchi retorted. "Hey, why the long face again?" "Because your face is so pockmarked it's quite off-putting." As the banter continued, it became evident that, as Jean Duobao had noted, none of the other women showed any interest in Lu Fengyan. Yet, occasionally, glances strayed in his direction, a testament to his allure. Strangely, Lu Fengyan did not actively engage anyone, standing quietly as if he were a beautifully sculpted statue, exuding an air of melancholic beauty. Zheng Quchi suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for him, especially when she witnessed Jean Duobao boldly approach him. "Lu Fengyan, my name is Jean Duobao. I do not mind your blindness or your lack of ambition. I will marry you if you choose me." Zheng Quchi couldn't help but grimace. Is this a proposal or a curse? At her words, Yuwen Sheng turned slightly, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. In that moment, a gentle breeze stirred, and the delicate blossoms trembled, captivating the attention of all present. They unwittingly paused their chatter, drawn to the unfolding scene. "Lu, may I pose 2 questions to the lady?" "Please do," she replied. "The county has faced years of drought. Aside from carrying water in pots, are there any other solutions?" "What?" Jean Duobao was taken aback. What a peculiar, almost cruel question. The essence of the inquiry was trivial, as he merely sought to amuse himself at her expense. No one discerned Yuwen Sheng's true dark intentions, interpreting his words as concern for the welfare of the people. Jean Duobao could not respond, feeling flustered. Is this question even significant? Yuwen Sheng feigned regret. If you cannot answer, it suggests you are not attuned to my thoughts and cannot comprehend my concerns. Angered, Jean Duobao's face flushed. I simply do not know. As a woman, my focus is on marrying and serving my family. Such matters are for scholars to ponder. Can anyone here answer this? Her words resonated with others in the room, who nodded in agreement. Yet Zheng Quchi pondered the question seriously. Indeed, the county had experienced a prolonged drought, and the stream at the village's entrance had long run dry. The only water source nearby was a river several kilometers away. Near Chang Sunpo camp, 4 farmers relying on the weather. A lack of irrigation could spell disaster come harvest time. She regarded him thoughtfully, realizing, no wonder he is an official. His mindset differs from that of ordinary folk. Jean Duobao gazed at his face for an extended period, and her temper seemed to dissipate significantly. She managed to muster a smile. All right, even if I cannot answer the first question, what about the second? Yuwen Sheng slowly lifted his gaze, his fingers absent-mindedly caressing the smooth surface of his cane. Yet his words sent a shiver down her spine. If a war breaks out and you are captured by the enemy, subjected to their relentless torment, would you endure the humiliation to survive, or would you choose to end your own life? What? Jean Duobao could hardly believe the absurdity of his question. His demeanor remained calm, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his words were sharp. Can't answer? There are only 2 options. Just pick one. Zheng Jinbao, fearing for her life, replied, endure the humiliation to survive? He merely smiled in silence. Is that wrong? Then I would choose to end my life. Yet, he continued to remain silent. It was evident that neither of these answers satisfied him, or perhaps he had already dismissed Jean Duobao as responses from the outset. Any answer she provided was deemed incorrect. At that moment, another man could no longer contain himself, and spoke up, You are quite strange, asking such questions. Who demands these of a potential bride? A blind man with an ugly woman is fitting. Indeed, if you reject her, no one else will marry you. With that frightful dowry, you'll likely spend the rest of your life in prison. Jean Duobao glared angrily. Who's ugly? I merely have a little more on my face than others. Ha ha ha. It seems even the blind cannot look upon you, Jean Duobao. A beautiful woman laughed, covering her mouth. Enraged and embarrassed, Jean Duobao turned to Yuwen Sheng and shouted, You filthy blind man. Not only are your eyes blind, but your heart is too. Do you think I, Jean Duobao, covet you? Just as she was about to continue her tirade, a clear voice decisively interrupted. Have you finished asking? Please step aside. I have questions to pose. A petite girl with even skin tone emerged from the back. As soon as she appeared, the others couldn't help but cast a few glances her way. Unlike the blind scholar, their gaze wasn't one of admiration. Amidst the crowd of pale and yellowish skin tones, she stood out starkly like a lump of coal. Chapter 32. Shared Misery. Seeing Zheng Quchi. Jean Duobao recalled her earlier boastful words. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Who do you wish to ask about? Is it Lu Fengmian as well? Zheng Quchi wouldn't dare inquire about him. She had realized that he was beyond the reach of ordinary women. Her aim was clear, targeting the brooding scar-faced man at the back of the crowd. I want to ask about Daniel, the elder brother. I assume that's his name. According to the information, he was 21, solitary, a stonemason, injured by falling rocks a few years ago, and had been recuperating at home since, living off a meager income. Perfect, poor and injured, with only a small dilapidated house to his name, he was an ideal candidate to become a son-in-law. The scar-faced man raised his eyes, scrutinizing Zheng Quchi, appearing somewhat dissatisfied yet willing to accept her. After all, given his circumstances, it was a fair deal. Fine, whatever you ask, I will oblige. He decided, yearning for the domestic bliss of a wife and children after so many years of solitude. Zheng Quchi, sensing his eagerness, gained confidence. Can you accept being his son-in-law? What? Dinyo's expression mirrored that of Jean Duobao when she had been stumped by Lu Fengmian's question. It was one of absurdity and disbelief. Are you out of your mind? He likely didn't grasp the joy of a man living off a woman's support. Zheng Quchi planned to elaborate. Your arm is currently unable to handle heavy labor. I will take on the work at home. I am strong and can provide for you, as long as you accept being a son-in-law. Dinyo's face flushed crimson as he noticed the strange glances and suppressed laughter from those around him. Suddenly, he felt he could endure another decade of solitude. Impossible. What can a woman possibly do? Zheng Quchi, gathering her thoughts, spoke without taking a breath. I can mine, chop wood, repair houses, dig ditches. I can fish, build dams, construct bridges, and even make boats. If that isn't enough, I can learn other skills. For a moment, the air seemed to be sucked out of the space, and everyone stared at her in disbelief. Yuwen Sheng, who had been disinterested in this matchmaking event, found himself drawn to her forceful words and glanced in her direction. He raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing beneath his veil. How intriguing this little creature is. Observing her closely, he recalled a face muddied with darkness. Oh, he seemed to have forgotten what Sang Xianqing looked like, only remembering that she, too, had an eye-catching shade of darkness. Could it be that those who were dark-skinned possess such charm? Though Dinyo was impoverished, he couldn't tolerate the humiliation and pointed angrily. If you're so capable, why not join that blind man? You both are just a pair of fools. Zheng Quchi shook momentarily. Her question should not have been as cutting as Lu Fengmian's. She had heard that the people of Fu County were generally accepting of the idea of becoming a son-in-law. Countless examples existed in the countryside. Why, then, did it come across as foolish to her? The local militia stepped forward, their expressions stern. Enough. Step back. We are about to begin selecting. Those who had gathered to watch and laugh dared not defy the militia and quickly returned to their positions. The men who had come seeking wives now had their targets in mind. The village chief distributed a paper with the character happiness written on it to the men. If they were interested in someone, they would hand it to the woman. If she accepted, the engagement was deemed successful. In an instant, some remained passive, while others were eager to act. As women of quality were chosen one after another, those left behind began to feel increasingly anxious, fearing harsh reprimands upon returning home empty-handed, and dreading the dowry they could not afford. A woman with a birthmark on her face suddenly kneeled. I can give up everything, even be a concubine. Whoever wishes to marry me, I will go with him. Such desperation? Zheng Quchi turned to look. At that moment, Dinyo, who had caught her eye, hesitated before stepping forward to present the happiness slip. If you do not mind, please marry me. The woman was taken aback with joy, quickly accepting the slip, nodding. Thank you, I am willing. Zheng Quchi watched the newly formed couple, her expression turning pale. Jean Duobao elbowed Zheng Quchi, relishing in her misfortune. Little Blackie, the one you fancied is now someone else's. She never imagined that a matchmaking event could devolve into such a competition. It was utterly beyond her expectations. With over 30 single men having made their selections, only 2 or 3 undesirable candidates remained, each holding on to their stubborn pride. The women's situation mirrored this. As Zheng Quchi found herself among those left behind, her initial confidence waned into self-doubt, experiencing the process of a matchmaking event. She felt she wasn't ugly aside from being a bit darker. She had even plucked her eyebrows and washed her face clean. Why then? Was no one interested in her? She remained oblivious to the fact that her argument for becoming a son-in-law had frightened the men away. Jean Duobao, having long since become a difficult-to-marry woman, glared enviously at Lu Fengmian, who had not yet been chosen. What an insufferable blind man. He can be proud all he wants, but if he doesn't marry me, he'll be stuck paying that dowry and end up in prison. Zheng Quchi gazed across the way. Compared to the several dark and unattractive men, Lu Fengmian stood apart, embodying a different aura altogether. Previously, she had believed that a man's appearance held little importance, that handsomeness could not be eaten. What truly mattered was one's ability to earn a living. Yet now, she found herself regretting her earlier rash judgments. When a person is exceptionally good-looking, it becomes a remarkable asset, compelling others to willingly invest in his appearance. It was truly unfair that such an outstanding individual was met with disdain due to his blindness and poverty. Observing him standing there quietly, leaning on his cane, seemingly indifferent, one could only imagine the turmoil he must be enduring within. It was not because no remarkable woman could see through his blind and impoverished exterior to recognize his fragile, nearly shattered heart, but rather because his failure to secure a wife this time would result in an enormous tax burden. How tragic, for she too was enduring a similar torment. The flicker of hope she had clung to amidst the recent turmoil had already been crushed. Her family was unable to pay the taxes either. Perhaps out of shared suffering, or perhaps out of sheer desperation, Zheng Quchi's previous hesitations and entanglements weakened at that moment. She thought to herself that he had only met Zheng Quchi once in private, and after all, he couldn't see. As long as he did not recognize that Zheng Quchi and Zheng Quchi were indeed the same person, there would be no issue, right? More importantly, his conditions were simply too enticing. She had never encountered anyone better suited to be his son-in-law. He was also an innocent, so she had no reason to fear that he might develop feelings for her. Just as she weighed the pros and cons, her peripheral vision caught him moving. He leaned on his cane and walked toward a weeping woman. Zheng Quchi's pupils constricted, her body reacting faster than her mind. In chapter 33, she found herself ensnared. A glimmer of light reflected off Yuwen's eye, prompting him to subtly turn his head, sensing something amiss. Upon hearing a cry from the other side, he ceased his silent wait beneath the pear tree shade and stepped towards the wedding procession. Just as he intended to approach the female spy, a hand reached out from the side and tightly grasped him. The warmth of her touch, separated only by a thin layer of fabric, caused his smile to falter abruptly. I will marry you, and I ask nothing of you. I will even bring a new house as part of my dowry. Zheng Quchi gasped for breath from running too quickly. Meanwhile, the spy across from her widened her eyes in shock, breathless and alarmed by the scene. Yuwen turned his gaze, a faint, indecipherable smile curling at the corners of his crimson lips. What did you say? The spy trembled, feeling disdainful within. This little black girl was finished. The general despised being touched by others. What nonsense was she speaking? How could the general possibly marry a simple country girl like her? Zheng Quchi took a deep breath. Do I need to answer the two questions you posed earlier? Without waiting for his reply, she continued. The first question, Fuxian has suffered from years of drought. Apart from carrying water in jars, we could dig canals to divert water, establish a water system project, or construct a moat to store rainwater during the rainy season, among other strategies. Ultimately, a more detailed plan would require assessing the actual circumstances and adapting accordingly. Originally, Yuwen intended to break her wrist, but as she spoke, the clarity of her reasoning caused him to forget his actions momentarily. He fell silent. The proposal to dig canals had long been suggested by water conservancy officials, but construction difficulties had halted progress. The idea of repairing the moat was beneficial for both water management and city defense. Yet Fuxian's erratic rainy seasons would likely yield little water storage. Jean Duobao's eyes bulged in astonishment at Zheng Quchi's response, as if he had just heard a celestial being reciting an incomprehensible text. The others present had previously dismissed the blind man's questions as a joke, believing that an ordinary person could not comprehend how to resolve such livelihood issues. They had hardly listened, as they assumed that ordinary individuals ought to accept their ordinary status, and that only those in power would concern themselves with such matters. However, now someone was clearly providing answers, articulating them with clarity and depth. Although they did not fully understand, they felt an inexplicable sense of admiration. Wait, was she seriously speaking nonsense, or did she truly comprehend? Even if they were allowed to speak freely, they could not have articulated such an extensive discourse on water management. As for the second question, Zheng Quchi declared, if I were captured by the enemy, I would neither endure humiliation nor take my own life. I would feel no shame and would not invite disaster upon myself. I would stop at nothing to annihilate all those who dare to invade our borders. Her eyes shone with determination, every word resonating with sincerity, thus evoking a more profound impact. The derisive remarks from Jean Duobao and the others, once dismissed as trivial, now seemed to inspire an overwhelming tide of emotion within them. Yuwen stared at her, momentarily stunned. Zheng Quchi could not decipher his expression. She knew he disliked being touched, and she had already released his hand. With her light brown eyes wide open like a puppy seeking attention, she inquired, I have answered your two questions. Are you satisfied with my responses? Her declaration was bold and courageous, so vastly different from the person she had been before. The curve of his lips deepened, taking on a somewhat unhealthy appearance, akin to a blood-stained sickle. yet his gaze remained shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring clarity. Initially, those two questions had been posed casually. He had not anticipated anyone would provide an answer, perhaps not even contemplating the true nature of those inquiries. Yet, her responses seemed to align perfectly with his unspoken expectations. Suddenly, he recalled that she had also posed questions to others. His smile faded, and his tone took on a slightly sardonic edge. "Do you intend for me to become your son-in-law?" Zheng Quchi, having experienced a previous failure, was determined not to repeat the same mistakes. She now resembled a rogue, trying to woo her target back home under false pretenses, intending to consummate the relationship before he could back out. "No, it is you who will marry me. As of now, you have no house or money, so you may stay in my home." The art of deceiving someone into becoming a son-in-law was being executed with clarity by Zheng Quchi. "So you'll mine, chop wood, repair houses, dig canals, fish, construct dams, build bridges, and create boats to support me?" He laughed in a peculiar manner. Zheng Quchi's face lit up with excitement. Of course, she thought to herself, observing his delicate and sickly demeanor. He would undoubtedly be easy to care for. Yuwen fell silent once more. Zheng Quchi fixated her gaze upon him, fearful he might reject her as he had Jin Duo bow. It was all due to the ridiculous customs of the Yi kingdom. Why must men choose women? If she ever had the power to amend the laws of Yi, she would certainly change it to allow women to select their husbands. Feeling that failure was imminent, Zheng Quchi silently resented the injustice. It was then that a piece of red wedding paper was presented before her. "Village chief, I have made my choice." Zheng Quchi abruptly lifted her head to see him gazing at her, his white robes glowing softly in the gentle sunlight, accentuating his pale and ethereal features. "Zheng Quchi, I will marry you." At that moment, her breath seemed to halt. With a thud, Jin Duobao's knees buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground, her eyes devoid of light. Just moments ago, she had mocked the little black girl for choosing someone who had become another's. Yet she had not anticipated the swift retribution, as the person she had coveted had also become someone else's. Wailing, she lamented, "This year, I want to be able to marry again." The others were equally astonished by how accurately Jin Duobao's words had foretold the outcome, as these two individuals, once deemed mentally unsound, had indeed formed a pair. The female spy could hardly believe her ears, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Their general, who even the princess looked down upon, hailed as the god of war in the Yi kingdom, known for instilling fear across the 9 provinces, had ultimately fallen into the hands of such a simple black girl? Heaven help us, General. Had she known you had such peculiar tastes, she would have darkened herself even more. Alas, it was all too late. The general had ultimately become a husband. Zheng Quchi, having completed the necessary registration with Lu Fengyan, was about to lead her freshly minted spouse home when she suddenly heard an unusual commotion from behind, causing the ground beneath her feet to tremble slightly. Just as she was pondering the situation, she noticed Lu Fengyan suddenly covering his eyes. "Lu Fengyan, what is wrong with you?" His breath seemed unsteady, his languid voice dropping an octave. "My eyes feel rather uncomfortable. Could you please go to the apothecary and procure some pain relief medicine for me?" Zheng Quchi hurried forward, attempting to grasp his hand to assess the situation, only to see Lu Fengyan slightly turn away, shaking his head to evade her touch. "It is merely an old ailment. Is it painful? Then wait here for me. I shall promptly seek out a pharmacy to procure some painkillers for you." Zheng Quchi felt a sense of urgency to exhibit a more assertive demeanor towards her frail and dependent husband, as she had only recently managed to ensnare him, as she pondered how she might persuade him to sign the contract later. Yuwen spoke in a gentle tone. "I can take care of myself. You should hurry." Zheng Quchi acknowledged with a quick response, turning to intercept a passerby to inquire about the nearest pharmacy. Upon learning its approximate location, she hurried away. Once she confirmed that she was out of sight, Yuwen lowered his hand, his garments sweeping away the dust at his feet, a warm glow enveloping his visage, lending an air of ethereal mystique. From behind the surrounding walls, within the tree canopies and the throngs of people, a group of scouts emerged from all directions. The matrimonial venue, typically devoid of visitors, had seen the departure of the wedding procession, leaving only the scouts with their stern expressions, swiftly clearing the area of bystanders. "General, spies from the state of Jilu have infiltrated Fuxian and recently set fire to the Wenshu Hall, looting its contents. They are currently advancing towards Chunchu Ferry with 30 cavalrymen." Wenshu Hall, The repository of Fuxian's historical tomes contained the household registration records of thousands, which held no value for Jiulu but served merely to vex Yuwen. "Have all the people been lured out?" he inquired. The scout performed a respectful gesture. "Upon your orders to spread the news of your intended secret meeting with Gongshu Jiue at the Wonshu Hall, our forces have taken positions. Indeed, those lurking in the shadows have begun to stir, and all individuals who previously interacted with the state of Jiulu have been apprehended. That is insufficient. Aside from Jiulu, there must be other factions at play. I, Yuwen, cannot tolerate the presence of these pests in my domain." There were also individuals within the military discreetly inquiring about the general's activities in Fuxian, who were now under surveillance. They would never suspect that the general had not ventured anywhere, but had instead disguised himself as a blind commoner to attend the matrimonial venue. "Can you identify the leader among the Jiulu forces?" The scout hesitated. "It appears to be Sima Moy from Jiulu." Yuwen raised his gaze, a fleeting smile gracing his lips, swiftly replaced by a chilling demeanor. "Deploy 50 elite soldiers to intercept him upon their arrival at Chunchu Ferry. If capture is not feasible, ensure he does not leave alive." As he mounted a nearby steed with practiced ease, he retrieved a gluttonous mask from his pocket. Just as he turned to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a grotesque and astonished face. It was Zheng Quchi, known for her narrow-mindedness and selfishness. She had been deeply wounded by Zheng Quchi's recent actions and had returned with a desire for vengeance. Yet, she could not have anticipated that the man whom the wedding procession had scorned, the contemptible blind man, now bore an imposing presence. Yuwen smiled like a spring flower. "It seems you have witnessed something you should not have." Wearing the mask, Zheng Quchi was not deceived by his facade. Instead, she perceived the malevolence emanating from him. Cold and predatory, trembling, her face drenched in cold sweat, she felt as though her throat was being constricted, yearning to scream, to call for help, to weep, yet found herself powerless. Darkness engulfed her vision as she observed the soldiers advancing toward her, and she feared that her life might very well end that day. Meanwhile, Zheng Quchi, following the directions provided by others, finally located a traditional medicine shop. Just as she was about to enter, a hand abruptly pulled her into a dark alley. Robbery, murder, various social scenarios flooded her mind, causing her to panic. Just as she prepared to scream, a hand clamped over her mouth. "Do not shout. It is me." The voice belonged to Chiao. However, Zheng Quchi felt no relief upon recognizing him. Rather, she was exasperated that this unfortunate child had sought her out once more. "Are you healed?" Upon sensing her calmness, Chiao released her. Observing his plain black attire and his emotionless, pallid face, he resembled a machine designed for killing. "Yes." Suddenly, Zheng Quchi recalled that she was not dressed as Sang Xianqing and was astonished. "How did you recognize me? Did I not change significantly? Have you changed?" Chiao scrutinized her anew, his flat gaze now carrying a hint of peculiarity. "Are you attempting to disguise yourself as a woman? Why not enhance your bosom? It would be easy to expose you otherwise." His suggestion was offered sincerely, but Zheng Quchi felt her fragile sense of femininity brutally wounded. "While being flat-chested, does that disqualify me from being a woman?" She sighed, realizing she could not expect this fool to comprehend her plight. Dismissing the banter, Zheng Quchi cut to the chase. "What brings you here this time?" Chiao nodded, uttering two sharp words: assassination. Zheng Quchi's eyes widened. "Assassination? Whom are we to assassinate?" "I inadvertently discovered Sima Moy from Jiulu laying an ambush at Chunchu Ferry, intending to assassinate Yuwen to seize the Jiulong mechanism box. However, Yuwen and the Jiulong mechanism box are also our targets, so we must act first." This was the first time Chiao had spoken such a lengthy discourse. Yet Zheng Quchi was too absorbed in the explosive revelation of the assassination plot to pay attention. "Why must it be us? You could simply go yourself. Though I excel in assassination, this target requires your involvement." Zheng Quchi felt overwhelmed by disbelief. "Why me? I lack martial skills. How can I assassinate a national general? Am I to rely on mere luck?" When she discovered her own limitations, she had discreetly tested her abilities and found herself devoid of the legendary internal energy or lightness skill. Chiao gazed at her in silence, then retrieved a crossbow from behind him. "In the MO family, your marksmanship ranks alongside the best. Within 100 meters, only you can execute a flawless assassination. Her trembling heart and sweaty palms made her feel like an elderly person nearing death as she reluctantly accepted the crossbow. So I possess such skill. Yet I remain oblivious. What shall I do now? Chiu, oblivious to her self-deprecation, instead affirmed, "You are indeed capable. Once the assassination is successful, I will facilitate your escape." She looked up, "And if we fail? Do you believe we would have any chance of survival against Yuwen if we fail?" Chiu countered. Zheng Quchi inhaled deeply, deliberating. "I believe this matter is of great consequence. We ought to deliberate further. This is a rare opportunity. Yuwen's attention is wholly captivated by Moi, and his elite guards are few. If we miss this chance, future endeavors will likely prove more challenging." His reasoning was sound, yet it exuded an air of indifference to her fate. Zheng Quchi wrestled with her thoughts, but before she could formulate a rebuttal, Chiu declared, "This assassination will also serve to demonstrate that you have never contemplated betraying the Mo family." Her expression faltered. Chiu's gaze was icy, akin to a bloodstained blade, devoid of any extraneous emotion, stubbornly adhering to his orders. Her instincts warned her that if she refused, he might very well kill her. Sometimes, one must learn to adapt and shift perspectives. Zheng Quchi felt a pang of embarrassment, silently reassuring herself. If she could indeed eliminate Yuwen, perhaps her current predicament could be resolved. But could she truly achieve that? She was no longer the Zheng Quchi of the Mo family. This would be her first experience in killing. Let us proceed. Chiu turned to lead the way. "Wait," Zheng Quchi suddenly called out. "Do you have any money on you?" Chiu glanced back. "What do you need money for?" "Never mind, just give it to me." Autumn, despite his earnestness towards tasks, often displayed an air of navet in his demeanor, which led him to acquiesce to her request rather than refuse. He handed over the meager 5 copper coins he possessed. Observing this, Zheng Quchi promptly dashed to the apothecary across the street to procure medicine, hastily stowing the package into her pocket. Without pausing, she hurried to a nearby tailor shop and purchased the least expensive men's attire available. When she emerged, she had transformed into an inconspicuous figure clad in dark clothing. Returning to the shadowy alley, she produced a piece of black cloth she had obtained without cost and meticulously wrapped it around her face. This technique had been learned from Dan Bien, emphasizing the necessity for a member of the rebel faction to safeguard their identity under all circumstances. "You've picked up some bad habits from Dan Bien," Autumn remarked, gazing intently at her. Zheng Quchi neither confirmed nor denied this, instead retrieving another piece of black cloth, saying, "Here, I prepared one for you as well." Autumn paused momentarily, then uncertainly accepted it, lowering his head as if he had committed a transgression, murmuring, "Thank you." Autumn possessed a commendable professionalism befitting an assassin. He had already scouted the area beforehand, familiarizing himself with the most advantageous locations for ambush. Zheng Quchi, resembling a mere bystander, was led by Autumn to a sloped area. She was instructed to find a concealed spot to crouch down while he organized the surroundings, using branches to further obscure the sparse underbrush. After a thorough inspection for any suspicious individuals, he descended to a dirt path formed by frequent foot traffic and set a trap. He scattered a handful of sharp objects across the ground, lightly covering them with sand to render them less detectable. Zheng Quchi speculated that he had employed iron caltrops, a deterrent used since the Warring States period, effective in hindering soldiers, particularly cavalry. "I am prepared," he declared, leaping gracefully into position, fixing his gaze upon Zheng Quchi. His silent urging was somewhat unnerving. Zheng Quchi, under his scrutinizing gaze, awkwardly yet politely smiled. "This crossbow is not my usual weapon, so I need to familiarize myself with it first." Upon hearing this, Autumn's demeanor softened slightly, though he soon frowned in thought. "I have heard you excel at repeating crossbows, yet I found none in Fuxian. This single crossbow was stolen from the military camp of Yi. You shall use it." His dissatisfaction was palpable, as if he held Ye's inability to produce a decent crossbow in contempt. Zheng Quchi, holding the citizenship of Yi, felt an uncomfortable resonance with the disdain directed toward her homeland's military shortcomings. However, after mulling over her grievances, she realized that she too was now a member of the rebel forces, leading her to accept her fate and grasp the crossbow, delving into its mechanics. She had devoted considerable effort to studying wooden artifacts from both ancient and modern times, even publishing papers on ancient Chinese weaponry in prestigious academic journals. Thus, she was no stranger to the crossbow's form and evolution. The crossbow, originating in the spring and autumn period and evolving into a bronze version by the late Warring States, boasted greater pulling force, range, and power compared to traditional bows. However, its cumbersome draw weight resulted in a significantly lower rate of fire. The crossbow crafted by Ye's artisans consisted of a bow, arms, and mechanism, with an aiming device known as wangshan. She was well versed in its construction and purpose, yet she wondered if theory truly aligned with practice. When she grasped the crossbow, Zheng Quchi anticipated a clumsy endeavor, yet to her surprise, her muscle memory from this body proved adept. With one hand gripping the lower portion of the crossbow and the other manipulating the trigger mechanism, she smoothly nocked the arrow and knelt to aim, executing the sequence with fluid precision. Autumn's eyes widened slightly. Every time I witness your transformation into a crossbow-wielding assassin, it feels as though you are an entirely different person. Her demeanor, movements, and even her breath seemed transformed. Zheng Quchi was taken aback, but the thrill of acquiring such a formidable skill exhilarated her. She now possessed an additional means of defense beyond sheer strength. However, she noted the inadequacies of Ye's crossbow. It was indeed subpar, with laborious draw weight, limited range, and weak power. She resolved to craft a modern composite crossbow when time permitted. Suddenly, Autumn's expression shifted, and he pressed himself to the ground, ears attuned to the surroundings. At that moment, he heard Zheng Quchi softly declare, "There are approximately 30 steeds approaching swiftly from less than half a mile away. They will reach the trap in about 2 lights worth of time." Autumn, astonished, looked up in disbelief. "Your reconnaissance skills are truly remarkable." Yet, Zheng Quchi remained unimpressed. "Just stand up and look in my direction. It will become abundantly clear." Realizing he had acted foolishly, Autumn's ears turned crimson, but his face maintained an expressionless demeanor as he turned to peer through the underbrush. Witnessing a throng of riders galloping toward them, he straightened, adopting a serious tone. "Wait until they're near the trap, then seize your opportunity." "Understood," Zheng Quchi replied. The sound of thundering hooves echoed like a torrential downpour, growing ever closer. She positioned herself for the shot, focusing intently. Chapter 36. Utter Absurdity. Zheng Quchi's keen vision enabled her to make precise calculations. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. At that moment, a piercing whinny erupted as the horses, their manes flying, became agitated. Having entered the hunting mindset, her resolve intensified. Strangely, despite having never taken a life before, she felt no fear or hesitation. Instead, her thoughts were clear, her focus unwavering. It was as if she had grown accustomed to this state. Once engaged, her entire being, eyes and heart, was solely fixated on the target. Now was the moment. Her target was unmistakable. The leader of the cavalry, the one whom the soldiers instinctively shielded with their lives. As the ambushed cavalry erupted into chaos, cries echoing amidst the throng, Zheng Quchi remained poised atop the slope, her gaze as cold as her heart, akin to a finely tuned instrument. She had only encountered Yuwen Sheng once, a memory vivid in her mind. Clad in a fearsome mask and dark, jagged armor, he embodied the descriptions of a living demon, sickly, cruel, and bloodthirsty. The soldiers, highly trained, quickly surmised that they were under attack, instinctively forming a human shield around Yuwen Sheng. Futile. Zheng Quchi inwardly scoffed. Although she could not clearly discern Yuwen Sheng's figure, she was confident that any movement, any exposed vulnerability would provide her the opportunity to end his life. What if he remained still? Impossible. Familiarity with angles and reflexive movements had already allowed her to devise a plan. She needed to unleash 2 arrows in rapid succession to ensure his demise. The first arrow would startle him into revealing a vital spot, while the second would strike true, piercing his throat, certain death. She remained calm, awaiting the perfect moment. For an assassin must never rush. As the enemy nervously scanned their surroundings, amidst the frantic stomping of unbridled hooves, the moment of vulnerability finally materialized. Now, with a swift motion, she pulled the trigger. The arrow flew through the chaotic mass of figures, striking the mask on Yuwen Sheng's face. Everything transpired as she had anticipated. Yuwen Sheng, deducing the direction of the incoming projectile, immediately turned to confront the source of the threat. At that moment, the misfired mask could no longer withstand the force of the impact, gradually shattering from the side of his face, causing it to fall unexpectedly. Following the release of the arrow, Zheng Quchi did not pause for a moment, like a weapon forged through countless trials. The afterimages of her hands swept through the air as she placed another arrow onto the bowstring, drawing it back with precision. As she aimed at her target, she was about to pull the trigger when she caught sight of the mask on her opponent's face, shattering and falling away. The face revealed behind the mask became imprinted in Zheng Quchi's eyes, halting her lethal intent. The wind swept through the veil that obscured his eyes, his flowing robes billowing like delicate smoke, and under the greenish pallor, his skin appeared almost translucent, accentuating the vivid hue of his lips. Her pupils trembled. What had happened to Yuwen? How had the commander transformed into her husband, who was now helplessly awaiting her return with medicine for his affliction? The deadly arrow, poised to strike at Yuwen's vital points, revealed to him the presence of someone hidden among the shrubs on the slope. Remarkable archer. A lethal assassin capable of taking lives as easily as plucking fruit from a tree. Qiu sensed Zheng Quchi's murderous intent and her unwavering determination, convinced that Yuwen was doomed. Yet, he never anticipated she would falter at such a crucial moment. Shoot, he urged, his expression fierce. Were you hesitating for a time like this? But Zheng Quchi was in turmoil, her finger frozen on the trigger, unable to pull it. I'll explain later. We've missed our opportunity, and our position is compromised. We must go. She understood that her moment of hesitation had doomed their assassination mission to failure. However, Qiu was unwilling to accept this. His face darkened as he reached for the crossbow in her hands, intending to personally eliminate Lu Fengyan. Seeing his obsession with the assassination, Zheng Quchi swiftly changed direction, aiming without hesitation and releasing the top bowstring to fire the bolt. With a sharp twang, the arrow whizzed past Qiu's ear, leaving a streak of blood before embedding itself firmly in the tree trunk. Qiu stood frozen, his face as pale as death as he gazed at her. Although Zheng Quchi regretted her impulsive action, she could not allow him to kill Lu Fengyan. Why can't we kill him? Qiu's fury erupted for the first time, disregarding the imminent danger posed by Yuwen's escape from the Iron Thorns. Zheng Quchi knew that without an explanation, Qiu would not relent, so she revealed. We were deceived. The person below is not Yuwen. He is Lu Fengyan. I suspect Yuwen has been lurking in the shadows. Qiu stared at her incredulously. Yet, having only seen Yuwen from a distance in the camp, where he wore a similarly terrifying mask, he noted that this man, though masked, was not clad in the General's battle attire. Despite his doubts, Qiu chose to trust Zheng Quchi. There is no time. We must leave. He glanced down, his eyes filled with reluctance and suspicion, but he hesitated no longer. He hoisted Zheng Quchi onto his back and severed the prearranged escape mechanism, sending logs tumbling down the slope. Following the escape route they had meticulously planned, he moved swiftly. Having confirmed the enemy's location, Yuwen was determined that none would evade his pursuit. He cleaved through the rolling logs, splinters scattering in all directions, and leaped into the underbrush, only to find the area where the assassin had tread was now devoid of any trace. He found himself perplexed. If he was correct, this archer was skilled, one arrow for deception, another for death. If the killing arrow had been prepared, why had she chosen to refrain at the last moment? As Qiu fled, he continued to babble. You claim he is not Yuwen, but why is he in the commander's position? Zheng Quchi, too, found herself unable to comprehend this. Just moments ago, two people who had just pledged marriage, one afflicted by an ailment, the other off to procure medicine for pain relief, had seemingly swapped roles. One becoming an assassin, the other a target. Was there anything more absurd than this? He, perhaps, serves as a military strategist. Ultimately, he could not be Yuwen. The marriage certificate they had signed under the witness of the village elder clearly bore the name Lu Fengyan. Furthermore, she had never heard of Yuwen suffering from any eye condition. So could it be that he had foreseen an ambush and had intentionally set Lu Fengyan up as a decoy to absorb the threat? Extending that thought to the incident where he nearly drowned near the camp, perhaps it too had been a trap. Qiu set her down, his face morose, feeling that after preparing for so long, he had ultimately failed, a disgrace to an assassin. Are you certain he is not Yuwen? Zheng Quchi pondered before replying. When I was in the camp, I was in close proximity to Yuwen. His gaze was unfathomable, more terrifying than a corpse. Yet Lu Fengyan suffers from an eye ailment. Did you not see the bandage over his eyes? Oh, Chiu replied weakly. Zheng Quchi walked in silence for a while before turning back, curious. What are you still doing following me? The mission has failed. You are free to report back or do as you please. Chiu lowered his gaze. I have no place to go. So? He turned his face defiantly. I saw your new home. It's beautiful, and I want to live there too. Zheng Quchi inhaled sharply, astonished at his audacity. She distinctly remembered that not long ago. He had treated her as a traitor for wanting to refuse the assassination mission, and now he had the gall to wish to reside in her home. No extra rooms are available, she resolutely rejected. This was merely the truth. At that time, they desperately needed shelter and had no money. So she had only managed to arrange for 3 basic rooms, with plans to expand if the population increased. However, this was not a significant issue for Chiu. We can continue to share a room. My older brother and younger sister are timid. Your arrival is suspicious, and you often appear and disappear suddenly, which would frighten them. Your parents were disciples of the Mo family, and you 3 siblings are too. But why do you keep hiding this from them? Why not let your brother know you work for the Mo family? Chiu was perplexed. Zheng Quchi was also uncertain about this matter, but she knew that Zheng, her elder brother, harbored resentment and avoidance regarding their past, their parents' death, and even the name she once used within the Mo family. If he were to discover her role as an assassin for the Mo family, she could not fathom what he might do. Not wanting to discuss this further with Chiu, she attempted to change the subject when a thought struck her, something she had previously overlooked. You mentioned earlier that the people from the Kingdom of Julu lured you Sheng and the others to Chunchudu because they had already set up traps there? Yes. What kind of ambush could the 30-odd cavalrymen break through? What if it were not you Sheng leading the charge, but someone else? Chiu replied. The Sima Mo Yi of the Kingdom of Julu is not even 1/10 of Yu Wensheng's prowess. Yet he has always managed to escape from you Wensheng's grasp, relying solely on his unpredictable cunning. This statement resolved all of Zheng Quchi's lingering doubts. A child wielding a weapon could indeed slay a famished dog. If even you Wensheng struggled against the mechanical contraptions of the Kingdom of Julu, one could only imagine the fate of others. What is it? Chiu tilted his head, observing her as if she were facing a difficult decision. Zheng Quchi's eyes brimmed with the last glimmer of hope as she asked Chiu, how old are you? Are you married? Do you possess a proper household registration in Yegua? Would you consider marrying into my family? Autumn was momentarily taken aback by her relentless questioning, finally responding. 15. No, I'm willing. Zheng Quchi felt a profound disappointment, as she had painstakingly convinced herself that since Autumn dared to approach her, she too could indulge in this youthful folly, disregarding that unfortunate, deceitful son-in-law of hers. Let him perish. Yet, to her utter astonishment, this tender shoot was scarcely even 16. No matter how delirious she became, she could not bring herself to partake. Cursing under her breath, Zheng Quchi turned sharply and, summoning all her courage intertwined with a surge of unrestrained fury, sprinted towards the ferry crossing. The wind whipped her scarf and garments, and she resembled an irate little bird determined to reclaim the eggs stolen by a green-skinned beast. Autumn, startled, hurried after her, calling out, Ruler, where are you going? Zheng Quchi clenched her teeth, the sound of grinding echoing in her ears, her eyes glinting with an uncontrollable rage. She muttered darkly about Yu Wensheng, this wretched man who skillfully evaded danger while insisting her frail, helpless husband undertake perilous ventures. Did he possess no foresight? If he perished on this journey, she would soon find herself a widow, barely out of her wedding. While this was of little consequence to her, the pressing matter was that in the nation of Yi, which so fervently promoted marriage, even young widows were compelled to contribute to the progeny of the state. She could not afford to gamble on luck again, uncertain if she would encounter another suitable candidate like Lu Fengnian. Thus, she established a firm resolve. She would not relinquish him unless her own safety was at stake. The ferry crossing lay at the outskirts of Fuxian, a location abandoned due to prolonged drought that had left the riverbed parched. Upon arrival, Zheng Quchi refrained from rushing in. Instead, she sought a higher vantage point to conceal herself and assess the situation. From her concealed position, she spotted the exposed dock where blood sprawled in grotesque patterns, evidence of a recent clash between 2 factions. Once certain the area was devoid of others, she approached. Taking a deep breath, she examined the bodies sprawled on the ground, the coldness and metallic scent of blood causing her fingers to tingle. Despite her discomfort, she sifted through the fallen figures, torn between relief and frustration. Her unfortunate husband was not among them. Suddenly, a cacophony of metal clashing resonated from the eastern riverbank. Zheng Quchi's gaze darted to the open terrain, and, opting for a cautious approach, she navigated through the underbrush towards the disturbance. The meticulousness of a craftsman was instinctual to her. She crouched beside an oak, nudging fallen acorns aside and parting the waist-high withered grass. Peering down, she beheld a breathtaking battle unfolding on the riverbank. A contingent of black-armored soldiers braced wooden shields against a barrage of projectiles, steadfast in their defense. Propelled by the desperate plight of a man bound and bloodied behind them. The figure bore a black and white mask, but from his attire, it was evident he was Lu Fengnian. Zheng Quchi gasped, realizing that the bindings restricting him were not the work of mere mortals, but a peculiar, cumbersome wooden contraption, a trapezoidal box with a sloped top and rectangular base, featuring 4 circular openings for which iron chains ensnared Lu Fengnian. The top was lined with blades, poised to pierce him should the chains pull taut. The black-armored soldiers, drenched in sweat, wielded their weapons against the chains to no avail. The sound of blades striking metal echoed futilely as they refused to relent. Lu Fengnian, ensnared, struggled to move, yet the chains rendered him unbalanced and powerless. Zheng Quchi discerned that the forces acting upon him were equal, meaning any attempt to move would only exacerbate his predicament. Recognizing the quality of the iron, she understood that the blades of Yi were too brittle to sever the chains. A new strategy was imperative. Narrowing her eyes, she calculated the intricacies of the mechanism, aware that all mechanical devices relied on hidden mechanisms, subtle yet powerful. If she could locate the mechanism, she could halt its operation, rendering the chains inert. However, amidst the chaos of battle, she could not afford to descend into danger. Steeling herself, she inhaled deeply, allowing serenity to envelop her. With each exhale, her heart's tempo slowed, and tranquility settled within her. In this focused state, her vision sharpened, enabling her mind to work unimpeded. Her eyes flickered like shooting stars as she dissected the wooden contraption's design, from its exterior to the core mechanism. Click! The sound of gears turning reached her ears. Faint but unmistakable. Yes, this was the spot. Zheng Quchi sprang into action, drawing her bow, nocking an arrow, and releasing it with precise grace. The arrow pierced the wooden covering, embedding itself firmly within the gears. With a resounding clang, the mechanism that bound Yuwen abruptly ceased its function, the chains falling silent. The black-armored soldiers stared in bewilderment at the now immobile contraption, confusion etched across their faces. Yuwen slowly raised his gaze, his eyes, dark and predatory, locking on to Zheng Quchi's position. It had stopped. Quick, continue the fight. The soldiers, initially perplexed, rallied back to their task with renewed vigor, unaware of the futility of their efforts. Zheng Quchi, having revealed her presence, knew she could not linger, lest she attract the attention of the enemy. After careful consideration, she resolved to withdraw. The inexpensive husband had already exhausted the patience of his plastic wife. The rest depended on whether that scoundrel Yuwen possessed any conscience to come to her aid. Just as she crouched down, adopting the most standard evacuation posture, Mo Yi, who had long sensed the situation, unleashed a fierce glare from his piercing eyes. He swiftly propelled 2 black projectiles from his sleeve toward Zheng Quchi. Upon hitting the ground, the black projectiles erupted, releasing a suffocating odor and enveloping the area in a swirling fog of white and yellow smoke that stung her eyes and rendered her vision nearly useless. Panic washed over Zheng Quchi as she realized she could not withstand it. She leaped up, Moya's sharp gaze slicing through the haze more keenly than any blade. Who dares to hide in the shadows? She thought, rubbing her stinging eyes. Everything appeared a blur. Damn, am I going blind? Regardless of Moya's barking orders, she resolutely decided to remain silent, denying him any chance to recognize her. She stumbled along the path she had come, fleeing as fast as her legs could carry her. Moyi, momentarily taken aback by her unrefined demeanor, was instead infuriated by her dismissive attitude. Run? Do you think you can escape? He was determined to unmask and dismantle this hidden foe. The air was pierced by a shrill whistle as a deadly intent surged closer, colder than the harshest winter wind. She narrowly avoided a perilous attack, straining to focus her eyes in an attempt to locate her assailant, but to no avail. Suddenly, A shadow swept past her, and an arm encircled her waist, lifting her effortlessly off the ground, only to crash her face first into a warm embrace. The ground where she had stood erupted in a violent explosion, debris scattering. "Is it Lu Fengyan?" She clutched at his collar, her voice caught in her throat from the shock of survival. But in the next moment, a wild, euphoric laughter echoed from his trembling chest, causing Zheng Quchi to freeze in place. No, it wasn't Lu Fengyan. It was that scoundrel Yuwen. Chapter 39. The principle of gears a chill ran down her spine as her heart raced. Perhaps she had saved the wrong person from the beginning. She wondered when Lu Fengyan and Yuwen had swapped identities. Hidden behind masks, she had failed to recognize him. He lowered his gaze, a sly grin creeping onto his face. "You were the one, lying in ambush on the slope." Zheng Quchi swallowed hard, her throat dry. Did Lu Fengyan inform him? Had he been lurking in the shadows, sabotaging the machinery? Help! Why is Yuwen here? She thought, acknowledging that she had raised her voice with him earlier. But he wasn't Chow Chow. How could he arrive so promptly? Seeing her silent, as if she were a valiant warrior resisting to the end, only fueled his sadistic curiosity. He had a penchant for dismantling the pride of those who would rather die than yield. Yet now, his sadistic instincts were momentarily eclipsed by intrigue regarding her previous contradictions and the matter of the sabotage machinery. A gloved hand, cool and smooth as a serpent, brushed against her wrist through the thin fabric, sending shivers down her spine. If she weren't disguised as a man, this could be considered harassment. "You may be small in stature, but your strength is remarkable," she mused, recalling the military crossbow of Yi country, which required immense power to operate. With his slender arms, it seemed unlikely he possessed such innate strength. Could it be a natural gift? His voice, uncertain yet laced with a strange humor, pierced through her thoughts. "If you are my brother, then come strike me. Stop analyzing." She felt her carefully concealed facade beginning to unravel. Moyi approached with a dark expression, witnessing Yuwen protect the masked figure, his lips curling into a taunting smile. "Do you think she can ruin my grand scheme? It's merely a coincidence." With that, he lunged forward, his flexible whip slicing through the air, rustling the leaves around them. Yuwen merely cast a sidelong glance, his hand moving with precision, his blade descending with formidable weight. The air crackled with tension as his swordplay overpowered Moyi's ferocity, forcing him back and confining him to a limited space. Zheng Quchi, her vision impaired, felt the pressure shift to her ears. She could hear the commotion but remained unfazed, a peculiar sense of safety enveloping her. Though she found Yuwen to be a rather dubious character, he was a far better alternative to the relentless Moyi. She recalled that Xiao had once said 10 Moyes could not defeat a single Yuwen, so as long as the latter wished for her survival, she would remain unharmed. Yet, Yuwen's unpredictable nature left her anxious. What if he suddenly chose to disregard her fate? She remembered Xiao mentioning that Sang Xianqing had some secret dealings with the Kingdom of Daye and had once considered betraying the Mo family to escape there. Should she confess to Moyi that she was a spy, would he show her mercy? She pondered. If someone heroically saved an enemy general while sabotaging their vital machinery and then shamelessly claimed to be a spy, she would likely execute them. Clearly, switching allegiances was fraught with peril. "General," she finally spoke, deliberately lowering her voice to mask her identity, adopting the guise of a midnight figure cloaked in mystery. "I have long admired you, but a person like me hardly deserves such admiration. Indeed, it was I who inadvertently ruined that cumbersome machinery to save you. And I had intended to protect you silently from the shadows, but alas, I was discovered." Her tone was heavy with shame. Yuwen, embodying a morbid curiosity, seemed oblivious to the absurdity of her words, maintaining a playful smile as he listened to her dubious tale. "Oh, then tell me, how did you manage that?" Moye, whip in hand, ceased his assault, intrigued by her response. He let out a cold laugh, eager to hear her elaborate. "Is that all?" Zheng Quchi immediately adopted a professional demeanor, explaining, "It is a skill honed through experience, just as you intuitively discern the quality of a blade through years of wielding weapons. I too can deduce the mechanisms of this cumbersome device without disassembling it. A mere educated guess can yield an accurate structure with a touch of luck." Luck was a fickle matter, but she had allowed herself a chance for error, making her confidence nearly unshakable. Yuwen inquired, "Which country as Carpenter are you? What level do you claim?" His skepticism was palpable. You listen to her nonsensical ramblings? My grand creation has never been seen before. Even if she were a master craftsman, how could she possibly know its workings? Mou was filled with doubt. Yet, to prove her worth, Zheng Quchi boldly declared, you utilize the interlocking mechanisms of 2 gears for power transmission, relying on their meshing to convey motion. The structure of this large contraption is designed to conceal its weaknesses, ensuring that the enemy cannot easily find and exploit its vulnerabilities. The wind in the forest ceased, and the air grew still as Yuwen Sheng listened intently, as though her words held profound significance. However, Mou discerned certain truths. After all, it was he who had meticulously crafted the mechanism. Despite the myriad of terms and descriptions that left him in a haze, he understood that she was indeed fully aware of how his masterpiece, the galloping 1,000 pounds, had come into being. His heart felt as though it had been tethered to a stone, sinking deeper with each revelation. Although the galloping 1,000 pounds was not yet perfect, it stood as his proudest achievement of late. Yet, with a mere glance, this diminutive figure had penetrated the depths of his labor, evoking a mixture of shock and rage within him. Such a prodigy in woodworking could not be allowed to remain in Yi Kingdom, serving Yuwen Sheng. The murderous intent in his gaze felt palpable, dark, and foreboding. Do you truly comprehend? He mused, his ears pricking at the sound of a response. Zheng Quchi turned her head and, in hushed tones, gravely informed Yuwen Sheng, Look, he harbors malicious intent. He is undoubtedly envious of true talent. Mou remained silent, while Yuwen Sheng could not contain his mirth, laughter shaking his frame as his overwhelming aura of menace surged forth like a tsunami. Chapter 40. You stumble, pretending ignorance? Mou clenched his jaw. The 9-section whip whirled around, its broad shoulders undulating like mountains, unleashing a ferocious strike towards Zheng Quchi. She tilted her ear, hearing the crackling sound, and her body moved faster than her thoughts, slipping deftly beneath Yuwen Sheng's arm, hiding securely behind him. Yuwen Sheng's long fingers relaxed as he gripped the sword hilt, a smile curving his lips, his face obscured by the contrasting colors of a fearsome mask, slicing through his eyes with a chilling intent. Have you forgotten? Your opponent is me. As his voice faded, he vanished in an instant, swirling autumn leaves around him. A flash of silver light leaving Zheng Quchi frozen in place. Is the fight commencing? Can I perhaps slip away unnoticed? Montaki's pupils narrot, and the whip he had drawn felt as though it were ensnared in the depths of a whirlpool, requiring all his strength to extricate it. The recoil sent him stumbling back, the whip undulating like rippling water, shielding his form. Yet, the sword light blossomed like snow lotus, dazzling and radiant. He could hardly discern Yuwen Sheng's figure, relying solely on instinct to defend himself. Is this person a monster? He thought, narrowly evading a strike that left a cacophony of clashing sounds in its wake. His vital areas were reinforced with iron, yet the impact resonated with a fragile groan. At last, he beheld Yuwen Sheng's complete form, clad in flowing garments like clouds, resembling a burning flame, with eyes that sparkled with a manic glint beneath the mask. His sword shattered the iron block, drawing forth a splash of crimson from Mou's bronze-hued arm. Gasping for breath, he glared fiercely at Yuwen Sheng, whose every assault aimed to maim, clearly intent on crippling his craftsmanship career. Suddenly, Mou pressed down on his neck, launching a poisoned needle from the nape of his neck. Clang! Yuwen Sheng deflected it effortlessly with a single stroke of his sword. Yet, in the next instant, his bloodthirsty gaze shifted away from Mou, gliding silently to stand behind Zheng Quchi, who was stealthily attempting to escape while touching a tree. A chilling finger caressed her nape. Did you not claim to admire me all along? Why then, do you seek to flee? His words resonated like the whispers of a devil, startling Zheng Quchi into a rigid stance. Had she been discovered in her attempt to flee? As she prepared to respond, she wished to convey, did you only hear the first part? The latter part, where I merely wished to quietly guard you from the shadows. However, he clearly had no intention of granting her the chance to speak. A powerful strike aimed at her nape caused her vision to darken, and she collapsed. This was a miscalculation. She had assumed that their conflict would distract them from her movements, unaware of Yuwen Sheng's cunning nature. It seemed her disguise as Sang Xianqing would not withstand this revelation. Mou watched as Yuwen Sheng rendered the small figure unconscious, his voice dripping with a chilling mockery. Ah, So you're concerned that this little admirer of yours might see through your true nature, hence knocking her out first before losing control? Yuwen Sheng ignored his taunts, instead reciting a series of dates. November 7th, November 14th, end of November, December 1st. Each date tightened the knot in Mo Ye's heart. He was momentarily stunned. The dates corresponded to his infiltration into the borders of Yi Kingdom, his arrival in Fu County, his preparations to hunt Yuwen Sheng, and today, the day of implementation. He suddenly raised his eyes, his voice low and ferocious. Yuwen Sheng, you have long since grasped my whereabouts? Yuwen Sheng chuckled, stepping forward with an air of elegance. As long as the Julong mechanism box remains in my possession, you will inevitably seek me out. Mockingly, Mo Yi retorted, what of it? Even if you have seized the Julong mechanism box, what craftsman in Yi Kingdom possesses the skill to unlock it? He clutched his wounded arm, his handsome visage adorned with scorn and derision. But such pride did not linger long. Before him, Yuwen Sheng casually produced the Julong mechanism box. Lifting the lid with apparent ease, he had opened it. Mo Yi's expression froze in disbelief. What now? It seems fortune has favored me of late. This Julong mechanism box opened without much effort. Stunk. Mo Yi shouted, impossible. Yuwen Sheng burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with a predatory delight. Ha ha ha. The very item you painstakingly seized from the Mo family has now become mine. To express my gratitude for your generous gift, I shall ensure you receive a proper farewell. A shrill whistle pierced the air, swift as the wind, as Yuwen Sheng's tall figure delivered a fatal blow to Mo Yi. Yet, having heightened his vigilance during Yuwen Sheng's laughter, Mo Yi only suffered a gash from the sword that grazed his cheek. He touched the blood on his face, cursing under his breath as he hurled his sharp 7-section whip like a bolt of lightning. Yuwen Sheng ensnared it with his sword, dissipating its force, and with a flick of his wrist, the whip was driven into a tree trunk. He bent down, hoisting the unconscious Zheng Quchi over his shoulder, seemingly chaotic yet employing an unstoppable strength that left Mo Yi scrambling to keep pace. In a pure test of martial prowess, Mo Yi recognized he was no match for Yuwen Sheng. He retrieved 3 black pills from his pocket and tossed them towards Yuwen Sheng. With a puff, yellow-white smoke billowed forth, and Yuwen Sheng instinctively closed his eyes and held his breath. Yet his expression was one of indulgence, relishing the feast laid before him as if savoring a grand banquet amidst the tension of life and death, a sight that would surely prompt one to label him a fiend. With a mouthful of the bitter pills, Mo Yi remained undeterred by the toxic smoke, but the mist clouded his vision. As he fumbled to listen, a beam of sword light descended upon him. Hissing, he darted behind a large tree. Though he had narrowly escaped death, half his body was stained red. Yuwen Sheng, eyes shut, carried the girl as if strolling through a garden. You lured me here deliberately, and I obliged, eager to witness your capabilities. However, I must admit, I am sorely disappointed. The curve of his lips widened into a sinister smile, akin to a sharp scythe. Mo Yi leaned against the hard tree trunk, striving to steady his ragged breath, his fists clenched tightly, his expression dark as a storm. Unable to contain himself, he cursed inwardly, Yuwen Sheng, you scoundrel. Chapter 41. My daring theft. In that moment, Mo Yi was utterly consumed by rage, having lost all sense of reason, cursing relentlessly. It dawned on him that all along, he had merely been a plaything in Yuwen Sheng's hands. Mo Yi realized that he had fallen into a trap and understood that this ambush had utterly failed. Even the spies secretly planted by the Kingdom of Julu over the years had been exposed and eliminated one by one. Defeated, Mo Yi had lost thoroughly this time. Yet he accepted his defeat. It was merely a matter of success or failure. What troubled him was not the loss itself. He was not so vain as to believe he would always emerge victorious, but rather the cunning and treacherous Yuwen Sheng, who not only caused his downfall, but also made him acutely aware of how humiliating and pitiful his defeat was. It felt as though his pride and dignity were being trampled underfoot repeatedly. No longer eager for battle, he navigated through the mountains and forests, avoiding well-trodden paths and deliberately choosing treacherous, overgrown trails, using every obstacle for concealment as he ascended to the mountain peak. Breathless, his complexion pale, the cloak on his back was nearly soaked with blood, the cold fabric clinging to his spine. Surely, he had managed to shake off his pursuer. But upon turning, he found Yuwen Sheng approaching, carrying someone, with a smile that was more mocking than genuine, his eyes glinting with a sickly red hue. Damn! He forced himself to stand tall, licking his back molars, and spat out venomously. Yuwen Sheng, don't get too cocky. Do you think you've outsmarted me? Look over there. He pointed sharply, his cloak rustling in the wind. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the northwest, raising clouds of dust and debris as if a massive structure had collapsed. Yuwen Sheng narrowed his eyes and glanced over, momentarily taken aback. Seeing this expression on his face, Mo Yi felt that he had regained a modicum of dignity. What's the matter? Surprised? The dilapidated city wall of Fuxian, long neglected, had now crumbled into ruins. Though it was in shambles, it had once stood as the first line of defense, constructed by the craftsmen of the Kingdom of Yi over a century, expending their lifeblood in its creation. Ha! Yuwen Sheng, without its protection, your entire northwest will be like a lawless land. Once this news spreads, Fuxian will swiftly become a battlefield for the neighboring states, like the southern Chun and Hongsheng, vying for dominance. What will you do then? His mocking laughter drew forth the assassins of Jilu, who had been lying in wait on the mountaintop. Yuwen Sheng remained silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. He raised his gaze to meet Mo Yi's, slowly lifting his arm, the blade of his sword shimmering coldly at its tip. Dozens of Jilu's assassins rushed to shield Mo Yi, but Yuwen Sheng cut through them like ripe melons, severing head after head with each sweep of his blade. His sword danced faster, resembling a silver dragon weaving through blood, twisting and turning as if sculpting a masterpiece. Once all who stood before him had been slain, his blood-stained sword pointed directly at Mo Yi's throat. Even without city defenses, even if my Kingdom of Yi cannot forge a single decent weapon, as long as Yuwen Sheng, alive in Yi. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze both enchanting and cruel. I shall spare no effort to annihilate all who dare invade the borders of Yi, regardless of who they are or which nation they hail from. Truly, one must go mad to survive, Yuwen Sheng. Mo Yi stepped back, his heart racing, every muscle in his body tensed. He felt both hatred and admiration for Yuwen Sheng. Aside from his prowess in battle and strategic acumen, his martial skills were unparalleled. Many nations longed to kill him, yet he stood unscathed amidst their animosity. What a pity for you, Yuwen Sheng, alone and unsupported, if it were not in the Kingdom of Yi. He shook his head at Yuwen Sheng, arms spread wide, a defiant smile gracing his lips as he leapt backward off the cliff. Remember, in the near future, Mo Yi, will return with the Kingdom of Jilu to shatter your defenses, planting the banner of Jilu upon your land, and then slaying you, Yuwen Sheng, as a tribute to the heavens. How delightful it will be. Ha ha ha. Suicide? No, that couldn't be right. Yuwen Sheng's gaze was fixed below as the soldiers of Yi arrived at the mountaintop, forming a wall. Astonished at the sight of Mo Yi hurling himself from a cliff. In midair, he spun around, his cloak unfurling in the wind, billowing out like a balloon. With the force of the wind, slender ribs became visible within the fabric, resembling the wings of a bird. It was utterly astonishing. He had utilized this contraption to glide down the slope of the valley, landing safely and unharmed in the sight of those stationed above. What was that? Could it truly allow one to soar like a bird? Had the machinery of the Kingdom of Yi reached such an extraordinary level? Yuwen Sheng had long suspected that Mo Yi concealed various ingenious devices. If he were so easily slain, he would not have appeared again and again like an indestructible cockroach. Yet Yuwen Sheng felt no significant disappointment. If he could kill him, it would merely resolve a troublesome issue. If Mo Yi remained alive for now, it could work in his favor. As the defeated Mo Yi would likely fall into the hands of Jilu's adversaries, causing chaos within their ranks. He dispatched a portion of his men to search and capture, while others began to transport the spoils of war, which Yuwen Sheng had personally tested for its potency. He deemed it worthy of further development and production. Over the years, he had acquired numerous patents from Mo Yi to bring back to Yi for manufacturing. It was unfortunate that their craftsmen were too incompetent to replicate the sophisticated designs, managing only a crude imitation. Once these arrangements were made, he dismissed those around him, laid down the unconscious Zheng Quchi, and reached for the cloth covering her face. Suddenly, 3 iron nails shot out from the woods, striking the back of his hand. As Yuwen Sheng turned his head, he exerted force, twisting the nails into useless scraps that clattered to the ground. Leaves rustled as if someone had been hiding there, but was now fleeing. In a flash, Yuwen Sheng darted into the forest. His speed was ghostly, his movements elusive. Yet upon arrival, he found a rope dangling with a stone at one end and a branch tied at the other. When the stone dropped, it would tug the branch, causing it to sway and rattle. Realizing someone had set a trap, Yuwen Sheng immediately returned to the riverbank, only to find the person lying on the ground had vanished. His expression turned terrifyingly grim. Chiao was carrying the unconscious Zheng Quchi, fleeing desperately. "Chi, wake up!" Zheng Quchi, jostled violently, was forcibly pulled back to consciousness. Her neck felt as if it were about to snap, pain coursing through her, while her stomach churned violently. "Chiao!" She blinked her eyes, her vision slowly sharpening. "The crossbow, it's at my waist. Yuwen Sheng is coming after us." Chapter 42. The theatrical couple, 2 chapters combined. Chiao's usually monotonous voice was now tinged with urgency and panic, indicating just how perilous their situation had become. Zheng Quchi, still somewhat dazed, suddenly became alert. "Yuwen Sheng, when did he provoke that living nightmare? What do you mean he's chasing us?" Her arms tightened around his neck. Chiao struggled to breathe, managing to utter, "It's that ghost Yuwen Sheng who's on our tail." Zheng Quchi reflexively turned to glance back, catching a glimpse of a shadow rapidly closing the distance. Perhaps it was a side effect of the poison. But within the blurred dark green mass, the swiftly moving figure resembled a flickering flame, burning red and ominous. Wherever it went, birds scattered in fright, and not a blade of grass remained unscathed. "Hey, that's terrifying. Run." Zheng Quchi turned back, urgently urging Chiao as she slapped his shoulder. Sweat dripped from Chiao's brow into his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "I need your help." "Help with what? I'm half blind. How could I possibly aim at someone moving so fast? My eyes have been scorched by toxic smoke. Now, within a distance of 3 feet, I am estranged from my kin. At 30 feet, I cannot distinguish between man and beast, and at 100 feet, the chaos of creation unfolds as Pangu separates heaven and earth." After hearing her words, Chiao's lips twitched. Then think of a way to hold him off. He harbored an inexplicable trust in Zheng Quchi, believing that in critical moments, she would always be resourceful. Zheng Quchi swallowed hard, striving to calm herself. She touched the mask on her face. It was still there, and then felt the butterfly knot at the back of her head, her customary style. It seemed that Yuwen Sheng had not yet seen her true appearance, since her identity as Sang Xianqing had not been exposed. She must not give Yuwen Sheng the chance to catch her. Ambitions ignited within her. She deftly hooked her toes around the crossbow at Chiao's waist, grasped it firmly, and swiftly turned to aim behind her. "I recall you once mentioned that your crossbow was meant to protect me in secret, yet now you intend to use against me?" A voice, dark and chilling like a demon from hell, resonated from behind, clearly meant to evoke anger. Yet, Zheng Quchi heard a twisted, perverse laughter in it. Chiao was taken aback, as if startled by the implications of those words. Zheng Quchi wanted to clarify that there had been a monumental misunderstanding. She had never anticipated that her casual flirtation would lead Yuwen Sheng to take it seriously. Or perhaps he did not take it at face value, but rather sought to embroil them in a web of deceit. She narrowed her eyes, still unable to see clearly, thus decided to close them. Straining her ears to capture every sound, she instructed Chiao, "Tell me, what lies ahead? The more detailed, the better." Chiao quickly grasped her intent, and despite being a man of few words, he diligently described. 30 paces ahead, there are 4 scattered trees. The third is a banyan tree draped with vines. To the left, there is a half-decayed cedar tree. Approximately 100 feet away, there is a slope that forks into 3 paths. The middle path is littered with rubble and mud pits. Another is open with tall trees, and the last is a narrow, winding trail veiled in grass. Zheng Quchi rapidly envisioned the corresponding scene in her mind based on his description. Pass beneath the third tree, draped in vines, and take the right path. Approximately 7 paces ahead, let me know. Chiao was astonished at her swift decision-making and nodded right. His heart raced, and his feet moved so swiftly that they left after images. "We've arrived." Zheng Quchi abruptly opened her eyes, capturing the blurred images ahead. Although she could not discern the specifics, she gauged their distance and the general outline of the objects to mentally mark a fixed point. She aimed the crossbow forward and swiftly released an arrow towards the treetops. As the arrow's tail quivered, a cascade of dry leaves fell, providing her the cover she needed. She took a deep breath and, in that fleeting moment, yanked down a long, thick, dry vine. With great force, she severed it, determined to eradicate any lurking threats. Though innocent, Qiu harbored doubts. Is this effective? Of course not. Zheng Quchi replied with a hint of nonchalance. Qiu, perplexed, questioned, then why act as if you've already secured victory? Indeed, the vines Zheng Quchi had pulled down were as fragile as parchment, easily severed by Yuwen Sheng's sword, which sliced through them with a gust of wind. However, he was unprepared for what came next. As he cleaved through the barriers, countless insects rained down like a deluge, including several snakes and unfortunate spiders. Yuwen Sheng's expression froze as he cast a sidelong glance. He halted abruptly, brushing away the writhing mass on his shoulder. More continued to crawl over his hair and clothes, while a vibrant, venomous snake, seemingly imbued with intelligence, darted away just before landing on him, fearing it would meet a grim fate if it lingered. Qiu turned back, astonished. What just happened? Did you deliberately pull down the vines for this purpose? How did you know? Since his reintroduction to the enigmatic Zheng Quchi, the usually taciturn Qiu had transformed into a curious child, filled with wonder and questions. Zheng Quchi exhaled softly, not overly pleased with herself. Those with wilderness survival experience know that jungles are rife with snakes, insects, and vermin, especially in areas dense with vines and deadwood. If you disturb their nest, you're bound to unleash a horde of critters. But what if he doesn't act? He is far too arrogant. Would he truly require a roundabout approach to catch us mere mortals? It's a matter of confronting challenges head-on. Qiu pursed his lips, his eyes bright with determination, asking, "Can we shake him off?" "No, these are merely tricks to buy us some time. But that time is sufficient for us to don another layer of camouflage." Zheng Quchi instructed Qiu to run to a pile of stones and disrupt them, then to tread in the muddy pit. Leave behind footprints. Qiu complied, but hesitated, reminding her, Yuwen Sheng frequently engages in military campaigns. He won't fall for such trifles. Precisely, we need him not to be fooled. Qiu was left speechless, sensing that perhaps even Yuwen Sheng would find their antics amusing. Once Yuwen Sheng had meticulously cleaned himself and arrived, he remained composed, intrigued by their ploys, playing with the tassel on his sword hilt while surveying the area. Upon observing the disordered footprints and scattered stones, he chuckled dryly, a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Shallow tactics, attempting to deceive me? You think I would fall for this? He chose neither path, but instead sped toward the open road. As his figure gradually faded, Qiu, still hidden in the grass, glanced at Zheng Quchi and whispered, "All these tricks are just to let him pass first." Zheng Quchi hastily gestured for silence. "Hush, remain quiet. He will return." No sooner had she spoken than Yuwen Sheng leaped down, retracing his steps. Qiu was drenched in cold sweat, nearly caught off guard by Yuwen Sheng's cunning. Had Zheng Quchi not seized him, he would have fallen prey to Yuwen Sheng's surprise attack. Observing the surroundings, Yuwen Sheng found no unusual movements, weighed his options, and, with a gust of breath, pursued the path marked by their footprints. "Let's go." Zheng Quchi suddenly stood, startling Qiu. "Which path do we take?" "Neither. You carry me. No matter how fast we run, we cannot outpace Yuwen Sheng, especially since he seems adept at tracking. Regardless of the path chosen, if he senses something amiss, he will return immediately. Thus, we shall take a fourth route, backtracking. People often believe that in fleeing, one must only run forward, fearing capture if they slow down. Yet, we shall do the opposite. We will first retrace our steps to Spring Crossing, evade Yuwen Sheng's pursuit, and then return to Fuxian. Above all, we must ensure Yuwen Sheng remains unaware of our destination and cannot confirm that we hail from Fuxian." Zheng Quchi's strategic thinking left Qiu in awe. He realized that without her, he would undoubtedly have been ensnared by Yuwen Sheng's pursuit. It has been proven that those who possess reverse thinking and a penchant for reading can sometimes be lifesavers. The two individuals who successfully eluded Yuwen Sheng and returned to Fuxian gazed at each other, having narrowly escaped death. They appeared utterly exhausted, yet their eyes sparkled with vitality. Not every pursuer can be deemed a living Yama, and their ability to escape unscathed this time has certainly bolstered their confidence. Along the way, Qiu unexpectedly found a flowering herb, which she crushed to extract its juice, diluting it with water to wash her eyes, claiming it could neutralize the venom from the Kingdom of Daye. Zheng Quchi pondered that despite the life-threatening ordeal they had just endured, they had forged a bond, if not of life and death, then at least of camaraderie. Surely, he would not be so malicious as to poison her right after their escape. With some hesitation, she tried it, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that her vision improved dramatically, from a severe myopia of 1,000 degrees to a clarity that allowed her to discern faces. Chiu remarked, "The toxins in your system are minimal. By tonight, or at the latest tomorrow, your sight will be fully restored." Zheng Quchi smiled and praised her. "Thank you. I did not expect you to possess such anecdotal skills. You are truly multi-talented." Chiu, feeling a bit bashful, lowered her head and murmured in acknowledgement. Zheng Quchi, feeling the discomfort of sweat clinging to her skin, removed her face covering and said, "It is nearly dark, and I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Chiu looked up at her with a bewildered expression, akin to a child abandoned. "What about me?" she asked. "Go find Shanbian. He is currently hiding like an old man, avoiding trouble. Let him take care of you." It would be inappropriate for a young man to cling to her. After saying this, she waved her hand and, seeing no one on the street, hurried back to the clothing shop where she had previously left her bundle, greeted the owner, and exited through the back door. At that moment, she transformed from a shadowy assassin back into a simple village girl with braided hair. She patted the bulging medicine pouch against her chest, which she had purchased for Lu Fengmian, and glanced at the setting sun in the west, wondering if he had returned. If he had, would he be waiting patiently for her? Surely not. If he had returned earlier in the afternoon and she had gone to fetch medicine, then disappeared for an entire afternoon, he would likely have inquired at the nearby apothecaries and learned that she had already procured the medicine but had not returned to find him. Would he believe her if she claimed to have gotten lost after buying the medicine? Although he had deceived her by secretly acting as a substitute for Yuwen Sheng, nearly leading to her misfortune in killing him, she could not shake off her thoughts. Despite her musings, she did not return home directly, as if some premonition guided her. When she arrived at the rendezvous point, Inyuan Ping, she found it desolate and devoid of any presence. Raising her gaze, she noticed the breeze stirring the red cloth strips hung from the osmanthus trees, while the sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the slender, tall figure standing there. He had changed into a blue garment, a pair of fish-shaped ornaments at his waist keeping the hem in place. His dark hair cascading like a waterfall over his snow-white neck. He stood there like a wraith, and in that moment time seemed to stand still, giving her an almost ethereal sense of separation from her own world. Everything that had transpired today was overwhelmingly intense. She had been thrust into the role of an assassin, tasked with eliminating her target, only to discover that he was her unfortunate husband. Then she had to rescue him, yet inadvertently fell into the clutches of the living Yama, Yuwen Sheng, and found herself blinded by poison, embroiled in the vendetta of the Kingdom of Jiulu. Yuwen Sheng had saved her, knocking her unconscious, after which they embarked on yet another perilous escape. Who could endure such a day without feeling utterly exhausted? When she was Zheng Quchi, the experience was thrilling yet perilous, adrenaline coursing through her as she danced on the precipice of life and death. But in her guise as Zheng Quchi, she discovered that life could also be tranquil and harmonious. She had a family, siblings, and now a husband waiting for her return. They would live together in this village, free from schemes and bloodshed, leading a simple, fulfilling life of sustenance and warmth. Suddenly, a hand slapped against her forehead as Zheng Quchi berated herself for her foolish thoughts. With her volatile identity as a spy, assassin, and traitor, the notion of a peaceful existence was nothing more than a dream. Lu Fengmian, I have procured the medicine. She trotted over, hastily producing the medicine pouch, not rushing to explain anything, confident that he, the one who had feigned illness to send her on this errand, would not pursue the matter further. Yuwen Sheng had sensed her presence, standing there, yet as she continued to gaze at him without moving, a sense of unfounded speculation began to stir within him. This chapter concludes here, with the next installment anticipated soon. They immediately adopted a solemn demeanor, hastily lowering their heads and behaving submissively, afraid to act recklessly. Yet, their hearts were still scratching like a cat's claws. Who is this husband and wife? Wei Yao could not suppress his curiosity and took the risk of being cut down by the general to ask a question. He was more intrigued by what kind of extraordinary person could make a general, who disregarded even a princess, marry her within a single morning. Did she possess a beauty akin to that of a celestial being, or an alluring charm reminiscent of a seductress? In any case, to witness the general's marriage in their lifetime was nothing short of a miracle. Yuwen Sheng casually wiped the sword blade with a silk handkerchief, feeling no obligation to satisfy their curiosity. At that moment, Wang Zibang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and cautiously inquired, "General, according to our plan, you were supposed to leave when the wedding procession concluded and the people from Mo Yi set fire to the Wenshu Hall. Now that you have made a marriage alliance with the lady, where is she now?" In a typical courtship, the male party selects the female and takes her home directly. Those with wealth would choose an auspicious day for a grand wedding celebration, while those without would simply present some betrothal gifts to the bride's family, fulfilling the customary marriage rites. Who would not eagerly bring home a new bride? But where was their lady? Had she been abandoned? Yuwenshing's hand paused as he wiped the sword, and the smile at the corners of his lips faded slightly. The lady? Had he not used the excuse of an eye ailment to send her away? He pondered. Surely she wasn't still foolishly waiting there? It was quite possible. The fervor and vows she expressed during the proposal were enough to demonstrate her feelings for him. If he did not return, how could she simply let it go? Yuwensheng replied, "She is still at the Inyuan plain." "What's she doing there?" Wang Zibang pressed. "Did the general leave any instructions for her before you departed? Is it necessary?" In other words, had the general just married someone and then turned his back on her, leaving her to fend for herself? The young couple, Wei Yao and Wang Zibang, looked pained. "General, it is indeed necessary. When a woman becomes angry, not only does she become sarcastic and mocking, but she also makes it impossible to sleep at night. It is truly terrifying." Yuwensheng saw through their thoughts at a glance and smiled faintly, the curve of his lips slightly peculiar. "She is not like your wives." Recalling her powerful words spoken in public, his eyes narrowed, filled with a strange delight and amusement. She possessed a home and could provide for herself, and he need not worry about her being soft-hearted, merely crying and complaining when faced with difficulties. She cared only for him, promising even to work to support him. This declaration, whether intended as boasting or derision, left Wang Zibang and Wei Yao utterly speechless. "General, do you even hear yourself? What you said sounds quite absurd." To them, it seemed as if the general was akin to a man who had become a son-in-law, living off a woman, relying on her support. They were astonished, too shocked to voice their thoughts. It turned out that so many noble young ladies of Yi country could not win the general's heart, not because they were lacking, but because they sought to marry into the general's household to enjoy wealth and glory, unaware that he himself wished to bask in the comforts of being cared for. Who could have imagined this? It felt as though they had inadvertently discovered an astonishing secret, driven by curiosity about what Zheng Quchi could do for him. Yuwensheng eventually ventured alone to the Inyuan plain. As he approached, he mocked inwardly, convinced that Zheng Quchi would be waiting there, enduring the wait. However, the reality was an empty Inyuan plain, devoid of any figures. Everything was silent, as if the world were asleep in the cold air. Yuwensheng's gaze grew increasingly frigid, until he heard a faint sound of delicate footsteps approaching from behind. He guessed she must be anxiously searching for him. Would she be heartbroken, angry, or accusatory about his unexplained disappearance? "Lu Fomian, I have procured the medicine." Yet there was no sorrow, no anger, nor accusations. Her voice was clear and natural, accompanied by a sense of ease upon seeing him, a feeling Yuwensheng had never experienced from others. They only feared him, despised him, or hated him, some even having been infatuated with his appearance, yet invariably harboring deeper desires and intentions of plunder. Everyone sought to take something from him, yet no one had ever thought to reciprocate in kind. He leaned on a cane, turning his face slightly, his elegant profile exuding a surreal sense of beauty. "I thought you had abandoned me." As soon as the words left his lips, they resonated with both of them, revealing the undertones of reproach in his husky, gravelly voice. Yuwensheng was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his own tone. Zheng Quchi hesitated for a moment before retorting, "Of course not." She was well aware of his departure, but did not know when he had returned. Had he been standing there foolishly waiting for her? If she had not whimsically looked back today, would his frail form have succumbed to the cold winds? Yuwensheng believed she had been waiting for him at the Inyuan plain, yet he had broken his promise, gone missing, and failed to provide any explanation, leaving her to wait alone from dawn until dusk. This peculiar couple, drawn together by their individual reasons and thoughts, felt a strange ripple of emotion within. He sought to dismiss the unusual feelings stirring in his heart and softly spoke, "You said you would take me home." For some reason, this statement struck a chord with Zheng Quchi at that moment. Lu Fengmian resembled a proud and noble Persian cat. speaking in a tone that seemed to convey weakness yet came out sounding like a humble request. He bent his regal back, feigning dissatisfaction as she stroked his fur. She smiled brightly. Yes, I did say that. Let us go. If we hurry, we should be able to return home before nightfall. The paths through the mountain village were unlike the smooth roads of the county, as most sections required navigating narrow ridges and uneven stone paths. Considering Lu Fengmian's visual impairment and unfamiliarity with the terrain, she hesitated before reaching out to tug at his sleeve. Be careful. The path is narrow here. We need to go around this ridge. Let me guide you, so we can move faster and I won't have to worry about you falling. This was the second time she had reached out to him. Yuwen's body instinctively froze, feeling a desire to break free. The warmth of human touch was foreign to him, yet the thrill of blood coursing through veins ignited a strange excitement within him. His gaze darkened slightly. How do you intend to guide me? Since it was Lu Fengmian, he was not wearing gloves, yet he despised being touched by anyone. Zheng Quchi understood his quirks. Interpreting his question as an acceptance, she grasped his wrist through the fabric of his sleeve. His hand was strong, yet not emaciated. However, upon seeing Lu Fengmian's hair bristle like a cat's in alarm, he abruptly turned to her. Zheng Quchi was aware of his peculiarities. She did not mean to take advantage of him, but with their slow pace, they risked being left in the dark. Given her still recovering eyesight, they could both end up stumbling in the darkness. Feigning ignorance, she pointed ahead. Look, that field seems to have cracked. The harvest this year will likely be poor. And that terraced field ahead? It's a disaster among disasters, completely barren. I fear this year will yield nothing. Noticing her sudden change in demeanor, Yuwen inquired softly, what is it? Zheng Quchi hesitated, her expression pained. She gritted her teeth and cursed. That disastrous field seems to belong to my family. Yuwen. Her words left him speechless. She truly was a unique individual. A gentle smile graced his lips as he spoke. Fuxian has suffered years of drought, leaving only the farmers who venture far to fetch well water for sustenance. If such calamities persist, the lands of Fuxian and Zhoujun, deprived of irrigation, will inevitably face the same dire fate. Upon hearing this, Zheng Quchi furrowed her brow slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. If the well water was insufficient, the only recourse would be to divert water from the south, digging ditches for irrigation. Diverting water from the south? She found the term quite intriguing. How would one accomplish such a feat? She gestured simply, illustrating her thoughts. For instance, we could dig a channel to redirect the waters of Ruishi to irrigate Fuxian. However, a natural barrier stood between Fuxian and the region's largest river, a significant challenge that had thwarted past attempts to construct such channels over the years. Yet, Zheng Quchi believed that solutions often outnumber the difficulties. Throughout history, countless individuals had triumphed over formidable obstacles. With adequate maps of both Fuxian and the nearby river, she felt confident she could tackle this challenge. Yuwen regarded her with skepticism. He found her naivety amusing, as if she believed her limited understanding was sufficient to grasp the complexities at hand. How could you possibly know about such matters? The words jolted Zheng Quchi back to reality. Indeed, she was now Zheng Quchi in the guise of a woman. It was the male persona of Sang Xianqing who would possess such knowledge. She quickly amended, "Oh, I was merely speculating. It's actually my second brother who is knowledgeable about these matters. He frequently discusses them with me, and I've absorbed some of his insights." Your second brother? She laughed lightly. He's currently visiting relatives and should return in a few days. Ever since Sang Daye provided a reason for the siblings' disappearance, they had continuously been on familial visits. Upon arriving at Haigu village and witnessing its poverty and simplicity, Yuwen anticipated a dilapidated thatched cottage. To his surprise, the Sang family resided in a grand estate enclosed by walls. When the wooden door bearing the Sang emblem swung open, soft moonlight spilled in, casting a silvery sheen over everything. Inside, a pathway laid with smooth river pebbles meandered, flanked by grassy flooring, with vibrant flowers and verdant herbs cultivated within the courtyard. Elegant stone tables and bamboo pavilions adorned the space, and fruit-laden trees flourished. Everything suggested that this was no ordinary dwelling. Who constructed this house? He inquired. It was built by my second brother, she replied casually. Her voice echoed within the home, prompting Sang Daye to emerge. Is that Yuchinga? Zheng Quchi quickly interjected, brother. It's me, Chitsi. My second brother has yet to return from his visit. Sang Daye found her response curious, but was momentarily taken aback when he noticed she was accompanied by a man. "Chitsi, who is he?" Zheng Quchi, undeterred, boldly declared, "Brother, this is my newlywed husband, whom I married today with the witness of the village official. He will now live with us." Zheng Daye staggered, nearly losing his footing. "You truly married him?" The incredulity in his voice implied that she had made a difficult choice. Indeed, given her complexion, she might have faced challenges as a woman seeking marriage. As a man, however, Zheng Xianqing might have fared better. There was a time when, without the assistance of a blind man named Lu Fengyan, her prospects would have been bleak. "Well, I did marry him, but I am not leaving. I'm bringing my husband into our home. I will work hard to support you all." Zheng Daye's head spun at her words. "Why?" "Because he has neither house nor wealth." His frustration mounted as realization dawned upon him. She had initially intended to continue living as Zheng Xianqing while seeking a dependent husband. The sight of the man's bandaged eyes made Zheng Daye gasp. What is wrong with his eyes? Seeing Zheng Daye's pale face and trembling hands, Zheng Quchi softened her tone. "He has a minor issue with his eyes, but with proper treatment, it could be resolved." "A minor issue? Proper treatment? So you not only found a penniless man, but also a blind one for a husband? Are you trying to drive me mad?" Zheng Daye finally erupted. Zheng Quchi instinctively shielded Yuwen Sheng, pushing him behind her. "Brother, I am not being reckless. He is the one I have carefully chosen, the only one I am certain about. You may disapprove of him, but he is my best option." Her earnest declaration momentarily stunned Zheng Daye. Meanwhile, Yuwen Sheng, who had been an observer until now, found himself taken aback by her ardent confession. Although she was not speaking directly to him, her every word resonated with unspoken affection. It became apparent that she was infatuated with him, contradicting her brother for his sake. Could it be that a man could be cherished without moral restraint? Zheng Daye, initially oblivious, began to realize the intensity of Yuwen Sheng's allure when he caught a glimpse of his delicate features illuminated by the gentle moonlight. The more he stared, the more he felt that this extraordinary visage was far beyond the common stock from which they hailed. It must be his looks, he thought bitterly. His simple and innocent sister had been bewitched by such beauty that she would even marry a dependent blind man. But, confronted with the reality that they had already formalized their union, he felt defeated. He contemplated that perhaps, given their complex family dynamics, a frail and inexperienced husband might be the better choice, minimizing potential troubles. After all, if conflicts arose, with Chinga's strength, he need not worry about being at a disadvantage. You chose him. Whatever circumstances arise, you must bear the consequences. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the city to procure supplies for your wedding. He sighed deeply, realizing that the burden of preparations had shifted from the groom's family to his own. "Brother, you need not trouble yourself. I will go to the city tomorrow." Zheng Quchi quickly reassured him. New bedding must be purchased as well. The thrifty Zheng Quchi hesitated, "But you will only marry once. Spending some money is worthwhile." Zheng Daye, exasperated, interrupted her hosts. It was the first time Zheng Quchi had seen him so furious, silencing her as she allowed him to take charge. "Until the wedding is arranged, you shall sleep apart. Let him stay with me tonight." Knowing Yuwen Sheng's discomfort with physical contact, she protested, "No need. I will sleep with my younger sister. He can stay in my room." Zheng Daye hesitated, but ultimately conceded, recognizing that they were now a married couple. "Very well." After finishing his words, he leaned on his cane and returned to his room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Zheng Quchi covered her ears and recoiled slightly, overwhelmed by frustration. At that moment, Yuwen Sheng, who had been watching from a distance, spoke up. "If he does not accept me, will you heed his words?" Zheng Quchi, feeling a pang of sympathy for her husband who was belittled by her family, quickly reassured him, "Of course not." "Then will you still assist me in the future?" "Who else would I help if not you?" Realizing that Zheng Quchi's attitude remained unwavering despite his concerns, he decided to postpone dealing with the audacious cripple who dared to call him blind. Unbeknownst to him, any hint of hesitation on his part could lead to dire consequences, as her elder brother might not allow him to see another sunrise. Zheng Quchi had a habit of soaking her feet before bed, although her hands were usually warm. Her feet turned icy in winter. If she didn't soak them, she would remain cold throughout the night. However, this evening brought an unusual circumstance. As Jing returned late, she ran through the text for errors, combining 3 chapters totaling over 6,000 words into one, feeling too lazy to divide them further. She expressed her gratitude to the enthusiastic readers who left comments and voted for her, concluding with a warm note. Upon learning about her habit, Brother Sang would always heat a pot of water on the stove in advance, ready for her to soak her feet upon her return. The wooden basin for soaking feet was also crafted by Brother Sang, who had visibly improved in spirit and vigor since moving into their new home. This perhaps reflected the intrinsic sense of belonging that the Chinese feel towards their homes. Once a dwelling is established, they wish to furnish it completely and create a cozy environment. Many small household items and utensils were meticulously crafted by him, including bowls and buckets. While he couldn't perform heavy labor, he excelled in such carpentry. Zheng Quchi settled onto a wooden stool in the kitchen, washing away the chill and fatigue of the day. Suddenly, she remembered that there was another person in the house. At this moment, Yuwen was observing her room. The interior, adorned in a rustic style, was quite simple: a wooden bed without curtains on the north side, a chest of drawers on the right, and a small table on the left, topped with a few pieces of rough bamboo paper weighted down by river stones. A carved wooden vase held 2 budding red plum branches, filling the room with a faint, pleasant fragrance, a blend of camphor wood, blooming plum blossoms, and Zheng Quchi's unique scent. The bedroom floor was laid with dried wooden planks, coated with a varnish made from pine resin and tree gum. Zheng Quchi had raised the floor by 30 centimeters to avoid dampness, creating a comfortable and even surface, unlike the uneven ground of compressed earth. The room's subtle fragrance and minimalist decor resonated well with Yuwen, making it feel appropriate compared to the stark contrasts of the barracks. As the door swung open, Zheng Quchi entered with a basin of hot water, saying, "Lu Fengyan, come soak your feet." Yuwen turned, puzzled. Soak my feet? The term was unfamiliar in Yi country, where it was customary to wash one's feet before bed, but seldom did anyone soak them. Soaking in hot water could ward off the cold, reduce swelling, and alleviate the fatigue accumulated throughout the day. She had even asked her brother to make a lid for the foot basin, with 2 holes for legs to maintain the water's warmth. Yuwen had never soaked his feet and was skeptical of the practice. "You stood for so long today, you must be exhausted. Just give it a try." Without hesitation, she gently pushed him to sit on the edge of the bed, aware of his visual impairment and feeling guilty for nearly harming him earlier. She took it upon herself to remove his shoes and socks, guiding his feet into the warm water. His hands and feet were perpetually cold, perhaps due to his rigorous training or the innate deficiencies in his heart and meridians. As the warm water enveloped his feet, an extraordinary warmth enveloped him. "Is it comfortable?" The flow of blood and the release of tension allowed him to relax, his voice languid. No one could resist the allure of comfort. Zheng Quchi yawned and remarked, "When the water cools, don't soak anymore. Just dry your feet and go to bed. I'll come back tomorrow to refill the water." After she left, Yuwen remained in the basin until the water had completely cooled, the warmth slowly replaced by the familiar chill. He recalled Zheng Quchi's nonchalant departure. An irritation flickered in his eyes. Lowering his gaze, he kicked the foot basin over with a thud. What happened? Zheng Quchi hurried over, wrapping herself in a coat. Upon seeing the water spilled everywhere and him sitting silently on the bed, she rushed to right the basin. "Did you fall? I told you to let me handle the water." She assumed he had tried to get up to fetch the water, but had knocked it over due to his sight issues. Yuwen was momentarily taken aback. He had expected her to scold him for spilling the water, to treat him like a useless burden, or at the very least to show annoyance. Instead, she came over with concern and tidied up without complaint. Yuwen opened his mouth, his gaze innocent. "I thought I could." A lie. He had deliberately knocked the water over. "I'm sorry. You must be tired today, yet you still have to handle such trivial matters." Another falsehood. He wished for her to prioritize him in everything. Hearing his words, Zheng Quchi paused, then smiled. "You can rely on me. There's no need to strain yourself." From a moment they chose to return together, she understood his circumstances and would never disdain him for his shortcomings. "Really?" Yuwen offered her a radiant smile. "Then the water has cooled. I still want to soak." His smile was like a beauty under the moonlight, possessing a magical power that provided a unique beauty. Zheng Quchi momentarily lost her train of thought, but did not indulge him entirely. "Soaking too long will be uncomfortable for your feet. Let's do it again tomorrow." "But my feet are cold." "Are they still cold after soaking for so long?" Instinctively, she wanted to touch his feet, but hesitated. "You must have a cold constitution. When I have the chance, I'll make you a hot water bottle to keep by your bed, and it'll stay warm until dawn. What is a hot water bottle? It's made of copper, shaped like a round pot, filled with boiling water and tightly sealed. It warms like a charcoal basin for a long time. She realized that hot water bottles likely only emerged during the Song dynasty. The world she had traversed was still in an earlier period of the southern dynasties, rife with turmoil, and it was understandable that such quality-of-life inventions had not yet been developed. Yuwen had never heard of it. He had only known the coldness of going to sleep without adequate warmth. I'll fetch you another basin of hot water. This time, don't soak for too long. Just warm your feet and go to sleep. This time, she stood by as he soaked, and once the time seemed sufficient, she took the basin away, urging him to sleep. This time, Yuwen did not cause any further trouble. Lying in the unfamiliar room, he initially found fault with the bedding Zheng Quchi had used, but soon felt his once frozen feet begin to cool again. Hesitating for a moment, he pulled the sun-dried cotton quilt over himself. People are like that. Once they experience warmth, they are reluctant to return to the past's coldness. After covering his feet for a while, warmth returned, and he finally closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep until dawn. When he awoke the next day, he felt somewhat bewildered. For all these years, he had never truly experienced a peaceful slumber. The chronic lack of sleep often left him in a state of uncontrollable agitation. Yet when he slept too long, a throbbing sensation would arise at his temples. Early in the morning, the outside world was bustling with noise. He could hear voices. "Sister, little sister wants to play too." "No, children must not handle scissors." "Do you like birds? I will cut one for you." Yuwen pushed open the door, and a chill swept over him. As autumn gave way to winter, it would not be long before snow blanketed Fuxian. Approaching the fence, he gazed into the courtyard, which offered a distinctly new perspective in the daylight. The azure sky was adorned with clouds, as if freshly washed, and the leaves of the fruit trees he had planted had already turned yellow. In the gentle breeze, the golden leaves drifted down like whispers. Under the bamboo pavilion, Zheng Quchi was seated on a stone stool, engaged in some activity with a small child. "What are you doing?" Yuwen inquired as he approached. "You're awake. Just a moment," Zheng Quchi replied, fully concentrated on cutting paper with a pair of scissors borrowed from next door. The scissors, reminiscent of those unearthed from the Western Han dynasty, were functional yet less efficient than their modern counterparts. After several attempts, she skillfully crafted paper cuttings, improvising with a knife on areas that did not meet her satisfaction. Paper cutting is an ancient folk art, beloved by many. Zheng Quchi had once witnessed a master artisan, who explained that while the act of cutting itself is not difficult, the challenge lies in the adeptness of one's creative thought. The intricate designs are first envisioned in the mind, and then brought to life through the scissors and knife, creating a beautiful lace-like artwork. As luck would have it, visualizing designs was one of Zheng Quchi's strengths, and she employed a method of recollection. Anything she committed to memory could be restored through specific mnemonic cues. All right. As she unfolded the paper, a vividly lifelike bird leaped onto the sheet, which she promptly gifted to her eagerly awaiting little sister. "Wow," the little sister exclaimed excitedly as she received it, twirling joyfully. "Be careful, don't fall." "Thank you, sister." "Ahem, sister." After a morning of teaching, the child finally adjusted her address for Zheng Quchi. "All right, call me brother-in-law, and then you can go play." "Brother-in-law? What is that?" The little sister tilted her head, glancing at Yuwen. His typically pallid complexion appeared much healthier now, a result of adequate rest. He bore a gentle smile, emanating an amicable aura, yet the little sister regarded him with a hint of shyness. "Sister, brother-in-law." Obediently, she called out, before swiftly running off with the sparrow Zheng Quchi had cut for her to find brother Sang. Zheng Quchi turned to Yuwen. "I am cutting paper. I have heard of paper cutting. Besides birds, what else can you cut?" Yuwen seated himself on the stone stool, casually fiddling with a portion of the double happiness character she had crafted. "Actually, I don't know much else. I'll mostly cut the double happiness character, and I'll make a few to paste on the door for a festive touch." Initially, brother Sang had asked her to buy some, but the frugal Zheng Quchi would never allow anyone to profit from her own efforts. He picked up a vibrant red double happiness character. "Is this the color of celebration?" He smiled, still curious. "Why red? Shouldn't it symbolize misfortune and blood? Don't you like red?" "That is not the case. There is only one left." Yuwen showed little interest in this topic, his gaze drifting toward the sky, where the clouds floated leisurely. At that moment, a hand reached over from the side. "Here, this is for you." He snapped back to attention, glancing over. Aside from birds, I can only cut window flowers. This one is a peony, representing elegance, prosperity, and completeness, symbolizing a happy life. He accepted it, finding it quite lovely. Such a paper creation indeed offers a multitude of playful possibilities. It's for good fortune, Zheng Quchi remarked, rising to check the sky. You should bask in the sun more since you are chilly. Otherwise, winter will be even more uncomfortable. I need to head to the county town to purchase some necessities. Is there anything you would like me to bring back? At that moment, a gray pigeon alighted quietly on the wall, looking around while cooing softly. Yuwen glanced at it casually. No, then today do not go anywhere. Wait for me to return, and then we shall hold the wedding. I have something very important to discuss with you. Zheng Quchi intended to formally address their contract marriage, but Yuwen assumed she wished to express her feelings amid the wedding festivities. He smiled warmly. All right. After exchanging pleasantries, Zheng Quchi picked up a basket and stepped out. Upon arriving in the county town, she observed a crowd gathered around a bulletin board, discussing animatedly. Look, the county is hiring stonemasons at a high price. That price is too steep. It makes me eager. Hammer, what do you know? They are looking for skilled stonemasons. Ordinary ones will only earn a few coins. I heard many people have signed up, but why does the county need so many masons? It seems they are repairing the city walls, or perhaps digging canals. These officials are always so secretive. We common folk can hardly comprehend their intentions. Brother, how much money do they have to cause such astonishment? A dark-skinned girl exerted herself to squeeze into the inner circle, but unfortunately, her height was obscured by a few towering men in front of the bulletin board. Of course, it's a lot. For us, a lifetime of labor might not amount to such riches. 10 strings of cash. Zheng Quchi's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 strings? Indeed, if the stonemasons are willing to take you, working there earns you 10 strings. How do I sign up? She asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The man who had spoken glanced at Zheng Quchi's unusual complexion, astonished. You want to go? She waved her hand. No, I'm signing up for my second brother. That money is hard to earn. You should discuss it with your second brother first. The man was genuinely concerned. Zheng Quchi chuckled lightly. No need. He still has to earn money to support his wife and family. Besides, money is never easily acquired in this world. That is indeed true. Over there is the registration area. Go ask for your second brother. Receiving directions, Zheng Quchi expressed her gratitude and hurried over. She spotted a middle-aged man in a black hat, dozing with a brush in hand. Before him lay 2 sheets of paper, one with only a couple of names written on it, and the other densely filled with crossed-out names. It appeared that this recruitment of craftsmen was indeed challenging. End of chapter. Chapter 45. The invisible display of affection. 2 chapters in one. Sir, wake up. I want to register. Her voice rang out clearly, startling the half-asleep middle-aged man, nearly causing him to tumble from his stool. He hastily adjusted his hat. Who wants to register? San Xianxing, I wish to participate in this recruitment of stonemasons. She leaned in eagerly, hoping to catch the attention of the recruitment officer, whose vision seemed not quite clear. Oh, San Xianxing, is it? This name sounds somewhat familiar. The middle-aged man mused, unable to recall immediately. He squinted at her, pulling back his neck. You are San Xianxing? No, we only hire male workers. Women need not apply. He waved his hand, shaking his head in refusal. Zheng Quchi exclaimed, No, it's not for me. It's for my second brother. Only then did the middle-aged man realize his misunderstanding. He grasped the brush, preparing to record. Oh, your second brother. Is he a stonemason? Which village is he from? Is he on the registry? Zheng Quchi blinked his eyes. He was a carpenter, yet he was also capable of performing stonemasonry. Hey, little girl, why are you trying to play tricks on me? That one tea do. A carpenter is a carpenter, and a stonemason is a stonemason. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he decisively pressed down his pen to refuse. Although they were both artisans, the types of crafts differed significantly. How could they be confused with one another? In comparison to carpentry, stonemasonry commanded greater respect. The craft was more challenging, and if given a choice, ordinary citizens from well-off families would prefer sturdy stone houses over wooden ones. The realm of the stonemason also encompassed building walls, carving stone tablets, and quarrying raw stone, making it a trade that required considerable physical exertion. Undeterred by yet another rejection, Zheng Quchi remained resolute. Anyone who has attended a job fair knows that high-paying positions are hard to come by. The more competitive the role, the more it tests one's adaptability. She would not be dissuaded by 1 or 2 failures. Just the thought of her 3 dependents at home, along with the first year of unpaid taxes owed by Zheng Quchi, spurred her on. She could not let Tin Guan slip away so easily. In her deep contemplation, an important thought finally struck her. She leaned forward, placing her hands on the table, and inquired of the middle-aged man, "Uncle, is there a Mu Gongwan overseeing this project?" Upon hearing this, the man's eyelids furrowed in surprise. "You know Mu Gongwan?" The implication was clear. Mu Gongwan was indeed present, which was splendid news. "I don't know him personally, but my second brother does. Could you please inform him that Zheng Quchi wishes to participate in this project?" The middle-aged man, still skeptical, questioned, "Your brother truly knows Mu Gongwan?" "Indeed. Not long ago, my second brother worked alongside Mu Gongwan at Changsunpo, repairing the fortifications. If you don't believe me, you can ask around." The mention of repairing fortifications triggered a realization in the middle-aged man. He suddenly recalled that Zheng Quchi was the individual Mu Gongwan had spoken of, the one who had constructed the earthenware. His gaze toward Zheng Quchi shifted, now tinged with curiosity. "You are the sister of that Zheng Quchi?" He stroked his beard thoughtfully and nodded. "Very well, I will inquire on your behalf. But why isn't your brother here himself?" "Oh, he has gone to visit family and asked me to register for him." The middle-aged man did not dwell on the contradictions in her statement. His mind was preoccupied elsewhere. He believed that Zheng Quchi indeed possessed some skill, and given Mu Gongwan's high regard for him, assisting her would not be a burdensome task. If Zheng Quchi were to achieve recognition in the future, he might even find himself seeking her favor. When Mu Gongwan was informed that a small official had come to relay a message, he was momentarily taken aback. "Sanction King? How did he manage to register for a stonemason's position? Wasn't he a carpenter?" He inquired of the small official, Zhang Mi, who had previously interacted with Zheng Quchi. It was a young woman who came. She said she was registering on behalf of her second brother, claiming he is Zheng Quchi, but isn't he a carpenter? She stated he is a carpenter, but can also perform stonemason work. Muka pondered this for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Perhaps she is blinded by the allure of money. Little does she know how arduous the task of constructing the city walls is. If the truth were publicly announced, I fear not even a fortune would entice anyone to attempt it. Indeed, it is exceedingly challenging. I cannot fathom how many have perished from exhaustion, hardship, or accidents in the past. To restore the ghostly wall of Fuxing County would truly be a task for the ages. He decided that he must personally report to the higher authorities. Zheng Quchi's circumstances were unique, and whether she gained approval would rest entirely on their discretion. At the Zheng residence, shortly after Zheng Quchi departed for the county, Yuwen Sheng, having perused the letter from the gray pigeon, also vanished from the Zheng household. "General, where's the lady?" Wei Yao glanced behind him. Yuwen Sheng, his narrowed eyes hidden beneath a mask, regarded Wei Yao. "Is she your mother? Why else would he show such concern for her whereabouts? That would be an honor for a subordinate," Wei Yao thought to himself, determined to bear the brunt of the general's sharp tongue. At that moment, Wang Zibang approached. "General, the trebuchet from the state of Julu has begun to take shape. Would you like to take a look? Additionally, the wheeled chariots we previously transported are delicate. The artisans are hesitant to disassemble them for fear of irreparably damaging their structure and are seeking your guidance. Let's go and inspect it." Upon arriving at the training grounds, they found a large device consisting mainly of a wooden frame, pulleys, short axles, and ropes, with the pulleys being the core component. It bore a striking resemblance to the earthenware Zheng Quchi had previously crafted. Aside from the artisans, a woman clad in simple workman's attire was present. Her features gentle and graceful. Her sleeves and pant hems were tied with rope, and her long hair was pulled back, exuding an air of efficiency. Without complaint, she assisted in adjusting the machinery. "The general has arrived." The artisans quickly approached to pay their respects. "General, we succeeded. We succeeded," the artisans exclaimed excitedly, eager to report their triumph. The woman turned in surprise upon seeing the tall figure clad in black armor and a red cape. She couldn't help but suppress a smile, standing gracefully and bowing her head. Yuwen Sheng stepped forward, examining the intricate machinery. It appeared nearly identical to the remnants he had brought back, restored in nearly its original state, yet its efficacy remained uncertain. "Has it been tested?" "Yes. It can launch stones weighing 300 to 400 pounds and reach heights of 30 feet, making it effective for scaling city walls and precise long-range combat. A clear, melodious voice interjected. The artisans turned to Gong Shulan, recalling her recent contributions and assistance, and could not help but praise her. Miss Gongshu is truly admirable without her guidance. The complex mechanism would have taken us much longer to construct. Indeed. Wang Zibang, rarely so agreeable, added, Miss Gongshu is indeed a credit to the Gongshu family. Her ingenuity is truly remarkable. Not at all. Compared to my brother's divine craftsmanship, I barely measure up. She blushed slightly at their compliments, yet remained composed and poised, accepting the accolades with grace. Her gaze flickered toward Yuwen Shang, curious about his perception of her, only to find him smirking, a smile that bore a hint of irony. So, it seems that the renowned artisans of Yeguang are outshone by a woman from the Gongshu clan. What use does this general have for you pretenders? The atmosphere shifted dramatically, as if struck by an unseen force. The expressions of the onlookers froze, their earlier joy extinguished. Wang Zibang quickly recognized his blunder. The Gongshu family hailed from Beiyuan, and their artisans' praise of a member from another state was tantamount to trampling upon their own national dignity. The air turned frigid, and everyone grew tense, hesitant to speak further. Fortunately, Yuwen Shang had no intention of executing anyone at that moment. He smiled disarmingly. No more flattery? Very well. Let us proceed to test the device. Yes. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the focus shifted entirely from Gong Shulan to the new apparatus. Release the stone. Launch. A resounding thud echoed as the stone soared, covering a distance of approximately 100 meters. Yuwen Shang narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly stroking. Continue. Release the stone. Launch. The process continued. After repeating this 4 times, a crack echoed, reminiscent of wood splintering. Yuwen Shang's keen hearing had already detected an anomaly during the first launch. At this moment, the sound was no longer subtle. Startled, everyone halted their actions of placing stones and hurried to investigate, ultimately concluding that the base had shifted and fractured. In the next instant, with a resounding crack, the entire structure collapsed. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Yuwen Shang's lips as his dark gaze fixated on the scene. After witnessing this calamity, all present felt their legs weaken, scarcely daring to breathe. What on earth was happening? How could such a disaster occur? Gong Shulan wore an expression of disbelief. She rushed over and inspected the debris, murmuring, "We clearly reinforced the base. Why did it fracture after less than 10 throws? Is it due to the wood's insufficient hardness?" Or Yuwen Shang's mocking voice pierced through her thoughts from behind. The lifting apparatus from the Kingdom of Jiulu can autonomously adjust its position and throw stones 60 to 80 times within the span of a tea break. It has failed to endure even a few throws now. The craftsmen trembled, feeling as though their lives hung by a thread. "We will continue, Wai Yao." "Show them the design," Yuwen Shang ordered. Yes. The craftsmen, confused and anxious, accepted the design. After examining it closely, though they struggled to understand the text, the lifelike depiction of the apparatus left them awestruck. As if concerned that their reaction was insufficient, Yuwen Shang leisurely added, "Doesn't it appear remarkably simple and lightweight? Yet it can bear 300 to 400 pounds of earth, and its base can effortlessly rotate and adjust its position." Their astonishment was palpable. "What on earth is this? Even you cannot comprehend its purpose?" Yuwen Shang's smile was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet his eyes were as piercing as a blade. The General, spend countless resources to support you useless lot each year. Now, with no accomplishments to show, how can you live without a shred of shame? What makes you think I am so generous?" With that, all immediately knelt in terror. Wang Zibang recognized the design as one drawn by Zheng Quchi. Observing the scene, he sighed, as if he had anticipated this moment. "General, you still have not let go of Zheng Quchi." Gong Shulan's expression darkened. Yuwen Shang, in addition to humiliating the craftsman, was also publicly slapping her face. This was meant to be a lifting apparatus, but its design was so simplistic that it could not possibly support such heavy loads. The origins of the drawing were unclear, and perhaps the general had been deceived. "Miss Gong Shulan," Wang Zibang interjected hastily, preventing her from continuing. If she angered the general further, even the intervention of Gong Shulan's family would not save her life. They had witnessed the authenticity of the design, so even if her speculation was reasonable, the general would perceive it as slander. He informed her, "The design is genuine. It is called the Earth Lifter, crafted by a carpenter in Fujian while building a fort. It is not a mere fabrication." Gong Shulan stared wide-eyed. The craftsmen were equally incredulous. A carpenter from Fuxian? Such a rural craftsman could scarcely be deemed competent, yet he had created such a wooden device. Observing their dumbfounded expressions, which contrasted starkly with their previous self-satisfaction, Yuwen lowered his voice, weaving it like an incantation that lingered in their ears. Now, you must understand that the Kingdom of Yi is not devoid of skilled artisans. Rather, it is you who have been complacently ignorant, merely building in isolation. Such a statement crushed the prideful craftsmen, reducing them to mere dust. Their faces turned ashen, as if mourning a great loss. In the general's eyes, they, selected as the finest craftsmen from across the nation, were overshadowed by a mere rural carpenter. Why should they even continue to exist? Wei Yao exchanged glances with Wang Zibang, both sensing the unusual demeanor of the general today. He seemed remarkably more temperate compared to his usual self. In past instances, he would have likely already executed several craftsmen for incompetence by this hour. Yet today, despite moments of peril, his demeanor had not crossed into uncontrollable rage. Reflecting on recent events, they found nothing particularly noteworthy that could have affected him, except for the fact that the general had married the general's lady. Their eyes widened in realization. How astonishing! It seemed the cure for a man's battle-induced madness and bloodlust was simply a soft-hearted wife. At that moment, a soldier hurried over. "General, Officer Mu has brought the list of stonemasons and requests your personal review." Yuwen narrowed his eyes slightly. Typically, such minor officials would not report directly unless they believed there was something of significance that warranted his attention. "Let him come." He waved his hand, instructing Wei Yao and Wang Zibang to remain while he followed the young soldier to a quieter area. As Officer Mu approached with the roster, he inadvertently noticed the kneeling craftsman and the heap of broken wooden debris, his face betraying surprise, though he quickly suppressed it, lowering his gaze. "Bring it here." As Officer Mu prepared to articulate his thoughts, the general spoke first. Even he, slow as he was, could discern that the general's mood was grim, leaving no patience for pleasantries. Thus, he promptly handed over the list, explaining, "I should not intrude at this moment. But I recalled your previous instructions." Officer Mu succinctly relayed his message, while Yuwen's gaze slid down the paper, halting at the third name. "Is it him?" He rhythmically tapped his gloved finger on the name, a perplexing smile emerging on his lips. Officer Mu concluded, "If there are any updates regarding Zheng Quchi, they must be reported immediately. Why has he been called to serve as a stonemason?" Yuwen finally withdrew his gaze from the paper. Officer Mu recalled Zhang Er's words. "It must be due to financial need. I heard Zheng Quchi's home was burned down and they recently rebuilt. Their family is not well off. So upon hearing of the government's generous recruitment of stonemasons, they sent his sister to sign up." Yuwen was indifferent to Zheng Quchi's family circumstances. He had only heard that he had a sister. Speaking slowly, with an ambiguous tone, he inquired, "Is it normal for a carpenter to undertake stonemasonry?" Officer Mu struggled to grasp the general's intent. Was he reproaching him for not following protocol, or was he suggesting that this was none of his business? "His sister claims he understands the work of a stonemason," he finally offered. Upon hearing this, Yuwen chuckled softly, his demeanor deceptively gentle. Yet his gaze bore down on Officer Mu like a heavy mountain. "You have written his name down. Do you truly believe what his sister said?" Officer Mu broke out in a cold sweat, suddenly empathizing with the kneeling craftsman, wishing he could just confess his guilt and plead for mercy, but he dared not. "General, this may be an exaggeration on Zheng Quchi's sister's part, but Zheng Quchi is indeed skilled in building houses. I have heard other carpenters praise the structures he has built, claiming his method of combining wood and stone is unprecedented. If it weren't for my busy schedule, I would have liked to visit and see it for myself." Hearing this, Yuwen inexplicably recalled Zheng Quchi's home, which he deemed the most uniquely designed residence he had encountered in the villages thus far. Of course, there were more exquisite and opulent palaces, but in terms of innovation, those grand yet decaying edifices could no longer produce such vibrant new growth. Could it be that Zheng Quchi can construct a residence more creative and unique than this? Since Master Mu has recommended him so highly, let him stay for the time being. However, given that this is a cross-disciplinary endeavor, it is prudent to first ascertain whether he possesses genuine skills before settling his payment. If it is indeed financial gain he seeks, let that be his bait. Should he fail to demonstrate any tangible achievements, he shall not claim even a single copper coin. Through his previous dealings with Mo Yi, Yuwen had uncovered spies from the Kingdom of Julu in Fuxian. After a thorough sweep and arrests, a corpse was discovered among them, which significantly alleviated Yuwen's suspicions regarding Zheng Quchi's potential connection to the Julu spies. Upon examination, the body was identified as that of a dark-skinned, short-statured individual with large knuckles and well-defined muscular arms, precisely the type they had been searching for among the Julus. Although this discovery cleared Zheng Quchi of much suspicion, Yuwen's instinct suggested that he harbored other secrets. He could not simply be an ordinary rural carpenter. Having allowed sufficient time to pass, it was now opportune to grant him a chance to prove himself. Hearing that the general was finally willing to give him a reprieve, Master Mu sighed in relief and hurriedly responded, "Yes, yes, I shall take care of it at once." Observing the urgency with which Master Mu departed, akin to escaping from a den of demons, the onlookers could not help but express their envy. As Yuwen approached, each of his steps seemed to resonate within their hearts, producing a thunderous sound that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Today, with the weather splendid and the skies clear, he decided to overlook the shoddy work they had produced. With a gentle smile that resembled a divine light, he appeared benevolent yet ominously threatening, like a benevolent deity with a serpent's heart. The sudden shift in the general's demeanor astounded them more than the absurdity of his clemency. Was he truly letting them off so easily? They were both astonished and relieved, speculating what had transpired between Master Mu and the general that could transform his mood so drastically. Yuwen left the artisans in the care of Wei Yao and cast a glance at the beautiful woman, Qing Wan, who was fixated on him. "Gong Sulan, you had better hope your leverage is substantial. Otherwise, there will be no second chances." A deeper arc formed at the corner of Yuwen's mouth, exuding a sense of dark malevolence, as if a benevolent deity had turned its back. Should Gong Shu remain unresponsive, he would treat her as a mere gift to the Gong Shu family, certainly not in one piece, but rather in fragments. Gong Shu Lan felt a shiver run down her spine under his terrifying gaze, unable to bear it, and quickly lowered her head. She understood that he was warning her to behave and not to interfere in the internal affairs of their country. He was also cautioning her against any schemes. Her existence was merely to serve as bait for her cousin Gong Shu Ji Ruo, with no other value in his eyes. Yet, Gong Shu Lan was unwilling to accept this fate. She had known him since childhood, a memory she cherished, while he seemed to have forgotten her. Though she acknowledged his superior skills in weaponry and machinery, she believed her own abilities in the Kingdom of Yi were not lacking. So why did Yuwen dismiss her? She was resolute. She would not give up, no matter the circumstances. After spending a day wandering around the county town, she finally awaited the return of the middle-aged recruiter, who informed Zheng Quchi that her brother Zheng Quchi had been temporarily retained. What does temporarily mean? Zheng Quchi was puzzled. "Do not fret. I will explain everything in due time," the middle-aged man said, introducing himself as Zhang Heir, a minor official tasked with recruitment. He advised her to return in 10 days when the master craftsman would provide detailed work instructions. Given that her brother was a carpenter, taking on stonemasonry was an opportunity granted by Master Mu. If he proved capable, he could stay. If not, he would ultimately have to leave. "What about the wages? When will they be paid?" she inquired. "You will receive an advance of 1 guan when you start work, for guan midway through the project, and the final payment of 5 guan upon completion," Zhang Heir explained. He mused that most stonemasons might only receive the initial payment, as injuries and fatalities during the work were common, and many would never see the final payment, which seemed an endless wait. Only the fortunate would receive it in their lifetime. Zheng Quchi nodded in agreement. All right. After expressing her gratitude to Zhang Heir, she felt buoyed by the prospect of substantial earnings and decided to be a bit more generous with the wedding preparations. In addition to the necessary red candles and grains, she acquired a new quilt, a jug of wine, half a pound of pig's head meat, a steaming roast chicken, and a small bag of expensive candy that made her wince at the cost. Returning home as the sun set, she found her brother reprimanding Lu Fengyan sternly. "Where have you been today? Can't you see with your own eyes? If you run off and get hurt or fall, how will I explain this to Tsuchi?" Lu Fengyan stood under the pear tree, his pallor stark against the gnarled branches silhouetted against the crimson sky. He remained silent, accepting the scolding without rebuttal. Zheng Quchi furrowed her brow and approached. "Brother, what is the matter?" Upon seeing her, Zheng's expression shifted. and he hurried to relieve her of the heavy burden she carried while continuing to chastise Lu Fengyan. You don't understand. He ran off without a word today. I searched everywhere for him, and when he finally returned, he wouldn't say where he had been. Could it be Yuwen again with another task for him? Zheng Quchi interjected, pulling Sang back from his frustration. Brother, don't be so hasty. Although Lu Fengyan may have poor eyesight, he is not incapable of taking care of himself. You cannot treat him like a child, tethered and restricted. Sang paused, taken aback by her words. But Zheng Quchi recalled the earlier conversation between him and Lu Fengyan, her expression growing serious. Furthermore, brother, while Lu Fengyan is my husband and your brother-in-law, he is not my subordinate. He has his own thoughts and responsibilities. He is independent and free. You cannot dismiss him simply because of a single flaw. He has worked hard to live a healthy and secure life until now. Seeing her brother's stunned expression, she wondered if her words had been too harsh. Softening her tone, she added, I know you care for me deeply, brother, and worry that he may become a burden. But this is my issue. Lu Fengyan has done nothing wrong. He should not bear any prejudice or unfairness from our family. I wish for all of us to live harmoniously, and this family includes Lu Fengyan. Upon hearing Zheng Quchi's heartfelt plea, Sang finally recognized his own biases. I apologize, it is my fault. No, brother, you are not at fault. I understand your intentions stem from concern for me. I have been too willful, so the fault lies with me, not with you or Lu Fengyan. She quickly took the blame upon herself. She pondered that, given her tough exterior and resilience, she could bear the weight of her family's troubles. Her elderly father and her gentle husband had a strained relationship, so it fell upon her to act as a mediator. Brother Sang observed the understanding Zheng Quchi with a mix of bitterness and comfort in his heart. He nodded and, leaning on his cane, paused by Lu Fengyan, saying, earlier, I spoke too harshly. If you need to go out in the future, just let me know. I won't stop you. I merely worry that the villagers might not recognize you and could give you trouble. It was the softest sentiment he could muster towards Lu Fengyan. After speaking, he hunched his back and limped away to the kitchen. Yuwen's smile faded, his eyes cold and sinister. He had lost count of how many times he had let this audacious person shout at him. Yet, every time his inner fury reached an unbearable peak. A voice as soothing as a spring brook would soothe his parched soul, pulling him back from the brink of madness and restraining his bloodlust. He couldn't comprehend why her words were always so pleasant to his ears, bringing him comfort. He had heard many kind words, yet none had elicited a response from him. Instead, they were like maggots wrapped in sweet candy, provoking only irritation and disdain. Once Brother Sang departed, Zheng Quchi inquired of Lu Fengyan, Why didn't you inform anyone before going out? Don't you know your family would worry about you? As they were still unfamiliar with one another, she tried to be polite while emphasizing her concern. Family? Did he acknowledge that? Did he deserve it? Yet she had just expressed her hope for familial harmony, which included Lu Fengyan. If she were to dismiss her earlier statement now, wouldn't it put her in a difficult position? Yuwen suppressed his mocking retort, finding the very notion of worry directed towards him comical. Of course, although Brother Sang's tone was harsh, if he weren't concerned, why would he care where I go? Yuwen pretended to ponder before smirking, but next time, I still want to mention it to him. Was he truly this rebellious? Zheng Quchi realized that rather than admonishing him to be virtuous and responsible, it might be wiser to counsel Brother Sang to relax, to worry less about trifles. By the way, I found some work today. I'll be going on a trip soon. The mention of earning money lit up her face. Yuwen, upon hearing this, fell silent, his expression shifting noticeably. Oh, how far do you intend to go? He asked gently. Come, everyone listen well. Here's a heroine with high emotional intelligence who can save others while resolving family conflicts, Zheng Quchi announced. Oh, really? Said the neighboring, domineering female lead. Do I need to be articulate? All I need is a charming little husband who can speak well. The ambitious, scheming female lead next door chimed in. I think I'm quite articulate, but my man is even more beguiling. I'm impressed. The imperial heroine next door added, I don't rely on words. My personal prowess conquers all beauties and unifies the realm. Zheng Quchi sighed. It seems my perspective has suddenly broadened. Speaking of which, I almost forgot this. Here, I bought this especially for you. With a nervous chuckle, she evaded his suddenly intense gaze and pulled out a paper package from her basket. Having promised to care for him, she would certainly not shortchange him. What is this? Yuwen lowered his gaze at the package thrust into his hands. Realizing he had trouble with his eyesight, Zheng Quchi opened the package for him, saying, "This is maltose candy. You're so tall, but seem to lack flesh, and your complexion is often pale. I suspect you might have low blood sugar. Eat a piece when you can. It can alleviate dizziness or headaches. Eating sweets can also uplift your mood." Yuwen Sheng knew what maltose candy was, but what was low blood sugar? Wasn't that something for children? He lightly played with the candy with his elegant fingers, his expression a blend of disinterest and indifference. Zheng Quchi shrugged, who said it's only for children. It can also cheer up an unhappy you. He turned his head, inquiring, "Do you believe I am unhappy?" She scratched her cheek. "You seem less cheerful than before." Hearing this, he chuckled, took a piece, and placed it in his mouth. However, he didn't chew it, but held it on his tongue, leaning down closer to her, his breath carrying the sweet flavor to her lips. Indeed, it was very sweet. Zheng Quchi's light brown eyes reflected his flawless visage. His features were delicate as jade, yet his pallor was so cold that without his usual smile, he appeared almost sickly. His striking appearance exuded an otherworldly allure, cold and venomous. Thus he often smiled. As long as he wore a smile, no one could glimpse his true heart. Suddenly confronted by such a stunningly beautiful face, Zheng Quchi's heart raced, instinctively responding. "It's candy, of course it's sweet. I thought you weren't easily swayed." Yet inwardly, she chastised men. "Don't think your looks grant you the right to behave so brazenly. My moral standards are quite low. If you truly provoke my wild instincts, I want to take responsibility. What makes you think I am unhappy?" Yuwen Sheng's lips curled into a deeper smile, his gaze unwavering as it pierced through her. Zheng Quchi was about to say it was merely intuition when a child's sweet voice interrupted. "Sister, what are you doing there?" A small child's dark head peeked curiously between them. Zheng Quchi, glancing down, quickly distanced herself, the previous sweet, warm atmosphere dissipating in an instant. "Little sister?" Zheng Quchi chuckled as she ruffled the mischievous child's hair, naturally taking a piece of maltose candy from Yuwen Sheng and feeding it to her. Leaning down, she asked, "Is it delicious?" Little Sister Sang had never tasted maltose candy before. When the unfamiliar sweetness flooded her mouth, her big eyes sparkled like they were filled with starlight. It's delicious." Her delighted reaction made Zheng Quchi laugh heartily. Meanwhile, Yuwen Sheng, grinning, asked her, "Is it good?" That bag of maltose candy belonged to him, bought specifically for him by Zheng Quchi. The audacity of this little one. How dare she? Little Sister Sang's sunny disposition wilted like a flower upon encountering Yuwen Sheng's false, icy smile. Sister, sister," she exclaimed, quickly grabbing Zheng Quchi's hand and hiding behind her, her head tucked away. Zheng Quchi was taken aback by Little Sister Sang's reaction to Yuwen Sheng. It seemed she regarded him with the same fear as a mouse would a cat. "Lu Fengyan, I've noticed little sister seems rather afraid of you," she observed thoughtfully. "Why?" Yuwen Sheng appeared slightly puzzled, but soon seemed to recall something, his expression revealing a hint of melancholy as he forced a cheerful tone. "I understand. Perhaps it's because I am different from others." Zheng Quchi, realizing her words had unintended implications, quickly clarified, "Everyone is different. That's nothing. Look at me. I'm quite dark. You probably can't find anyone in Fuxian who is darker than I am." Lu Fengyan noticed she had stopped pondering Little Sister Sang's reaction and resumed her usual demeanor. Was she truly dark? He thought she appeared somewhat fairer than on their first day. Besides, who said no one in Fuxian could be darker than her? Yuwen Sheng might have had a vague impression of Sang Xianying's appearance, but remembered her complexion distinctly. "To me, the difference between dark and light is negligible," Zheng Quchi realized. Of course, he couldn't see. However, it is a matter of joy that Zheng Quchi discovered while washing her face that her complexion had lightened somewhat, indicating that her darker hue still had hope. Yet, her joy was fleeting. She soon remembered that in 10 days, when she transformed into Sang Xianqing, she would have to return to using charcoal powder to darken her skin, rendering her current fairness a mere illusion. As she stood in the courtyard, engaged in idle chatter, she was called in for dinner. After a brief flurry of activity, as dishes were being placed on the table, Sang Dage noticed that everyone lingered outside and called out, "Come in." Zheng Quchi returned her basket to the kitchen, arranging the grains and pork before retrieving the cooked chicken and wine, accompanied by a few simple dishes and a bowl of red eggs. This meal, while not extravagant, was a sumptuous feast for a poor family and served as a celebration of their marriage. Zheng Daye had initially wished for a more jubilant occasion for Zheng Quchi's marriage. But alas, they were newcomers in the village of Igo and had no relatives to call upon. Only Zheng Xianqing was acquainted with a few people. Yet inviting them to the wedding was not an option, as it would raise suspicions about the relationship between Zheng Xianqing and Zheng Quchi. Ultimately, they decided to keep the gathering intimate, opting for a joyful family dinner to mark the union. Zheng Daye harbored a subtle thought, while it was termed a sister's wedding. It was, in essence, a recruitment of a son-in-law. He wished to avoid drawing unnecessary attention and gossip. After pouring the wine, as the eldest son and brother, he felt compelled to impart a few words. Quchi, you are now married. In the future, approach your tasks with composure and steadiness. Do not focus solely on the present without considering us or your husband. Remember to consult before you act. His words serve as a reminder for her to embrace her identity as Zheng Quchi and to cease dwelling on matters concerning Zheng Xianqing. Upon hearing this, Zheng Quchi felt a pang of anxiety. She had almost forgotten to inform Zheng Daye that she had just signed up to be a stonemason. The thought of revealing this now filled her with trepidation, fearing it might ignite another family conflict. Thus, she resolved to remain silent today and let tomorrow unfold naturally. I understand, she replied. Zheng Daye raised his glass, gathering his emotions. Tonight is your joyous occasion. I toast to you both, wishing you a lifetime of harmony and happiness. His voice grew choked as he finished. Zheng Quchi immediately raised her glass, smiling, "Thank you, brother." Beside them, Lu Fengyan remained unresponsive, prompting Zheng Quchi to nudge him. Yuwen finally spoke up. What does even mean? She teased him, reminding him, you should call him brother. With neither set of parents present, the saying an elder brother is like a father resonated. Despite any past disagreements, the moment called for proper decorum. While Zheng Quchi was adaptable and understanding, it did not imply she lacked principles or rules she intended to uphold. Yuwen observed her. Her small face was serious, her eyes filled with determination. This was a gaze he had seldom seen from her, usually filled with indulgence, understanding, and casualness. Now, it seemed as if she would engage him in earnest dialogue, much like how she had persuaded Zheng Daye. Not wishing to entertain her philosophical musings, Yuwen raised his glass, his smile gentle and refined. Thank you, brother. Seeing his serene smile, Zheng Daye felt relieved, believing Lu Fengyan had laid aside any grievances. Although he remained dissatisfied with this seemingly useless brother-in-law, he acknowledged that Lu Fengyan's good-natured temperament was a redeeming quality. That evening, Zheng Daye drank heartily and spoke at length. Eventually, Zheng Yaomei could no longer keep her eyes open and retired to bed. Glancing at the rising moon, Zheng Daye declared, "The hour grows late. You both should rest." He waved them off to their room while he turned away, lost in thought, brushing a tear from the corner of his eye. Although Zheng Quchi had not experienced the emotions of a father giving his daughter away, she understood Zheng Daye needed solitude to process his feelings. She gently urged him to rest and, with consideration, led Yuwen back to their room. Upon opening the door adorned with double red wedding symbols, they found only a single bed within. Yuwen's expression turned contemplative, difficult to decipher. Zheng Quchi, unaware of his thoughts, brought in a new set of bedding. I bought this set for you in town today, so you won't have to use my old one anymore. She laid it upon the bed. Yuwen regarded her. Why? Buy an extra bed. Zheng Quchi replied casually, because you have one bed and I have another. This way, we won't crowd each other while sleeping. At this, she playfully tapped her slightly flushed forehead, realizing she still had something crucial to share with him, regretting the distraction of alcohol. Just as Yuwen pondered her words, she lowered her voice, as if sharing a secret. Lu Fengyan, I mentioned this morning that I had something important to tell you when I returned. Yuwen paused, his gaze drawn to the flickering red candles on the table, their dying flames casting an eerie glow that seemed to haunt the room. Is this the moment? He thought, when Zheng Quchi saw his acknowledgement. She closed the door and rushed to the bedside, pulling out the pre-prepared post-marriage agreement. What is that? Yuwen watched her every move, intrigued as she produced a sheet of paper inscribed with words. Could it be a love letter? He squinted, his long lashes casting shadows, his smile turning into an amused smirk. To win him over, she had devised intricate schemes, yet he could never reciprocate her emotional investments. Nevertheless, men from Yu family were known for their loyalty. Having vowed to marry her, he would remain true to her alone. Oblivious to Yu Wenxing's contradictory thoughts, Zheng Quchi presented the agreement. Take a look, or perhaps I'll read it to you. Yu Wenxing was taken aback by her boldness, daring to read it aloud before him without a hint of embarrassment. Such eagerness. He suppressed a smirk, maintaining a calm tone. Go ahead. Zheng Quchi unexpectedly felt a surge of nerves as she cleared her throat. The post-marriage agreement. Both parties promise to maintain fidelity, strictly adhering to their obligations of loyalty. To ensure harmony in married life, the female party commits to proactively manage household expenses. If either party encounters a true love interest in the future, the current marriage contract shall be dissolved, allowing for new unions without interference to be recorded as such. The wind outside slammed the half-open window shut, sending a chill through the room as the flickering candlelight danced ominously across Yu Wenxing's face, evoking an unsettling atmosphere. Once Zheng Quchi finished reading the agreement, an eerie silence enveloped them. Zheng Quchi nervously pinched the edges of the paper, her mind racing. Had she used inappropriate language, or overlooked any points pertinent to the male party? Finally, after a long moment of contemplation, Yu Wenxing's voice emerged gravelly. Are you saying you wish for us to marry, yet remain uninvolved with one another? As he spoke, a mocking laughter escaped him, revealing the inner turmoil beneath his smiling facade. Zheng Quchi, however, felt flustered. This isn't because we truly wish to marry. It's merely a means to evade the unmarried tax. You do not harbor feelings for me, and I cannot force you. The art of conversation lies in the understanding of unspoken truths. Speaking them aloud can be deemed inappropriate. Thus, she endeavored to phrase her words delicately, positioning him as the one in control, recognizing her own desires as unattainable. Deep down, she comprehended that Lu Fengmian's steadfastness over the years was either a reflection of absolute indifference or unyielding passion, embodying a starkly extreme temperament. However, she had to take on a man's role to support the family, and it was likely that she would not have much time to nurture their relationship. If during this time he were to fall in love with someone else and unexpectedly find true love, she would certainly not stand in the way of his pursuit of happiness. The purpose of their agreement was to convey an attitude to both parties. Their marriage was initially intended to resolve current difficulties, and afterward, it would be left to fate. If they could continue, they would, but if not, they would part ways. At first, Zheng Quchi thought the agreement was a mutually agreeable arrangement. As Lu Fengmian was known for his meticulousness and seemed to hold a relatively high status with Yu Wenxing, likely looking down upon her as a mere country girl. As long as he could find someone more suitable in the future, he might very well cast her aside for another. However, seeing his current demeanor, it seemed to diverge from her initial impression of mutual agreement. At this moment, Yu Wenxing spoke softly. Oh, I also have something important to tell you that I forgot. Zheng Quchi felt an inexplicable unease, her heart racing. What is it? Our family, once married, has always only known death as a separation, never living apart. You say you wish to enter in a matrimony with me. I wonder which type you intend to choose? What do you mean by which type? What kind of death? Jing tonight had some matters to attend to, hence the late update. The regular update time is from 9 to 10 p.m. If it surpasses that, dear readers, do go to bed early and catch up the next day. Don't stay up late, as good skin is important. Into this chapter, Chapter 48. A sculptable log, 2 chapters combined. Zheng Quchi's eyes widened in shock, bewildered. What kind of formidable family was the Lu clan to impose such an inhumane rule upon their descendants? Did this not mean that after marrying into their family, she would be eternally bound to him, even in death, unable to escape for a breath of fresh air? She had never imagined that his pure and chaste demeanor was not merely a personal quirk, but rather a long-standing tradition of his family. But what had she just attempted? Was she trying to break a rule that had been followed for generations? Or was she intending to make him a widower at a young age? It was no wonder Lu Fengmian had been so adamant about not marrying for so many years. A single marriage meant a permanent bond. Who would not tread carefully under such circumstances? Were it not for the exorbitant unmarried tax he was compelled to pay, he likely would not have found himself in the position of marrying her out of desperation. Wait, that doesn't seem right. She had no choice in the matter. It was he who had proposed such terms. Yet, if he genuinely desired a wife, he need only report a formal occupation and temper his harsh words. Even if he suffered from visual impairment or was impoverished, there would undoubtedly be many young ladies captivated by his striking visage, willing to endure a modest life alongside him. The folly of love often rendered one irrational. But how had he fallen into her hands? Just as Zheng Quchi pondered these questions, she failed to notice a dangerous shadow enveloping her, swallowing the light above her. Yuwen's hand moved toward her back, his lips curling into a smile. The vibrant red of his lips resembling dried blood. Which type will you choose? Snapped back to reality, she looked up, realizing for the first time how much taller Lu Fengyan was than her. As he leaned down, she felt as though there was hardly any space left for her to breathe. There was a murderous aura. She recalled the first time he had been driven to such rage. It was after he had fallen into the water, believing her resuscitation efforts were a form of disrespect. At that time, she had still been a man. Now, witnessing his fury once more, she found herself in a precarious situation. If one harbored the intention to live a life with a frugal wife, while the other contemplated a possible escape at any moment, who could remain composed upon hearing such sentiments? She shivered, her neck feeling cold, her large eyes darting around rapidly. As he reached out, she instinctively ducked down, slipping beneath his arm and behind him. This familiar motion gave both Yuwen and Zheng Quchi a sense of déjà vu, though they each attributed it to their own imaginations. Fearing she might become the unfortunate wife who would be slain by her furious husband and make headlines the following day, she conceded, "How about this? You could just pretend I never said anything, and I won't have to choose, all right?" Yuwen turned to face her. His smile gentle, that one do on their wedding night. Receiving such a unique gift made him feel quite singular in the world. Recognizing that pleading for mercy had borne no fruit, she decided to tempt him instead. "Lu Fengyan, what animal do you like?" Her sudden question interrupted his actions. Although he saw her crumple the bothersome paper and toss it aside, he was not inclined to let her off easily. "What do you mean? You tell me first. Then I'll tell you. What animal do I like?" He relaxed his brows, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. "A snake." Zheng Quchi found nothing amiss with his fondness for snakes and nodded. "Ah, snakes, very well. Wait a moment." She rummaged through her belongings, producing a piece of raw wood along with a set of carving tools. As she contemplated the design in her mind, she sat down at the table and swiftly began shaping the contours. "What are you doing?" He leaned closer, observing her as she skillfully manipulated the wood. Zheng Quchi, with adept hands, replied, "Since I just offended you, I am preparing a gift of apology to soothe your temper." Yuwen's voice was soft. "Just a piece of scrap wood?" "Indeed. I will carve a delicate sculpture from this rotting wood that will satisfy you. Do you want it?" Her words held a double meaning, and after he heard them, a subtle yet charged silence fell between them, neither willing to speak further. Only the sound of the knife scraping against the wood breaking the stillness. At that moment, snow began to fall outside, the flakes blown by the wind, landing on the red plum blossoms at the windowsill. Having had a bit to drink, they both seemed less affected by the cold. A strand of hair, scented with the subtle fragrance of the plum blossoms, brushed against his nose, a scent that had accompanied him in a slumber the previous night, now familiar and comforting. Strangely, though their acquaintance had been brief, their interactions felt timeless, even in such close proximity, where a mere inch could lead to an embrace. He felt no physiological revulsion. "It's snowing," he suddenly remarked. Zheng Quchi glanced outside. "This must be the first snow of the year. I quite enjoy snow. It may be a bit chilly, but it heralds a good harvest. Let's hope our County 1T suffer from drought next year." The earlier tension seemed to dissipate with her simple remark. Although they did not engage in any profound discussions, the serene atmosphere of the room was anything but dull. Noticing her engrossed in her carving, as if she were pouring her soul into it, he removed his outer garment, leaning back on the bed. After watching her for a while, he noticed her lifting the carving knife as if to measure something against him. The dim light flickered between them, the warmth of the alcohol mingling with the heat of the night. He gazed at her, his eyes reflecting the vastness of the world. Yet he could not unveil the allure hidden behind his gaze. She looked at him, though it seemed she was observing more than just him. "Lu Fengyan, how is your eyesight? Are you critical?" She rolled her eyes. "You're being deliberately obtuse. I mean to say, if there's hope, once I earn some money, I'll find a skilled doctor for you. Not worried about the expense?" He teased. "Of course I am," she began, hesitating, then scratched her face, sincerely complimenting. "Lu Fengyan, your physique is truly remarkable, the epitome of proportion. I've heard sincerity is an unbeatable tactic." She shifted the topic again. Was it fear or reluctance that kept her from speaking? Suddenly, she asked, "Are your feet cold? Would you like to soak them?" As Yuwen's previously subdued emotions were stirred once more, he suppressed his smile and remained silent, yet his body instinctively rose. Zheng Quchi paused her carving and fetched a basin of warm water, but this time, Yuwen evaded her assistance, opting instead to remove his shoes and socks to soak his feet himself. However, as she stood up, he abruptly reached out and grasped her wrist. Why draft such a contract? The anticipated inquiry had indeed arrived, late but not forgotten. After careful consideration of her words, she replied slowly, "It was sudden. Two strangers getting married, and I was concerned you might mind. I'm not quite accustomed to it myself. I'm uncertain whether I can handle married life, or if we can truly get along. What if one of us regrets it later?" I ended up drafting that agreement because I was overwhelmed by too many thoughts. In truth, her more genuine reason was that she simply wished to find someone for a sham marriage. This would allow her to avoid paying the unmarried tax, evade her parents' incessant marriage pressures, and in the event of a divorce, she could disentangle herself from this temporary arrangement and reclaim her status as a single woman. But she dared not voice this fear. She worried that Lu Fengyan might react violently. Upon hearing her words, Yuwen suddenly slid a cold object onto her wrist. "Keep it safe. Do not sell it." Zheng Quchi felt a surge of anger. Despite her fondness for wealth, she would never so carelessly part with her family heirlooms. "What is this?" She shook the jade bracelet on her wrist, its bamboo green body radiating a shimmering light, and upon touching it, she found it not cold, but rather possessing a smooth, ceramic-like warmth. Though Zheng Quchi had seen fine items before, having lived a life of poverty, she had once been a person of considerable means in her past life. Overall, it was evident that it appeared quite valuable. No wonder he felt the need to remind her that selling it could potentially leave her with a lifetime of riches. Such temptation was indeed difficult for anyone to resist. Yuwen released her grip, kindly advising, "You're not carving anymore? Perhaps it's time to retire for the night." If silence was to be maintained, then let it be so. What was to be done on their wedding night? Zheng Quchi was all too aware, yet she was entirely unprepared to engage with him as a genuine couple. Initially, she had thought it best to play the part of a plastic couple with Lu Fengyan, knowing that he was a person of promising prospects under Yuwen's guidance, while she herself was merely a village woman. Based on various dramas she had followed, her position as an unattractive and lowly spouse would inevitably be at risk. However, learning of Lu Fengyan's family regulations shattered all her plans. At that moment, she could not conceive of any alternative, and thus begrudgingly crafted a token of apology by carving through the night. As the bright morning sun streamed into the room, Yuwen sensed the intensifying light and awoke. Zheng Quchi had unknowingly fallen asleep at her desk, and as he rose, he inadvertently caught sight of a wooden sculpture resting on her elbow. His pupils widened in surprise. A ferocious yaki snake coiled gently around a slender man, who, though lean, stood tall with flowing black hair cascading over his shoulders, seemingly defying the wind. He wore an intricately designed robe with wide sleeves, his eyes half closed and veiled by a narrow eye mask, exuding an ethereal presence that appeared both divine and demonic. That face was none other than Yuwen's own. He picked up the wooden carving, examining it closely. She had managed to capture his likeness with such exquisite detail. The contours of his brows, eyes, nose, and lips, the snake, hair, robe, and mask all fused into a scene that was both cohesive and distinct, featuring an astonishingly delicate craftsmanship that left him in awe. Indeed, Yuwen had never encountered anyone who could achieve such a level of artistry. His gaze flickered with contemplation as he turned to the window, noticing a gray pigeon. Zheng Quchi stirred slightly in her sleep, frowning at the disturbance, prompting him to release a gust of air that startled the bird into flight. The pigeon had been sent by Wei Yao, and since Yuwen had not informed them of his new wife's identity, they dared not investigate behind the general's back. Typically, to communicate with the general, they relied on specially trained messenger pigeons. Because of this, they remained blissfully unaware that their general was essentially living off the hospitality of the Zheng family. Having slept soundly until noon, Zheng Quchi awoke with aches in her back and waist, realizing she lay in bed and the fruit of her labor from last night had vanished. She guessed that Lu Fengyan had taken it, which likely indicated that the events of the previous night were now behind them. Expecting her to sleep until the afternoon, Zheng Quchi had prepared a pot of vegetable porridge for lunch, as was customary in their home. Upon entering the kitchen, Zheng Quchi spotted Yuwen eating with the same care as one picking grains of rice from a bowl, and after only a few bites, he set it down. Are you eating so little? It's not that the food displeases me. I simply tend to eat this way, Yuwen explained kindly. Zheng Quchi raised an eyebrow at this. With the sudden drop in temperature, Yuwen was already prone to cold, and with low blood sugar, neglecting to eat properly could lead to illness. Their family could ill afford a doctor or expensive remedies. The herbal medicine she had bought for his eye ailment cost more than purchasing a dozen roast chickens. She thought it better to spend her money on nourishing food instead. Thus, she said, just wait. Before long, the sound of chopping vegetables emanated from the kitchen, causing Zheng Quchi to frown as he glanced at Yuwen, who remained seated, and he decided to rise. You're chopping pork? What is this? Are you suddenly unable to eat your usual vegetable porridge? Brother, there is hardly any meat. The rest I saved for you and Yao Mei. You even bought flour? What are you planning to do with it? Such precious ingredients, and you intend to waste them like this? Regardless of its cost, it is meant for consumption, brother. Rest assured, I will earn enough money and ensure you are not left wanting. Brother, will you eat? I'll leave it to you. After Zheng Quchi exited the kitchen, he returned to his room without another word. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Quchi emerged with a steaming bowl of fragrant dumplings. Lu Fengyan, come and eat. She had only boiled 10, but the wafting aroma filled the air. Yuwen typically had a poor appetite. Even when presented with exquisite palace dishes, he would only take a few bites. However, having overheard her dispute with Zheng Quchi in the kitchen, he felt compelled to accept her offering in order to avoid discomforting the meddlesome brother. After tasting one, he found the dumplings' unique tangy, crisp flavor surprisingly delightful. What's inside? It's the sauerkraut I pickled a few days ago, tangy and crunchy, mixed with pork and wild onions sautéed in lard. Isn't it fragrant and appetizing? As she spoke, the enticing aroma made her mouth water. Indeed, it was quite exceptional. Even someone who typically lacked an appetite like him found himself inexplicably consuming several. Noticing her desire, he hesitated to take more for himself, and instead added some to her bowl of vegetable porridge. I can't eat any more. Is that so? Are you worried I haven't eaten enough? She teased with a smile. Yuwen paused momentarily, then lightly remarked, Have you informed your brother about our journey? Zheng Quchi, biting into a dumpling, squinted in satisfaction. Why bring up what doesn't need to be mentioned? Let us discuss it in a few days. Must we go on this journey? Zheng Quchi found his tone peculiar, as if he were asking, Why must you be so troublesome? This man truly had no understanding of the value of household expenses. Indeed, no amount of persuasion will suffice. With a sharp motion, Yuwen set down his chopsticks and rose. I must step out for a moment. Zheng Quchi was taken aback. Where are you going? He smiled with a demeanor reminiscent of a cold plum blossom in winter, exuding an arrogance that disregarded others. What concern is it of yours? Zheng Quchi was momentarily speechless, watching as he retrieved his cane and smoothly made his way out. What were you discussing just now? Who was going on a journey? The accusatory voice behind her caused Zheng Quchi to freeze in place. Upon glancing back at Brother Zheng's darkened visage, she hastily raised her hand. Brother, please remain calm and allow me to explain. Outside, Yuwen savored the sounds of reprimand echoing from the courtyard, his lips curling into a deeper smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze. He retrieved a letter from the leg of a gray pigeon, and upon finishing it, he clenched his fingers, shattering it to pieces. Gong Shu Ji Ruo, you have finally made your appearance. Chapter 49. Dangers of the Hunt in the Stillness of the Deep Night. A forlorn dog suddenly barked a few times before fleeing in fright. By the corner of the locust tree, a long shadow unethically occupied a doghouse. Seated cross-legged with his head bowed, tenderly stroking an eagle, wood carving in hand. The wind howled, rustling the leaves, while dry leaves, reminiscent of butterflies, spiraled down to his feet. Suddenly, his body tensed as he looked up to find a towering figure silently standing before him. The imposing shadow added a chilling sense of danger to the otherwise serene night. Chiu called a deep, middle-aged voice. Startled, Chiu jumped his feet and knelt on one hand. Gushi, a cold chill washed over him. The Jiolong mechanism has been deciphered by Yuwen. Are you aware of this? Chiu's heart sank, tightly clenching his fist and gritting his teeth to suppress any hint of emotion in his voice. Chiu is unaware. A sharp iron claw suddenly pierced his shoulder blade, causing Chiu's muscles to convulse in pain. blood streaming down his chest and back. You have failed the mission, Chiu. Chiu understands his mistakes. And what of the assassination attempt on Yuwen Sheng? How has it progressed? The flat voice inquired. Enduring the agony, Chiu replied clearly. Yuwen Sheng possesses formidable martial skills and is exceedingly suspicious. Both overt and covert attempts are nearly impossible. Only by gaining his trust can one seek the opportunity to take his life. These principles were taught to me by Zheng Quchi. Chu sure nodded in agreement. Indeed, slaying the war god of Yi Kingdom is a daunting task, yet it is necessary. He has thoroughly provoked the Mo family, and Moz has dispatched the finest disciples. Let us see who among you can accomplish this task. Chiu shall redeem himself. Satisfied with his response, Chu sure ceased his admonishments. You are to closely monitor Zheng Quchi. Has she exhibited any unusual behavior of late? She has not betrayed the Mo family, Chiu asserted. However, Chu sure appeared skeptical. Is that so? Yes. She infiltrated the camp, disguised as a carpenter to complete her task, and even met with Yuwen Sheng without raising any suspicion. Since she remains compliant for now, we shall not take action against her. Chiu found it perplexing why the Mo family would exploit Zheng Quchi while simultaneously doubting her loyalty. Who, after all, had assisted Yuwen Sheng in unlocking the Jiolong mechanism? I'm unaware of when he acquired such a talented craftsman. Should you discover who this person is, eliminate them. Understood. Additionally, Fu County is recruiting stonemasons. Inform Dan Bien to assume a different identity and blend in with the stonemason group. I have a task for him. Yes. Before departing, Chu sure, perhaps sensing a change in Chiu, issued a grave warning. Chiu, do not trust Zheng Quchi. She will not be our ally. If you detect any signs of treachery, eliminate her without hesitation. Chiu tightly grasped the eaglewood carving, his complexion pale as ash, before finally murmuring an acknowledgement. When winter arrived, Zheng Quchi felt increasingly overwhelmed. Staying indoors was manageable, but the sudden drop in temperature upon stepping outside was unbearable without more than sheer willpower. The entire family relied on shivering to keep warm. She had initially planned to purchase cotton to sew herself a coat, only to discover that in Yi Kingdom, cotton was a rare commodity, as Fu County had yet to cultivate it. No wonder everyone's bedding was made of hemp, filled with coarse cotton scraps rather than fluffy, warm cotton. Glancing at the meager coins left in her pocket, Zheng Quchi felt a wave of sorrow. She decided against a cotton coat, opting instead for a finer fur. Purchasing was out of the question. The surrounding deep mountains were said to harbor many long-haired wild beasts. She resolved to hunt and procure pelts for her family. For the past few days, Lu Fengmian had been in a sulk for reasons unknown, only returning home to sleep at night and rarely seen during the day. She speculated that he was working for Yuwen Sheng. He continued to wear the same thin autumn clothes, so she needed to hunt enough pelts to provide for their family of 4. To excel in her craft, one must first sharpen their tools. When it came to hunting, she knew she needed proper equipment. She had returned her military crossbow to Chiu and, pressed for time, decided to construct an emergency hunting crossbow herself. As for why not to craft a simpler bow, the bow's length and inadequate killing power were deterrents. Designing her first crossbow, she meticulously contemplated the specifications in her mind while modifying based on the pros and cons of Yi Kingdom's military crossbow, ultimately settling on a design. The crossbow consisted of several components: the bow, bolts, limbs, and mechanism. Given Yi Kingdom's crossbow was overly cumbersome, she tailored the dimensions to suit her smaller stature and shorter arms. She also aimed to enhance the limb's power to increase bolt speed, ensuring a lethal shot from a distance. Additionally, she would replace the previous winding mechanism with a more efficient and agile method to achieve rapid-fire capabilities. These modifications required considerable effort in the initial design phase, replacing the traditional winding with a gear-based system for the limbs, stock, and string. During firing, she would hold the crossbow horizontally, place the bolt in the groove, draw the string into the notch, and finally pull the trigger to release the bolt. Thud! A bolt struck a wooden stake fixed to the ground, splintering it into several pieces. Zheng Quchi beamed, patting the crossbow. Excellent, this power is sufficient. This was merely a single shot. Once she further refined her design to create a repeating crossbow, she could more adeptly hunt agile birds. Choosing a sunny day, she prepared to venture out for her hunt. However, Brother Sang remained unconvinced of her safety. The mountain beasts are likely hiding away. Where will you find them? Who hunts in this season? Understanding his deliberate attempts to dissuade her, Zheng Quchi countered, "In winter, animals struggle for food and grow weak. With the recent snowfall, the wild rabbits and chickens are surely starving and will come out to forage. I will bring back some small pelts and meat to supplement your meals." "What do you need to supplement? Just feed your husband," he retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Zheng Quchi sweetly coaxed, "Who is more important, my husband or you? Dear brother, once I hunt the pelts, the first set will be made for you." Brother Sang recognized her determination, realizing he could not sway her, and only reiterated his warnings. "Do not venture too deep. If you fail to catch anything, return promptly. Winter will pass as it always does." "Yes, I understand. I'll be back soon." She waved her hand, securing the crossbow and bolts in a cloth pouch at her waist, grabbing some provisions before heading up the mountain alone. Chapter 50. Enemies meet. This was Zheng Quchi's first attempt at hunting. Armed only with a surge of courage and a few survival skills gleaned from educational programs, she believed she could manage the endeavor. For instance, she could discern animal tracks on the ground to locate their nests. However, after rummaging through the muddy, decayed leaves for an extended period, she found herself unable to distinguish what marks had been left behind. Perhaps it was best to rely on experience and move on to the next task, setting traps. A lasso trap or a net trap could be set. With a flurry of vigorous activity, she ultimately found herself waiting in vain, as no small creatures came to fall into her snares. Clearly, this method is unsuitable for those with an impatient temperament who yearn for a fur garment. Zheng Quchi strolled through the forest, returning empty-handed. It seemed she had underestimated the intricacies of hunting. It truly is a skillful endeavor. Just as she prepared to implement her third strategy, an icy sensation washed over her, accompanied by an instinctive awareness of danger, making her feel as though something was covertly observing her every move. She swiftly turned, nocking an arrow, aiming at the source of her unease, only to find herself locked in a gaze with a bewildered roe deer. Her legs turned to jelly. She exhaled sharply, having thought she had encountered some formidable beast. Startled, the roe deer bolted, and Zheng Quchi, unwilling to let her hard-earned quarry escape, pursued after it. At that moment, she heard a rustling sound. Instinctively, she turned her head and caught sight of a tuft of white fur peeking out from behind a rock in the shadow of the trees. Was it a rabbit? Yet it appeared too large for that. Wild white rabbits shouldn't grow so big. Could it be a polar bear or another creature with white fur? The roe deer dashed away in a flash, and since she could not catch it, she resolved to pursue this unknown creature instead. She took aim and released the arrow, confident it had struck its mark, but instead of the expected animal cry, a human's agonized groan filled the air. It was a person. Stunned, she rushed forward. Concealed behind a stone was a tall man draped in white fox fur. Due to the distance, she had mistaken him for wildlife. "What a disaster. Are you still alive?" she dared to ask, hesitating to approach. "Are you truly this foolish or merely pretending? If I were dead, could I still respond to you?" A voice, laced with irritation, emerged from the victim. So he was alive? His tone suggested he was in relatively good spirits. Zheng Quchi stepped closer, eager to assess the extent of his injuries, only to be met with an unfriendly glare from him. Upon recognizing his familiar, handsome, yet fierce countenance, Zheng Quchi was rendered speechless. Who could explain why Mo Yi from the Kingdom of Julu was present here? Mo Yi, eyeing the crossbow bolt aimed at his forehead, tightened his gaze, pressing against a fresh wound from which blood seeped. "You didn't kill me with that first arrow. Do you plan to finish me off now?" Zheng Quchi's lips twitched, her gaze shifting to her own hands, realizing she had unconsciously acted on her thoughts. Regaining her composure, she attempted to calm her racing heart. "Stay calm, Zheng Quchi. You were masked before. He surely couldn't recognize you. Who are you? Why are you hiding in the forest?" She deliberately interrogated him. Alternatively, she considered silencing him permanently. He was not the sort to let things go easily. Although she hadn't intended to injure him, he would undoubtedly seek revenge due to his vindictive nature. After all, who would ever know? Yet, the mere thought of killing him caused an uncomfortable sensation in her heart. "What do you intend to do?" Moye's dark, piercing gaze fixed on her. His formidable aura was undeniable. Despite her having shot him, she doubted she could eliminate someone who concealed weapons all over his person. "Who are you? Why are you lurking in the woods?" she asked, feigning ignorance. Moye pressed his dry, pale lips together, ignoring her questions, simply stating, "Do you have anything to eat?" "No," she replied swiftly. He scoffed coldly, tossing her a bundle. Zheng Quchi assumed it was money, but upon opening it, she was astonished. What was this? Northern sea pearls. Selling them would fetch enough gold to buy food. This should suffice, but you must do something else for me. Find a secluded place to burn these. He tossed her a set of bloodied garments to dispose of. Zheng Quchi's mind raced, quickly grasping his intentions. This devious and malicious man was clearly being pursued by Yuwen, his forces having been decimated. With the borders of the state of Yi tightly sealed, he could not return to the kingdom of Julu and intended to use her as a diversion. Ordinary citizens could not possibly possess northern sea pearls, and if she were caught burning the bloodied clothes, she would become his accomplice. One absurd notion, yet, to ensure her own escape, she feigned agreement. Very well. She divided some rations from a bundle, thinking to dispose of his bloodied clothes soon, hoping they would be discovered by Yuwen's men, which would be quite the spectacle. Just then, a tiger's roar echoed through the forest, and a massive beast emerged from behind a rock, striding forth with a predatory gaze, its eyes alight with hunger. Damn it! The danger she had sensed earlier was not the foolish roe deer, but this colossal tiger. Without hesitation, she turned and fled. Meanwhile, Mo Yi, abandoned and stunned, stared after her, bewildered. Hadn't it been said that women were inherently foolish yet kind-hearted? They would take in injured animals, let alone a person they had harmed. This was bad luck. He seemed to attract only toxic individuals. After a short distance, Zheng Quchi noticed that Mo Yi was actually pursuing her, and her face twisted with anger. Why was he chasing her? Wasn't this vast forest sufficient for him to escape? You shot me with an arrow, and now you think you can run away alone? At that moment, Mo Yi appeared ghostly pale, resembling a vengeful spirit in relentless pursuit. Yet, despite his speed, he could not outrun the tiger. As the beast opened its massive jaws and let out a ferocious roar, leaping toward him, Zheng Quchi's pupils constricted, and her body moved as if guided by instinct, raising the crossbow high. The arrow flew with the force of a stone, striking the tiger squarely between the eyes. And with a resounding thud, it fell to the ground. Mo Yi halted, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath, but a glimmer of curiosity flickered in his eyes. Not bad with the bow, he remarked. Zheng Quchi was astonished by her own actions. She had not intended to save him, yet her body had instinctively intervened. Confused, she turned to leave, only to hear his voice shift to a sinister tone. Quite cunning, aren't you, Zheng Qianqing? Zheng Quchi's steps faltered, as though she had been rooted to the spot. End of this chapter, Chapter 51, Mr. White Bear, 2 chapters in 1. Mo Yi ripped off the blood-stained white fox fur, sweeping his disheveled hair back with his fingers, lifting his eyelids to fix a cold, piercing gaze on her. I wasn't sure at first, but judging by your reaction, you really are that deceitful one. Dressed in ill-fitting rural attire stolen from who knows where, his impressive physique, long arms, powerful legs, and a muscular chest, made the standard-sized clothing fit him poorly, either too short or too tight in various places. With such a robust build, it was no wonder he survived her arrow and was still alive and kicking. Truly, he embodied the saying, disasters linger for a millennium. His gaze toward her had shifted dramatically. Previously, she was no more than a rock or tree, ordinary and unremarkable. But now, it was as if he had accidentally stepped in something unpleasant, a mixture of surprise, disdain, and incomprehension in his expression. Is this truly your real face? Or is this yet another disguise? His voice rose at the end, revealing his astonishment at discovering her true identity as a woman. At that moment, Zheng Quchi felt as if she had been stepped on by a cat's tail, jolting her entire being. Although she managed to conceal the matter of saving Yuwen, it seems she inadvertently revealed that Zheng Qianqing is a woman. With a smile masking her emotions, she aimed her crossbow at him, exclaiming, "What woman? Are you seeking death?" This time, her intent to kill was genuine. Why was it he who discovered her secret? Do you wish to kill me? Do you truly think you can? Mo Yi remained unfazed by the arrow pointed at him, even audaciously stepping closer, as if he were certain she would never act against him. Zheng Quchi had indeed been influenced by this body before, hesitating in doubt. But now she was in control. With a firm resolve, free from hesitation and indecision, she could strike. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, Mo Yi pressed down on her elbow, and a fine chain shot forth, ensnaring her crossbow. He yanked her and the weapon to his chest, viciously gripping her jaw, sneering. "Zheng Qianqing, you've got some nerve. Didn't you say in your letter that you would willingly brave fire and water for me, even forsaking your life? Indeed, a woman's words are but deceitful lies. Zheng Quchi stiffened, her expression twisting for a moment. The connection between Zheng Quchi and Mo Yi was complex and decidedly unfavorable. It left her feeling queasy. It turned out that Mo Yi was the reason Zheng Quchi betrayed the Mo family and the Yi kingdom. Had she truly resolved to traverse countless miles for love, abandoning everything to seek him in the kingdom of Jiulu? Yet, this made little sense. Why then did Mo Yi not recognize Zheng Quchi's true identity or realize she was a woman? You lie. Let me go. Had she truly sought to kill him just now? Was this born of love turned to hate? Simply because she expressed her admiration for a woman like Gong Shulan, who possessed both beauty and the ability to help a man succeed, rather than someone like him, a pretender, ugly and dark. Previously, she had regarded him as merely a man of unimpressive appearance. But now, if he were a woman, TSK, unless one are blind, who could possibly find him appealing? Zheng Quchi's large eyes widened further, her innocent gaze now resembling that of a dog ready to snap. Who the hell would care? Seeing her eyes aflame with fury, moist and shimmering like translucent amber illuminated by sunlight, Mo Yi found himself momentarily entranced. Those eyes, filled with spirit and vitality, did not seem so unattractive after all. Zheng Quchi realized she must have had a limited perspective before. She had previously thought Lu Fengnian's words towards other women were harsh, but no one had ever personally attacked her like this. Rather, it was this average man before her, whom she had just saved, who expressed such ingratitude, spewing vile insults. Truly, it was more than she could bear. She executed a direct defense move, aiming a knee strike. But fortunately, Mo Yi dodged just in time, averting a potential disaster. He had not anticipated such a despicable act from a girl. King. She rubbed her sore chin, pondering an important question. How did you recognize me? She had gone to great lengths to disguise her current appearance. While masquerading as a man, Zheng Quchi had added shoulder pads to broaden her frame, painted her brows thickly, and darkened her skin, alongside a disheveled beggar's hairstyle, ensuring that anyone would struggle to discern her true form, only recalling her short, dark features. Yet, when she donned women's clothing, she wore height-increasing insoles and styled herself to accentuate feminine grace, appearing as a lively, petite black girl, albeit slightly dark-skinned. However, Mo Yi's words struck her hard. Did you think it was difficult to recognize you? A short, dark-skinned girl like you? In this region, it seems I can only identify you. Regarding the issue of dark skin, there were few fair-skinned individuals in Fuxian, especially among the laboring men. After being sun-baked and windswept, all bore a deep tan. If one were to classify shades of darkness, she was merely a temporary victim of excessive application, no more remarkable than any other. Wasn't Mo Yi's skin similarly bronze? In contrast, the pale-skinned Lu Fengnian, with his commanding presence, was truly a rarity, envied by many women. Since you recognize me, let me be frank. If you do not like me, I shall not harbor any affection for you either, nor will I accompany you to the kingdom of Jiulu, she stated coldly. And Mo Yi stared, momentarily taken aback, noting her serious demeanor, his previously mocking expression darkening. Who cares for your affection? Disgusting. You may choose not to accompany me to the kingdom of Jiulu, but what about what I desire? Deep down, he did not believe her words of disdain. He knew too well how fervently she loved him, willing to forsake her family, hatred, and homeland, just to remain by his side. How could she claim to no longer care? What things? He grinned. Did your elder brother not inform you? Zheng Quchi quickly pieced together the puzzle. A group of ill-intentioned individuals had come to the Zheng family seeking what was owed, and he was among them. Her throat ignited with anger. Did you burn down my house? So what if I did? Stop playing dumb. Mo Yi's patience had run thin, his eyes darkening with malice. You promised to let me assist you in seeking vengeance against the Mo family. I have already stolen the 9-dragon mechanism for you, and this time the Mo family will suffer a devastating blow. It was to reclaim the 9-dragon mechanism that I was ambushed and gravely wounded by Yuwen. I have fulfilled my end of the bargain with utmost sincerity, but what of your promise to me? His furious words tore through the fog that had obscured her vision, unveiling the previously unclear and confusing aspects of their situation. The Mo family, Zheng Quchi, Chiu, the kingdom of Jiulu, Yuwen, the 9-dragon mechanism, vengeance, and deals. It became evident that Zheng Quchi was the puppeteer behind it all. Yet, she was dead. Zheng Quchi had no memory of her past. Unaware of the nature of the agreement between her and Mo Yi, nor the price she was to pay. However, explaining this to him was futile. She could only delay. I had no idea I would encounter you here, so I do not have what you seek on me. Yet, those words only infuriated Mo Yi further. Zheng Quchi, do you truly believe that with a mere broken crossbow in your hands, I, injured as I am, cannot deal with you? He suddenly struck, sending her crashing against a tree trunk, gripping her shoulder, the fragile bones feeling painfully weak under his formidable grasp. Leaving her lips pale, coughing, the impact knocked the wind out of her. Behave yourself, and do not attempt any more tricks. I will give you one last chance. He pinched her cheek until it turned red. Zheng Quchi muttered defiantly. Her words muddled. I said I don't have it. If I say I don't have it, then I don't. If I'm stubborn, I might be tortured, but at least I can live. If I claim ignorance of what you want, that would surely lead to my demise. Fortunately, just then, a noise came from deeper in the forest, causing Mo Yi's ears to perk up, his expression darkening with annoyance. He seized Zheng Quchi, pulling her closer, locking eyes with her. Remember, if I do not retrieve what I seek next time, it will be the end of our association. I shall not suffer losses. Your brother and sister will pay the price. Last time, I merely burned your house. Next time, I will burn both you and your home. As he turned to leave, Zheng Quchi unexpectedly grabbed his belt, springing from her position and crashing into his unguarded chin. The impact was loud, teeth clashing, and she likely bit her tongue, causing him to curse in pain. Dare to threaten my family again? I, Zheng Quchi, have never feared anyone's threats. If you dare to set foot in my home again, I will ensure that you and your entire family will face turmoil, and that the name Mo Yi will vanish from the 9 provinces forever. Her eyes blazed with fury as she swore her oath. Mo Yi, who was initially engulfed in fury, suddenly froze. He shifted his aching jaw from side to side and tasted the rust on his lips, nodding repeatedly, laughing in exasperation. Saying, Zheng Quchi, is it? Very well, I shall wait for you. His gaze, imbued with a dangerous intensity, lingered on her for a few seconds before he vanished in the blink of an eye. Due to the recent emotional upheaval, Zheng Quchi struggled to steady her breath, inhaling deeply to calm herself. Suddenly, a thought struck her. That scoundrel, Mo Yi, had the audacity to abscond with her crossbow bolts. She surmised that his hasty retreat was likely due to the approaching pursuers, and it would be unwise for her to linger, lest she be mistaken for an accomplice and captured. Her gaze fell upon a white fox pelt on the ground, freshly skinned, with the inner membrane still glistening with blood. It was possible that Mo Yi had consumed the flesh, leaving behind the pelt for concealment. Deciding to take advantage of the situation, she promptly turned back to hoist the nearly 200-pound creature, estimating it to be a recent adult, still inexperienced in the ways of the hunt. If it had been a seasoned predator, she doubted she could have aimed for a fatal blow. Upon returning to the edge of the village, she sought a patch of grass to conceal the creature's corpse, wary of attracting unwanted attention. She then made her way to a hunter's home, striking a deal for skinning and butchering tools. The transaction for the creature required no monetary exchange. She simply offered a tiger leg as compensation. While she was uncertain of the taste of tiger meat, she had been raised to protect wildlife, and thus could not bear the thought of consuming it, opting instead to sell the remaining meat in the county town. With the proceeds, she could indulge in purchasing several roast chickens and ducks. As for the tiger's skin, she learned from the hunter that it could fetch a handsome price. Rather than keep it for herself, which felt extravagant, selling it would allow her to acquire multiple fine coats. In Fu County, there were streets designated for vendors, bustling with individuals either squatting or sitting on the ground selling wares, common household items like clay bowls, woven baskets, and burlap. The presence of fur traders was also notable, though it was rare to see a woman among them. Among the crowd, Zheng Quchi stood out as the sole young woman, undeterred by the unfamiliarity of the marketplace. She spread out the tiger skin and squatted down, munching on the steamed rice cakes provided by her elder brother as she awaited customers. Surrounded by the lively shouts of merchants advertising their goods, she felt drowsy. Suddenly, a voice as crisp as frost broke through the dim mist. How much for this large beast's skin? Startled, Zheng Quchi looked up, her heart racing at the prospect of her first sale. She had to tilt her head to see the figure, a tall man adorned in a blue gauze hat. His stature was impressive. She admitted her own height was modest, especially while squatting. Besides his height, he wore an overwhelmingly thick garment, resembling a polar bear emerging from an icy wilderness. Upon closer inspection, she realized he wasn't plump, but rather clad in an oversized fur coat, perhaps made from polar bear skin. "Miss." His voice was cool and possessed a haunting beauty, emanating from the imposing figure before her. As Zheng Quchi turned her gaze behind him, she noted a 9-foot-tall man accompanying him. His exaggerated musculature was comparable to that of a modern bodybuilder, clad only in a sleeveless robe and gray trousers, which were taut around his thighs and cinched at the calves with cloth strips. In Yi country, such attire was typical of laborers, as a single outfit was both a necessity and a luxury, worn with care to prolong its lifespan. The duo's stark and striking appearance drew the attention of many passers-by. However, the imposing presence of the 8-foot man, whose narrow eyes reflected a dispassionate regard for life, deterred any overt interaction. Onlookers stole furtive glances and whispered among themselves. I see you wish to purchase this large beast's skin?" Zheng Quchi ventured, addressing the man she had dubbed Mr. Polar Bear. He paused momentarily, but then simply inquired, "What is the price?" "Price?" Zheng Quchi hesitated, unsure whether to quote a high figure that might frighten him away or to offer a lower one that would not meet her expectations. Perhaps it would be best to let him state a price. "You may offer what you deem appropriate." Despite the abundance of wild animals in the mountains, hunters typically avoided the formidable beasts. In a border town like Fu County, tiger skins were often priced without market demand. Hunters would offer a fair price if they were knowledgeable, while others, seeking novelty, might undervalue them. If she was eager to sell, it would be prudent to let this affluent gentleman propose a figure, as he would likely not lowball her given the skin's pristine condition, marred only by a small arrow wound on the forehead. To facilitate a more accurate valuation, Zheng Quchi explained the nature of the kill. The man paused in contemplation, echoing her words, "A single arrow kill?" "Indeed," she affirmed. He adjusted his collar and called for the towering figure behind him, who crouched down to inspect the tiger skin. At that moment, a woman carrying a herb basket approached, frowning as she interjected. "What kind of bow could possibly slay a beast of such magnitude? Surely, you must be deceiving this outsider." Zheng Quchi was taken aback. "The evidence lies before you. If you are knowledgeable, you may assess its authenticity yourself." Yet, the herbalist dismissed her words, advising the polar bear gentleman, "Do not be fooled. These merchants are the most cunning deceivers. They may stitch up damaged pelts with similar furs, creating an illusion of perfection, only for you to discover the truth upon your return home." Incensed by the unfounded accusation, Zheng Quchi shot back, "How dare you?" The herbalist retorted, "Do not assume I am unaware. I frequent this street daily and recognize nearly all the fur traders, yet I have never seen you before. Where do you hail from?" Others began to murmur in agreement, casting doubtful glances in Zheng Quchi's direction, echoing the herbalist's skepticism. She hails from Ego Village and seldom ventures into the county town. This is her first experience setting up a stall, yet unexpectedly, she encounters a group of exclusionary vendors. Upon noticing her selling tiger skins and the potential for significant profit, they conspire to prevent her from sharing in the bounty. As the crowd around her grows increasingly curious, Zheng Quchi realizes that her business is doomed to fail amidst this disruption. "Very well, if you claim it's false, then I shan't sell," she declares. The herbalist, emboldened by her perceived victory, smugly retorts, "See, she is nothing but a fraud, now trying to slip away." At that moment, a towering figure, a man of 9 feet, who had been examining the goods, suddenly interjects, "This is freshly skinned tiger hide, cut no more than 2 hours ago, perfectly intact and devoid of any adulteration. It is a complete high-quality pelt." His words halted the bustling street in an instant, as if a sudden slap had silenced the crowd, leaving their faces pale. The herbalist forced a smile, incredulous. But how could such a frail woman possibly have slain a mighty beast? Surely, this hide must be stolen. One onlooker, eager to stir the pot, chimed in. Zheng Quchi, not one to be easily fooled, understood that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. She thought that by keeping a low profile and completing her sale, she would avoid trouble, but she underestimated the existence of the profit chain. Having earned money, others turned envious. With no connections or protection, she was vulnerable. Unwilling to engage with these troublemakers, Zheng Quchi hoisted her cloth bag and the tiger skin, intending to leave, only to be blocked by Mr. White Bear, who stepped in front of her and declared, "Miss, I wish to purchase that tiger skin." Taken aback, she pondered why any buyer would be undeterred by the circulating rumors. Did he possess a keen judgment about her merchandise, or did he genuinely admire the tiger skin? If he was willing to take a risk with his offer, why should she hesitate? "How much are you offering?" "1 ingot of silver," he responded. Wait a moment. She calculated in her mind. An ingot of silver amounts to approximately 50 taels, and a medium ingot would be at least 10 taels. 10 taels. How many copper coins was that? Goodness. 1 medium ingot of silver? The surrounding crowd fell silent at the foreigner's astonishing offer. While tiger skins were indeed valuable, such a price was unprecedented. Other stalls typically sold them for around 5 taels, yet here was a price that doubled that amount. "My dear sir, you truly have an eye for quality." Zheng Quchi realized she had not misjudged him. Mr. White Bear clearly had wealth. Elated, she thought that with these 10 taels of silver, she could pay off her outstanding taxes and acquire 4 warm coats for her family to endure the winter. Just when she believed the deal was sealed, an unexpected commotion erupted. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the cobblestone street. At the northern gate, a squad of elite soldiers swiftly approached, forming 2 lines with glistening long knives, sharp spears, and sturdy shields, stretching half a mile in length. The imposing presence of these soldiers was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the common street vendors, who pressed themselves against the walls to avoid the glint of their weapons. As if that was not enough. Just as everyone was puzzled about the purpose of this military display, a contingent of armored cavalry galloped past like a storm, led by 4 officers surrounding a singular figure. This individual wore a black crown, donned dragon-scale armor, and a crimson cloak, exuding a striking presence with a potent mix of black and red. Yuwen Sheng. Zheng Quchi gasped. The light brown of her pupils reflected his masked, intimidating silhouette. This was the 3rd time she had encountered him, and he remained as breathtaking as ever. Wait, why did it seem he was drawing closer? Was he approaching her? An overwhelming sense of dread washed over her. Had Yuwen Sheng uncovered her identity as an assassin and spy sent by the M.O. family, intending to execute her on the spot? Surely, capturing such a minor figure would not warrant such a grand mobilization. Just as she contemplated fleeing, Yuwen Sheng and his officers halted about 10 meters from her. Yet the chilling aura that had accompanied them did not dissipate. It only intensified, compelling those present to bow in submission. Yuwen Sheng's cloak billowed dramatically behind him, and from beneath his fearsome mask, he spoke. Gong Shu Ji Ruo? What? Gong Shu Yi Ruo? That name? Was he calling for her? Zheng Quchi, realizing the implications, glanced sideways at Mr. White Bear, who stood uncomfortably close. Could it be that he was the Gong Shu Ji Ruo being summoned? Such an elegant name hardly seemed fitting for the towering man. In that moment, she recognized her mistake. She was neither the protagonist nor even a supporting character in this unfolding drama. Hurriedly, she lowered her head, blending in with the crowd, striving to be an inconspicuous bystander. Yet, that name sounded familiar. She felt she had heard it before. Beneath the veil of clouds, Gong Shu Ji Ruo lowered his arms, which had been crossed over his chest, and gestured for the soldiers to make way. Even under the scrutiny of countless eyes and the pressure of 1,000 soldiers, he remained composed, as if he were still at the market. "General Yuwen, I have come to Yi country as you requested. Might I inquire if I could return my younger sister to Bei Yuan country?" "That may not be possible," Yuwen Sheng replied with a smile. "She still owes me a debt of gratitude for saving her life. If she were to return to Bei Yuan country, who would repay that favor?" Gong Shu Ji Ruo sighed. "The Gong Shu family does not serve another nation. I apologize, but if I could marry my younger sister to General Yuwen, perhaps an exception could be made." The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically upon hearing this proposition. Gong Shu Ji Ruo intended to marry Gong Shu Lan to the general? Wei Yao and Wang Zebang exchanged grave glances. Had this occurred earlier, they might have entertained some thoughts, but now it was too late. Their general was already wed. Is this the sentiment of the Gong Shu family, or merely your own? Yuwen Sheng inquired. Does it make a difference? Gong Shu Ji Ruo responded nonchalantly, yet the underlying dominance in his tone revealed the authority he wielded. His thoughts were synonymous with those of the Gong Shu family. Yuwen Sheng tightened his grip on the reins, a surge of dark and twisted thoughts bubbling to the surface. He relished the information conveyed by Gong Shuji Ruo, recognizing the value he possessed, completely worth the effort and time he had expended on this matter. Was it not? Zheng Quchi stole a glance at Yuwen Sheng and shivered involuntarily. His pupils were swirling with a dark madness, and she could only wonder what thoughts consumed him. She clutched the tiger skin, desperate to escape this tension-laden atmosphere, only to find her path obstructed by the towering figure once more. His narrowed eyes held her gaze as he declared, "That skin belongs to my master. It stays." His words, though not particularly loud, turned heads among the gathered crowd. Vendors, civilians, soldiers, and the very person Zheng Quchi wished to avoid the most. She wished to dig a hole and bury herself, along with the imposing figure before her. "I won't sell it. Let me go," she muttered through clenched teeth. But he, stubborn as a mule, replied, "No." Initially, Yuwen Sheng had not noticed the figure partially concealed behind Gong Shuji Ruo, primarily due to Zheng Quchi's petite stature. Standing behind the massive Gong Shuji Ruo and Mr. White Bear, few would have recognized her presence. Yet now, as she was forcibly dragged into view, he inadvertently caught sight of the person who had shared his bed the previous night. Yuwen Sheng's face, once shrouded in a ghastly pallor, suddenly froze, his long lashes narrowing. "Zheng Quchi, how could she be here?" At this moment, Gong Shuji Ruo, reminded by the saw, recalled the interrupted transaction. He politely addressed Yuwen Sheng, saying, "Please wait a moment, General. Allow me to finalize a deal before we engage in a proper discussion." He turned and approached, his clumsy gait surprisingly light. Regardless of Zheng Quchi's evident reluctance, he curiously inquired, "Miss, did we not come to an agreement? I offered a pound of silver for your large worm skin. Why the sudden change? Large worm skin? Ah." Yuwen Sheng finally understood her recent secrecy was to conceal from him her desperate venture into the mountains to hunt for the large worm. Zheng Quchi was at a loss for words, nearly bowing her head to her chest. Yet, she reminded herself not to appear overly anxious or strange. Thus she lifted her face, albeit making an effort to shield it from Yuwen Sheng's gaze. Changing her position, she politely said to Gong Shuji Ruo, "I fear I might attract trouble. Please, if you could hasten with the payment. I have pressing matters to attend to." This Mr. White Bear was certainly no ordinary individual. After all, anyone who could converse so boldly with Yuwen Sheng without losing their head to a single stroke of his sword must be of considerable stature. At that moment, Gong Shuji Ruo inadvertently caught a glimpse of a tuft of white fox fur peeking from her handmade shoulder bag. Was it pure white fox? He pondered its worth, but she was not selling it. Zheng Quchi quickly covered the bag, stuffing the white fox skin back inside. Why? This person was incessantly prattling. If she wasn't selling it, what was there to discuss? Yet, despite her internal grievances, she knew she had to respond to the person of ambiguous identity. "My husband rises early for work, and his clothing is scant. His neck is prone to the cold. This would be perfect for sewing him a scarf." Yuwen Sheng's attention snapped to her at that moment. In the next breath, he dismounted, and amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he declared, "I shall take the large worm skin." Chapter 53. Gong Shuji Ruo, 2 chapters combined. The herbalist gripped the woven strap of her basket tightly, her eyes flickering towards Yuwen Sheng. Initially unaware of his identity, she was emboldened by the outsider addressing him as General Yuwen Sheng, leading her to a bold conjecture. The general wearing the Shura mask was indeed the war god of Yi Kingdom. While numerous generals existed in Yi, only one was referred to as the Grand General, the supreme military commander, privately dubbed the Living Yama, General Yuwen Sheng. She could not fathom why the large worm skin was so coveted. Was it unavailable elsewhere? Even someone of Yuwen Sheng's lofty status would resort to theft to acquire it? Zheng Quchi's mind felt muddled. Her intention in entering the city was simply to sell a tiger skin for a bit of money. By sheer misfortune, she had encountered 2 factions in a heated dispute, and her plan to slip away had backfired, leading to her becoming the object of contention. Upon hearing Yuwen Sheng speak, she sensed the surrounding silence, and, with a voice barely above a whisper, said, "I only have this one piece." Gong Shuji Ruo, believing Yuwen Sheng was deliberately causing trouble, replied in a tone laced with coldness beneath the blue veil, "General Yu, I had my eye on this large worm skin first." Yuwen Sheng smiled. "Just because you desire it, does that mean it is yours? Have you made the payment?" A theory akin to that of a robber, yet undeniably possessing a semblance of logic. Gong Shuji Ruo's gaze flickered through the thin veil as he retorted, had it not been for your sudden appearance. The transaction would have been complete. Then you have yet to pay? Yuwen replied, a hint of regret coloring his words. He turned to Zheng Quchi, who had lowered her head to her chest. Whether from fear or embarrassment remained unclear. Given her already diminutive stature, she seemed even more diminished, as if she could curl into a ball. His feigned smile deepened, his voice as warm as spring water. How much do you wish to sell this large worm skin for? I asked for a pound of silver, she replied. Upon hearing this, Yuwen's brow furrowed. A piece of large worm's skin, the effort and danger she must have faced to procure it, and she was only asking for 10 taels? The craftsmen of Bayuan were rather miserly. I shall give you a pound of silver, he said. Zheng Quchi's head shot up, her face a picture of astonishment. A pound? A pound of silver equated to 50 taels. Having been impoverished for so long, she had become accustomed to counting her expenses by the copper coin. She never imagined she would one day indulge in such luxurious spending. Gongshu Jiruo, witnessing Zheng Quchi's gleeful expression upon seeing the money, merely replied, 2 pounds of silver. 3 pounds. For pounds. As the two engaged in a bidding war reminiscent of an auction house, Zheng Quchi's heart raced with excitement, while onlookers were left in a daze, mentally counting the jingling coins. Simultaneously, envy and resentment mingled in their hearts, a true reflection of their sentiments. They wondered why they had not stumbled upon such good fortune, choosing this moment and this place, only to witness a pair of wealthy fools bestowing them with riches. A pound of gold, Gongshu Jiruo. Can you afford that? In Yuwen's nonchalant demeanor, it was evident he had no qualms about spending lavishly. Gongshu Jiruo, unable to match him in wealth, fell into a prolonged silence. The Sa was infuriated, his chest heaving. Indeed, a lunatic. A pound of gold could purchase the entire large worm skin of a Yi kingdom. To create difficulties for his master was truly despicable, vile, and shameful. Yet he was wealthy. Wei Yao sighed, realizing that if their general desired something, he would hardly adhere to the rules, for he was the very embodiment of them. Wang Zibang scrutinized Zheng Quchi with piercing eyes. Thin, dark, and short, she was dressed like a typical peasant woman. Such an ordinary appearance should not have drawn the general's interest. His sudden peculiar behavior must be attributed to Gongshu Jiruo. Seeing Gongshu Jiruo fall silent, Yuwen removed the silk gloves from his hands and accepted the gold piece presented by Wei Yao. Zheng Quchi, for the first time, beheld Yuwen's bare hands. Previously preoccupied with other matters, she had overlooked such subtle details. But now she saw his hands, delicate and fair, evenly proportioned, with distinctly defined knuckles, the kind that would leave hand enthusiasts utterly enamored. Strangely, she felt that these hands bore a certain familiarity. Did all attractive hands appear so similar? No need for so much. Just a pound of silver will suffice. Though Zheng Quchi cherished wealth, she was not greedy. If she were to accept a pound of gold for the tiger skin in plain view of everyone, she might find herself robbed in her sleep that very night. Yuwen, recognizing her reluctance, understood her thoughts. Unlike ordinary foolish women, she knew well that excessive greed rarely led to a favorable outcome. He acquiesced to her wishes, allowing Wei Yao to exchange a pound of silver. In the midst of Gongshu Jiruo's furious glare and the surrounding silence, he shamelessly purchased the tiger skin with the silver he had just obtained. I heard you say the fox fur was meant for your husband. Yet ordinary households would hesitate to use such a precious item. You seem quite considerate of him. Zheng Quchi was perplexed as to why Yuwen would engage in such casual conversation with her, a mere vendor. She felt a pang of caution, wondering if she had inadvertently revealed something that aroused his suspicion. He's my husband. If I do not treat him well, whom should I treat well? Simply because he is your husband? Zheng Quchi's straightforward answer evidently did not please Yuwen, prompting him to further inquire. If you were to marry another, would you still be so generous? Marry another? She had no idea what the future held. Zheng Quchi replied honestly, but I have not married anyone else, so this hypothetical is meaningless. Her words rendered Yuwen momentarily speechless. After settling the payment, he had no intention of keeping Zheng Quchi there any longer, and thus released her. Wei Yao mounted the horse with the tiger skin, casting a glance at Wang Zibang, whose face was filled with confusion and suspicion, prompting his own contemplations. As Yuwen noticed Zheng Quchi moving away, he turned around and smiled, saying, Gongshu Jiruo, since you've come to Fuxian, let me extend my hospitality. His words echoed like a dangerous signal, as the glint of weapons began to emerge menacingly. Gongshu Zhuo surveyed the surroundings and posed a challenge. What if I refuse to leave? With a low growl, the figure known as Saw bent forward, revealing a row of blades extending from within his garment, resembling a spider's legs as they shielded Gongshu Zhuo. Coldly, he scanned the area. Zheng Quchi, having not ventured far, instinctively turned back upon hearing the commotion, witnessing the transformation of the towering man into a figure reminiscent of a spider demon. Oh, what intricate mechanism formed those 8 legs? How were they concealed so flawlessly? Her curiosity was piqued indeed. The craftsmanship of the artisan was evident, even in his subordinates. Yuwen observed intently for a moment, donned his gloves anew, and gestured backward. How formidable could this be? A soldier wielding a sharp spear surged forward and Saw faced 10. Even 100 foes with his spider-like apparatus glinting with deadly blades. Thick on the back, yet slim beneath, possessing the flexibility of a whip and the rigidity of a sword. Capable of severing bones and piercing flesh. As chaos erupted and blood splattered, the marketplace was filled with screams as the crowd fled in panic, fearing the consequences of the fray. Amidst the tumult, Zheng Quchi had already hidden behind a wall, observing the figure known as Saw with keen interest. The spider blades coordinated their movements through the rotation of his arms, utilizing fine threads to trigger mechanisms, akin to manipulating puppets. Suddenly, her pupils brightened with realization. I understand now. Yuwen, witnessing the might of Saw's spider blades, raised his hand again, commanding continue. The forces continued to swell. Yet Saw began to falter against the overwhelming odds. Even the most formidable weapon requires human strength. At that moment, Gongshu Zhuo lowered his previously concealed hand from his sleeve. The atmosphere around him shifted from the indifferent clouds to a chilling gale that swept through trees, graves, and sand dunes, wreaking havoc wherever it passed. Yuwen sought to witness the ingenuity of the Gongshu clan, curious how it could dominate the 7 kingdoms. He spread his arms wide, the heavy white bear skin he wore billowing aside to reveal an astonishing sight beneath. It turned out he was not at all corpulent. The bulkiness was merely an illusion caused by the bare hide concealing a framework of iron. Unlike typical armor, it encompassed the vital organs and joints of the body with precision, harboring hidden mechanisms. No, it was not iron, it was steel. How was steel produced? It required the meticulous heating and forging of fine iron over 100 times, each strike refining its weight and integrity until it became tempered steel. This demanded not only rigorous alchemical processes, but also the skill of an exceptional blacksmith. As Zheng Quchi understood, the military applications of weaponry at this stage predominantly relied on iron, while the art of steelmaking was still in its infancy, with successful endeavors being exceedingly rare. Yet here was Gongshu Zhuo, transcending countless advancements in military industry, adorned in a full suit of steel armor, truly an audacious figure, unmatched in might. Yuwen felt a rush of exhilaration, his pupils dilating, emanating an otherworldly gleam that brought a delighted smile to his face. Ah, I eagerly anticipate this encounter, he thought. Gongshu Zhuo had heard of Yuwen from Yegua, but faced him for the first time now. He furrowed his brow, a sense of unprecedented wariness rising within him. This man seemed unbalanced, frenzied, and inexplicably exuberant. His outward, jovial demeanor belied the malevolence reflected in his eyes. As a sharp spear lunged from behind, Gongshu Zhuo did not even turn his head. With a resounding clang, the spear shattered upon impact. His steel frame was far harder than ordinary iron. Seizing the moment while the soldier stood stunned, he activated an arm mechanism, unleashing a volley of sharp needles that shot out like fireworks in all directions. The piercing needles struck eyes and necks, resulting in a cacophony of anguished cries that sent shivers through the crowd. Yet Gongshu Zhuo's onslaught did not cease. He extracted a wooden frame from beneath the bare hide. Initially appearing as mere support, it quickly transformed under his nimble hands into a weapon's grip. What was this? His creativity was remarkable, disassembling to scatter and then reassembling. Zheng Quchi began to discern it was a weapon's handle, but its purpose remained elusive. Just as she pondered, she watched in astonishment as Gongshu Zhuo removed a segment of his steel framework and attached it to the grip, seamlessly connecting them to form a crossbow. This was no traditional crossbow. It featured embedded steel arrows that could be fired with a retractable chain. Gongshu Zhuo handed the crossbow to Saw, and they synchronized their movements, one kneeling, the other raising it to his shoulder, aimed at an advancing troop, and pulled the trigger. The arrow pierced through 5 men. A horrifying spectacle that left onlookers aghast. Zheng Quchi, having crafted crossbows herself, recognized the terrifying power and intricate craftsmanship that rendered this weapon extraordinary. The arrows were razor-sharp, capable of piercing through flesh and bone. She felt a rush of excitement, her heart racing as she pressed a hand against her wildly beating chest. Suddenly, she remembered who Gongshu Zhuo was. Indeed, the Gongshu family lived up to their reputation. Gongshu Zhuo, still wearing his hood, spoke with an unyielding tone. Yuwen Sheng, there is nothing I, Gongshu Zhuo, am unwilling to do that anyone can force upon me. At that moment, a group of Gongshu disciples leaped down from the rooftops. Their attire varied: peasants, craftsmen, vendors, and even soldiers in Fuxian uniforms. Their unified purpose was to encircle Yuwen Sheng and take Gongshu Zhuo at any cost. They laid a trap, strewn with iron nails, as one group leapt down to clear the path while another hurled grayish-white projectiles toward Yuwen Sheng's forces. Coughing, Zheng Quchi, caught in the wind, felt the grayish-white projectiles wafting her way, causing her to sneeze and her throat to itch. Wasn't this a mixture of Sichuan pepper and black pepper? If they needed smoke bombs, they should have asked her. Using such precious spices as projectiles was a waste, a luxury that made her heart ache. She longed to know where they sourced such materials. She wanted to gather them herself. Throughout this tumult, Yuwen Sheng refrained from personally engaging. He merely wished to ascertain whether Gongshu Zhuo was worth such effort, and now it was clear that he was indeed worth every bit. General, the disciples of the Gongshu family have arrived. Should we prepare the archers and elite soldiers? Wang Zibang inquired loudly, covering his nose with his elbow. Yuwen Sheng leaped onto his horse, casting a sidelong glance at a corner. His red lips curled. No need to pursue. As long as Gongshu Lan remains, Gongshu Zhuo will not leave Fuxian. End of chapter. Chapter 54. A prosperous beginning at this moment. Wei Yao followed Yuwen Sheng's gaze, perhaps hearing something inaudible to ordinary ears. But for someone of his exceptional martial prowess, his hearing was extraordinary, and he sensed something amiss. His fox-like eyes narrowed, revealing a palpable intent to kill. General. Yet, Yuwen Sheng turned his head, the smile on his lips undiminished. There is no need to make a fuss over trivial matters. Do you understand? Wei Yao was taken aback, the suspicion in her heart growing deeper. Just as she contemplated probing further, she inadvertently caught sight of the general's increasingly ominous expression, causing her chest to tighten and her heart to race in panic, prompting her to lower her gaze immediately. The chilling aura that had been gathering around him dissipated in an instant, transforming into a lingering chill that brushed against the nape of Wei Yao's neck. Yuwen Sheng tenderly patted the horse's head, a warm smile gracing his face as he steadied the reins and set off. The skin of the great beast has been tanned and laid upon my commander's seat. Yes. Silence fell. Once everyone had departed, the once bustling street became desolate. And Zheng Quchi cautiously peeked out with her rabbit-like eyes, now tinged with red. She just coughed violently, but was too frightened to make noise, covering her mouth to avoid fainting. Observing the layer of dusty brown powder strewn across the ground, she lamented the waste of what could have been valuable seasoning. So expensive in modern times, yet squandered here. Wouldn't it be delightful to use these for boiling and grilling meat? She suppressed the impulse to gather and package the remnants. She approached the site of the earlier scuffle, moving carefully as she searched, eventually finding a silver needle. She refrained from touching it, uncertain if it had been poisoned. It was slender, no thicker than a man's leg hair, yet it had embedded itself halfway into the hard stone ground without breaking. This testified to its impressive sturdiness. Crouching down to examine another area, she observed a shallow scratch on the ground where a blade had missed its target. It was faint, as if a delicate edge had merely grazed the hard surface, indicative of a weapon used by the soldiers of Yi Kingdom. Another mark, however, was deep, having carved a noticeable notch into the stone, even causing stress fractures. This was the work of Gongshu Zhuo's weapon, renowned for its destructive power. Admittedly, there was the strength of a 9-foot giant behind it, but it was merely a mechanical extension of his will. Moreover, she had started to grasp that Gongshu Zhuo's entire apparatus was not merely a defensive mechanism, it was a versatile weapon. Each skeletal segment and connecting part could potentially function independently, reconfiguring into an entirely new weapon. 1 + 1 = 2, 2 + 2 = 4. for +4 equals 16. A cycle of rebirth. Did this mean he essentially bore a mobile arsenal upon his person? Zheng Quchi felt a shiver run down her spine at this speculation, her blood rushing to her head, causing her light brown eyes to sparkle with astonishment. Perhaps she was overthinking it, but that did not negate the possibility of such a study yielding fruitful results. For the first time, she truly witnessed the pinnacle of craftsmanship beyond Yi Kingdom. Previously, the cumbersome contraption in the wilderness had failed to astonish her due to its clumsiness. But she now realized she had underestimated the craftsmanship of other nations. This man, Gong Shuji Ruo, had completely upended her understanding of mechanical prowess in this era. While others toiled to refine iron, he had already mastered steel, crafting it into highly portable and lethally effective weapons. She wondered if she would ever have the opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue with him. She was certain it would greatly enrich her understanding of the artisanship in this world. Yet for now, the realm of these great figures felt distant. She should concentrate on the more immediate and pragmatic matters at hand. Having just earned her first substantial sum, she was still far from gathering enough funds to establish a processing factory. One must remain grounded. Nevertheless, 50 taels of silver was no small fortune. The mere thought of it filled Zheng Quchi with bubbling excitement, almost compelling her to leap in joy. Initially, she had intended to purchase animal hides at the market to save money, seeking someone to tan them into leather. Though tedious, it would certainly be cheaper than buying ready-made garments. However, now, having unexpectedly acquired several times her anticipated amount, she could afford to indulge and directly purchase finely crafted leather attire. She returned to the shop where she had previously bought men's clothing, haggling with the familiar proprietor for a few thick outer garments. Handing over the silver fox skin, she requested a neckpiece to be made according to her specifications, and if any scraps were left, a pair of gloves as well. Due to her generous spending, she left with a fox blue coat, a white lambskin jacket, a double-collared rabbit coat, and a woolen jacket. The proprietor, pleased with his profits, readily agreed. Inquiring about the time required for her order, he assured her he could expedite the process. While others would wait about a month, he promised she could collect her items in half that time. Zheng Quchi calculated that in 2 weeks, she would have already started work. "Sir, could you arrange for delivery?" "Of course, if it's within the vicinity of Fu County." After finalizing the delivery address, Zheng Quchi declined the proprietor's offer to deliver that very day, completely unfazed by his astonished expression as she joyfully carried her large bag homeward. The most expensive item was indeed the fox blue coat, adorned with a collar of fox fur, which, when worn, would provide warmth and comfort. She recalled Mr. Baixiong, Gong Shuji Ruo, who had worn a similar coat. She imagined Lu Fengmian would look strikingly elegant in such attire, barring any concerns regarding fit. The thicker and warmer white lambskin coat was chosen for her elder brother, designed with sleeves of varying lengths to accommodate the right-handed majority, allowing for ease of movement while performing tasks at home. The gray rabbit coat, fluffy and warm, was perfect for children. As for herself, preparing to leave home to work as a stonemason, she intended to add a woolen jacket beneath her clothing, practical yet not cumbersome. Ideal for work. However, purchasing these significant garments had considerably lightened her purse. Yet, she felt no regret. The modern mindset dictates that money lost can be earned again. Although she naturally tended to be more frugal, she refused to deprive herself and her family. Her hard-earned income was meant to secure a better life for them all. She vividly recalled her brother Sang's words, "Haven't we endured in the past?" The term endure, as defined in Baidu Chinese, connotes a sense of patience and reluctant support, a state of prolonged suffering. If she lacked ability, so be it. Since she could achieve, she would never allow them to endure. Upon returning home with her new garments, Zheng Quchi was surprised to find Lu Fengmian, who usually returned only after dark, already at home. Sang and Lu Fengmian had always been at odds, one picking vegetables at the dining table, while the other stood in the bamboo pavilion outside, while the youngest sibling squatted beside the flower bed, glumly watching the withering plants. So, ever observant of the door, set aside his tasks as soon as he saw Zheng Quchi return, rising excitedly. "You've been gone all day. Have you eaten? And what's in that big bag?" Zheng Quchi called out with vigor, "Brother." Second sister, the youngest sibling, upon seeing her, beamed widely and rushed over. "Little sister." Yuwen Sheng also turned around. "Where have you been?" Welcomed by the warmth of her family, Zheng Quchi felt a profound sense of belonging. Knowing that someone awaited her made her yearn to return home, regardless of how late or weary she felt. She joyfully set down the burlap bag and began to explain her day. Today is my most fortunate day. I had initially planned to venture into the forest for hunting when unexpectedly, she naturally could not mention Yi, so she deftly shifted the conversation and began to weave a tale. She stumbled upon a massive insect with an arrow shot through its head, and nearby lay a pelt of a silver fox. What? Brother Zheng was utterly astonished, though a hint of disbelief lingered. Is that truly so? Of course. It is true, Zheng Quchi insisted resolutely. Yuwen Sheng's gaze flickered slightly, recalling the recent news from the hunting party that Yi had been spotted near Hego village earlier that morning. Based on his trajectory and the bloodstains left at the scene, it was evident that he had hunted animals for sustenance. If what Zheng Quchi said were true, then she had likely stumbled upon Yi's spoils. She was indeed correct. Her luck today was remarkable. Had she arrived a little earlier or later, she would have either fallen victim to Yi or been apprehended by the hunting party as a companion of the Great Deer Kingdom, facing severe interrogation. He observed her small, dark face under the fading sunlight, her eyelashes tinted with a golden hue, her light brown eyes sparkling with joy, exuding a spirited and vibrant demeanor. And what about the insect and the silver fox pelt? He gently inquired. This was a question she knew the answer to. Zheng Quchi replied, I sold them for a total of 50 taels of silver, and then I bought each of you a coat. As she spoke, she bent down to unpack a large bundle, revealing coat after coat. Brother Zheng was already stunned by the figure of 50 taels. He began to calculate how many copper coins that would amount to. Brother Zheng remained still, while Sister Zheng, oblivious to the significance of the amount, excitedly jumped in front of Zheng Quchi, eager for her new coat. Second sister, the coat, let me have it. All right, stretch out your hands, and I will put it on you. Sister Zheng, already charmingly beautiful, looked even more delightful in the coat, resembling a delicately carved little dumpling. Zheng Quchi pinched her small face, praising, my little sister is truly adorable. Yes, I am good, Sister Zheng giggled and joyfully ran around the flower bed, her small hands occasionally brushing against the soft and warm fabric of the coat. Zheng Quchi retrieved another coat, gesturing to Brother Zheng to check its length and size. You sold that massive insect for 50 taels? His expression was one of shock, as if he had encountered a complete fool in this world. Indeed, truly, she affirmed with a nod. You just earned some money, and you're buying so many coats? You could have bought something for yourself and for them. I will be content with just an ordinary cloth coat. How much did all of this cost? Brother Zheng thought to himself that she was being extravagant. However, Zheng Quchi countered, I calculated it. A cloth coat generally becomes less warm after 2 or 3 years and is prone to wear and tear. But this fur coat can last for many years without damage. Which do you think is more cost-effective? Besides, I have saved the remaining money. I sold the pelt for 5 times its original worth. So what is wrong with buying you all something nice? Our family is not lacking in means. Besides, since I've already bought them, they cannot be returned. If you don't want it, I will give it to the neighbors. With a light smack on her head, Brother Zheng exclaimed, Stop talking nonsense. He was merely concerned about money, worried that it was hard-earned. 50 taels was a substantial sum, yet their impoverished and disabled family lacked everything. If they truly spent it all, no matter how much they had, it would eventually be depleted. However, after a long year, receiving a new coat was a cause for joy. Brother Zheng turned and eagerly took a coat, heading to the room to try it on. Once they had all walked away, Zheng Quchi finally draped the fox fur coat over Lu Fengmian's shoulders. Lu Fengmian, I bought you one too. The moment the fox fur coat enveloped Lu Fengmian, it transformed his presence entirely, as if he were clad in snow and adorned with mountain landscapes. He seemed to belong to a different realm than their home, Hego village, or even the entire Fu County. Under the piercing sunlight, amidst the chill of time, he resembled a phoenix trapped in a mountain village, destined to rise from the ashes, donning fine clothing, playing chess, drinking against the wind, and embracing a splendid future. She was momentarily lost in her thoughts, captivated. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Fengmian inquired, What about yours? Zheng Quchi snapped back to reality. I bought one for myself as well, one for each of us. They say this winter will be particularly cold. I will not let you all suffer from the cold. Yuwen Sheng was unaware of what coat Zheng Quchi had purchased for herself, but he could imagine it being of lesser quality compared to his. However, he understood that for Zheng Quchi, It was indeed an expensive coat. The fickleness of human promises was commonplace. He had witnessed it so often that it had become second nature, leading him to believe that self-preservation was the only rightful course. Yet, this petite farmer girl, within her delicate frame, possessed qualities that many men lacked. She had indeed fulfilled her earlier promise. By marrying her, he would be provided for, and she would do her utmost to give him the best. How long do you plan to be away on this trip? After a few days of tension, they returned to the topic that had previously caused a rift. Zheng Quchi was uncertain if he had calmed down, so she provided a slightly conservative estimate, about 10 days to half a month. I will return home whenever I have time during the journey, and I will bring you some candy. The smile at the corners of Yuwen Sheng's mouth remained unchanged, almost mechanical. You cannot tell me where you are going? I don't know either. It won't be far from Fu County. This was the truth. Yuwen Sheng lowered his gaze, his soft lashes veiling his eyes, which held a labyrinthine depth, yet his tone was gentle as a spring breeze. Zheng Quchi, when you return from this trip, I have something important to tell you. Zheng Quchi's heart raced inexplicably. Oh, what is it? The familiarity of his words struck her. She had once said something similar to Yuwen Sheng. Then, on the night of their marriage, what he intended to reveal nearly led to a tragic outcome. He smiled softly, gazing at her with warmth. Naturally, it concerns my matters. His matters? What kind of matters? Personal or official? Serious or trivial? Good or bad? Her curiosity was piqued, and she began to feel the anticipation weighing on her. Can't you say it now? No, this is for you. He held something in his palm, extending it toward her. Zheng Quchi opened her hand to receive it. Upon closer inspection, it was a piece of broken silver. She had seen little silver before, and guessed it was probably less than 5 taels. But this was silver, not the copper coins common among the rural folk. What is this? She asked, astonished. Yuwen Sheng replied casually, This is my salary for this month. For me? She stammered. But it's not enough. Yuwen Sheng could easily provide her with a gold ingot for her expenses. But would she dare use it in this small Fu County? Certainly not. She simply hadn't expected Lu Fengmian to turn in his salary, acknowledging her as the head of the household. In that moment, she saw him in the light of the setting sun, his exquisite face radiating a saintly glow. She mused, perhaps marrying a man from a feudal society was not so terrible after all. Her husband was not only handsome, but also gentle and virtuous, even voluntarily handing over his wages, surpassing the ideals of a good man in contemporary society. Clutching the silver tightly, she thought, since Lu Fengmian had gone to such lengths, as a token of gratitude, she tiptoed, opened her arms, and embraced him, inhaling a cool, fragrant aroma from him. His back was strong. She dared not touch him too recklessly, her soft hair brushing against his chin. Lu Fengmian, you are good to me. I will remember this. I will treat you even better in the future. This money will not be wasted. I will save it for your eye treatment. She felt as though she had stumbled upon silver, and after expressing her heartfelt gratitude, she dashed off to her room to hide the silver. Meanwhile, Yuwen Sheng was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected gesture. He reached up to touch the spot on his chin where her hair had brushed, feeling a warmth there that burned like fire. His heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a string of beads torn apart, clattering chaotically like marbles, both jarring and disconcerting. As the 10-day period elapsed, Zheng Quchi prepared everything and, after donning the guise of Sang Xianqing in a secluded area, made her way to the stonemason assembly point in the county town. She had anticipated that the stringent recruitment conditions would deter many, yet upon arrival, she was astounded by the sheer number of individuals gathered. Goodness, how could there be so many? There must be at least 100 stonemasons here, each towering like mountains, clad in scant attire, yet boasting firm musculature. The air, thick with the potent aroma of male sweat and testosterone, nearly overwhelmed Zheng Quchi as she stood among them. What brings so many here? A voice remarked in a thick Shanxi accent. I heard that Fuxian is offering high wages for stonemasons nationwide. So I thought I could make some money and brought my tools along. Ah, you're not from Fuxian, are you? No wonder your accent is so peculiar. Came a haughty retort from a local stonemason. An outsider with a Min dialect, feeling slighted by the remark, scoffed. In a poor place like Fuxian, how could they possibly find decent stonemasons? Everyone here is either a county, district, or national-level worker, at the very least a master. Zheng Quchi, overhearing their exchange, thought to herself, Oh, pardon me, the worst among us is not a master, but rather a local, impoverished carpenter like myself. I'm merely here to earn some money through hard labor, without any rank whatsoever. Please enlighten me." As she indulged in her self-deprecating thoughts, an unexpected jostle from a man caught her off guard. Sensing something amiss, she turned to see a lecherous man with a scraggly beard leering at her. She did not recognize him, yet his peculiar gaze unsettled her, prompting her to sidestep. Undeterred, he leaned closer, whispering her name, "Hey, Chitsi." Startled, she spun around. Who? Only a handful of people knew her true name, Zheng Quchi, and even fewer would call her by her nickname, Chitsi. This scruffy man was definitely not one of them. "You really can't recognize me? It's only been a little over a month," he complained, pointing at his own nose. His irksome tone, coupled with the fact he had called her by her real name, aroused her suspicion. She cautiously inquired, "Is that you, Dambian?" "Of course it's me," he replied, winking and nodding vigorously. Zheng Quchi looked up at his once bald head, now surprisingly covered in hair. "Wait, where's your bald head? How did your hair grow back so quickly?" Chitsi stopped. She silenced him with a glare, scanning the crowd to ensure no one was eavesdropping, before gritting her teeth. "How did you get mixed up in this again?" Dambian, now sporting a thick beard, shielded his mouth with his palm and whispered, "Their essay task. You need to come with me, but we'll discuss it later. For now, let's find out what this mass recruitment in Fuxian is all about." At the mention of a task, Zheng Quchi stiffened, her expression paling. She had merely come to earn some money through labor, not to be embroiled in trouble. Yet, they seemed intent on dragging her along wherever they went. The stonemasons were gathered in a spacious square, with other civilians dispersed or kept at bay. After a brief wait, they saw the county magistrate approach, flanked by a group of officials. The stonemasons, upon seeing the official, naturally prepared to greet him, though in this informal setting. A simple bow sufficed. Among the entourage, Zheng Quchi spotted the foreman Muku and the recruitment officer Zhang Er. The magistrate, with a rotund face and small eyes, bore the unmistakable visage of a corrupt official. "Bring forth the official documents and affix their seals," he commanded, to which the clerks complied. One clerk produced a document filled with elaborate script, while another offered a seal for the stonemasons to press their marks upon it. This formality was unexpected, as no such rituals had been observed during previous recruitments. The stonemasons, clearly familiar with the implications, hesitated. Signing meant accepting the terms within the document unconditionally. "What does the document entail?" they murmured. "Don't worry," the county deputy interjected. "It's merely customary regulations, all perfectly legal." Seeing their reluctance, the magistrate's eyes gleamed with shrewdness as he proclaimed, "Once you affix your seals, you will immediately receive a payment of 1 guan. At this, the officials displayed trays piled high with gleaming copper coins, a sight that dazzled the impoverished stonemasons, making them dizzy with desire. It is said that for the sake of food, birds risk their lives. For wealth, humans do the same. Their minds, now clouded by the allure of money, dismissed any lingering doubts, hastily pressing their seals without even glancing at the document. In truth, had the magistrate wished to deceive them, these stonemasons, largely illiterate, would have found it difficult to escape such a financial trap. Soon, it was Zheng Quchi's turn. Unlike the others, she read the document swiftly, dispelling her earlier concerns. "Oh, so they want us to repair the city wall at Guiqiao Ridge in Fuxian." Initially, she had feared their secrecy hinted at a more sinister task, but it seemed her worries were unfounded. Eager for the promised payment, she affixed her seal, only to notice Danbian hesitating beside her, staring at the document. "Why are you stalling?" she urged. With furrowed brows, Danbian suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, the magistrate summoned us to repair the wall of the so-called 1,000 graves?" Hearing this term sent a jolt through Zheng Quchi, and casting a glance at her freshly stamped mark, she trembled. "What do you mean by 1,000 graves?" "It can't mean what I think it does." However, Danbian's revelation sent ripples of shock through the previously enthralled stonemasons. "Repair what? The wall of the 1,000 graves? It's up at Guiqiao Ridge?" The locals gasped. "Impossible. How could we possibly manage that?" they exclaimed. Zheng Quchi glanced around, seeking clarification from Danbian. "What's going on? Why the sudden reaction?" Danbian shot her an incredulous look. "Do you genuinely not know? To construct a wall on the treacherous terrain of Guiqiao Ridge is akin to leading stonemasons to their doom. Countless craftsmen have perished there. To repair a city wall in such steep and uneven terrain is a seemingly insurmountable task. I have heard that at least 1,000 stonemasons perished during its initial construction. And now we are to undertake repairs once more. Can you imagine how many lives will be lost this time? The expressions of the others turn grim. It is no wonder the authorities are willing to allocate such a substantial sum of money. It is essentially a ransom for our lives. I refuse to participate. Looking at the agitated crowd below, unable to accept the grim reality, the county magistrate, as if having anticipated this reaction, attempted to soothe them. Do not be so agitated. If you wish to leave, I shall not detain you. However, I must clarify 2 points. First, although we are to repair the wall near Guishao Ridge, it is merely a restoration of the old structure and will not pose the same dangers as new construction. Second, we have specifically invited the renowned craftsmen from the Jixia Academy, the masters Yuwen and Yin, who are experts in wall planning and preventive measures. You need only to follow their guidance, and I assure you there will be no repetition of the previous tragedies. His words resonated with the crowd, calming the previously agitated stonemasons. Dan Bien also found himself weighing the situation. Zheng Quchi nudged him, asking, "What is the Jixia Academy? This is the second time I have heard of it, and it sounds quite impressive." Dan Bien was well aware of Zheng Quchi's ignorance. The Jixia Academy is a prestigious institution established by the 7 nations, specializing in the 7 primary crafts. Any craftsman emerging from there would at least hold the rank of a second-tier artisan. What does a second-tier artisan signify in the state of Yi? Dan Bien scoffed. You cannot retain skilled individuals. Those who are capable have fled to other states. While the Jixia Academy is indeed formidable, with many unique architectural marvels and majestic temples crafted by its students. Have you heard of Gongshu Jiyu? Oh, that name was not unfamiliar to her, as she had encountered him just days earlier when he sought to purchase her tiger skin, only to be thwarted by the local bully, Yuwen Shang. I have heard of him. The master craftsman, he studied at the Jixia Academy. What exactly is a master craftsman? Such matters cannot be explained clearly in a brief conversation. In any case, he lowered his voice to a near whisper, displaying a sense of guilt. Our Mo family is at odds with Gongshu's clan. You must be cautious. Gongshu's disciples are ubiquitous in various professions, and anyone adorned with a garment embroidered with the character for craftsman is one of them. Zheng Quchi apparaît bewildered. The feud between the Mo family and the Gongshu family had nothing to do with her, did it? She had done nothing to warrant being implicated as an accomplice. The Mo family seemed like a den of iniquity, and at that moment, she felt more resolute than ever to sever ties with this organization. We as simple folk likely will not have the opportunity to encounter such eminent figures. That may not be the case. Your family, never mind. These matters do not concern us for now. Let us listen to what they have to say. Why did he suddenly mention her family? What was he alluding to? Did Dan Bien also possess knowledge of the enmity between the Sang family and the Mo family? After the magistrate's persuasive words dispelled most of the stonemasons' fears, their gazes returned to the gleaming coins, and their legs felt utterly immobilized. They understood the risks involved in this undertaking, but for those in their line of work, pursuing wealth without accepting perilous jobs was unfeasible. With the backing of individuals from the Jixia Academy, they felt emboldened. Why fear? Let's proceed. Indeed, this venture promised far greater rewards than their previous labors across the country. In the end, 8 or 9 stonemasons chose to remain, while a few, genuinely unable to bear the risks, gritted their teeth and opted to depart. This time, in addition to the skilled stonemasons recruited, several thousand laborers were summoned from neighboring counties. Naturally, they were not paid. Only those who achieved artisan status in the state of Yi received special treatment. Such individuals could be conscripted by the county for construction work and would be compensated, but for those from other counties or regions, participation was based on personal choice. Thus, the stonemasons of Fu County had no choice but to comply, while those recruited from elsewhere had an exit strategy. Afterwards, Zheng Quchi reflected on her previous series of actions, assessing them rather harshly. Have I unwittingly walked into a trap? The county was only recruiting stonemasons, yet she had cunningly maneuvered her way into the stonemason group, ultimately being sent alongside the others to the mass grave to repair the wall. Dan Bien's expression mirrored her own discontent. Indeed, for the sake of the task, I too must unwittingly walk into this trap. He begrudgingly pressed his handprint on the official document, which could be succinctly summarized in 4 words: life and death responsibility. This journey for the craftsmen differed from the last. There were no carts to transport them. They formed a line, traversing the mountain paths, and after nearly an hour, arrived at a temporary shelter. where they saw the officials and soldiers waiting to assemble them. They first counted heads, and when it was Zheng Quchi's turn, they expressed surprise, followed by curious and mocking glances, likely disapproving of her petite stature. Zheng Quchi had long since grown accustomed to such prejudiced gazes. She maintained a positive mindset, likening it to seeing a dwarf in the land of giants. What a rarity to behold. She resolved that, during the meal, she would increase her portion by 20%. She was still growing, and compared to Brother Sang's height, she refused to believe her genes would dictate her to remain short forever. As they journeyed under the guidance of the officials, maintaining order along the way, Zheng Quchi observed that each craftsman carried one or two tools. Yet both she and Danbian were empty-handed. Their tools, typically made of iron, were highly regulated, being both expensive and difficult to procure in bulk through ordinary channels. Thus, Zheng Quchi initially assumed the government would provide tools for the stonemasons, but seeing their current circumstances, it seemed they were expected to bring their own. She quickly inquired of Danbian, "You didn't bring any tools?" Danbian appeared to have realized the gravity of the situation. "I've never worked as a stonemason. How could I possibly know what to bring?" Zheng Quchi pondered for a moment. "Just a hammer, a steel bar, chisels, and the like. I have none of those. At worst, when we begin work, we can just haul stones. Besides, possessing these tools doesn't mean you can perform stone quarrying tasks, does it?" He certainly could not, as he was not a jack of all trades capable of excelling in any field. End of this chapter. Chapter 56. Extreme Rescue. Though Zheng Quchi possessed a natural strength, she had never engaged in stone quarrying. However, the county had invested heavily to recruit skilled workers, not for menial labor. Must they truly be responsible for quarrying stones? Enough of this overthinking. She would assess the situation upon arrival at Guishao Ridge. "What about Xiao?" she asked. The two lingered at the tail end of the craftsman's line, creating some distance from the front while conversing quietly. Danbian stroked his curly sideburns and said, "He mentioned that once he finds an opportunity, he will blend in with the laborers." Zheng Quchi had anticipated this development and remained unperturbed. Their steadfast trio was unlikely to be dismantled anytime soon. "You just said you don't know how to work as a stonemason. How did you manage to get in?" she asked, intrigued. Danbian raised his chin. "I secretly leveraged some connections." Zheng Quchi looked at him as if he had just shared a foolish joke. "You have connections. You didn't seek out a different job. Why would you choose to be a stonemason, knowing nothing about it?" Upon mentioning this, Danbian felt a surge of grievance. "Do you think I wanted to undertake this backbreaking labor? It was merely for the sake of delivering a message from Xiao." He abruptly halted, his demeanor shifting, and he hesitantly added, "In any case, it's all for the mission." Xiao, another name she did not recognize. Yet he and Xiao seemed familiar with one another. This subordinate, presumably a member of the Mahis sect, had only seen Xiao and had entrusted all tasks to Shanbian. Regardless of her own sluggishness, she understood that this was evidently a measure taken to guard against her alone. No wonder Sang Xianxin chose to betray them. With such an illegal and terroristic organization, engaging in internal divisions and isolations while concealing and manipulating others, who could remain untainted. Enough said. Her demeanor turned somewhat indifferent. Shanbian, casting a sidelong glance at her, found himself at a loss for words, his expression awkwardly conflicted. A silence enveloped them both. Upon reaching the territory of Gishaling, the landscape was characterized by rolling mountains and a damp, chilly atmosphere, shrouded in cold mist that enveloped the mountainside like a sinuous silver serpent. Zheng Quchi, after traversing this mountainous path, was drenched in sweat, yet felt no chill. She lifted her gaze to the undulating ridges and perceived a stark contrast in the shapes of these mountains compared to those seen from the plains. From a distance, the mountains appeared majestic yet desolate, with scant greenery and a predominance of exposed white-brown earth and stone. However, upon closer inspection at the base, they revealed a chaotic layering, as if they might collapse at any moment. Yet, this was merely an illusion. They, the stonemasons, were uniformly assigned to temporary shelters constructed within a valley, where the guards organized personnel to undertake the preliminary cleanup of debris. Zheng Quchi soon realized that their labor encompassed all tasks. One should not assume that government funds were easily earned. Each coin was exchanged for sweat and toil. Naturally, the esteemed masters of craftsmanship from Jixia Academy, Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao, were exempt from such labor. Their positions were akin to those of design and engineering supervisors responsible for construction. In simpler terms, this was the very work Zheng Quchi had previously performed. However, now she found herself relegated to the status of a mere laborer, having begun anew with insufficient rank. After a night's rest, they were roused at dawn by the sound of gongs, with the guard directing them to the vicinity of Ji Mountain at Gishiping to clear away the debris for the collapsed city wall before daylight broke. Usable stones were to be retained, while those broken or damaged were to be removed, ensuring no delays for the impending restoration project. They were to expedite the clearing of the wall's trench, as the original masters and the silver masters would arrive soon for inspection. The county magistrate had decreed that there must be no hindrance to their work. The guards, gripping their weapons, vociferously warned the laborers. The second-level stonemasons were dispatched to the quarry for stone extraction, while the remaining personnel engaged in transporting the stones. The hierarchy among craftsmen, ranked from high to low, was as follows: masters, artisans, workers, and laborers, with the latter being mere workers without specific ranks. The artisan category was further divided into two levels: first-level apprentices and second-level specialists. The masters were classified into three tiers: first-level master craftsmen, second-level master craftsmen, and third-level grandmasters. Those at the pinnacle, the grandmasters, were the foremost figures in their respective trades. Shan Bian provided Zheng Quchi with this enlightening overview during their journey. The second-level stonemason mentioned earlier referred to the second-tier specialists among artisans. The quarry they visited the previous day was situated at a sheer cliff, where the quality of rock had drawn many craftsmen to extract stone slabs for various constructions, leaving behind a scarred mountainside. Lacking a formal rank, Zheng Quchi naturally belonged to the lowest tier. Thus, she was tasked with stone transport, as was Shan Bian, who had also gained entry through connections. As the two approached the southwestern corner of the Ji Mountain city wall, the locals referred to the mountain not by its official name, but rather as Chickenfoot Mountain, based on its shape. Here, the mountain wall extended westward, ultimately forming two high points to the south and west, known as Tingzhong. The Gishaling area had suffered a collapse at Chickenfoot Mountain. Yet Zheng Quchi had not assessed the extent of necessary repairs, nor observed the craftsmanship of the Yi Kingdom city walls, for she was under the watchful gaze of the guards, repeatedly hauling stones dislodged from the mountainside. Previously, she had heard others lament the hardships of laborers. She had echoed their sentiments, but never had she experienced such toil firsthand. After feeling the strain, she could not help but utter, "The toil of laborers is indeed burdensome." Though she possessed considerable strength, her stamina was not boundless. Initially, the work felt manageable, but soon it became overwhelming. Yet, in the eyes of the robust laborers around her, she seemed anything but ordinary. Her small, slender frame, burdened with a basket of stones that likely outweighed her several times over, moved with remarkable speed, leaving those far taller and stronger in her wake utterly astonished. They watched, wide-eyed, bewildered by her ability to bear such weight. Shan Bian, envious and breathless, inquired, "How do you train? Are your bones forged from iron?" Zheng Quchi, put off by his sweat splattering on her, quickly sidestepped, retorting, "I may be small and sprightly, unlike your bulk which is all bluster. Please refrain from speaking. I fear you might lose your breath at any moment." Zheng Quchi adjusted the weight on her back and quickened her pace. Suddenly, the other laborers, perhaps incited by Zheng Quchi's retort to Shan Bian or motivated by her nimble demeanor, began to exert themselves, racing ahead to prove their mettle. Zheng Quchi, observing these individuals invigorated as if by a stimulant, was left perplexed. Why were they so eager to labor so intensely? Did they believe they were vying for accolades? After making several trips, concerned that excessive perspiration might ruin her appearance, she paused to wipe her forehead with her sleeve. The supervising guards observed her but did not reprimand her for resting, recognizing her earnest efforts and high efficiency, which had, in turn, spurred others to work diligently. They marveled at her physique, finally understanding the notion of a small body housing great strength. How surprising indeed. As Zheng Quchi gulped down water, a sudden, panic scream pierced the air from an unknown source. A calamity has occurred. The base of Chickenfoot Mountain is unstable. Another section has collapsed, and stones have reportedly injured some individuals. Hurry and assist. Upon hearing this, Zheng Quchi furrowed her brow. In circumstances of structural collapse, it was paramount to assess safety levels and implement appropriate precautions. What were the master craftsmen from Jixia Academy doing, who had been injured? The guards approached, seeking information. "I am unsure," It seems a county official and a noble were present. Ah, and perhaps a master craftsman from Jixia Academy as well. It is unclear who was affected by the collapse. The guards, alarmed, summoned the laborers, urgently commanding, "All laborers he might call, follow me immediately to assist." Should any harm befall the county official or the master craftsman, none present would escape accountability. This threat of collective punishment incited panic among the laborers, who hastily discarded their burdens and raced alongside the guards toward Chicken Foot Mountain. What caused the sudden collapse? Shan Bian queried, bewildered. Zheng Quchi replied, once the overall structure experiences a fissure and loses its support, it will continue to deform and settle, a highly probable occurrence. Shan Bian, taken aback, asked in confusion, what on earth are you talking about? Zheng Quchi, uninterested in further dialogue, reached the scene of the incident, where a chaotic crowd had gathered, removing fallen stones and debris. The guards, their faces pale, quickly dispatched additional personnel to assist. Before long, the county official was extricated, dusty and disheveled, but thankfully not severely injured, though he bore several bruises from falling debris. Gradually, others were also rescued. The sudden collapse of the mountain wall had indeed been terrifying. Zheng Quchi wondered how many had been saved. She recalled seeing one individual, seemingly dazed, standing there with a head injury, oblivious to the chaos around him. Zheng Quchi bent down to lift stones when she overheard someone nearby murmuring in a state of distress. Another individual also noticed, exclaiming, "Indeed, I heard others shouting." Yet he remains motionless in that corner. Suddenly, Zheng Quchi felt a tightening in her chest. She dropped the stone and approached the man. "Brother, did you just mention someone with poor eyesight? Was he a young man wearing a fox fur coat?" The man paused, taken aback by her anxious demeanor, and recalled, yes. It was a young man, likely dressed in a very expensive fox fur coat. A young nobleman with poor eyesight, adorned in a fox fur coat. It couldn't be Lu Fengyan. He shouldn't be here, but what if he was sent by Yuwen Shang to oversee the work? After all, the repair of the city walls pertains to military defense. As the general stationed at the border, it would not be surprising for him to take an interest in the county's preparations for this significant task. Moreover, there couldn't be many individuals in Fuxian who fit this description. What if it were just so coincidental? Zheng Quchi's heart raced with apprehension at her conjectures. No longer hesitating, she turned abruptly and rushed forward. Shan Bian, intending to reach out and stop her, found himself too late and watched her plunge into the ruins of stones, joining the soldiers in clearing the debris. At that moment, several stones tumbled from above, catching someone's attention, prompting a frantic shout. Run! The soil by the city wall is unstable. It's about to collapse. The towering wall began to disintegrate like powder. Quchi! Shan Bian, overwhelmed with emotion, called out her real name, but fortunately, the surrounding chaos masked his voice. The others, upon hearing of the impending collapse, abandoned thoughts of rescue and hurriedly evacuated to safer grounds. Zheng Quchi remained steadfast, not pausing even for a moment to search. Her mind was consumed with thoughts. Could it be Lu Fengyan? Was he trapped beneath this pile of stones, waiting for someone to save him? While everyone else screamed in terror, including the county magistrate, who had long since fled, she alone refused to give up on the buried individual. What is she doing? Run. Don't be foolish. It's hopeless. It's going to collapse any moment. What can you possibly do alone? Hurry. Don't just stand there and throw your life away. The air was filled with urgent, panicked cries, yet Zheng Quchi remained composed. She deduced from others' descriptions that if the person had been standing in the corner and was struck by the stones without fleeing immediately, their position wouldn't have shifted far. Grabbing a wooden stick, she confirmed the approximate location. Pressing her ear against the crevice of the stones, she shouted, "Respond. Where are you? If you can't move your body, use your hand to knock on a stone or anything within reach with all your might. If you can't even do that, then shout with all your strength." "I can hear you." Thud, thud. It was a sound. Thud, thud. She had found him. Zheng Quchi's heart soared as her light-colored pupils sparkled like flowing light. Flashes of stars dancing before her eyes. She began calculating the angles and force required to move the stones above, using the direction and strength of the previous knocks. She determined his rough location to avoid causing further harm during the rescue. "Close your mouth and nose. I will get you out." With a crowbar in hand, she angled it at 45 degrees, adjusting her position, and with a surge of strength, she pried up stones that would require at least 3 or 4 adults to shift. With a gritted jaw, she finally pried open a gap in the stones and saw a bloodied arm. Fengmian. She bent down, her arms trembling. In that moment, she exerted every ounce of her strength to overturn the seemingly immovable stones. Crack! The wooden stick split in half. She discarded the broken piece, drenched in sweat, and cleared the rubble to pull him out, turning his face towards her. Guess who I saved? Hee, who could possibly guess? As she turned his face, he lifted his gaze just as a drop of blood trickled down from his forehead, mingling with the dark hues of his pupils. Amidst a haze of crimson, he beheld the figure of his savior. Who are you? They both uttered simultaneously, one in hoarse confusion, the other in sheer astonishment. Her chest heaved violently, beads of sweat cascading down her chin onto his cheek, feeling as though his skin had been scalded. He experienced a moment of heart-stopping surprise. Just moments before, buried beneath the rubble, he felt the cold and silence envelop him. Breathing, scent, temperature, all sensations faded under the weight of the debris, the dark suffocating him like a treacherous tide. At that moment, he heard the chaotic voices from above, people shouting, "Run! It's hopeless! It's going to collapse!" He thought, is it about to collapse again? Surely no one would stay behind to rescue him. In a panic, no one would remember that he remained buried beneath the stones. After all, who would be foolish enough to sacrifice their life? He felt the urge to sleep, succumbing to the tranquil darkness. Yet unexpectedly, a voice called out urgently, pulling his scattered senses back together. He could hear nothing but her voice, following her instructions. He painstakingly used his fingers to scrape away a stone, knocking against the nearby rocks. "Close your mouth and nose. I will get you out." Then, the ground shook and the darkness split apart. She freed him from the grim depths of his entrapment, where he had believed he would perish. He had thought that someone who would risk their life to save him would be someone he knew or someone aware of his true identity. Yet to his surprise, the one who saved him was a complete stranger, a young girl he had never met. Only when she asked, "Who are you?" did he awaken from his confusion. She had mistaken him for someone else. The person she had risked everything to save was not him. He was merely the one she had misidentified. He let his delicate lashes fall, his pallid complexion whispering, "Do you regret it? It's too late now. It's collapsing. Run." Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in his ears. Zheng Quchi looked up to see a massive block of earth collapsing above, rocks and debris rapidly sliding down the slope due to gravity. The young man realized the dire situation, but was in no condition to escape. With a head injury, dizziness from blood loss, and numbness below his waist, he felt paralyzed. As he analyzed his predicament, a rough but powerful force dragged him out, bending down to lift him. He was astonished, turning his head to see the small, sweat-soaked face of the girl carrying him. Her eyelashes were damp and tangled, her jaw clenched tight from exertion. He had expected that upon realizing he was not the person she intended to save, she would abandon him and flee for her life. After all, having an extra burden was an added risk. But why was she still carrying him to safety? Hold on. Zheng Quchi clutched the injured man tightly as she raced against death itself. She was certainly aware of her misunderstanding, as well as her mistaken identity. However, having already intervened, she could not stand idly by and watch a precious life be buried once more. She was not that cold-hearted. The deafening roar of collapsing debris echoed behind her, like a herd of galloping steeds racing down. Her heart felt as though it might leap in her throat, and her feet nearly flew off the ground. At that moment, a gentle, reassuring voice told her, "Do not worry. As long as you maintain your current speed, the collapse is unlikely to fully engulf us. If you can pull away another 20 steps, you will be safe." What? Zheng Quchi could not see behind her and could only judge by instinct. But the man she had saved was calmly analyzing the situation for her. 20 steps, indeed. Her legs felt swollen from exertion. 19, 12. Finally, at the last moment, she took a large stride, but her knees buckled and she fell heavily to the ground. A torrent of dust cascaded down upon her, and instinctively, she wrapped her arms around her head and the man beneath her, waiting for the wave of impact to subside. As she hunched over, shielding the man beneath her, he did not close his eyes. Instead, he gazed quietly at her face. Once the dust settled, those who had been hiding finally reacted, anxiously surrounding them. The county magistrate, limping, hurriedly inquired, "Li Shi, are you all right?" The two officials responsible for the city wall project, along with Yin Xiao, rushed over as well. They had also been struck but managed to dodge in time, so they were not buried deeply and were soon dug out. Their faces were pale and mixed with worry and guilt as they attempted to help the man to his feet. "Li Shi, how are you? Are you injured?" This man, known as Li Shi, was evidently the nobleman who had arrived with the county magistrate. It was clear that he was not an insignificant figure, given the concern shown by both the magistrate and the two master craftsmen from the Jixia Academy. Zheng Quchi had already released the man. Despite her desperate attempt to save him, no one seemed to care about her. Fortunately, she was unharmed and had quietly slipped away from the crowd before attracting anyone's attention. The man named Li Shi had sustained a head injury. After a brief examination, it was determined that apart from some abrasions, he had no severe injuries. He was subsequently carried away after losing consciousness. Zheng Quchi had already been dragged away by Dan Bien. "Why did you run to save him? That was so dangerous." "Do you know him?" Zheng Quchi shook her head. "I don't know him." "What happened to your hand?" Dan Bien exclaimed in surprise. He pulled up her arm, then let go, noticing it hung limply as if it were broken. Likely, she had overexerted herself earlier, and now that her adrenaline had subsided, her hand felt weak. She smiled wryly. "Are you foolish? For someone unrelated to you. Dan ben je mas utterly exasperated." Zheng Quchi rolled her eyes at him. "If it were to happen again, I might not have the courage to risk my life for someone else. Besides, I wasn't that foolish, I merely thought." Before she could finish her sentence, a group of imposing soldiers appeared from a slope. Their attire differed from that of the local guards. They wore armor and helmets, exuding a cold, fierce demeanor, akin to leaping leopards. The county magistrate and others had already followed the nobleman Li Shi to the makeshift medical tent, leaving the scene in disarray, with only a few local guards remaining, appearing somewhat apprehensive in the presence of the regular troops, particularly those stationed at the border. "Are you all under General Yuwen?" The leader of the soldiers ignored their inquiry, scanning the area with sharp eyes before asking in a deep voice, "Where is Sang Xianqing? Song King? Who is that?" The local guards were bewildered and exchanged glances, unsure of whom they were searching for. After all, there were thousands of craftsmen involved in the wall construction. It was impossible for them to remember every name. Just then, a small black hand raised up from the crowd. "I'm here." Zheng Quchi squeezed out from behind the towering figures. She recognized the soldier's armor and recalled the leader's identity. He merely glanced at her, clearly recognizing her face, and without further ado, instructed, "Come with me." Zheng Quchi asked, "Where to?" The leader, though expressionless and seemingly fierce, answered her question. "General Yuwen wishes to see you. You are to accompany us to the camp." Yuwen Sheng wishes to see her? Zheng Quchi's face paled slightly. So sudden? She had just survived a life-threatening situation, and now they were thrusting her into another perilous ordeal? Meanwhile, Dan Bien was momentarily stunned, then, realizing the implications, clenched his fists in excitement. Oh, I see now. He finally understood Zheng Quchi's plan. She was deliberately acting independently, seizing the opportunity to make a name for herself and help others. Look at her, making a sensational entrance and successfully infiltrating Yuwen Sheng's camp. If she continuously created opportunities to approach Yuwen Sheng, how could their assassination mission fail to find a suitable opportunity? Zheng Quchi caught Dan Bien's sidelong glance and the mischievous expression on his face. "Go task," he mouthed to her. Zheng Quchi calmly averted her gaze, inwardly cursing. Dan Bien better watch out. Once she established herself next to Yuwen Sheng, she would mercilessly report him, sending him to prison, where he would constantly ponder the betrayal of his teammates. On this journey to the Long Sun Slope camp, they did not allow Zheng Quchi to walk. Instead, they chose to ride horses. However, she had no experience in riding, so she was ultimately led by the stern-faced officer. Along the way, she had initially intended to engage him in small talk, as he appeared unapproachable, but she soon discovered that was merely a facade. He was quite amiable. Yet, once the horse galloped, every attempt she made to speak was met with a face full of wind. He evidently did not wish for her to converse, and spurred the horse on without regard for her comfort. Upon arriving at the camp, Zheng Quchi, though not nauseous from riding, felt as though her delicate posterior had been jostled to pieces. She wanted to rub her sore backside, but with so many men around, she felt too embarrassed and could only grit her teeth and endure. "Let us go." Wang Zibang handed the horse over to the guards and urged her to enter the camp. She took her time, her legs stiff and movement awkward. "Walk properly." Zheng Quchi retorted, "I want to walk properly too, but my legs hurt." Wang Zibang paused momentarily, then impatiently remarked, "You're a man. Don't be so delicate. It really hurts." She rolled up her pant leg, revealing two similarly darkened legs, the knee area swollen and bruised, even oozing blood. It was likely from her earlier fall. She hadn't felt much pain at the time, but now was so uncomfortable that walking was a struggle. It was indeed a pitiful sight. Wang Zibang's eyes widened, and after a brief silence, he said, "When you saved that person, did you not consider that no one would appreciate your efforts? Not a single question was asked about your injuries." His tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction, though he was unsure whom to direct it towards. In truth, he had arrived earlier and witnessed her heroic act during the collapse. At that moment, his feelings were quite complex. This person, whom he had always considered a foreign spy, exhibited such selflessness in saving others, especially since it was one of their own from each country. Yet, due to her lowly status, despite her courageous actions, no one had offered her a word of gratitude. Zheng Quchi maintained a good attitude. Saving lives is my responsibility. No one asked me for help. So why would I need their gratitude? Upon hearing this, Wang Zibang shot her a sidelong glance. She seemed to take it lightly, while he was petty enough to desire a word of thanks. Let us go. He slowed his pace, leading her around a corner to a separate barack. Is this the main tent of General Yuwen? She had participated in its construction, yet she distinctly remembered the main tent being located elsewhere. This is my barracks. Is your leg no longer in pain? Zheng Quchi instantly comprehended the good intentions of her counterpart, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Thank you, Deputy Wang. Here. He produced a bottle of medicine and handed it to her. However, Zheng Quchi found herself in a predicament. I lack strength in my hands. It is even difficult for me to lift it. Wang Zibang frowned, his brow furrowing deeply. Did she expect him to apply the medicine for her? Zheng Quchi's eyes glimmered with a thought as she inquired, "By the way, is there anyone with the surname Liu serving in our camp?" Liu? Wang Zibang's gaze sharpened. What do you want to know that for? Oh, it's nothing at all. Noting her hesitation, Wang Zibang silently made a mental note to investigate whether someone named Liu was in the army and what connection he might have with this little black mouse. Ultimately, not wishing to delay her further, Wang Zibang called a soldier to apply the medicine to Zheng Quchi's knee. Once bandaged, she was permitted to meet the general. Presently, due to Zheng Quchi's courageous act of saving others, Wang Zibang's prejudice against her had somewhat softened. However, the thought of the general's interest in her, coupled with certain perilous remarks made by the general, filled him with profound concern. Saying Xianqing, "What is your opinion on the matter of men with different orientations?" he suddenly asked. Zheng Quchi looked at Wang Zibang in surprise, wondering why he posed such a question, as if he were. This inquiry was somewhat abrupt, and she could only rummage through her mind for the relevant vocabulary she had retained. Wang Zibang stared at her in astonishment, drawing in a sharp breath. "So you?" "Yes," Zheng Quchi affirmed, her gaze resolute. It appeared that only one person in the comment section had answered correctly regarding yesterday's question. End of this chapter. Chapter 58. A clash of wits indeed. Zheng Quchi intended to convey that she did not harbor any prejudice towards those with differing orientations, and thus he could regard her as a sister. She merely hoped he would refrain from looking at her with such hostility and anger in the future. Zheng Quchi believed that by understanding and supporting him, she would evoke a sense of gratitude from him, ultimately earning a rapport that would lead them to become allies, having shared their most significant secrets. However, to her dismay, Wang Zibang's expression darkened instantly, his eyes brimming with heightened vigilance and hostility. He gritted his teeth in frustration, saying, "Xianqing, do not even think about it." Startled by his sudden shift in demeanor, she stammered, "What have I done?" Zheng Quchi felt utterly bewildered and wronged. Had she misinterpreted his desires? Did he not seek support and understanding, but rather wished for others to admonish him? Yet, even if she had misunderstood his intentions, what did that have to do with her? Wang Zibang, seeing her feigned innocence, spoke with fierce intensity. "In any case, you had best remember your place and maintain proper distance from the general. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness." The general, had they not just been discussing opinions on differing orientations? How did he suddenly draw a connection to Yuwen? Zheng Quchi's expression froze, her eyes widening as if she had stumbled upon a grave secret, hastily sealing her lips. Goodness gracious! It turned out that Deputy Wang's object of affection was none other than General Yuwen. How bold of him! That ruthless tyrant, whom she had only met once and had a terrible impression of, she could hardly bear to approach. Yet he seemed determined to pursue him. "Zibang." Hurry up and take them to the main military tent. The general is still waiting. Wei Yao, having waited long without seeing anyone, jogged over to assess the situation. Upon noticing Zheng Quchi bowing her head in submission while Wang Zibang appeared utterly exasperated, he wondered what had transpired. "Remember," Wang Zibang declared, turning on his heel in a huff, leaving Zheng Quchi directly in Wei Yao's charge. "Take her to the general." "Hey, what's going on?" Wei Yao called after him, only to helplessly glance at Zheng Quchi, jesting, "You've got some remarkable talent. He usually can't muster a single complaint, yet now you've got him all worked up." Zheng Quchi found this remark rather peculiar. He was scolding her, yet the fault lay not with him, but with her for provoking him. She finally realized that anyone who could associate with Yuwen was hardly normal. Those who were even remotely sane would likely struggle to keep pace with his twisted thought processes. Given his inquisitive demeanor, she decided it was best to remain silent to avoid inadvertently revealing Wang Zibang's secret regarding his orientation and thus incurring his wrath. Noticing her silence, Wei Yao scrutinized her. Seeing her petite stature hunched over, he nearly bent down to lift her up. "Hey, a man should hold his head high and stand tall. Do you wish to remain stunted in growth?" Zheng Quchi flinched, rubbing her back, which had ached from the fear of pain. "Of course I do." This struck a nerve with her. Who would want to be a little shorty? Then stand tall. If you hunch your back for too long, you will forget how to stand upright and will remain forever inferior, Wei Yao remarked with a smile. Zheng Quchi pondered this and found it quite reasonable. Indeed, she had done nothing wrong, so why should she continue to cower as if she were hiding from the world? She straightened her posture, lifting her chin and standing tall. "Now, do I appear taller?" Wei Yao chuckled, patting her shoulder. "If you truly wish to grow taller, you must engage in more exercise. Otherwise, remaining this small may make it difficult for you to find a wife." In their region, the local term for a wife was P. "I just turned 16 this year. If I work hard for a few more years, I should be able to grow a bit taller." "How do you maintain your height?" "Army brother." She gazed up at him, admiring his towering stature. Wei Yao laughed, ruffling her hair. "You are quite bold to seek to pilfer my secrets to growing taller. This is not pilfering, it is seeking guidance. Big brother, please teach me. If it proves effective, I shall reward you." Zheng Quchi flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly whites. The two, being extroverted and sociable, quickly became close, one eager to connect and the other already curious about her, resulting in an instant rapport. Unable to discern her hidden barbs, Wei Yao replied, "No need for rewards. As long as you wish to grow taller, you must practice the soft bone technique. When the opportunity arises, I shall teach you a few moves, and I guarantee you will gain height within a year." The soft bone technique? Is it a martial art? At her age, with her bones already formed, could she even practice martial arts? Martial arts? You are late. The soft bone technique is not considered martial arts, merely a skill. As they arrived at the main military tent, Wei Yao refrained from continuing his explanation, but kindly advised her before she entered. "The general is currently in a rather foul mood, so be cautious with your words." Zheng Quchi's expression paled at this. What would he do if you were in a bad mood? Would she serve as a punching bag? She reluctantly admitted her cowardice. "Perhaps it would be best to wait until the general is in a better mood before I return." She turned to leave, but Wei Yao easily grasped her collar and firmly redirected her. He pushed her inside with a grin on his face, saying shouty, "You must make the general happy, otherwise I may never see you again." Zheng Quchi's eyes widened in shock. Was she to serve as a punching bag? Was he planning to sacrifice her to amuse Yuwen? As the curtain parted and closed before her eyes, the light around her dimmed, and a chill enveloped her. A voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, echoed, saying, "Xianqing." She turned to find Yuwen seated high above, a long corridor laid with mats before him. He smiled, and she recalled how Mo Yi had cursed him, likening him to a deranged madman when he killed. Perhaps there was some truth to that. In the reflection of her pupils, beneath his mask, a gaunt silhouette emerged, characterized by jet black hair and crimson-hued pupils. His elongated neck accentuated an extreme pallor, as light misaligned upon his battle attire, resembling an addict thriving on blood within some shadowy fortress. Zheng Xianqing had encountered the general before. She dared not cast another glance, and hastily performed a bow. In fact, the Kingdom of Yi had its own set of protocols regarding titles and salutations. Yet as an outsider, she remained oblivious, resorting instead to the bowing methods she had gleaned from historical dramas, resulting in a rather clumsy imitation. You are the first to meet this general and managed to keep your knees from buckling, he remarked. At his words, her knees grew weak instantly. She pondered whether it might be prudent to kneel, treating it as a customary gesture of respect to an elder during the new year. After all, if he were to make things difficult for her, this powerless individual with no wealth or influence would struggle to endure it. Yet, before she could lower herself, Yuwen spoke again. Sang Xianqing, which nation do you serve as a spy? Zheng Quchi's expression shifted, her throat constricted, leaving her momentarily speechless. What can't you speak? You have already opened the Jiolong mechanism box. Surely you cannot claim this was mere coincidence? Zheng Quchi had heard from Mo Yi about the Jiolong mechanism box, which he had stolen to strike a deal with Sang Xianqing, only to be outmaneuvered by Yuwen, leading to the box being in her possession. It seemed as if fate had orchestrated this turn of events, returning the calamity to her hands and compelling her to unveil it in her ignorance. Would he believe her claim of being a mere law-abiding citizen? Regardless of his belief, she could not confess to being a traitor, just as Zheng Quchi resolved to resist. She felt the curtain behind her being drawn aside, light flooding in, and a cold glint flashed within the tent. A shadow rushed in. Yuwen, ignoring Zheng Quchi at the entrance, he leapt high, ready to assassinate Yuwen. However, an utterly revolting and bloody scene unfolded before her eyes in the next moment. With no embellishment or unnecessary gestures, Yuwen stood, wielding a sword, slicing the assassin cleanly in half. The sheer force of his martial prowess was both terrifying and lethal. With a sickening thud, the two equal halves fell into a pool of blood, innards spilling onto the ground. Zheng Quchi could only glance once before turning away, dry heaving. Yet Yuwen appeared exhilarated. The act of killing had unlatched some suppressed vow within him, the corners of his lips curling into a smile. His voice trembling with excitement. Look at these assassins, always so overconfident. Did they truly believe they could reach the commander's tent unhindered? He approached her, the hem of his dark attire brushing against her, blood dripping from his sword. And you? Zheng Quchi anticipated this. Every time she encountered Yuwen, he was either in the midst of murder or on the path to it. Was he attempting to intimidate her now? I'm a spy. She quickly knelt, confessing. Yuwen gazed down at her bowed head, seemingly already aware and assured of this statement, and he smiled slightly. Oh, for which nation? Without hesitation, Zheng Quchi replied, the Kingdom of Yi. Yuwen's pupils darkened, unfathomable like the hidden depths of the ocean. A chill ran down Zheng Quchi's spine. She sensed he was scrutinizing her as a predator would its prey. She felt like a needle on a prickly seat, sweat pouring down her dark face, struggling to suppress her urge to vomit. It's true, Mo Yi from the Kingdom of Jiulu once sought to subvert me. She was not foolish. Knowing Mo Yi was a ticking time bomb, and should he leverage that against her, it was wiser to self-destruct first. Sincerity was an eternal trump card. Even if Mo Yi painted a vivid picture before Yuwen, she felt no fear. As for the intricate ties between the Mo family and Sang Xianqing, she chose to remain silent. I feared for my life, so I agreed to act as their informant. But later I realized I could not betray my country or the general. I resolved to distance myself from them, to contribute to the prosperity of the Kingdom of Yi. But alas, those from the Kingdom of Jiulu, so despicable, retaliated by burning my home. Her psychological journey aligned well with her previous contradictory and peculiar actions. Yet Yuwen was not easily swayed. He inquired further. So how did you come to this realization? Zheng Quchi, not lying, replied softly. I simply found the martial prowess of General Yuwen to be truly awe-inspiring. Though Mo Yi was fierce and brutal, she feared the unpredictability of a madman even more. Garfield once said, if you cannot defeat your enemy, then join them. She felt that she could not hope to contend with a formidable Yuwen. You fear for your life, yet wish to be a spy? He smiled, an unsettling grin. As it happens, I have failed in that endeavor and have instead switched sides. However, as her words fell, his blade glided from her cheek to her neck, a chill creeping up her spine. How do you know I am not the one in the dark? Zheng Quchi dared not flinch. She steadied her breathing, fearful that a loud exhale might provide him with an excuse. I do not know. I simply refuse to allow foreign cavalry to trample my home, my nation. While I may not possess the strength to bear the safety of the entire country like the general, I have my family to protect. As long as they are here, I will never forsake this land. Upon hearing her, Yuwen withdrew his sword, though a trace of blood stained her skin. Tell Lu Fengyan to convey a message to me. He has a request? Zheng Quchi replied. I wish to ask the general not to disclose that I was the one who opened the Julong mechanism box. If it is not you, then who could it be? He seemed to ponder seriously. Zheng Quchi had already thought of a scapegoat, Gongshu Jiru. The corners of Yuwen's brows lifted lazily, a hint of inscrutable meaning playing at the corners of his lips. What did you say? Only the name Gongshu Jiru could quell others' inquiries, and furthermore, the Julong mechanism box originally belonged to the Mo family, which had an existing rift with the Mo family. Thus, redirecting the blame was quite apartment. She suggested this in her mind, and Yuwen crouched down, lifting the hem of his attire, saying, Xianqing, I have discovered that since your entrance. Every movement and every word, while it appears I am in control, it seems you are the one reaping the benefits. You bear the title of a spy, yet remain unscathed. Zheng Quchi's palms grew clammy. Yuwen was too perceptive. She felt utterly exposed. She flattered him. Even the most cunning of foxes cannot escape the grasp of a formidable hunter. That is true, but he drew closer, his crimson lips nearly brushing against her sensitive earlobe, his tone laced with dangerous mockery. I do not favor those who are overly clever. As he rose, Zheng Quchi sensed his murderous intent and raised her vigilant eyes. Caught off guard, she beheld his light brown eyes, cold as falling snow, and Yuwen momentarily froze. The blade that was meant to leave a mark on her missing her shoulder by a hair's breadth. In the next instant, he chuckled softly, realizing that Sang Xianqing possessed a pair of such light brown eyes as well. End of chapter. Chapter 59. The hunt and pursuit. Zheng Quchi had indeed underestimated Yuwen. She remembered only his madness and ruthlessness, neglecting the fact that he could single-handedly stir the tumult of the seven nations, hated by all yet untouchable. His cunning and deviousness were even more alarming. She, a mere technician who only knew how to toil, thought she could outsmart a schemer. How naive. She reflected on her lowly status. Yet, why had he spared her at the last moment? She lowered her head, her drooping puppy eyes squinting in surprise, shimmering with a layer of moisture, while her entire body tensed up from the sudden surge of anxiety. After his bout of madness subsided, Yuwen's eyes, shrouded in shadows beneath his brow, were filled with an indescribable allure and malevolence. Since you chose to immerse yourself in this chaos, there is no turning back. Show me your worth, or you shall meet the same fate as that useless corpse on the ground. A faint smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, deepening the almost imperceptible smile on his face, akin to mockery yet tinged with lingering intrigue. Sang Xianqing, I have granted you an opportunity, and I have also spared your life for now. Remember your words. Should I discover you have lied, no matter which country you flee to or where you hide, I will find you. Zheng Quchi felt a chill run down her spine. Was this a real-life rendition of She Escapes? He pursues. She cannot fly away? Upon exiting the main military tent, Zheng Quchi felt as though she had narrowly escaped death. She was so close, just a hair's breadth away, from being silenced by that madman Yuwen. You actually made out alive? Wei Yao seemed astonished. Zheng Quchi, seeing him waiting outside, paused momentarily, recalling the assassin who had so easily invaded the main tent, now even more convinced that it had been intentional. With reddened eyes, she retorted, I am indeed quite fortunate. All right, you are indeed fortunate, Wei Yao mused thoughtfully while stroking his chin. In fact, before she entered, the general had received unsettling news. There seemed to be unusual movements from the kingdom of Julu and the southern Shan. More quickly responsive were the surrounding nomadic tribes. Should they decide to launch a surprise attack northward one day, without the protection of city walls, Fuxian would become a battlefield, even with the general's presence. He was not a deity capable of guarding against large-scale invasions from all directions, especially from the guerrilla archers of the Gani people. At that moment, Zheng Quchi's identity as a spy became highly sensitive. Although he did not wish to see her perish, the general's orders took precedence over all. Yet he had not anticipated that Zheng Quchi's life was indeed quite resilient as she emerged from the general's displeasure unscathed. Not wanting to converse with these psychologically troubled individuals, Zheng Quchi endured the pain in her legs and walked briskly, though her short stature meant she was quickly caught up to. Noticing her puffed cheeks and furrowed brows, Wei Yao teased, I never would have guessed. Such a small figure carries such a big temper. Since the general hasn't harmed you, perhaps you will frequently see me again. Are you not interested in practicing soft-bone techniques with me anymore?" At this, Zheng Quchi slowed her pace. She thought it petty to vent her frustrations on others. She had always been magnanimous and saw no need to bicker with an outsider. Turning her head, she inquired, "When will you teach me?" "In a couple of days, you will see me again. By the way, aren't you a carpenter? Can you also repair city walls?" he asked curiously. Zheng Quchi replied nonchalantly, "I am merely a humble stonemason, responsible for quarrying and hauling stones. I doubt I would be entrusted with wall repairs." Wei Yao fell silent for a moment before stating gravely, saying, "Xianqing, take this seriously. If the walls of Fuxian cannot be repaired, peace will elude us indefinitely." His sudden seriousness caught her off guard. For a long time thereafter, Zheng Quchi would recall the expression on Wei Yao's face as he spoke those words, as if he foresaw an impending calamity, filled with helplessness, sentiment, and a weighty sense of desperation. What does that mean? Zheng Quchi's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. However, Wei Yao chose not to disclose further, merely ruffling her hair. "All right, I will send someone to escort you back. We shall discuss matters in a few days." Zheng Quchi was sent back to Guikong Ridge from Changshuan Slope by Wei Yao's men, but upon returning to the shantytown, Dan Bien promptly pulled her aside to inquire about her encounter. His eyes intensely scrutinized her, missing no subtle shifts in her expression. "How did it go? Did you see Yuwen?" "I did," she nodded. "What did he say to you? And what did you say to him?" Zheng Quchi had been contemplating Wei Yao's words throughout her journey, and at this moment, her playful demeanor had vanished. Suddenly serious, she asked Dan Bien, "Can you now tell me what the Mo family's mission is this time?" Dan Bien hesitated at her pointed inquiry, especially given her earnest expression, which instilled an undeniable pressure upon him, provoking a strong sense of discomfort. Nonetheless, this matter would have to be disclosed to her eventually, so he answered straightforwardly, "To find a way to halt the successful repair of the city walls, and, if necessary, to completely destroy them." Zheng Quchi's expression shifted dramatically. "Why must we do that?" She fixed her gaze upon him, her tone complex. Dan Bien hesitated, running a hand through his hair in frustration, yet ultimately decided to be forthright. "Do you understand what this wall means for Fuxian and for the Kingdom of Yi? Its position is crucial, effectively constraining Guikong Ridge and the major transportation routes of the nomadic tribes from the northern mountains. Even if their cavalry could breach the gates, it would only allow for internal disturbances, as their supplies could never be transported through the gates. Do you understand?" Zheng Quchi stared at him in bewilderment. Dan Bien gritted his teeth and continued, "Because of this man-made barrier, the fierce nomads along the borders of Fuxian cannot establish a foothold in the interior, nor can they shake the foundations of the Kingdom of Yi. It serves as a trench at the throat, protecting Yi from harm." Suddenly enlightened, Zheng Quchi recalled a phrase she had read in a book. Even the gravest illness cannot invade the heart. The true purpose of Fuxian city walls was to constrain the cavalry's raids and sever their reinforcements. Invaders might concentrate their forces to occasionally breach one or two gates and launch a large-scale invasion. Yet as long as a strong army defended the entire wall, they would always face the risk of being ambushed and unable to return home. This was akin to the Great Wall's function for the Chinese in her own era. Her throat dry, she swallowed hard before speaking. "Do you know what consequences this action may bring about?" Dan Bien's demeanor turned cold as he replied, "What does it matter to us? Zheng, the Kingdom of Yi is not our homeland. If it is destroyed, so be it, as long as the mission is accomplished. You need not concern yourself with other matters." Zheng Quchi found his perspective laughable, and she genuinely chuckled. "But Dan Bien, I am human, not a beast. How could I commit such heinous acts and not ponder the innocent blood staining my hands?" Upon hearing her description, Dan Bien's expression darkened. "Yet, what good would it do to think about it? What could you change on your own? Don't be so soft-hearted that you end up dragging yourself into calamity." Zheng Quchi felt there was nothing more to discuss with him. She turned away, but Dan Bien grasped her arm tightly. "Did Yuwen say anything to you?" "Zheng, do not trust him. Yuwen cannot tolerate any speck of sand in his eyes. Anyone identified as a spy or assassin by him does not survive, regardless of whether they choose to betray or pledge allegiance." Zheng Quchi remained alert, nonchalantly conceding, "He indeed suspects my identity, but that is only natural. After all, we drew his attention through our recklessness, and, as you said, if he truly believes I'm a spy, could I still be standing here? He paused, taken aback by her half-truth. I deceived him, but perhaps not entirely. At least he has allowed me to remain, but from now on, you should maintain some distance from me. If he follows the trail, it could easily lead to our downfall. She earnestly advised. Dan Bien acknowledged her words, contemplating. You are right. Did he mention anything else when he saw you? The pottery I previously crafted piqued his interest. He deemed my woodworking skills commendable and urged me to contemplate joining his artisan guild. She fabricated a haphazard excuse. Sean Bien, without suspicion, inquired, Did you agree? Given such a splendid opportunity to draw near to him, you must certainly accept. Today, I witnessed an assassin in the main military tent. Zheng Quchi, reluctant to relive the gruesome scene of the day, found herself inadvertently revealing a smile strikingly reminiscent of you when she glanced at Sean Bien. It was a countenance marked by a madness barely contained, juxtaposed with an unsettling calm. He had been cleaved in two by you and Sheng's sword. Have you ever beheld a death so grotesque? The swiftness of the strike left him moving, even as he lay bisected, still alive, yet agonizingly awaiting his demise. Sean Bien's complexion paled, and he instinctively retreated a step in her gaze. She lowered her eyes. If you possess the capability, then go forth. I concede my fear. As for the other tasks, we shall deal with them when the time arises. After a night of restless slumber filled with chaotic dreams, Zheng Quchi awoke the following day, her eyes swollen and sore, massaging her temples. Her hands seemed to move, yet the ache when swinging her arms drew a sharp intake of breath. Ouch, ouch, ouch. How could she possibly return to work? Just as she lamented, a co-worker brought forth good news. The county magistrate, aware of her injuries sustained while rescuing another, had commanded the guards to inform her that she need not rush back to work, but rather recuperate until fully healed. Furthermore, a man named Li, whose head injury rendered him immobile, had sent her a small token. The token was neither jade, nor wood, nor stone, but a peculiar material resembling a refined metal, possessing great hardness and a light blackish-brown hue. Why had he gifted her such a token? She picked it up by the string and gave it a gentle shake. The piece, no larger than a mahjong tile, bore no inscriptions, merely a smooth, unadorned surface. Could it possess sentimental value or be of considerable worth? Unable to discern its significance, Zheng Quchi tucked it into her pocket, intending to return it to him upon their next encounter. This object was of no use to her. What might be tasteless to her could be of unique value to another. For the past 2 days, she had rested without working, feeling lethargic, yet her mind was a tumult of thoughts, swirling incessantly. One moment, she pondered Lu Fengmian, lamenting his absence during her visit to the camp, and the next, she recalled Wei Yao's words, which weighed heavily on her heart. Then her thoughts shifted to the tasks Sean Bien had mentioned, filling her with a sense of dread. Frustrated, she rose from her bed, only to overhear guards outside the makeshift dwelling discussing. I heard from the county magistrate that General Yuwen's 7 Constellations army is to be stationed at Guishao Ridge. The city walls are still under construction. What purpose do they serve in coming here? It seems they are to take over our supervisory duties. Lately, I have felt a sense of unease. Do you think something is amiss? Surely not. Our Fu County has not encountered bandits or marauders in years. Suddenly, Zheng Quchi comprehended Wei Zhan's earlier assertion that he would frequently meet with her, along with his promise to teach her the soft bone technique in a few days. But why they arrived so abruptly? The military replacing the guards and bolstering defense signals a preemptive measure against some foreboding threat. Had they uncovered the Mo family's clandestine plans to dismantle the city walls? Or was there another unforeseen change? As the guards conversed, Zheng Quchi emerged from the makeshift area, realizing that remaining idle only exacerbated her growing listlessness. As she moved, she heard a sudden series of sharp knocks, a resounding clang that pierced the air more acutely than a bell. A guard, pale-faced and disheveled, rushed towards the quarry, breathless, exclaiming, "A cavalry has appeared on the northern ridge. Their attire suggests they are the Gone barbarians." The officer stood frozen in shock, his voice trembling. "How many have come?" "I don't know. Perhaps dozens, or even hundreds." The officer quickly regained his composure and bellowed, "Hurry, inform everyone to evacuate the quarry." Zheng Quchi, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hurried forward, questioning, "Why must we evacuate? We have at least 1,000 people here. Should we fear mere dozens or hundreds? What do you understand?" A guard retorted angrily, Those barbarians are skilled archers and horsemen, clad in superior armor. We possess neither weapons nor the knowledge to lead a charge. Do you expect us to confront them with mere strength? Zheng Quchi surveyed the guards, noting their ordinary blue robes and rusted weapons, and spoke softly. Are we truly to abandon our post? What the city walls? What those repairing the walls? The station troops will come to handle the situation. Our presence here is futile, but will fleeing be of any use? Zheng Quchi thought of the significant damage to the city wall at Gui Xiaopa and recalled that the station troops should still be patrolling the southern perimeter, leaving the northern side virtually unguarded. If these barbarians charged on horseback, could they possibly outrun them on foot? Chapter 60. The brutal slaughter having lived for over 20 years in a time of peace, Zheng Quchi faced her first encounter with an enemy assault. She had yet to formulate a strategy for such an event when she was swept away by those around her, the atmosphere thick with tension and terror, compelling her to act as if standing upon boiling water. An arrow whizzed past, striking the ground beside her. The officer, eyes wide with fury, exclaimed, "Those damn barbarians are astonishingly swift." Zheng Quchi felt a tingling sensation enveloping her body, her heart lodged in her throat, making it difficult to breathe. The guards waved their arms as they ran, trembling, urging, "Hurry up the mountain. Do not cluster together. Disperse." Within the quarry, over 100 stone masons, faces ashen, abandoned their tools and fled in a panic toward the rugged hills. They avoided the open paths and flat terrain, which would expose them, making them vulnerable to the pursuing cavalry. Fu County, being situated at the frontier, had seen the brutality of the Gan-e barbarians, who controlled large swathes of grassland and were adept at ironworking. Known for their greed and savagery, it was rumored they bore the blood of wolves, and whenever they raided, they displayed their gruesome trophies, reveling in the carnage they wrought. Before Yuwen, Shang rose to prominence in the Seven Kingdoms. The Gan-e had treated Fu County and the western regions of Yi Kingdom as their hunting grounds, launching invasions and slaughtering at harvest time. Zheng Quchi followed the throng in a trance, mimicking their instinctive flight, her mind clouded yet acutely attuned to the cacophony around her, labored breaths, the rustle of hasty footsteps, the cacophony of anxious voices, and the guard shouts to disperse the crowd. Everyone was in disarray, herself included, in the throes of panic. Who could afford to maintain their composure? As they ascended the mountainside, her heart burdened with dread. She could no longer resist the urge to glance back toward the quarry and the direction of the city walls. What she beheld was a scene reminiscent of hell itself. The laborers and craftsmen, unable to escape in time, were intercepted by a group of fierce barbarians. Though they numbered only a few dozen, they pursued and herded the hundreds of people like cattle, mercilessly slaughtering them as they cried out in despair. They set fire to the wooden boards erected at the base of the city wall, intent on destroying the construction efforts that had taken place over the past 2 days. Zheng Quchi, with her keen eyesight, discerned the nomadic barbarians despite the distance. These brutes were tall, towering over the average height in Yi Kingdom by at least a head. Their long, unkempt hair cascaded freely over their shoulders, and they sported wild beards that made them resemble savage beasts. Truly, as the authorities had stated, these barbarians were well equipped, donning armor and wielding sharp, lightweight curved swords. Their horses gleamed with health and vitality. The anguished cries resonated in her ears, piercing through the distance. She witnessed the brutal beheading of those craftsmen and laborers who dared to flee or resist, the stench of blood and death wafting through the air, leaving her feeling nauseated. "Run, hurry and run," Zheng Quchi urged silently, her heart aching at the sight of the one-sided massacre. Despite the few dozen mounted barbarians, there was not a single soul among the throngs who could muster the courage to fight back or unite against them, as if they had been paralyzed by fear from the very beginning, never contemplating resistance. Curse it, there is not just one group of barbarians. Another wave is approaching. We must not stop. We must flee. A thunderous voice rang out from a soldier stationed on a high stone, who, while surveying the scene below, discovered the dire situation. Zheng Quchi gasped and looked down the mountainside, where she saw yet another group of barbarians, this time archers, clad in leather and armed with arrows, drawing their bows to shoot at those on the mountain. Many were struck in the back, howling in pain as they tumbled down, only to be met with the mocking laughter of the barbarians below. Her fingertips dug into her flesh, her vision blurred with tears. The overwhelming fear and chaos within her heart were consumed by a fiery rage. At that moment, an arrow shot toward her from behind. With extraordinary reflexes, perhaps honed from her early training in archery, she tracked the arrow's trajectory and prepared to evade, only to be tackled to the ground by a figure moving even faster. Zheng Quchi looked up in astonishment, meeting the familiar gaze of Chiu. You? She had not anticipated his presence. His face was smeared with dark oil. His appearance drastically altered from before. She could only wonder where he had concealed himself during that time. Quchi, if you reveal your archery skills here, no one will thank you afterward. You will be seen as a suspect and arrested, Chiu warned, scanning their surroundings for a safe route. I did not bring a crossbow, nor will I allow you to rescue anyone. But we cannot let these barbarians continue their wanton slaughter. She protested. The strong humiliate the weak. It has always been so. Chiu gripped her tightly and continued to ascend the mountain. Their pace was swift, yet the barbarians behind them were even quicker, moving with the agility of born warriors, relentlessly pursuing them. The archers could shoot arrows over short distances, and even from 100 meters away, they could accurately target fleeing figures. Chiu deflected several arrows aimed at her, but in doing so, he sustained injuries himself. Do not worry about me. We should split up. I will try to make my way into the thick forest where I might find cover. If fortune favors me, I may evade the pursuing barbarians. Zheng Quchi saw him risking his safety for her sake, but she did not wish to burden him, nor did she want to owe him a debt. For their positions and objectives had long ago been set in opposition. They would never be friends, only adversaries. Chiu paid no heed to her words. We are companions. I will not abandon you. After a moment of consideration, he stopped dragging her along and instead hoisted her onto his back, plunging into the woods. Endless flight was not a solution. He intended to devise a counterattack after they had penetrated deeper into the forest. Chiu moved swiftly, and soon they found themselves surrounded by silence, the majority of their companions either slain or left behind. A brash voice echoed, thick with a heavy accent, taunting. Ye kingdom scum, keep running, become our prey. Ha ha, we will slaughter you, and offer your blood and heads to Kada. Help! Zheng Quchi froze, turning back in horror to see the barbarians forcing captured craftsmen to their knees, gripping their hair and tilting their heads back to slit their throats like livestock. After these gruesome acts, the barbarians laughed heartily, as if celebrating some delightful reward. In that moment, Zheng Quchi trembled uncontrollably, a mix of rage and sorrow igniting within her, planting a seed in her heart that she could not yet name. Why do this? One barbarian, adorned with a skull helmet, inadvertently glanced in her direction, perhaps sensing Chiu's exceptional skills, as he had narrowly escaped death on several occasions. This time, he nimbly climbed a tree like a monkey settling into a crouch, drawing his bow to aim. Zheng Quchi turned to warn Chiu, get down. Chiu hesitated, realizing there was no cover in front of him. And with the archer in a superior position, escape seemed nearly impossible. Yet, without hesitation, he shoved Zheng Quchi away, only to take an arrow to the chest. Chiu! She scrambled to her feet, her peripheral vision catching sight of the barbarian with the skull helmet charging towards them, his curved blade raised high, glinting ominously. The world around her faded to white. Miraculously, the blade did not sever her head. Instead, as the barbarian leaped, a tremendous force collided with him, sending him crashing against a sturdy tree trunk. His eyes widened in shock as he coughed up blood, turning in terror. A long spear pointed at him, wielded by a tall, imposing figure emerging from the shadows, his eyes blazing with fury. You are doomed. The spear pierced the barbarian's eye, eliciting a pained howl as he clutched the spear shaft, but the attacker did not relent, applying relentless pressure until, after a torturous struggle, the barbarian fell lifeless. Zheng Quchi's chest heaved as she stared in disbelief at the figure before her. Way, brother, way. He turned his cold, water-like gaze upon her, holding her gaze for a moment before placing a hand on his forehead, offering a bitter smile. At least I saved you. She yearned to ask, did many die? But the words caught in her throat, feeling futile. Had she not witnessed with her own eyes the merciless torture and slaughter of the craftsmen, their blood staining the city walls? They're all dead? She murmured, lost in thought. Wei's throat tightened as he replied hoarsely, no, but not many will survive. We arrived too late. Yet soon, his expression hardened. However, with the general present, None of these beasts will escape. The general? Yuwen Sheng? Zheng Quchi's mind was sluggish, struggling to recall his name. Indeed, as long as he remains in Yi State, the relentless onslaught of these savage nomads will not prevail. However, she tilted her head upwards and asked, "Why did you arrive late?" Wei Yao paused momentarily, his fists clenched tightly as he replied in a grave whisper, "Sang Xianqing. There is more than one Guixian ridge in Fuxian, and there are several vital passes to defend across the 6 states. Your gaze is fixed on one point, and disaster will surely follow. Yet, we cannot afford to focus solely on one area." Zheng Quchi was taken aback, realizing he had misunderstood her. Although she had always been a common citizen, she understood the importance of the greater picture. She sought to clarify, "That is not what I meant. I simply wish to know what I can do at this moment." A profound sense of helplessness washed over her. In the face of war, one could feel so small and powerless. Ordinary people, lacking the protection of the national army, were akin to antelopes, vulnerable to slaughter at the whim of others. Wei Yao found her instinct to reflect, rather than to flee or rejoice after surviving a perilous situation, admirable. He genuinely appreciated her bright and resilient disposition. Ruffling her hair gently, he guided her with his own past experiences and insights. "Aching, what you can do relies on your own thoughts. Once you genuinely desire to undertake a task, you will naturally discern what actions to take and what is within your capability." The burdens upon Wei Yao were considerable. As the right hand of Yuwen Sheng, he was not solely tasked with rescue efforts. Time was of the essence, and he had to depart quickly. After Wei Yao led his troops to pursue the nomads, Zheng Quchi allowed herself to shed the pretense of calmness and reveal her genuine concern, rushing to find Qiu. Earlier, after being saved by Wei Yao, Qiu had slipped away unnoticed. "Qiu!" Upon hearing her call, Qiu emerged from behind a tree, having drawn an arrow from his chest, surprisingly without much bleeding. Zheng Quchi, though puzzled, inquired, "How is your injury?" He shook his head. "I am fine. I have medicine. You should hurry down the mountain. It will be safer to follow Wei Yao. And you? Do not worry about me. The priority is to avoid raising any suspicions with Yuwen Sheng." Unlike Dan Bian, he did not question Zheng Quchi about her familiarity with Yuwen Sheng's men. Seeing that he did not appear gravely injured, she nodded. After taking a couple of steps, she hesitated and turned back to him, solemnly saying, "Qiu, thank you." Qiu paused, instinctively touching the wooden eagle resting against his chest. The lightness of his arrow wound was entirely due to the wooden eagle she gifted him, which had absorbed most of the impact, allowing him to survive. Watching Zheng Quchi's retreating figure, he lowered his gaze. "Do not betray me." He did not wish to harm her, though he had taken many lives before. The act of killing had always seemed as mundane as eating or drinking. This was the first time he felt a sense of reluctance and resistance toward taking a life. Chapter 61. The Battle of Men. With the arrival of Yuwen Sheng's forces, the once brazen nomads quickly lost their arrogance, and the small-scale invasion was swiftly quelled. Yet, the losses incurred were incalculable. How does one measure a life lost? Zheng Quchi proceeded cautiously, scouting the area and retracing her steps, wary of any lurking nomads in the thickets or rocky crevices. As her heart raced with anxiety, she stumbled upon the scene of fallen artisans, particularly near the quarry, where the ground was stained with blood. Some were acquaintances with whom she had exchanged words, others merely fleeting figures she had brushed past. Their faces were frozen in the terror of death, bodies sprawled upon the ground, blood flowing down the slopes. Though the sun blazed brightly overhead, an eerie chill enveloped her, as if she stood in a realm of unrelenting cold. A sense of tragic absurdity washed over her in such a brief span of time. She had become accustomed to the acrid scent of iron rust, no longer recoiling in revulsion as she had at first. The tumultuous experiences she had endured in recent days eclipsed the entirety of her prior 20 years, filled with peril and complexity. Dan Bian stealthily returned, scanning the surroundings with astonishment. He hurried towards Zheng Quchi, concern etched on his face. "Quchi, are you all right?" In the chaos, Zheng Quchi had completely forgotten about him, while he had no idea where she had gone during the critical moment. She glanced at him, noticing he appeared unscathed, dressed neatly and cleanly, unlike someone who had narrowly escaped disaster. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind, but having learned some cunning from the situation, she kept her expression neutral and shook her head. "I was unharmed. It was Qiu who saved me." Upon hearing this, Dan Bian believed her, exhaling a sigh of relief, yet furrowing his brow. I never expected these nomads to send scouts so soon. I observed that the walls of Guasian Ridge have been utterly destroyed. It seems Yuwen will hasten the repairs, which is essential for deploying troops to guard the ridge. The walls? Zheng Quchi pondered, almost to herself. If the walls of Guasian Ridge were sufficiently robust to withstand the nomads' cavalry and arrows, might this calamity not have unfolded so tragically? Dan Bien, devoid of moral scruples, replied, if they were not aware of the destruction of the walls, how would the nomads dare to test our defenses? Given the state of Yi State, it is only a matter of time before it falls. Why do you believe it will fall? She suddenly turned to him, her brown eyes illuminated with a fierce light, shimmering with intensity. I believe it can hold. Shaking off his grip, she ascended the mountain swiftly, observing the ruins of the walls, flames creeping up the structure. Billowing thick smoke. Portions had collapsed, leaving behind a jagged remnant resembling a twisted worm traversing the landscape. Due to the uneven terrain, its subsidence was severe, with some sections leaning precariously close to collapse. She began to assess the potential issues: insufficient foundation stability, inadequate strength, and a lack of adaptability to the terrain. She approached the wall for a closer examination. Although the surface was constructed from stones or bricks, certain areas were clearly ill-suited, with craftsmanship that lacked rigor, resulting in gaps filled with grass and roots that could lead to instability. Continuing her inspection, she found that some flatter areas could utilize stone brick structures for fortification, while others required alternative materials due to various constraints. Fuxian was historically arid and lacked rainfall. Thus, employing a more suitable construction method could expedite the process. Techniques such as rammed earth or a combination of earth and stone could be employed, ensuring a solid structure that would better withstand collapse. Relying solely on one type of material or technique would be a grave error. Adapting to local conditions is paramount. Zheng Quchi began to formulate her ideas. Today was merely a preliminary exploration, and implementing a detailed plan would require extensive preparation. Upon her return to the shanty town, she encountered the county magistrate, who had come from Guasian Ridge to tend to his injuries. He appeared anxious and drenched in sweat, accompanied by a contingent of guards waiting at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a formidable unit of elite cavalry arrived, their banners fluttering in the wind, exuding a commanding presence. The incoming forces possessed a distinctly higher caliber than the county magistrate's contingent, marching in disciplined formation, their black armor glistening ominously under the pale light. Recognizing the unique embroidered star emblem, Zheng Quchi realized they were the 7 Constellations army under Yuwen's command. As the two groups converged, the county magistrate hurriedly approached, bowing deeply to the leader of the 7 Constellations army, initiating discussions regarding the recent nomadic incursions. Yuwen did not arrive. Where could he have gone? Zheng Quchi subconsciously searched for his presence within the military. She had matters to discuss with him. Yet after waiting for a considerable time, he remained absent from Gue Ganling. She recalled Wei Yao mentioning that with a general present, not a single one of these beasts could escape. Could it be that he had personally taken up his sword to? The mere thought of those nomadic brutes made her clench her teeth tightly. But as she observed her trembling fingers that could not cease their subtle quivering, she recognized the fear that still resided within her. These savages were towering and robust, each one comparable to 2 of her in stature, acting with brutality and savagery, showing no humanity towards outsiders, subjecting them to genocidal slaughter upon capture. Yet, when she thought of Yuwen, he seemed even more ruthless and vicious than these men. Indeed, the wicked have their match, and those who have suffered humiliation and death at the hands of these brutes could only rely on him for vengeance. After experiencing such tribulations firsthand, she now truly grasped what Yuwen represented for the Yi Kingdom. He was a source of reassurance in times of peril, the confidence of always having a retreat, and the ember of hope that never extinguished amidst despair. Reflecting on this, her previously negative impressions of him began to dissipate, and she no longer found him quite so terrifying. Suddenly, Zheng Quchi's gaze was drawn upward, where bloodshed obscured the sun. Towering mountains loomed, their sheer cliffs cold as ice, and she beheld a swift battalion of black-armored cavalry gradually emerging along the narrow mountain path, as if they had just returned from a hell of withered bones. Particularly striking was their leader, donned in a mask resembling a malevolent spirit, his entire being stained with crimson blood, akin to a valiant Azura or the ruler of the underworld who determines life and death? In that moment of silence, she swallowed hard. No, he remained as terrifying as ever, especially now. Likely having just slain enemies, his aura of death still palpable and even more daunting. The past few days had been spent outside for a spring excursion, causing delays in updates, for which she apologized. She would return home tomorrow, thus resuming her regular update schedule. Additionally, with the month's end approaching, she sought to gather some small votes to boost the rankings, hoping that those who could would lend their support, for which she expressed her gratitude. Chapter 62. Challenges in construction when the meticulously armored army arrived at the makeshift quarters. The wind howled, and the wild grasses shook off their frost, resembling a flurry of blossoms falling like snow. This sight left everyone awestruck, akin to 100 birds bowing before the phoenix in reverence. Zheng Quchi felt as if time had reversed, bringing back the memory of her first encounter with Yuwen at the camp. An officer gazed down at the crowd, demanding in a stern voice, "Where is the person in charge of the city wall construction?" The kneeling masses felt their hearts constrict under an unseen force. The county magistrate should have stepped forward to answer, yet in the face of this tempestuous atmosphere, he shamefully recoiled. After all, he had not been called upon by name. He had no intention of being the one to stand out. Reluctantly, Yuwen and Yin exchanged anxious glances, recognizing their shared trepidation before stepping forward. Ordinarily, they were esteemed craftsmen invited by the county, exempt from the customary display of deference. However, before the formidable Yuwen, who could maintain such composure? With a mere glance, their knees buckled, and they fell to the ground. My goodness, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, it seemed they glimpsed the river of forgetfulness beckoning them. Zheng Quchi swore she could hear the sharp crack when their knees struck the ground, a sound that resonated with a painful empathy. Yuwen, Yin Xiao, having seen Yuwen before, noted the general's bloodied visage. Yet his tone was as gentle as a concerned father addressing his subjects. When will the section of the city wall from Gue Ganling to Xia Mountain be repaired? The words, though low and husky, struck them like blades, each syllable carrying the weight of their lives. Thump, 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 whose heartbeat raced beyond limits. Audible to those nearby, Yuwen unconsciously clenched the sand beneath him. The foundation of the city wall has been severely damaged by the savages. Although the fire has been extinguished, we must start anew, digging trenches and rebuilding, which necessitates a thorough reassessment of the previous construction plans. Yuwen replied dismissively, "The original plans for the city wall have long been destroyed. You shall draft new designs, detailing materials, quantities, and the time required for the project." Yuwen and Yin were momentarily taken aback by his casual approach. They had presumed Yuwen was an outsider, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Redesigning the wall was not something that could be accomplished by mere words. Both men hastily attempted to explain, "No, General, you might not fully grasp this. Constructing a city wall demands careful material selection, and the complex terrain of Gue Ganling is not comparable to flat plains. If we were to demolish and rebuild entirely, it would require—" How difficult could it be? He interjected. The two hesitated before responding. It remains challenging to ascertain the situation. Since your arrival in Fu County, it has been nearly a month. During this extended period, you have struggled to gauge the conditions on Gue Ganling, have you not? Yuwen's eyes narrowed coldly, a shadow passing over them. The two felt a pang of guilt, yet forced themselves to retort. It will take merely half a month. We have already arranged the construction plan. Once we commence, we will unveil its full scope. Listening to their evasive excuses, Zheng Quchi recognized their inexperience with such projects. Perhaps they possessed skills and abilities suited for small-scale or auxiliary tasks, but they were entirely ignorant of construction techniques, materials, and labor management. Given the urgency of the situation, it was unlikely they would deliver satisfactory results within the stipulated time frame. She had observed earlier that these two craftsmen from the Jixia Academy were hardly competent. The stonemasons were tasked with quarrying and shaping stone, while laborers and some experienced stonemasons undertook the construction. Although it appeared orderly, their efficiency was woefully inadequate due to a high failure rate, especially since they had commenced work without overcoming the critical challenges first. The previous collapse of the city wall was a direct result of their failure to assess the damaged wall's load-bearing capacity, leading to disaster when they attempted to build higher walls upon its unstable foundation. Moreover, how would they manage the transportation of materials along the treacherous mountain paths? If the city wall continued to be constructed of stone without proper reinforcement, how would they address potential secondary collapses or loosening? These pressing issues loomed before them, yet they remained blind to them, opting only for the simplest traditional methods, superficially patching the old structures to fulfill their obligations. However, even those rudimentary tasks seemed unattainable now. Zheng Quchi had inspected the situation, noting that the mud-based adhesives used decades ago required ample time to set. Given the current conditions, they needed to employ stronger, faster-drying materials. As she pondered these matters, Yuwen Sheng's gaze pierced through the throng, landing squarely upon her. He issued his final ultimatum to Yuan Sui and Yin. Let us set half a month as the deadline, starting from the vicinity of Gue, Ganling, and Ji Mountain. I hope to see initial results upon our next meeting. The wind howled, the biting cold air sending shivers down their spines. Yuan Sui and Yin, paralyzed with fear, nodded vigorously in agreement. Yuwen Sheng departed with the swiftness of the wind, and amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. Zheng Quchi found no opportunity to converse with him before he led his troops away. However, she heard that all the troops stationed at Guizhou Ridge had withdrawn, replaced by the iron-blooded 7 Constellation Army. Their duties included clearing the bodies slain by the barbarians, counting the remaining craftsmen, hunting down remnants, and establishing defenses. This news brought a sense of relief to some, yet it also bred an atmosphere of restraint and cautious concern. The former troops were known for their relentless urging, while the 7 Constellation Army was feared for their strictness. A mere lash from their seasoned hands could prove fatal. Fearful, weak, and pitiful, Zheng Quchi did not dwell on these thoughts. That evening, she planned to stealthily seek out Wei Yao. Unexpectedly, she encountered Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao, who were dressed conspicuously. Upon seeing them, those around would respectfully address them as Master Yuan and Master Yin. They nodded haughtily, but once they were out of earshot, their expressions fell. What should we do? If we had known, we wouldn't have come to this wretched place. Indeed, to come and repair such a dilapidated wall. They thought it would suffice to build it haphazardly. However, they did not anticipate that Yuwen Sheng would meddle in the matter. If he is so capable, why doesn't he come himself? Enough, stop talking, lest someone overhears. He is a living Yama. Do you wish for death? So what do we do now? Since Yuwen Sheng is involved, we can no longer muddle through as before. Time is short. Even if we redesign, we lack the time. Moreover, Guizhou Ridge is treacherous, making it difficult to traverse, let alone erect a wall with just the 2 of us. Do you think we can find any competent craftsmen in any country? We are simply out of luck. I believe we must find another way. You mean? After an exchange of knowing glances, they hurriedly departed, leaving Zheng Quchi, who had been eavesdropping, puzzled by their vague intentions. What secret method were they planning to invoke? Unable to comprehend, she decided to move on with her search. Zheng Quchi arrived at the encampment of the 7 Constellation Army, where the front was heavily guarded. She attempted to approach and voice her requests, but as expected, no one paid her any heed. Undeterred, she wandered aimlessly nearby, resembling a lost soul. It was no surprise that she was apprehended as a suspect. When she was brought before Wei Yao, she resembled a captured chick, and he stared for a moment before erupting into a foolish laugh, oblivious to her nearly dislocated arm. Brother Wei. She gritted her teeth and called out. Only then did Wei Yao clench his fist to stifle his laughter, gesturing to the guards beside him. Release her. I know her. The stern soldiers immediately let go of her arm and retreated silently, though their gazes still carried scrutiny and suspicion. Zheng Quchi felt as if she were being pierced through with their stares. She longed to turn and proclaim her innocence, declaring herself a model citizen, urging against judging by appearances. What brings you here? Captured as a spy? Wei Yao asked, suppressing a laugh. I have urgent matters to attend to, she replied, somewhat irritated. Is it to practice the soft bone technique? I've been a bit, he teased. Zheng Quchi quickly denied, no. I truly have a matter to ask Brother Wei for assistance with, but it's not about the soft bone technique. It's about. After explaining her situation, Wei Yao looked at her, utterly speechless. The previously constructed wall had inherent flaws. Even if it hadn't been destroyed or burned, it wouldn't last for years. Seeing her cleverness, Wei Yao found her amusing and reached to pat her fluffy head, only to have Zheng Quchi deftly block him. Stop touching my head. I won't grow taller that way. Oh, he pouted, retracting his hand. Aching, while ambition is commendable, one must remain grounded and take steady steps. You cannot expect to soar immediately. What do you mean, soar? Brother Wei, trust me. Although I'm a carpenter, working with stone is not difficult. Really, if we follow the methods of Master Yuan and Master Yin, we will not produce a wall that satisfies General Yuwen. She earnestly urged him. Wei Yao, however, sincerely cautioned her. You seem to think moving from one trade to another is simple. This matter is now under the general's authority, and I cannot influence it. Besides, even if I were to request the general's permission for you to participate, would you be able to command respect? Who would listen to you? Zheng Quchi knew he would not agree. She understood that seniority and experience were the only standards by which craftsmen were judged. Transitioning from a carpenter to a stonemason was implausible unless Wei Yao were her father, which made her request seem utterly absurd. Initially, she merely hoped to leverage their relationship to intervene in the wall construction project, but evidently, Wei Yao's connections were insufficiently powerful. Nonetheless, that was not her true intention. In psychology, when someone declines your request, they often feel a subconscious sense of guilt. At that moment, if you propose a not overly burdensome request, they find it difficult to refuse a second time. Since you put it that way, I shall not press you further. However, could you allow me to borrow the kiln from the military workshop? The kiln? She knew this facility belonged to the government, and ordinary craftsmen were generally barred from entry. But I have an idea. I wish to fire a highly adhesive material, so I need to borrow the official kiln. Brother Wei, could you assist me? Wei Yao certainly had the authority to grant such a request, but her unusual demand reminded him of the potential instability she represented. A foreign spy, remembering the earthenware she had constructed, which had been utilized in Yi country, Wei Yao hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. Fine, I will send someone to inform them, but you can only do this when there is free time. Do not think of slacking off. His final comment was merely a jest. He worried she might wander about and attract gossip. If he were to withdraw his troops later, her reputation as someone who indulged in favoritism and idleness might become notorious among craftsmen. Of course, I am not the type to take money without working. Before she departed, she recalled something. Brother Wei, is there someone named Lu Fengmian in your military camp? Wei Yao was taken aback. Why do you ask? When I was in the encampment, General Yuwen had sent a man named Lu Fengmian to convey a message to me, but I have not seen him since, which piqued my curiosity. Wei Yao recalled that he was the one who had taken her from the encampment, but at the time he had worn a mask to disguise himself. So Sang Xianqing likely did not recognize him. Yet, upon meeting her clear, radiant eyes, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. He rubbed his nose. Oh, he is with our military, recently. The general has sent him on a mission, so he is not here. Upon hearing this, Zheng Quchi's brow furrowed. What mission? Is it dangerous? His eyesight is poor. Do you have someone accompanying him? Surprised by her concern for the man, disguised as Lu Fengmian, Wei Yao pondered her remark about his poor eyesight and replied dismissively, It's not dangerous, I suppose. Even if it were, it would be others in danger. Knowing Lu Fengmian's whereabouts eased Zheng Quchi's worries. Previously, when she had inquired with Vice Officer Wang, he had seemed utterly unaware, leading her to believe Lu Fengmian was not even stationed in Yuwen Shang's camp. After leaving the encampment of the 7 Constellation Army, Zheng Quchi was suddenly confronted by a shadow that leapt out from the roadside, startling her greatly. End of chapter 63. Undercurrents surging. I saw you laughing and talking with Yuwen Shang's guards. Wei Yao, came a sarcastic voice from the darkness. Zheng Quchi glanced at him and finally recognized the person. Stop following me. Don't you see I'm trying to infiltrate the enemy camp? Such false brotherhood must be maintained from time to time. Just like a relationship with him, it was merely a fade of partnership. Dan Bien scrutinized her for a moment before saying, Yuwen Shang has actually sent troops to garrison here. We cannot remain idle any longer. I will go tonight. She was taken aback. You mean to assassinate Yuwen Shang? Dan Bien feigned a serious demeanor, but it quickly faltered as he exclaimed, What nonsense are you talking about? Assassinate Yuwen Shang? Do I wish for my life to be cut short? What I mean is, with the recent barbarian invasion, many masons and laborers have perished, and to avoid delaying the project, they will surely recruit more people across the country. We can arrange for more individuals to blend in and assist with our sabotage operation. Observing his self-satisfied expression, Zheng Quchi's eyes darkened as she casually replied, I shall wait and see. However, this time, Dan Bien would not allow her to remain uninvolved. He placed a hand on her shoulder, insisting, We shall act separately. I will arrange for personnel, and you must find an opportunity to eliminate Yuan Sui and Yin Shao. Zheng Quchi looked up, her eyes wide. Me? Who else could it be? Haven't you always been responsible for assassination tasks? Dan Bien's expression darkened, as if he was shedding his usual facade, and he leaned closer, saying, Quchi, your recent behavior has grown increasingly peculiar. Sometimes, when I look at you, it feels as though you are an entirely different person. Zheng Quchi fought to suppress the subtle changes in her expression. She had anticipated this moment of questioning and suspicion. Thus, she was not overly flustered. Are you really familiar with me? Zheng Quchi took a deep breath, retorting fiercely. Have you ever truly spent time with me? Have we ever discussed our matters? Just how well do you think you understand me? Dan Bien was momentarily taken aback by her barrage of questions, hastily releasing her and wiping his face. Quchi, this is excessive. It sounds as if we share no bond at all. After all, we've experienced quite a few perilous situations together. Zheng Quchi was well aware of his nature. Although he often acted frivolously, his capability to oversee tasks for the Mo family was not to be underestimated. She did not take him lightly, nor would she trust him easily. She continued, in the past, I handled the assassinations, but now, in order to blend in, I don't even possess a suitable weapon. How do you expect me to assassinate Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao? Am I to seize a blade with empty hands? Dan Bien could not withstand her relentless questioning and forced a sheepish smile. All right, I misspoke. As long as you agree to do it, I will take care of the weapons. I will prepare everything for you, including the location, time, and ambush positions. You just need to. He smirked, meeting her calm gaze, and lowered his voice, carry out the assassination. It seemed he had taken it upon himself to arrange everything for her. Could Zheng Quchi refuse at this moment? Certainly not. With a forced smile that did not reach her eyes, she replied, very well. As night fell over Fuxian, the shadows deepened, and the moonlight cast its glow. In the Lin Garden, two figures knelt before Masterly. Please help us. Masterly, dressed in a blue robe and draped in a green fox fur coat, sat leisurely in a rocking chair. His head was still wrapped in bandages, and his thick hair fell to the nape of his neck. He said lightly, One can only save oneself. I cannot assist you. You can. You must have a way. After all, you are. Just as Yuan Sui began to speak, a dark shadow loomed heavily over them, the immense chill paralyzing both, their words choking in their throats. They trembled as they lifted their eyes, only to see a towering figure standing like a dark deity behind Masterly. The silhouette against the light revealed only a pair of razor-sharp eyes scrutinizing them. Masterly rubbed his pale forehead, speak cautiously and act prudently. They gritted their teeth, unwilling to leave empty-handed. Yin Xiao understood that his identity could not be recklessly mentioned and could only hint, Masterly, we risked so much to shield your false identity. Now we are in dire straits. We implore you, for the sake of our shared sect, to guide us. Truly, we ask only this once. We will not dare to disturb you again. Indeed, had we not encountered difficulties, we would not have come at this late hour. They bowed deeply, their foreheads touching the backs of their hands, speaking earnestly. Masterly paused his movements, the flickering light within the room illuminating like frost on the courtyard steps. After a moment of silence, he asked, What troubles you? Hearing this, Yuan Sui and Yin Zhao's faces lit up with joy as they quickly straightened and explained, currently. Yuwen Sheng demands that we construct the city walls within half a month, but the blueprints have been destroyed, making it impossible to recreate them. We can only rely on the current manpower and resources to rebuild the walls. They recounted their challenges to Masterly, feeling utterly entangled as if caught in a tangled knot. What materials do we have at present? Yuan Sui replied, stones and adhesive clay, but these are far from sufficient. We need manpower to extract and quarry more, and the adhesive clay must be mixed with lime, which is difficult to produce in such short supply due to the recent frequent construction in Fuxian. Yin Xiao added, if we follow the usual wall-building methods, this damp and cold weather will prolong the solidification of the gaps for days. We will need scaffolding for reinforcement and transportation. Their discussion was filled with more obstacles than solutions, not due to their lack of capability, but because Yuwen Sheng's orders were pressing, leaving no time for a slow process. Masterly rose, adjusting his garments, and said, quarrying requires a significant labor force, and transportation is time-consuming. It will be better to source the materials here, using stones for the foundation and mixing the locally renowned yellow earth with gravel to form the walls quickly. But a stone foundation is unstable and often collapses. Procure a large quantity of glutinous rice to make a paste, mixed with lime to bond the stones, which will resolve the issue. Upon hearing this, they felt as if a light had dawned upon them, their minds clear and enlightened. Thank you, Master Li, for your guidance. As the night deepened, after Yuan Sui and Yin Shao expressed their gratitude and left, the silent giant behind Master Li lowered his head. Master, why do you assist them? Teaching them is equivalent to indirectly aiding Yuan Shang. Master Li stepped into the room, his lashes casting a shadow over his eyes. As the warmth from the burning charcoal gradually dispelled the chill surrounding him, his lips shifted from a pale purple to a delicate water hue. Assist? You only know one side of it, but not the other. The giant was not entirely ignorant. He replied, this method can indeed forge a strong city wall. Yuan Sui and Yin Shao, regarded as master craftsmen, possessed the skills to discern the truth from the lies in what their master spoke. That is one aspect he understands. But what is the other? The master's willow-like eyes flickered with a dim light, contemplative. Many things in this world have corresponding solutions, yet some methods, while usable, are not universally applicable and may lead to disastrous outcomes. For instance, if a robber appears, one could kill him, but such a solution suits the strong and should be applied cautiously by the weak. The giant seemed to grasp the meaning as he approached the smoky charcoal stove, stirred it, and added more charcoal before turning back, kneeling heavily with his forehead touching the ground. Master, the saw did not find the second miss in the camp. Instead, due to the delay, it nearly caused you harm. Please punish me severely. Disguised as Master Li, he was indeed Gong Shu Ji Ruo, having changed his appearance and assumed an identity to return to Fuxian. His plans were always meticulous, but the only unexpected mishap this time was this unforeseen circumstance. He tenderly touched the wound on his forehead, still feeling a sharp pain. It matters not. It was indeed my command that brought you here. The sawman lifted his face. I have heard that someone, despite the imminent danger, daringly rescued the master amidst the crumbling rocks. Indeed, there was someone who unearthed me from beneath the ruins. Gong Shujuru casually unraveled his fox fur and placed it beside the bed. The sawman lowered his gaze. Who might that be? Do you know him? Gong Shujuru rose, his fingers subconsciously brushing the empty space where the Yinlin pendant should have hung at his waist. He unexpectedly recalled that vividly etched face. His skin was dark, his hair wild and unkempt, short in stature, with a small head, small face, and small hands. Yet he radiated vitality, like a vibrant flame, brimming with life. He is not one of us. We are strangers to one another. The sawman was taken aback. Could a stranger accomplish such a feat? Then why? Gong Shujuru lifted his gaze, pressing his hand against the dark wall, extinguishing the candle behind the veil. There is no need to delve into his affairs. However, I shall soon meet him again. Gong Shujuru reclined in tranquility. The sawman stood obediently against the wall, with his eyes observing his nose observing his mouth, and his mouth observing his heart, resembling a silent sculpture, guarding his deity in the shadows. The second snowfall since the onset of winter quietly descended at dawn. Far to the west of Fuxian, in the valley of shaded mountains, a cloaked cavalry raced like the wind, ultimately locating their master among the chaotic stones of the wilderness. They had no time to rein in their horses. They swiftly dismounted and hurried forward. Sima, the severely injured, fleeing from pursuers, finally opened his eyes upon hearing the familiar call. His brow furrowed with darkness, his deep-set eyes scanned them quietly. Suddenly, without warning, he erupted into maniacal laughter, leaving the welcoming party startled. Ha ha, you Wensheng, as long as I live, you and your backer, the state of Yi, shall know no peace. The rescuers removed their hoods, their faces filled with anger and hatred. Upon receiving Sima's message, we immediately dispatched word to the nomadic tribes. Now, Yu Wensheng is likely in disarray, too preoccupied to continue the pursuit of Sima. Were it not for this, we might not have been able to breach his defenses and come to Sima's aid. Thankfully, the state of Yi has only one Yu Wensheng. The other subordinates shared a sense of foreboding. They brought clothing for the nearly naked Mo Yi, draping him in a long white bear coat. He turned to glance in the direction of Fuxian, his eyes filled with defiance and vengeful intensity. Wait, he raised an eyebrow, each word dripping with ominous intent. I shall return soon. At dawn, the county sent officials to transport a dozen earth-moving devices to Ghost Ridge. Upon first seeing the devices, the curious stonemasons gathered around, marveling and discussing their functions. Only Zheng Quchi, upon witnessing her previously crafted machinery being mass-produced, felt a mixture of surprise and wry amusement. She did not feel infringed upon, as she had gifted the prototype to the official Mu-Ku, who had compensated her accordingly. Yet, did they not consider modifying it for future use? These earth-moving devices, as the name suggests, were primarily designed for moving earth, though they could also be used for transporting stones. However, given the varying sizes and weights of stones, a slight modification to the lifting mechanism would enhance their applicability. More importantly, did they not think to attach wheels, making transportation far more convenient? Never mind. She had already gained a fair understanding of the carpenter's capabilities in Fuxian. They were only versed in conventional furniture and house construction, with little knowledge beyond that. Upon encountering the familiar official Mu-Ku, Zheng Quchi, feeling the crowd, refrained from rushing to greet him. However, seeing the mass-produced, earth-moving devices sparked an idea for profit in her mind. She planned to design a 2.0 version of the device when she had the time and approached Mu-Ku for evaluation, seeking his assistance in finding a suitable buyer. This way, she could earn design fees while contributing to the construction industry in Fuxian, achieving a dual benefit. When the earth-moving devices were delivered, Zheng Quchi anticipated that work would soon commence. She thought she would continue moving stones, only to find herself reassigned to digging trenches. She was uncertain of the scale and thickness of the walls that Yin Xiao and his companions intended to build, yet upon seeing them again, she noted their confident demeanor as they requested to widen the foundation trench. What kind of peculiar maneuver was this? Did they not claim there was insufficient time? She was too disinterested to speculate on their intent. After a day of digging, she was utterly exhausted, her limbs weakened, and her lower back sore. The labors of ancient times truly suffered. A mere day of grueling toil left her feeling utterly drained. Had she been able to transmigrate as an emperor or a wealthy individual, she would have surely devised machinery to replace cheap labor, liberating the hands of the impoverished masses. Alas, she had instead transmigrated as a lowly, laboring craftsman awaiting liberation. The most unfortunate part was that while others could rest after work, she still had to drag her weary body to find Wei Yao, making a late-night journey to the official kiln. Wei Yao wasted no words, personally riding to lead her to the official workshop in Fuxian. At this moment, Zheng Quchi was unaware that her actions would thoroughly disrupt the precarious situation that had been established. End of chapter 64. Fuxian Workshop. The night in Fuxian was quiet and desolate, although there was no curfew like in the capital Taiyuan. The biting cold deterred most pedestrians from roaming outside. The pale moonlight illuminated the stone road, with most shops along the streets having closed for the night, and only a few residences flickered with light. To conserve the expensive lamp oil, common folk typically worked from sunrise to sunset, with only a handful of affluent households enjoying a semblance of nightlife. Upon arriving at the West Market, where workshops congregated, Zheng Quchi discovered it was the only brightly lit area in the entire county. The cobblestones reflected the glow of lanterns from the various shops, casting long shadows of people. Zheng Quchi dismounted with Wei Yao, who led the horse while she followed behind like an odd visitor in a grand garden. This was her first time entering a place that was akin to treasure for craftsmen. Previously, she could only imagine through books or text the appearance of ancient workshops, how they thrived and bustled through the ages, and how they eventually fell into decline, transforming into iconic terms of an era. Workshops, in modern terms, could be likened to factories, serving as venues for handicraft production. Along the way, she was captivated by the sights: kiln workshops, weaving houses, grain and liquor distilleries, iron forges, and even some rare vehicle manufacturing shops and jade crafting workshops. She was astonished that a small county like Fuxian, though lacking master craftsmen, still had a complete array of practical goods produced by the common folk. Is this the kind of place you wish to visit? Seeing her shake her head in wonder at everything, Wei Yao found it amusing, thinking she was keen to explore further. While private workshops were not in a rush to complete tasks, many were still operational, especially the official workshops, which had been exceedingly busy, particularly the casting department and the official kiln, working overtime daily. At the boundary between private and official workshops, Wei Yao halted and turned to her. Ahead lies the official kiln. Do you have any plans? Zheng Quchi looked up. Before her stood a stone archway inscribed with the words skillfully crafted. She found herself momentarily entranced and instinctively replied, "Let's go to the iron smelting place first." "You wish to visit the casting department?" Is that its name? Indeed. She nodded. Wei Yao's gaze deepened, though his expression remained casually agreeable. Very well, let us proceed. The two individuals arrived at the foundry, and upon pushing open the door, they were greeted by the sight of several blacksmiths busily engaged in their craft. Clad only in trousers, their upper bodies glistened with sweat, showcasing their well-defined muscles as they hammered away at the glowing red iron blocks. A glance down the lengthy corridor revealed at least a dozen blacksmiths at work. The artisans paid no heed to their presence, merely greeting Wei Yao upon recognizing her before returning to their focused labor. The temperature inside was stifling. Zheng Quchi, having just stepped in from the biting cold outside, soon found beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Wei Yao gestured with her hand, indicating, "Here we are, the foundry of Fuxian. Feel free to explore." Zheng Quchi replied that there was no rush. She approached the coal furnace, examining the smelting furnace, which stood approximately 3 meters tall. Equipped with a manual bellows device, an apparatus she had encountered in her studies, referenced in the Han Shu as tuo, a leather bag made of sheepskin or cowhide used for blowing air. With such a device, the furnace's temperature could conservatively reach over 1000 degrees. Although she was unsure of the exact temperature, she realized it would enable many of her theoretical concepts to materialize. After observing the flames and the process of the blacksmiths as they smelted and cast iron, she began to form a clearer understanding. They employed an internal heating method, layering crushed iron, ore, and charcoal in the furnace and blowing air to facilitate melting. This technique was rather primitive, especially when comparing it to the smelting methods of the later Song dynasty. Roughly speaking, her knowledge of metallurgy was rather general and imprecise. Initially, the blacksmiths assumed that Lord Wei was merely bringing a visitor to observe their progress, as they continued their work without interruption. One leaning casually against the door, and the other curiously looking around like a child marveling at something new. Zheng Quchi then wandered over to the wooden rack, inspecting the finished iron products before seeking out Wei Yao again. "I would like to take a look at the calcining kiln." Wei Yao, perhaps surprisingly responsive to her request, led her to the kiln where iron ore was being smelted. The kiln was a common sight, shaped like a steam bun, constructed of bricks or clay, consisting of a kiln door, fire chamber, front chamber, back chamber, and chimney. As they approached, a wave of heat enveloped them. There were several kilns ignited, surrounded by piles of firewood and coal. "I wonder how much lime can be produced today," she murmured. "Lime? No, I meant chalk." Previously, all produced lime had been transported to Gikapo for wall construction, and now they were in urgent need, with very little remaining. Upon inspecting the kiln, she realized the situation was dire. She had originally intended to learn to produce cement like predecessors described in her texts, but it was evident that the conditions in Yi country were far from adequate. The challenges were numerous. Producing cement required limestone and clay to be calcined at high temperatures. Firstly, the temperature required was exceedingly high, needing to exceed 500 degrees for an extended duration, which was significantly more challenging than simply burning quicklime. Under the current technological conditions in Yi country, this was nearly impossible. However, this aspect was not insurmountable for her. Secondly, the raw materials for cement were rare. Thirdly, even if the first two issues were resolved, there remained the technical challenge of grinding the materials into a fine powder. The composition of cement must be in an extremely fine powder state, which modern techniques achieve using large ball mills combined with air classification. But here, what could be used? A mortar? Even if all these could be accomplished, the scale of the project was immense. Could she afford to take her time with the crumbling walls, Yuwen Sheng, the nomadic tribes, and the myriad of other potential dangers? Ultimately, she decided to create a semi-finished cement product, which, though inferior in strength to authentic cement, will be significantly easier to produce. "Could you spare some chalk for me? I wish to create a more effective binding material than mortar." Wei Yao, unfamiliar with construction matters, asked, "Is this necessary?" Zheng Quchi patiently explained, "Do you know why the stone foundations of the city walls are so unstable? Is it because of the mortar you mentioned?" He recalled her earlier words. Zheng Quchi nodded, then shook her head. "Yes and no. The main issue is, do you know what season it is now?" Wei Yao appeared puzzled, while a passerby unconsciously slowed to listen. "How could I not know? It is winter. In simple terms, if the temperature is not sufficiently cold, water cannot freeze into ice. Conversely, the mortar used for building walls requires a winter's snow and frost to soak it, without adequate warmth and sunlight. It will remain merely a pile of crumbled tofu the following year. Is that the case? Wei Yao recalled her previous statements. So you intend to use a different type of slurry in its place? That is not entirely incorrect. However, Wei Yao's reaction was not what Zheng Quchi anticipated. He could no longer contain his laughter. All right, don't fuss too much. You see, the original master and the silver master have already anticipated this and found a solution. Zheng Quchi paused, bewildered. What solution do they have? Wei Yao did not conceal the truth. They reported to the county that they require a large quantity of glutinous rice. Though the exact purpose remains unclear, the general has already agreed to urgently mobilize it for various counties. Glutinous rice? Isn't that sticky rice? How much do they need? Aren't all the counties currently facing shortages of grain? She had specifically researched the grain prices in Fujian and heard from shopkeepers about the recent surge in rice prices, all due to the drought that had drastically reduced crop yields, leading to potential famine next year. When she had intended to construct her new house, she wished to use glutinous rice paste for its strong adhesive properties, but had abandoned the idea due to high costs and wastefulness. Yet, they were willing to spare no expense. Wei Yao's expression turned serious. Even in tight circumstances, ensuring the integrity of the city walls is paramount. Zheng Quchi understood the critical role the walls played in Fujian's military defense against foreign invaders, yet the issue was not solely about that. She felt exasperated. Indeed, it was true that different fields could be worlds apart. Her vivid explanations would likely be comprehended by any stonemason, yet he remained oblivious. Not only did he not understand, but he also refused to heed her advice. Seeing her urgency, much like a groundhog eager for approval, his eyes filled with affection as he spoke gently. "Aching, I know you wish to help, but these matters are best left to the skilled artisans. With the two from Jixia Academy here, I believe the city walls will undoubtedly be completed on schedule." Zheng Quchi replied. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you implying a bias based on education? Just because they graduated from a formal university, you look down on me as an unlicensed artisan? If they needed glutinous rice, she believed she understood their intentions. I can assure you this will not resolve the current issues," she declared with indignation. Wei Yao merely regarded her in silence, evidently perceiving her words as envy. Recognizing his expression, Zheng Quchi understood that no further argument would sway him. He would not relent until he faced a setback. "Fine, let's set this matter aside for now. We can discuss something else." "Something else?" He chuckled. "Are you always pondering something in that little head of yours?" She did not jest with him. "Earlier, I observed the weapons of our Fujian militia and noted the craftsmanship at the foundry. The wrought iron weapons they produce lack hardness and are prone to bending. I believe I can implement a different forging technique to significantly enhance the quality of the weapons equipped by Fujian. No, it will be a monumental leap." As soon as those words escaped, Wei Yao's pupils constricted, and he was momentarily stunned. He grasped her shoulder tightly and inquired, "What did you say?" "A material that is more durable, sharp, and resilient than iron." He swallowed hard and asked in a low voice, "What is that?" "Steel." Steel? He had never encountered this term before. Indeed, one cannot forge steel without enduring numerous trials. He silently repeated the phrase several times, then raised his gaze, scanning the surroundings. He pulled Zheng Quchi aside, and they sought a secluded spot away from prying eyes. He stared intently at her and asked again, "Are you speaking the truth? Can this thing called steel be sharper and tougher than iron?" Words alone carry no weight. If Brother Wei does not believe me, let me demonstrate. Very well. Forging steel requires the assistance of the foundry and several blacksmiths. I hope Brother Wei can arrange for some trustworthy and discreet blacksmiths to assist me. No problem. Wei Yao readily agreed, for if she could indeed forge steel, he would have no objections. Yet, he feared she might be one with ulterior motives, weaving grand illusions as a prelude to some conspiracy. Wei Yao received a message stating he had matters to attend to in the county. So he instructed her to head directly to the stone archway when she wished to return to Guyao Ridge. Someone would escort her from there. After Wei Yao left, Zheng Quchi rushed to the foundry's coal furnace and mined ash for an entire night. She then leveraged Wei Yao's influence to procure some quicklime from the kiln and save it for later use, as she still needed one crucial material. At this point, Zheng Quchi was utterly exhausted. Furthermore, after digging through the coal furnace, she resembled a coal ball. Noticing that time was slipping away, she realized she must wash off the coal dust before returning to Guyao Ridge, lest others assume she had been thieving coal. "Brother," She addressed any man who appeared older than her as brother, for she had not learned any other forms of address. What's wrong? The blacksmith wiped his brow and replied in the local dialect. Given that she was brought by Wei Yao himself, they treated her with a degree of courtesy. Zheng Quchi responded in Sichuan dialect, I wish to wash off the grime. Can you direct me to where I might find water? The blacksmith gestured with his chin. Behind the foundry, there is a water tank. You can fetch water to wash yourself. Oh, is there no one there? The workshop was surrounded by men clad only in their undergarments, and while she wished to clean herself, she felt a twinge of apprehension. At this hour, everyone's busy. There's no one around. No one. That is splendid. Zheng Quchi began to pat off the ash from her body as she made her way to the rear of the foundry. Utilizing the light filtering through, she indeed spotted a water tank about half her height with a wall behind it. Those in the blacksmith trade rarely left clean. After a day's labor, they needed to wash up before resting. A bamboo pole lay across the front of the tank, with a cloth curtain hanging down. If one wished to wash, they could draw the curtain for privacy. She glanced around, confirming no one was present, before lowering the curtain. The water in the tank was icy, numbing her hands. She dipped her hands to wash them, and once accustomed to the temperature, she splashed some water on her sweaty face. However, this wash smeared the charcoal powder and her rudimentary eyebrow disguise into a messy blot. Fortunately, she carried items for altering her appearance, so she was not overly concerned. She could simply touch up her makeup after drying off. End of this chapter, Chapter 65, Uriel scratching her itchy neck. Zheng Quchi felt her hair filled with falling ash, causing her great discomfort. After hesitating for a moment, she peeked outside the curtain. It remained utterly quiet, with no one around. Acting swiftly should pose no issue. She untied the cloth that bound her hair, and immediately it fell like dark snow, a flurry of ash cascading down. She quickly shed her thick outer coat and the newly acquired wool vest, leaving herself in only a thin undergarment. Wearing too many layers was cumbersome and might get wet. Given her current living conditions, she had to make do without changing into a clean set of clothes. She dampened her hair with water, attempting to detangle it with her fingers, but the voluminous curls knotted easily. After some effort, she managed to smooth it out with water and tied it back into a low ponytail. Then, bending down, she splashed water to wash her neck and collarbone. Recently, with better nourishment, and with her heart at ease, she had gained a bit of weight, no longer resembling a flat-chested boy. However, she felt a bit of discomfort when she accidentally brushed against her body. Ouch, that was too painful. She then thought about the item she had been wearing for too long. She hadn't paid it much attention before, so perhaps it was time to wash that as well. Zheng Quchi bent down, scooping water to wash with focus, unaware that her silhouette was faithfully cast upon the curtain. Everything she did appeared as a shadowy tableau, obscuring her identity but revealing her actions clearly. Yet, due to the distortion of her movements, there inevitably arose certain misunderstandings. Who the hell are you? Get out of here. A few burly men approached, likely intending to wash off themselves. When they gaped in astonishment at the scene unfolding behind the curtain, they were filled with outrage. Zheng Quchi froze in place, becoming as still as a quail. She widened her eyes, thinking, what a fraud. Wasn't it said that no one would come? As the men advanced towards her with menacing intent, she glanced at her own scant attire and, disregarding everything, snatched up her thick clothes to cover her head, darting out like a little black mouse. If she ran fast enough, no one would catch her tail. Indeed, the men felt a gust of wind rush past them, and by the time they regained their senses, they could no longer track her retreating figure. Did we just see a woman? Zheng Quchi sprinted 100 meters, her heart racing. To avoid being recognized, she kept the clothes wrapped around her head. She intended to find a secluded spot to quickly dress, but in her panic, she collided with someone. Small of stature, she bounced off him like a feather, while he stood steadfast. Dazed, she shook her head to clear her vision. Her first instinct was to flee, but upon noticing a multitude of shadows at her feet, cold sweat broke out in her palms. Who knew how many people were present before her? The world around her seemed to freeze. She tightened her grip on her clothes, pulling them down in a desperate attempt to conceal her skin. When she had arrived earlier, the street had been deserted. How could it be that as soon as she made a fool of herself, the entire world appeared to observe? What kind of people were these? She thought in exasperation. The person she had bumped into was evidently tall, his imposing figure casting a shadow over her. looking down upon her. Behind him, a cadre of rugged soldiers inhaled sharply, their expressions frozen, including Wei Yao, clad in his formal light armor. In the dimly lit street, where had this woman suddenly emerged from? It seemed she was particularly unfortunate. With so many paths to choose from, she had collided directly with their general. Given the general's temperament, she would surely meet a swift end. Why was it so eerily quiet? They had encountered a woman in such scant attire, racing down the street at midnight, yet none expressed curiosity or inquired. If it were her, she would have been unable to suppress her inner gossiping spirit. So, whom had she so unfortunate to collide with? With a heart pounding like a drum, Zheng Quchi, like an ostrich, could not hold back any longer. She yanked off the cloth from her head, revealing a pair of alert yet innocent eyes, just as she was about to assess the situation. Regardless of whether those she had collided with were human or ghost, she knew she would have to face them eventually. In the next moment, a chilling breeze brushed past her pupils as a heavy cloak, still imbued with warmth, gently draped over her shoulders. As Zheng Quchi, trembling from the cold, found herself enveloped in warmth, she stared blankly into the abyss of darkness before her. Had she been wrapped up? Closing her eyes, Zheng Quchi heard a soft voice, elegant like the sound of a yangqin, causing her to gasp in surprise. Lu Fengmian. She was utterly astonished and wished to catch a glimpse of him, but the cloak enveloped her so tightly that she could not see his face. At that moment, Yuwen Sheng turned his profound gaze, causing the soldiers behind him to tremble in fear, holding their breath as they simultaneously shut their eyes. Though they could not speak or glean further insight, their minds raced with frenzied thoughts. Good heavens, what had they just witnessed? Had the general truly changed? Showing mercy to a woman daring enough to approach him? Brothers, was there truly no one curious about the peculiar woman who had wrapped herself in clothes and fled? It was astonishing that someone had dared to offend their general and yet still lived to tell the tale. Furthermore, he had even given her his precious cloak. A miracle indeed. Once Yuwen Sheng confirmed that the onlookers could see nothing further, his pale, slender fingers brushed against her fragile shoulder. His voice gentle yet laced with an unsettling chill. Who is it? Who did this? At this, Zheng Quchi finally realized that Lu Fengmian had misunderstood her. Amusement washed over her, and, just as she was about to pull off the cloak to explain, he swept her up in his arms, pressing her head firmly against his chest, preventing her from removing the cloak. The rustling of fabric stirred the imaginations of the attentive soldiers, painting various ambiguous scenarios in their minds. They, being keen-eared warriors, needed not behold the scene to understand what the general's body language implied. The general had indeed embraced this woman. Wei Yao was taken aback, his heart racing. At that moment, a bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. Could this woman be the mysterious general's wife? It certainly explained the series of unusual events following their encounter, which starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Though it was offensive and audacious to suggest so, their general was a man of absolute propriety, a guardian of purity, who allowed no one, regardless of gender, near his presence. Yet now he actively offered his cloak, touched another, and embraced someone. Such initiative was beyond their wildest dreams for their general. If he were to relay this incident to Wang Zibang, he would likely be met with disbelief. As Yuwen Sheng carried Zheng Quchi along the chilly stone path beneath the night sky, his expression remained inscrutable behind the mask, yet his voice was soft and gentle, akin to that of a considerate husband. May I speak now? Lu Fengmian, this attire is my own doing. Your own doing? Yuwen Sheng was skeptical. Her disheveled appearance, coupled with her late-night escape, seemed too implausible. How did you manage this? Earlier, I was covered in dust and intended to wash it off, but unexpectedly, I encountered someone at this hour. In a panic, I fled and inadvertently ran into you. Zheng Quchi, until now, had yet to see his face, only hearing his voice. But just his voice soothed her previous fears and anxieties experienced in the dark night. Yet, she had not anticipated that this seemingly gentle man possessed such strength to lift her effortlessly. Yuwen Sheng recalled her earlier mention of seeking work in Fuxian. Could her job involve assisting in a nearby workshop? Reflecting on her earlier appearance, while not precisely feminine, she must have disguised herself as a man to work, and in the midst of cleaning herself, was discovered and forced to flee. From her few words, Yuwen Sheng pieced together the circumstances surrounding her. You have poor eyesight. How did you recognize me earlier? Zheng Quchi queried, intrigued. A loose strand of hair fell from her grasp, brushing against his hand. He casually curled his fingers, replying, I am not blind. This revelation struck Zheng Quchi like a thunderbolt, causing her to straighten in surprise. Not blind. Did that mean he could see? Perhaps due to some special circumstance or sensitivity to light, he needed to cover his eyes. Even without relying on my eyesight, I would still recognize you, he added. Oh, so that is what you meant? She thought, believing him to be uttering romantic sentiments. A sudden impulse led her to ask, weren't you on mission? Yuwen Sheng paused. Countering, who told you that? Zheng Quchi realized her blunder. Asking this question revealed she was aware of his identity and had secretly sought to uncover his whereabouts. I kind of guessed. As expected, Yuwen Sheng was not easily deceived. I don't recall ever disclosing what I do to you. Is that so? She chuckled nervously, her eyes darting as she hastily shifted the subject. Lu Fengyan, thankfully you weren't there that day. What day? The abrupt shift in conversation was unmistakable. Her words seemed to stumble into a minefield. Lu Fengyan, where are you taking me? She finally opted for the safest question. I still have some matters to attend to. Then I shall escort you home. Home? No, I must return to Gishaling. Lu Fengyan, I have pressing matters. I cannot go home yet. In her haste, she seized the opportunity to yank the cloak away, wishing to speak with him face to face and convey her resolve. Yuwen Sheng reacted swiftly, removing his mask and concealing it behind him, but he had no time to cover his eyes. Fortunately, he was clad in civilian attire, and the dimness of the night, coupled with the faint moonlight, obscured the intricate patterns of his luxurious robe. Thus, for the first time, Zheng Quchi fully beheld his visage. When he was devoid of the eye covering, his appearance seemed to ascend several levels of allure. It was as if a refined gentleman had suddenly discarded his glasses, revealing a pair of captivating, profound eyes, transforming from handsome to an idol of the masses. She swore she was not a superficial person. Yet who could resist the allure of beauty, especially when it belonged to the husband she had vowed to reclaim? At that moment, she unabashedly expressed her admiration. Lu Fengyan, you are truly handsome. Following her heartfelt compliment, she felt it lacked specificity and added, especially those 2 vermilion birthmarks at the corners of your eyes. They are particularly striking. Forgive her for her lack of eloquence. Despite believing myriad beautiful adjectives could adorn his face, she could only summarize it with a simple handsome. Yuwen Sheng closed his eyes. His ethereal beauty accentuated as he turned his face slightly, his lips curving into a smile. Those are not birthmarks. They are called phoenix tears. What are phoenix tears? Zheng Quchi inquired, having never heard of such a thing. Yuwen Sheng's lashes fluttered like butterfly wings, the crimson spots glistening with an almost seductive allure as he spoke with a deepening smile. They are a curse, a calamity, a manifestation of evil. Zheng Quchi's heart tightened at his words. What nonsense! Were 2 birthmarks truly considered superstitious? She could not agree. They're neither a curse nor a calamity. Hearing her naive rebuttal, Yuwen Sheng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the dark night. What do you know? Her perception of him has always been astute. She sensed that at this moment, he was engulfed in extreme turmoil, akin to a balloon gradually inflating, on the verge of bursting at any critical point. In a moment of impulsiveness, she reached out to embrace his neck, gazing earnestly into his eyes as she declared, "This is hereditary. If one side of your parents possesses it, then you do too. If they do not, yet you do, it may be a pigment mole, a condition formed by mole cells." Perhaps others with a flair for the arts could have articulated a more poignant explanation, but she lacked such eloquence. As a civil engineering student, she embodied the properties of earth and wood, relying solely on factual evidence to persuade. Yuwen Sheng might have been waiting for her to articulate something more profound, but he never anticipated that after her cryptic ramblings, her ultimate conclusion would be, "He was ill. You say I have an illness?" He replied, a smile dancing on his lips. While it was true that she was not a medical student, her former roommate in medicine had shared such trivial knowledge. Yes, it was a condition, but it was painless and would not affect his health. "Do you not believe me? I have it too," she proclaimed boldly, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a small red mole on the inner side of her arm. "You see, I have a phoenix tear as well. Does that mean I am a calamity too? If so, let me join you in being a calamity." She resolutely aligned herself with him. Yuwen Sheng did not mind her nonsensical chatter, but when she vowed to accompany him regardless, and even presented her so-called evidence, he chuckled. His eyes narrowed with genuine delight. He knew Zheng Quchi was blissfully unaware of the true meaning and origin of the phoenix tear. His mood fluctuated, just moments before. He had a morbid curiosity to see her frightened expression, yet now he hesitated to reveal the truth for fear of scaring her. Your promises seem to come so easily. What if you were to retract them in the future? What then? Yuwen appeared to ponder seriously, troubled by the future. Retract? Isn't that behavior typical of scoundrels? She believed every word she uttered was sincere, devoid of the circumstances he alluded to. Moreover, she felt she had not made any grave promises. I am not a frivolous person. What I say, I will do without regret. When he met her unwavering gaze, her eyes sparkled like stars, lacking any hint of evasion or peculiarity, radiating pure trust and affection. He whispered softly, I feel the same. Zheng Quchi grinned broadly, unabashedly responding, then we are quite compatible. The moment she uttered those words, she froze, and after a brief silence, Yuwen tilted his head and smiled at her like a blooming magnolia, his lips rippling with gentleness, exuding warmth. You are right. She found it difficult to confront his face, suddenly turning to inquire about the people who had been following him. Was there someone behind you? They are following behind, but you cannot see them. The notion of being followed, yet unseen, sent a chill down her spine. Moreover, it was late at night, and he led a group of people. It couldn't merely be for moon-gazing strolls. Zheng Quchi belatedly realized he might be on a mission. Do you have urgent matters to attend to? Yes. Then please set me down. You go about your business, and I shall return on my own. He queried. Where will you go? Back to continue pretending to be a man, to labor. Unable to conjure a legitimate excuse to extricate herself, Yuwen ultimately took her to the Four Directions Guild. Nestled between green tiles and red walls, the protruding eaves underscored its esteemed value. The high-flying signboard and the intricately adorned yellow lanterns lining the roadside transformed this small area of Fuxian into a veritable treasure trove, bustling with nightlife. Bountiful carriages filled with fragrant wares. This is a gathering place for merchants. Zheng Quchi curiously gazed around since her arrival in Fuxian. She had worn coarse clothing and resided in the most basic of earthen dwellings, interacting only with peasants or craftsmen. She had seldom encountered so many affluent individuals at once. Yuwen's presence did not attract much attention. After setting Zheng Quchi down, he draped a cloak over her head, both to ward off the chill and to shield her from prying eyes. Wait for me in the side room. He took her small hand, donned his Shura mask, and proceeded through the main entrance. Those who passed by him appeared terrified, pausing to kneel in reverence before being silenced by a finger placed to his lips, his narrowed eyes warning them to hush. Although Zheng Quchi could not see, she sensed that many were present, yet it was peculiar. Wherever Lu Fengmian led her, the lively chatter that had filled the air moments before abruptly ceased, creating an unsettling stillness that left her bewildered. Those shadows cast upon the ground, once elongated and intermingled, now seemed to shrink and huddle low as they passed by. What were they doing? Had they crouched? Or knelt? Why had they fallen silent? Unable to see, she relied solely on her hearing to navigate the environment. Yet, the once vibrant Four Directions Guild now felt eerily still, as if time itself had come to a halt. Lu Fengmian? She squeezed his fingers, calling to him. Yuwen deduced that she had sensed something amiss, prompting her anxious summons. A Taiyuan official has arrived, he stated. A Taiyuan official? The capital of Yi State is Taiyuan. Typically, those who serve there belong to the central administration. Local officials and gentry would exhibit various forms of reverence. It seemed somewhat normal, but there was an element of excessive reverence bordering on a chilling silence. Simultaneously, another oddity nagged at her. While others might prostrate themselves before a Taiyuan official, why did Lu Fengmian remain so composed? Could it be that serving under Yuwen afforded him such disregard for the mundane? She was led by Yuwen to an elegant parlor in the east wing, where a folding screen adorned with motifs of flowers and birds stood behind her. He settled Zheng Quchi behind it and sent for a new set of exquisite garments. The dress was strikingly beautiful. Zheng Quchi was unsure of its name, but it resembled a RU skirt complete with long trousers, a shawl, and half sleeves. It was a complex ensemble. She examined it briefly, appreciating its beauty, but lost interest and set it aside. Had she ever seen a craftsman donning a dress to move stones, especially one as lavish as this? She suspected her husband of being somewhat extravagant, purchasing such ostentatious attire for her. Given their current circumstances, Their funds should be allocated to more practical matters. She had no need for such flamboyant embellishments at this stage. In her previous life, she had worn countless beautiful garments. Her perspective and experiences refined amidst the glitz and glamour. Thus, she could be both haughty and humble, depending solely on her inner resilience and confidence. Observing Lu Fengyan seated in the main position of the parlor, his back to her, she speculated that he might be a guest official of Yuwen. Wei Yao had mentioned that Lu Fengyan was assigned task. Based on her years of experience, those on official business generally earned more than those in regular positions. Thinking of Lu Fengyan's impaired vision and his diligence in earning money for her household, she felt invigorated. She, too, could not afford to be complacent. She needed to plan and develop her career, aspiring to the day when she could provide for the family, allowing Lu Fengyan to enjoy a life of beauty at home. In the main hall, a procession of opulently dressed merchants entered. Zheng Quchi showed little interest in the political negotiations before her. Additionally, she was mindful of her other identity. If she were to glean too many secrets about Yuwen and his associates from Lu Fengyan, her role as a covert agent for the Mo family could be exposed one day, potentially causing him considerable trouble. Hence, she swiftly donned male attire, tied her damp hair into a bun at the top of her head, and hurriedly applied makeup before the copper mirror to alter her appearance. After leaving a note for Lu Fengyan with charcoal on the table, she wrapped herself in his cloak, pulling up the hood to conceal her face, and quietly slipped out through the back door. Yuwen's appearance in the workshops on Westry of Fuxian was indeed for a matter of great importance. He had come to summon the affluent gentry of the 7 continents, solely to discuss the vast quantities of rice needed for the construction of city walls. Not only was a substantial quantity required, but also financial resources. This was a customary practice among officials. When the government faced difficulties in raising funds, they would convene wealthy gentry from various counties for discussions, either coercing or enticing them to shoulder the financial burden. Generally, such matters were handled by the county magistrate or other civil officials. Yet the wealthy gentry in the border regions of Yegua were rather formidable. They held the magistrate in contempt, having contributed a considerable amount in taxes annually to ensure the financial balance of the national treasury. They presumed that the court could only speak softly to them, unable to enforce any harsh measures. Thus, under these circumstances, Yuwen personally stepped in. Once Wei Yao had inspected the surrounding security and arranged for protection, he returned to Yuwen's side. As Yuwen's close guard, he stood not far from the screen, typically maintaining a disciplined gaze, like a cunning fox, suppressing any signs of disturbance with the fierce gaze of a predator. Yet at this moment, while on duty, his mind wandered, and he found himself unable to resist the curiosity about the woman he suspected to be the general's wife. What was she truly like? Was she as beautiful as a celestial being or possessed of unparalleled wisdom? Surely, someone who captured the general's attention could not be ordinary. He discreetly shifted his gaze again, attempting to catch a glimpse of the person behind the screen, hoping to glean some clues through the veil of silk. But to his dismay, he confirmed that the woman the general had just carried back to the warm chamber was nowhere to be seen. Unable to contain his excitement, he disregarded the presence of others and reported, "General, the lady is missing." Upon hearing this, Yuwen sprang to his feet. He swiftly rounded the screen, and indeed, Zheng Quchi had vanished. He noticed a line of charcoal scribbled on the table's edge. "Lu Fengyan, I have left, do not worry. I shall return home once I am finished." Additionally, she had sketched a peach-shaped symbol beside her words. During the earlier negotiations with the gentry, Yuwen had restrained his bloodthirsty impulses out of consideration for Zheng Quchi, but now, upon turning back, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes, dark as ink, harbored a profound shadow, and a grim smile crept across his lips, emanating a chilling aura that spread like a dark cloud. To the people of Yegua, they might still hold some value for survival, but to him, the moment they refused his demands, there was no longer any necessity for their continued existence. "Should you all unexpectedly perish tonight, I could easily label your deaths as treason, and your substantial estates would naturally be surrendered to the court." His voice, once gentle and melodious, now resonated with an ominous tone, sending shivers down the spines of the previously arrogant gentry, who had been making all sorts of excuses to avoid contributing. They quaked in fear, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Indeed, the phrase "actions speak louder than words" aptly described Yuwen. Initially, they had relied on their status as significant taxpayers in Yegua to refuse to fund the wall's construction, preferring to selfishly protect their own lands and businesses. However, after Yuwen decisively executed a leading figure, the bloody scene served as a wake-up call for the others. They realized that this man was not merely a magistrate concerned with the greater good, but a ruthless executioner. Indeed, the iron-fisted approach proved far more effective with merchants than any policy of appeasement. As fear gripped them, they understood that Yuwen was not jesting. He was genuinely prepared to cleanse the gentry with blood. They hastily declared their willingness to cooperate. After all, when faced with the threat of death, losing some wealth seemed trivial. Wei Yao, observing from the side, couldn't help but express his astonishment. It wasn't merely because the general had swiftly subdued the arrogant gentry, but because he had deliberately referred to the general's wife, testing the waters. And the general's immediate reaction confirmed her identity without a doubt. It was clear that the woman was indeed the general's wife. Initially, the general had engaged in a battle of wits with the slippery gentry, suppressing his violent tendencies in an effort to adhere to customary diplomacy. Yet, once his wife had departed, he had unmasked his true nature. At that moment, an absurd yet persistent thought took root in Wei Yao's mind. If one day the general were to completely lose his sanity, becoming a merciless slaughterer who recognized no kin, perhaps only his wife could restrain him. Zheng Quchi, traversing the darkened streets alone, felt a twinge of anxiety. She hurriedly ran to the exquisitely crafted archway. Wei Yao had mentioned that he had sent someone to wait for her there. Looking up, she soon spotted a soldier holding a horse, his demeanor subdued, standing by the vertical stone pillar of the archway. "Hello, I'm Wei," she greeted. Upon hearing her voice, the soldier turned to face her. Zheng Quchi's tone rose in pitch as she recognized him. "Qiu?" Qiu, unfazed, nodded. "Yes, it's me. What brings you here?" Zheng Quchi's small face scrunched up in discontent and weariness. His appearance signified that trouble might be looming again. "Dambian sent me for you." He handed her a cloth-wrapped object that seemed quite weighty. "Your crossbow." Upon hearing Dambian's name, Zheng Quchi immediately understood the purpose of his visit. "Is the assassination plan all set?" "Yes." "What should I do?" "We'll create opportunities for you to eliminate Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao. The precise time and place are still uncertain, but it should be within the next 3 days. If you fail or are discovered, what will happen to me?" Qiu, hearing her calm inquiry, exhaled deeply. After a long pause, he replied in a hushed voice, "If they do not die, it will be you who pays the price." End of chapter. Chapter 67. Authority's inquiry. After listening to Qiu's words, Zheng Quchi remained silent for a long time. Her mind was filled with thoughts of the 108 heroes who were forced to rebel, the knife of patience pressing down upon her, the oppression too great. When honest people are pushed to their limits, they can become a source of catastrophe. She looked up, forcing a smile, albeit a twisted one. "It seems that to preserve my life, I must be willing to sacrifice those two inconsequential individuals. If you don't wish to smile, then don't," she thought. In the dark, it almost resembled a vengeful spirit demanding retribution. Seeing her discomfort, Qiu, though well-meaning, struggled to find the right words to alleviate her troubled heart. After pressing his lips together, he offered her his utmost assurance. "As long as you have not betrayed the Mo family, I will always protect you." His words carried a hint of foreboding, but Zheng Quchi paid little heed to such details. She thought to herself, given their lowly status as mere foot soldiers within the Mo family, who could possibly protect whom? Deep within her heart, she harbored disbelief. Yet her countenance betrayed no sign of it. She merely replied, with a perfunctory assurance, "Rest assured, I have no desire to be pursued by the Mo family, so I shall not act recklessly." Qiu discerned that Zheng Quchi held no affection for the Mo family, even exhibiting a certain aversion. Each encounter seemed to elicit an involuntary display of impatience and repulsion. Qiu felt a pang of hurt. He wished to assert that the Mo family was one entity, while he was another. Yet, in the end, he lacked the courage to defend himself, merely murmuring, "Allow me to escort you home." Upon mentioning this matter, Zheng Quchi suddenly inquired, "Why are you here? Have you ingratiated yourself with Wei Yao?" Qiu shook his head. "No, Wei Yao is both cautious and astute. Everyone who remains by his side has been thoroughly vetted. Ordinary people cannot approach him." This implied that the individual sent by Wei Yao to escort her home was not Qiu. "Then what of that soldier? Did you kill him?" Qiu shot her a displeased look. "I never kill without cause, aside from my missions." At this, Zheng Quchi breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing Chio's irritation stemming from her misunderstanding, she began to entertain the thought that perhaps he was not beyond redemption. She ventured to negotiate. Chio, if Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao truly lack the capability to repair the city walls, must we still eliminate them? Chio candidly replied, whether we can or should kill is not ours to decide. Zheng Quchi grasped the situation fully. Indeed, the true mastermind was that individual named Chu Shi, who commanded them. These mere pawns to destroy the walls at any cost. The motive behind such actions eluded her. Was it personal vendetta or the interests of nations? To whom does the Mo family owe its allegiance? She asked. Chio affirmed, the Mo family does not belong to any nation, yet its disciples hail from various lands. This statement intrigued her, prompting Zheng Quchi to ponder further. If the Mo family truly refrained from meddling in the disputes of nations, why then did they relentlessly pursue the trivial matters of each country? She understood that every organization was founded with a specific goal to achieve. Although she remained unaware of the Mo family's ultimate aim, she could surmise that it diverged significantly from the spirit of peace and chivalry she recognized in the Mo family of her own world. A glance at their commands revealed that they revolved around certain interests and conspiracies. After escorting Zheng Quchi back to Ghost-Car Ridge, Chio mysteriously vanished once more. However, before his departure, he assured her that upon fabricating a new identity, he could accompany her openly next time. Zheng Quchi expressed her indifference to this prospect. Chio had given her a substantial quiver that was impractical to bring back to the shantytown, so she concealed the packaged weapon in the mountains, burying it in a distinguishable earthen mound. Once she concluded her tasks, the dawn light began to break. Observing this, she let out a long sigh. She had been as busy as a whirlwind, with scarcely a moment to rest her eyes, and now she was compelled to join the laborers' brigade, embarking on yet another round of digging. Tasked with excavation and surrounded by seasoned craftsmen, she seized the opportunity to inquire, "Elder brother, do you know where I might find cold waterstone gypsum?" Some had never heard the term, while others recognized it by chance. "Oh, that? It seems to be sold in the market, though few have any use for it. Occasionally, it is purchased by pharmacies." Zheng Quchi's eyes sparkled. This was precisely what she sought. Gypsum served not only as an industrial material, but also as a traditional Chinese medicine with anti-inflammatory and sedative properties. She posed a crucial question: is it expensive? Raw stone is not particularly costly, but there is little supply and fewer sellers, came the reply. This was exactly what she needed. If it were indeed available in the market, she planned to seek it out during her time off. If all went well, she could concoct a rudimentary form of cement within a few days. At noon, it was time for the collective meal break. Unlike other labor sites, where workers were provided with only one meal a day, many craftsmen throughout history had perished from overwork and hunger. Fortunately, in Fujian, they received 2 substantial meals. Zheng Quchi approached the stone quarry's food stall, collecting 2 mixed grain steam buns, and squatted down like the other craftsmen to eat. Under such conditions of outdoor labor, lacking tables and chairs, the environment remained raw and unrefined. She was unperturbed by the quality of food. What mattered was that it filled her stomach, a habit cultivated from her past experiences in remote projects. However, the mixed grain buns were made entirely from coarse grains, devoid of finer flour to balance the dryness. After steaming, they turned out exceedingly dry, crumbling into powder with each bite, leaving her to struggle to swallow without water. Xiao sang, "You're impressive. How can you eat 2 of these?" A bystander remarked in surprise. Zheng Quchi tirelessly munched on her bun, producing a series of crunching sounds. "One isn't enough. I'm still growing." Their hearts swelled with pity as they cast sympathetic glances at her short stature. Knowing her capable nature spared her from ridicule, replacing mockery with words of comfort. In truth, being taller was of little merit. Look at how many of us combined are still not as strong as you. Indeed, being short has its advantages, at least if the sky falls. There is a tall one to hold it up. If you can't offer comfort, then kindly remain silent. Thank you. Zheng Quchi glared at them with her expressive eyes. "All of you are tall and robust. How could you possibly understand my feelings?" As Zheng Quchi neared another outburst over her height, the group burst into laughter and feigned surprise. "Look, Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao have arrived." Following their pointing fingers, Zheng Quchi stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse. Indeed, it was Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao at the quarry. They were no longer the timid figures they had been before Yuwen Shang, now standing tall with an air of indifference and arrogance as they conferred with a foreman Zheng Quchi recognized. At that moment, Muku turned his head and, amidst a throng of burly laborers, spotted her instantly. It was not difficult, akin to a stunted black beauty amidst a field of green melons. Anyone with sight could discern the difference. Noticing her wide-eyed expression, akin to a simpleton from a wealthy family, he beckoned her over. Zheng Quchi glanced around. The others, sensing the shift in atmosphere, quickly vacated the space, leaving her isolated like an island. Realizing she could not evade him, she pointed to herself. And only when Muku nodded did she hastily shove the remaining bun into her mouth and slowly approach. When Muku saw her, a smile graced his face as he introduced her to Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao. This is Xiao Sang, the creator of the earth-lifting tool. She might be able to assist you this time as well. Zheng Quchi was taken aback. Was Muku truly intending to recommend her? Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao, hands clasped behind their backs, scrutinized her with furrowed brows as if they might crush a fly. Disdain was evident in their expressions. Where did this little coal ball come from? A man remarked. Not only does she look dark and unattractive, but she is also short and frail, truly a calamity. Who let such a rat droppings into waste time? Yet, this little coal seemed oddly familiar. Mu, please stop joking. Even if she has some ideas and fortuitously crafted the earth-lifting tool, we're not engaged in carpentry, but rather in city defense construction. Seeing their skepticism, Muku elaborated. The earth-lifting tool, in essence, is designed for lifting heavy loads. If she were to modify it, it could greatly facilitate construction and fortification efforts. Muku's line of thought aligned with Zheng Quchi's, demonstrating his aptitude as a foreman. Yet, there are always fools in high positions who act tyrannically, believing themselves to be wise. Yuan Sui scoffed. You make it sound simple, but how will it withstand the pressure in treacherous terrain? How will it maneuver through rugged slopes and shifting stones? The earthenware you possess is only fit for digging soil and moving mud. Any attempt at more heavy-duty work would only serve to bring ridicule. Muku found himself at the receiving end of a scathing rebuke, his face flushing with embarrassment and humiliation, yet he could not conjure a solution at that moment. Zheng Quchi was known to be merciless towards two types of people, those who dare to bully her family and those who revel in being publicly humiliated. Particularly, Yuan Sui, with his haughty demeanor, believed himself to be the only intelligent one among fools. A decisive voice interrupted the exchange between Yuan Sui and the engineer Muku. Turning to Zheng Quchi, Muku's expression faltered, while Yuan Sui wore a look of disdain and mockery. Zheng Quchi continued, asserting that this was a matter that could be resolved easily with a few modifications to the original design. Modify? How? Yuan Sui regarded her, as if she were a simpleton. Little did he know, Zheng Quchi returned his gaze, equally incredulous. By adding wheels to the base for ease of transport, lengthening the poles for better reach, and thickening them to enhance weight capacity. Every problem has a solution. Your words may sound simple, but do you comprehend that machinery operates on a delicate balance? Do you think we are amateurs to be trifled with? The laughter in her voice at his words was palpable. Who, indeed, was the one being trifled with? Had it not been for Yuwen Shang personally overseeing the project, the walls they constructed would likely have crumbled to dust without any enemy intervention. She regarded the two artisans, celebrated by the county, yet rarely seen, and suddenly posed a question. Do you know how long it takes for mud mixed with glutinous rice to solidify in this damp winter weather so that we can remove the supports? What quantity is necessary for an adequate bond without excessive waste? And if we run out of glutinous rice before the walls are finished, do we have alternatives? Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao were momentarily taken aback by her serious inquiry. What relevance did her questions hold? They had not even considered using glutinous rice as a binding agent. Zheng Quchi's sudden assertiveness left them dumbfounded, their minds racing to comprehend how this humble carpenter could discern the intricacies of their plans. She concluded with a poignant remark. You have ideas, but no practical experience. Who, then, is truly being deceived? Yuan Sui's frustration was evident in his venomous glare, while Yin Xiao, more composed, interjected, You speak with conviction. Do you truly know this method? Of course, she replied, though she would not divulge her knowledge to these irresponsible leaders. I am but a humble stone worker, adept only in moving stones and digging ditches. How could I possibly grasp the nuances of your misguided approach? Muku, initially trembling with fear, began to admire Zheng Quchi's incisive logic as she deftly subdued Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao with her expertise. He couldn't help but smile, thinking, well done. Little Black or Little Sangzi. Yuan Sui, his face twitching with anger, retorted, if you don't understand, then why did you just say? Zheng Quchi interrupted him, her sharp brown eyes glinting with mischief. Shouldn't you be asking the one who taught you these methods? This statement struck like thunder in the ears of Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao, their expressions shifting abruptly. They scanned the area, noticing others discreetly avoiding their gaze, hastily retreating to avoid trouble, before turning their shocked eyes back to Zheng Quchi. Had they stumbled upon a fortune-teller? How could she possibly know everything? Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao found themselves entangled in a web of absurdity, unable to counter her assertions, their silence only deepening the tension. Just as they prepared to confront her further, a voice broke through the deadlock. I taught them. Who? This voice belonged to someone unfamiliar to Zheng Quchi. She turned her head, past Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao, to see a man in a blue robe approaching with a measured grace. His hair was neatly tied with a hairpin, adorned with no extraneous embellishments, yet his attire shimmered like silk, draped with a fox fur coat that caught the gentle winter light, exuding a faint, ethereal chill. Zheng Quchi recognized him instantly. He was the man she had unearthed from beneath the stones. Though she had not closely examined his features then, now she took in his refined appearance. Masterly, Mu Ku exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before concealing his surprise and stepping forward to greet him. You are still injured. Why have you come? Zheng Quchi had always found it curious that Masterly had not been formally introduced despite his evident respect from Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao. What significance did he hold in this project? His demeanor was regal, and he acknowledged greetings with a slight nod, turning his gaze to Zheng Quchi with a softened expression. Sang Xianqing, is that your name? Called out in public, she met his gaze, feeling an instinctual caution despite his seemingly kind demeanor. Yes, I have met Masterly, she replied, mirroring the formality of those around her. Masterly seemed taken aback by her response. You saved my life, so you need not be so formal with me. His tone grew gentler, recalling her vibrant confidence in their earlier discussion, a stark contrast to her current reserved demeanor. Etiquette must not be disregarded. She lowered her gaze and appeared quite refined now. It wasn't that she didn't understand how to feign modesty. Rather, at times, she was simply too weary to maintain the decorum expected of a scholar. After all, her chosen profession involved interacting with a group of burly craftsmen, where formalities like greetings and thanks were commonplace, and the path was too mundane to resonate with rough men. Yet, to avoid entangling herself with this troublesome individual, she resolved to maintain her facade, keeping a safe distance. Li Shi, didn't He just mention that I taught them? Dangerous. Was this man perhaps plotting a trap that she had inadvertently stumbled upon? Zheng Quchi made a swift decision. The lunch break is nearly over. I must return to work. With that, she nimbly stepped back, head down, and prepared to flee. However, to her dismay, Li Shi, like a persistent piece of sticky candy, brushed past the others and quickly followed her. She huffed and quickened her pace, underestimating the extraordinary stamina cultivated by the laboring class. But in the next moment, Li Shi's calm remark caused her to falter. Sang Xianqing, I know you are a woman. She abruptly turned around, her face a picture of shock as if her secret had been unraveled. Finding no one around, she rushed forward, covering his mouth and dragging him to a secluded spot. With a fierce expression, she demanded, What do you want from me? Why are you pursuing me? Her voice was urgent and low, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. Li Shi pulled her hand away, observing the fire in her eyes that betrayed the false politeness beneath, and finally appeared satisfied. Do you understand city defense works? He inquired. Zheng Quchi, in a sudden burst of impulse, retorted, baring her teeth like a cornered dog. What are you trying to do? You and T want me to reveal that you are deliberately leading them to failure, would you? Although every choice seemed correct, their combination had led to a grievous mistake. Li Shi candidly acknowledged yes. She had anticipated him to deny or evade, but his honesty caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Why? Because he clearly did not wish for the fortifications in Fuxian County to proceed smoothly. Zheng Quchi was thoroughly astonished by his candor. Could it be that he was under some spell, compelled to answer truthfully to any inquiry posed to him? She scrutinized him, probing further. Why? To her surprise, it seemed that he was more than willing to share the precise answers to her queries. Because of Yuwen. Why? No. Why do you answer me so sincerely? Zheng Quchi was utterly perplexed. If he intended to deceive her, there was no need. She was hardly a person of significance. He could simply choose not to respond. Yet he opted to fabricate a narrative to gain her trust. His subsequent revelation further astonished Zheng Quchi. Because I know you wouldn't expose me. Huh? Zheng Quchi felt her rebellious spirit igniting. What gives you the right to assume that? Because before I divulged this deadly secret, I happened to learn one of your major secrets as well, Li Shi replied. Zheng Quchi suddenly realized he had mentioned knowing she was a woman. She had not anticipated that in saving someone, she had inadvertently revealed her identity. Their previous encounter had been so brief that it was easy to surmise that he had discovered her secret during the chaos of a rescue. The situation had been urgent and tumultuous, and she had not considered how he had deduced her identity. Had she hesitated or slowed down, she might not have lived to tell the tale. I'm a mere nobody. My gender is inconsequential. Yet you gamble my silence on such a significant secret. Isn't that rather reckless? Zheng Quchi began to seriously contemplate how to leverage this information against him. You possess no substantial evidence. Even if you were to report me, it would be you who suffers if I deny it, Li Shi asserted earnestly. Zheng Quchi found herself at a loss for words. His reasoning was undeniably sound. At that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of the edge of his undergarment while he was adjusting his sleeve, where a faint purple thread seemed to be embroidered with a character. It resembled a symbol, perhaps a badge. She had never seen it before, but in a flash, she recalled something that Shan Bian had once said. She blurted out, "Are you a disciple of Gongshu?" Li Shi's expression froze momentarily, yet he did not display any hostility, only asking, "What makes you say that?" His lack of denial felt like an implicit confirmation. Zheng Quchi mused, "Because I caught a glimpse of the emblem embroidered on your undergarment, while hidden indeed. Had she not wrestled with him earlier, she might never have discovered it." Mentioning the Gongshu family brought to mind the long-standing rivalry with the Mo family. She was uncertain about the extent of their animosity, but she knew it was significant, prompting a daring thought. She altered her demeanor, addressing Li Shi in a pleasant tone. "Li Shi, could you assist me with a favor?" Li Shi observed her without revealing his thoughts, responding with equal courtesy. What favor? Seeing that he remained unfazed whether she unveiled his plot or exposed his identity. She began to ponder the depth of his cunning. Regardless, the stronger he was, the more he could assist her now. With a frown, she let her genuine emotions surface, unmasking her inner turmoil. "Recently, I have been threatened. I am unsure of their identities, but they are forcing me." Thus, Zheng Quchi vividly recounted to Li Shi her predicament, conveying the essence of her situation. An innocent craftsman, her, was coerced by dark forces, led by Chu Shi and his ilk, to commit murder. Resistance would lead to dire consequences, yet she struggled internally, unwilling to harm the innocent, thus seeking his help. As for the nature of the threats, she left it vague, omitting the specifics. After listening to her plight, Li Shi's expression remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of skepticism towards her truthfulness. "I will help you investigate their background. You need not worry," he assured her. At his words, Zheng Quchi felt a wave of relief wash over her. She envisioned that once he uncovered the connection to the Mo family, the two factions would turn against each other, ideally resulting in the dangerous criminals behind the city's defense project being apprehended by Yuwen and thrown into the county jail. Zheng Quchi was determined to sever ties with these malevolent forces and draw a clear line. Initially, she had considered directly informing Yuwen. However, she hesitated, fearing that if he discovered she was both a spy for the Jilu kingdom and a traitor sent by the Mo family, he might deem her too capable and eliminate her once the threat was neutralized. Seeing his willingness to assist, she decided to lay everything bare. "I did save you before, but I never intended to demand repayment. Now that you have sought me out, if you feel indebted to me, let us consider this matter settled, and no further debts exist between us." Li Shi's expression remained inscrutable, as if he wore a mask of stoicism, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of emotion. He did not respond to her declaration. Instead, he posed another question. "Why do you disguise yourself as a man to repair the city walls?" That question was easy to answer. For money. Li Shi accepted this, for he had previously investigated some of her background. "If it's for money, I hear you are skilled in woodworking, and your pottery is commendable. Coincidentally, the Jilu Kingdom's Craftsmen's Association will hold its triennial meeting in early spring. Why not accompany me to participate?" Li Shi was already planning an alternative path for her. He understood that Fuxian County was on the brink of crisis. With the nest in disarray, how could the eggs remain intact? Thus, he was paving a retreat for her, ensuring that at the very least, he would safeguard her. What association? She inquired, intrigued. The Zheng Craftsmen Association convenes every 3 years, inviting artisans from 7 nations to participate. The participants are all skilled craftsmen from various regions, regardless of their social status, and those whose works are selected will receive appropriate remuneration. How much? She instinctively inquired. The mention of the Kingdom of Daye instantly reminded her of Moyen, which in turn evoked memories of the tumultuous love and hatred between him and Zheng Quchi. Thus, despite recognizing the authority and benefits of this association's competition, she felt a twinge of reluctance. 1 gold for the initial selection. 1 gold for initial selection. Is it really that much? Her jaw dropped in astonishment. The initial selection earns 1 gold, and if one triumphs in the semifinals, the final victor can receive a sum equivalent to the cost of building a city. A city? Poor souls cannot bear to hear such things. The mere mention of it brings tears of longing. I want to participate. She inhaled sharply, dismissing all her prior concerns with a wave of her hand. She thought, in comparison to the pursuit of wealth, what love or hatred could not be forgotten with a smile. Yet, who is the organizer? The Kingdom of Daye. Could it be Moyen? Li Shi gazed into her eyes and uttered a name. Gongshu Jiru. Zheng Quchi was momentarily taken aback. Who do you mean? Have you heard of him? She had not only heard of him, but had the fortune to meet him once. However, he had been swathed in thick layers, resembling a great white bear, so she did not see his face. She realized that formidable figures today place great importance on their privacy, much like Yuwen Sheng, whom she had encountered several times, but had always seen masked by a fearsome visage, leaving her curious about his true appearance. I've heard, but never seen, she added, attempting to downplay her knowledge. I see. What is your opinion of him? Li Shi seemed keen on her perspective. Opinion? Zheng Quchi pondered before responding candidly. Wealthy, very wealthy. Li Shi. He questioned himself, pondering whether his greatest merit was indeed his wealth, or is it merely that in her eyes, Gongshu Jiru's organization of the Zheng Craftsmen Association was solely viewed through the lens of affluence? In a chapter 69, sending off the MO family, so, will you accompany me? Li Shi asked her directly. Zheng Quchi had mentioned her intention to participate in the Zheng Craftsmen Association, but had not explicitly stated she would go with him. She had assumed he would not notice this detail, yet he had already anticipated it, leaving her no chance to be vague. She looked skyward. I don't even qualify as a craftsman. You possess wooden artifacts from earthworks, recognized by the authorities as contributions to the ongoing city wall construction. If you wish to be rated, it should be quite straightforward. This was the first time Zheng Quchi had heard such a claim. Where can I get this rating? There should be a relevant craftsmen's association in the county. Tomorrow is a rest day. I can accompany you. Li Shi invited her. Zheng Quchi lowered her head. I don't have that intention at the moment. During their brief interactions, Li Shi had already discerned one of her few weaknesses. He spoke gently. If you obtain a rating, you could at least achieve a master craftsman level. If your wooden artifact gains widespread recognition and a renowned craftsman vouches for you, you might even qualify directly as a first-level apprentice. A first-level apprentice? Wouldn't that be a significant leap? Zheng Quchi was astonished. Initially, Qin Gong had been a first-level apprentice, having produced the renowned Qixing set table, which had once sold out entirely, thus earning such a rating. Her earthware had indeed been produced in large quantities by the craftsman officials, but had only been utilized for transporting earth. Her influence up to this point remained largely unnoticed. I believe you can, Li Shi asserted confidently. Zheng Quchi avoided his gaze, but I've been quite busy lately. Li Shi continued, if you become a craftsman, the next time the county recruits artisans, you will receive special privileges, including access to rare materials not available on the market and a monthly salary. Are you sure you won't give it a try? Zheng Quchi's eyes widened with each word. Could there truly be such advantages in artisan ratings? Why had she never heard of this before? She promptly declared, no matter how busy I am, I can always squeeze out some time. Tomorrow seems perfect. I would appreciate your guidance. Li Shi was not surprised by her change of heart, calmly observing, it's a trivial matter. I will come to fetch you tomorrow. Initially, Zheng Quchi had arranged to go with Li Shi to the county for her rating the following day, but ultimately she did not go, as Dan Bien had assigned her an assassination task that night. Time noon. Location, on the mountain ridge. Meanwhile, she was restricted by Dan Bien. required to remain with him throughout the night until dawn. Dan Bien was serious as he outlined the mission. At noon tomorrow, Ran Sui and Yin Xiao will be mixing mud at the quarry. The guards must be dispersed to prevent interference or spying. You should find a place to hide, and when the time is right, follow my instructions to eliminate them. Understood. She readily agreed. Dan Bien paused for a moment, regarding her with newfound interest. Why are you so eager today? Is this eagerness? She reflected on her past self, shrugging helplessly. I simply realized that unnecessary pretense should be cast aside. After all, I am an assassin. Dan Bien no longer doubted her resolve. He casually informed her, once we eliminate those two nuisances, we will proceed to blow up the city foundation, completely thwarting Fuxian's plans to restore the wall. Blow up? With what? Zheng Quchi was taken aback. Dan Bien found her reaction somewhat embarrassing for the Mo family. Black powder. Haven't you seen it before? Black powder? She had indeed never encountered this substance called black powder. How powerful is it? She asked curiously. Dan Bien raised his chin. You'll know when the time comes. We've been preparing for days. Once the troops arrive tomorrow, we will ignite it together, and you will witness the formidable power of our specially crafted black powder. The troops will come tomorrow? That's wonderful. However, she wondered how different this black powder was from modern explosives. Yet, she understood that once it exploded, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous commotion, impossible to conceal. She pursued the matter, but such a loud noise, if it attracts the guards, how will we escape? You need not worry. Once we ignite the black powder, chaos will ensue. We will then blend into the craftsmen's ranks and look for an opportunity to flee. That's a good plan. Where will you ignite the black powder? And what will be my role? You need not concern yourself. We are a total of 7, including the troops, and can handle all ignition points. We will be in the relatively concealed pine forest area. Just stay alert for any movements and be ready to assist. Oh, having gathered the entire plan, Zheng Quchi smiled slyly from a hidden angle. She had been worried about how to catch them, but it seemed they were delivering themselves right to her doorstep. Sending away the so-called mastermind, Chu Shi and Dan Bien, Zheng Quchi felt little guilt but regarding Qiu. At this point, she could not afford to dwell on such matters. He had murdered Sang Xianqing by the Mo family's orders. So the cycle of karma dictated that he would ultimately perish due to a task from the Mo family, thus balancing the scales. However, she needed to contemplate how to distance herself from these events afterward. She could neither allow the Mo family to perceive her as a traitor nor let Yuwen Sheng suspect her ties to the Mo family. The next day, the quarry was cleared, and the craftsmen were temporarily housed in shanty towns, awaiting orders to commence work. In the expansive quarry, a large iron pot was set over a fire. As Ran Sui and Yin Xiao called for laborers to bring a sack and begin unloading its contents, the white, plump grains were poured into the iron pot with a clatter. They were indeed sorghum. The grains jumped and danced in the pot as they were heated, and then water was added. Yuan Sui, feeling rather clever, instructed someone to bring sand and quicklime mix in. On the hillside, Zheng Quchi crouched at the edge of a cliff, unable to resist murmuring. What are we doing here? Will we steam and then crush it, or grind it into flour to make a paste? As expected, the first attempt to create the paste ended in failure. Yuan Sui exchanged glances with Yin Xiao, both feeling a sense of defiance. The words of that little black mouse who had publicly questioned him echoed in their minds. They had acquired this secret recipe, yet had failed due to negligence in the manufacturing process. Add more, they urged. Another failure. First, boil the sorghum. Yin Xiao shifted his approach. How much sorghum should we add? The person pouring the grains hesitated, cautious about the quantity. Meanwhile, he felt a pang of regret. Sorghum was something common folk seldom bought even for festivals. And here it was being wasted in their attempts to make paste, one pot after another. Zheng Quchi gritted her teeth in frustration. These gentlemen had rarely cooked, and when asked how much sorghum or water was needed, they had no idea. Add more, even more. They shouted random commands, resulting in yet another pot of scorched remnants. Yuan Sui waved dismissively, growing impatient and furious over their repeated failures. Dump it out and start again. Zheng Quchi could hardly contain her rage. Her feelings mirrored those of the artisan pouring the grains, both pained and anxious. Those bags of sorghum had all cost money. At that moment, a strong tug pulled at her, and when she turned, she saw Shan Quan, dressed in an artisan-esque garb, signaling her to act. Shall we begin? To be honest, She felt a sudden urge to make their charade a reality and eliminate Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao, these foolish pretenders. Zheng Quchi readied her crossbow, aiming at the unsuspecting duo below. Her voice cold as ice. "Who shall we take out first?" she asked Zheng Quchi. He had no objections. "Whichever you prefer." "Whichever? That is not an option," Zheng Quchi retorted. "Then let us take out Yuan Sui first." "Why?" "Because. No reason. Let us take out Yin Xiao instead." "Why?" Shan Yuan's temples throbbed. "Zheng Quchi, are you doing this on purpose?" Zheng Quchi frowned. "No, I'm just not accustomed to this new crossbow and worry that if I miss." Shan Quan dismissed her concern. "As long as you're quick enough, you can shoot them again." "Very well." Zheng Quchi took a deep breath, and without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger. The sound of two swift arrows flew through the air, striking the two men in the chest. Blood instantly seeped from their wounds, and they fell without a sound. "Well done," Shan Quan exclaimed, but Zheng Quchi remarked, "Only one arrow struck. I can't be sure of their fate, but they've both fallen. It won't be easy to shoot again. An arrow to the chest must mean death. We should leave at once." Shan Quan produced a smoke pipe, releasing a thin wisp of smoke. In no time, a formidable figure arrived swiftly, and upon landing, Shan Quan led Zheng Quchi forward. "Sure, we've succeeded. Now we only need to destroy the foundation of the city walls." Zheng Quchi observed this Sure, a tall man with a robust build reminiscent of a towering mountain. Beneath his thick brows, his elongated eyes glimmered with a cold, sharp intensity. He was the epitome of a ruthless bandit leader. "Let us proceed to blow up the city foundation." Sure's gaze turned to Zheng Quchi. Upon meeting his eyes, she averted her own. "You need not come along." Zheng Quchi was unsure whether Sure was guarding against her or believed she would be a hindrance. Regardless, she had no intention of going, and since he had spoken, it spared her the need to concoct an excuse. She nodded obediently. "Very well, Sure, do take care." With a decisive turn, she walked away. Sure watched a retreating figure, and only after she had distanced herself did he ask Shan Quan, "Did she truly take action?" "Yes." After the explosion of the city walls, inform all disciples of the Mo family to retreat to Fuxian immediately. She is no longer of concern. "Why?" Shan Quan queried, perplexed. Sure replied coldly, "She has lost her value." "But doesn't the Mo family still need her to find a Zheng family's map of the mountains and rivers?" There was indeed suspicion that the map was with her, but since she has shown no signs of it for so long, there is no need to waste time. As long as the Zheng bloodline exists, we will not struggle to find the map. Shan Quan fell silent for a moment, then resolutely replied, "Very well. We shall proceed as you say." The moment Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao fell to the ground, struck by arrows, the artisans under their command were instantly paralyzed with fear. Once they regained their senses, they began to scream and flee. The lingering shadows of the previous barbaric incident had not yet faded, and now a murder had occurred, sending the station's soldiers into a frenzy of alertness, searching and pursuing in disarray. Amidst the chaos, Sure, Shan Quan, and several other disciples of the Mo family swiftly moved to their prearranged positions, ready to ignite the black powder. Just as they crouched down to prepare the fire starter, they sensed a presence behind them. No, a multitude of shadowy figures descended upon them. Shan Quan felt the shadows at his feet and, tightening his gaze, turned abruptly, only to be ensnared by a black cloth bag that enveloped his upper body. The others met the same fate, all gathered together, struggling desperately within the bags. But they were met with blows and fists, howling in pain. Li Shi personally captured Sure from the Mo family, his expression indifferent as he turned away. "Bind these Mo disciples and send them to Yuwen Sheng." "Damn it!" Shan Quan cursed, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Who was this person? What grudge did he have against the Mo family? Not a single opportunity was granted, and he was determined to send them straight to hell. Zheng Quchi felt increasingly anxious, unable to calm her heart until she caught sight of Li Shi amidst the chaos, nodding at her with an unchanging expression. For a moment, she was stunned, then broke into a broad smile. "I did it. I succeeded." She had finally managed to rid herself of the Mo family's spies surrounding her. Although she was uncertain of what the future held, at least from this moment on, no one would control her every move. As for Li Shi, she understood he also intended to sabotage the wall project. However, he seemed to have his own reasons for not wanting to intervene directly, focusing instead on Yuan Sui and Yin Shao. Realizing this, she seized the opportunity presented by the Mo family's assassination attempt to orchestrate her own plans within plans. Li Shi would not suspect her involvement. She would place the blame squarely on the Mo family. Those two arrows, seemingly lethal, were in fact aimed to incapacitate without causing death, deliberately wounding the two fools to ensure Li Shi lost his puppets. This way, Li Shi's plans would be disrupted, and without replacements for those two, all actions would be delayed. Meanwhile, she could no longer afford to wait. She needed to expedite the completion of the city wall in Fuxian. To thwart the ambitions of those who secretly conspired to disrupt the peace and stability of Fuxian, unbeknownst to Zheng Quchi, who was wholeheartedly devoted to Fuxian. Li Shi noticed her radiant smile, so sweet and filled with an indescribable satisfaction, and he too, as if affected, managed to offer her a faint smile in return. Chapter 70. Earth and Cement. Zheng Quchi made another visit to Wei Yao, but found no one there. Instead, she encountered the guard who had previously apprehended her under suspicion. The guard informed her that Wei Yao was currently interrogating a spy from the Mo family and had thus sent him to escort her to Fu County. Upon hearing this, Zheng Quchi immediately understood that he was referring to Chu Shi and Dan Pian, wondering if Chiu was among them. Intending to foster a good relationship with the guard, she initiated the first step of building rapport by exchanging names. The simple young man, perhaps feeling remorseful for the earlier misunderstanding, readily introduced himself. He revealed that his surname was Wu, and his name was Wu Yu. He currently served as a sergeant in the camp, a mere gatekeeper. When he had captured her last time, he had hoped to catch a big fish and gain favor, but it turned out to be all a misunderstanding. He apologized, and Zheng Quchi bore no grudge, allowing them both to laugh off the incident. Later, she inquired of Wu Yu, was it the Mo family that attempted to assassinate the original master and his companions? Wu Yu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it has been confirmed by the general. Wei has instructed Officer Wang to tighten the security at all camp gates. Everyone must be on high alert to prevent any Mo family disciples from coming to their aid. Zheng Quchi then asked, will General Yuwen execute them? Wu Yu pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Zheng Quchi initially took this as a sign that he believed they would be spared, but he continued, I do not know. No one can fathom the general's thoughts. Whether to kill or spare, the general has his own judgments. We gatekeepers have no say in such matters. Zheng Quchi, you seem quite at ease. Young master sang, you cannot imagine how sinister the Mo family is. They even attempted to destroy the foundation of the city walls around Gue Chowling. Had there not been an informant who secretly alerted us and apprehended the Mo family members, who knows what calamity would have ensued? Wu Yu remarked. Indeed, I wonder who this kind-hearted person is who performed such a good deed. Some individuals, driven by personal grudges, can disregard everything and resort to extreme measures. Zheng Quchi reflected. Wu Yu, intrigued, asked, how do you know it is due to personal grievances? Zheng Quchi calmly replied, what could the Mo family possibly have against us in Fu County? They must be doing this to target General Yuwen, but this is merely my speculation. Who can say how accurate it is? Wu Yu, upon hearing this, found her reasoning quite persuasive. Our general has long been a thorn in the side of the other 6 nations, a common enemy, and who would have thought that even the Mo family, which typically refrains from meddling in the politics of the states, would take action? He exclaimed indignantly. Zheng Quchi recalled the man who had emerged from countless battles, previously viewing his methods towards enemies and wrongdoers as tyrannical and fearsome. Now, she felt a twinge of sympathy for him. She feared that his life would perpetually mirror this crisis-laden existence. Should he pause, only a calamitous fate awaited him. Wu Yu's face darkened as he murmured, how much longer can our Yi kingdom endure? And Fu County, how long can hold out? Zheng Quchi considered how General Yuwen was willing to part with such precious grain as the rare millet to appease the likes of Yuan Sui, underscoring the importance he placed on the restoration of the city walls. Steeling herself, she softly declared, as long as we possess the unwavering resolve to protect, Fu County shall not falter. Wu Yu, receptive to her encouragement, nodded vigorously. You are right. Yi Kingdom is our nation, and Fu County is our homeland. We must assist the general in holding it together. Zheng Quchi chuckled at his fervent words, raising herself on her toes to pat his shoulder. Good resolve, but it is getting late. Let us first attend to the matter at hand and head to the county town. After escorting Zheng Quchi, to Fu County. Wu Yu had to fulfill another errand for Wei Yao. Before parting ways, they agreed upon a time to reconvene. Zheng Quchi ventured alone to the marketplace, inquiring at various stalls about the cold water stone. After a thorough search, she began to doubt her luck when finally she stumbled upon a stall. Displayed before her were an array of colorful stones, each varying in value. Yet her gaze was fixated solely on a singular white, translucent crystal. Suppressing her excitement, she reached out and declared, "I want this. I want this one." Just then, a delicate hand, adorned with elegant embellishments, brushed against her fingers. The hand was exquisitely beautiful, pale as jade, exuding a faint fragrance that starkly contrasted with Zheng Quchi's own small, dark hand. Both lifted their grasp simultaneously, locking eyes. What a strikingly lovely young woman. What a slender, dark youth. I searched for so long and only now found this piece. Would you be willing to let me have this cold water stone? The woman asked with a gentle smile, exuding neither arrogance nor malice. Yet, her poised request revealed a confident awareness of her own advantages. Under ordinary circumstances, Zheng Quchi would have found it difficult to refuse such a beautiful woman. However, this stone held great significance for her, and she could not afford to waste any more time. "How about this? I will let you have it next time." She responded with a smile. The woman replied, "I truly need this cold water stone. It pertains to the stability of the court and the lives of many. It concerns the security of the nation." Zheng Quchi replied earnestly, "Why not mention that it also relates to the well-being of the entire world?" The woman seemed taken aback by Zheng Quchi's audacity. She realized that this person was unlikely to be swayed by reasoned argument. Rather than continuing to argue, she turned to the stall owner and declared, "I will pay you 10 times the original price for this cold water stone. Sell it to me." Upon hearing this, the owner's eyes sparkled with excitement. Completely disregarding the fact that Zheng Quchi had initially picked it up and eagerly prepared to finalize the deal. "Wait," Zheng Quchi quickly interjected, leaning towards the woman. "You should bargain with him, not me. I won't contest you. Just compensate me for the tenfold difference." The woman stared at her in disbelief. "What did you say?" The owner, equally perplexed, shot her a bewildered look. "Hey, I haven't sold it to you yet." In other words, the item still belonged to him. Why should he forfeit the profit to her, the intermediary? "Oh, is that so? If you continue to inflate prices here, I will report you to the authorities." Zheng Quchi threatened. A sign had been posted in the workshop, clearly stating that merchants must adhere to market prices and refrain from maliciously inflating prices. If someone reported them, they would indeed face imprisonment. The owner, close to tears, exclaimed, "I never agreed to sell it to her." Zheng Quchi continued, "Everything follows the principle of first come, first served. If you sell it to her because she offered a higher price than me, I shall also report you for collusion." The owner's face turned pale, shaking with rage. Not wanting to escalate the situation further, the woman ultimately conceded to Zheng Quchi's demands, compensating her for the price difference, thus enabling her to acquire the coveted cold water stone. Having secured the stone, the woman finally noticed Zheng Quchi lingering nearby. Puzzled, she asked, "Why are you still here?" Zheng Quchi smiled brightly and inquired, "Have you finished your business?" The woman hesitated before nodding. Then, "Very well." Zheng Quchi clapped her hands together and turned to the stall owner, saying, "Owner, surely you do not have just one piece of this cold water stone in stock. There must be more. Bring them out, and I will purchase them all." The owner stared in astonishment. How? How did you know?" "I inquired throughout the entire street, and you are the sole purveyor of cold water stone in this vicinity. It goes without saying that you must be the distributor of cold water stone here, given that you're the only one selling it and that the clientele is sparse, indicating a substantial stock. So what? Am I not permitted to sell it?" "You could report me to the authorities," the proprietor retorted, visibly vexed. Zheng Quchi smiled kindly and replied, "That would not suffice, for the typical buyers of cold water stone are pharmacies. Its properties are to clear heat, reduce fire, open the orifices, and diminish swelling. Yet, during this frigid winter, who is experiencing heat? It is likely that you will struggle to sell cold water stone for quite some time, and with prolonged accumulation, it will surely become a source of frustration. Would the owner truly relinquish a lucrative trade over a mere disagreement?" He was indeed impressed. He contemplated stepping aside and allowing her to take over the stall. Ultimately, Zheng Quchi successfully capitalized on the price differential earned through intermediaries, acquiring a sack of cold water stone without spending a single coin. The woman, however, did not depart. She observed Zheng Quchi deftly pacifying the disgruntled proprietor with a few well-chosen words, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Before taking her leave, Zheng Quchi turned her head and sincerely expressed, "Thank you." The woman was taken aback. Deep down, she could not help but feel anger. Although this sum was trifling to her, she had always held herself in high regard. Now, having been outmaneuvered by such a scoundrel, she maintained a noblewoman's smile. Yet her eyes had begun to cloud with disappointment. No need for thanks, but rather, until we meet again. Zheng Quchi recognized she had offended the woman, yet felt powerless, as the other party had shown no intention of leaving her any leeway while wielding her wealth. In truth, everything she had just told the proprietor was mere fabrication. Had she not keenly noticed the remaining cold water stones in the corner of the stall, she would have found herself in dire straits. With a dismissive smile, she nodded at the woman, then turned and slipped into the crowd like a fish returning to the depths, disappearing from sight. Upon returning to the workshop and blacksmith shop, she borrowed tools and a crucible from the blacksmith, extracting the cold water stones from her sack and placing them in a smokeless furnace until they glowed red. They must reach a temperature exceeding 100 degrees to transform into mature gypsum. Once she deemed them sufficiently heated, she removed them to cool, then subjected them to a vigorous pounding, crushing them into powder before placing them in the crucible for frying. Once the semi-hydrated gypsum was thoroughly dried and transformed into a yellow-gray hue, she estimated it was ready for use. She poured it out to cool on the side, then retrieved the previously accumulated furnace, ash, and quicklime. The furnace ash, which she had previously extracted, contained many impurities. She meticulously sorted through it, eliminating organic impurities and sand, then cleaned and dried it, grinding it down further until she obtained usable furnace ash. She had completed this process before, so she could skip it today. As for the quicklime, she specifically chose freshly fired lime, which she moistened to allow it to spontaneously powder, then sieved it using a bamboo basket she had woven herself. In summary, the finer these materials were ground, the better. She had exerted her utmost effort to prepare the raw materials. Fortunately, her strength was sufficient, and since she was only producing small batches for experimentation, the results were satisfactory. Finally, she needed to blend several materials, though she could not recall the precise proportions. However, she knew that the furnace ash should be the most substantial component, followed by the amount of lime added, with gypsum used in minimal quantities to adjust the solidification time. Ultimately, if unsure, one must experiment. She prepared several samples in varying proportions, placing them by the furnace to warm them and accelerate the solidification process. She tested each sample for hardness, solidification speed, and stability, successfully determining the optimal ratio. She also sought river sand to mix with the cement mortar. Generally, the most common proportion for cement, water, and sand is 1:6:3. However, she suspected her homemade cement would not match the strong adhesion of traditional cement, necessitating adjustments based on actual conditions. She ventured outside to collect a few stones, which were mostly irregular in shape, resembling a whimsical assortment. Zheng Quchi crouched down, taking 2 stones and adhering the relatively flat sides together with her version 1.0 cement mortar. Thanks to the numerous furnaces within the blacksmith shop, the temperature was sufficiently high. In about half an hour, she found that they had bonded together. Typically, Zheng Quchi estimated it would take at least a day for such materials to solidify securely. She retrieved a blunt knife from the shelf and struck the joined stones forcefully. Crack! There were no gashes, but cracks appeared, indicating the hardness still required improvement. Perhaps the ratio of cement to sand was incorrect, or perhaps she had evaporated the moisture too quickly with the high furnace temperature. Or it could be that the stability of the cement mortar was insufficient. She decided to test one of these variables first, using the remaining cement mortar entirely, adjusting the proportions for part of it while keeping the original mix for the other part, applying it to the stones. This time, she intended to allow it to dry naturally and observe the outcome. These past 2 days, due to the need to address the assassination of Yuan Sui and Yin Xiao, the craftsmen had spent most of their days in the shantytown without work. Yet, thanks to Wei Yao's little side venture, she could sneak in and out freely. Whenever she found a moment, she slipped back to Fuxian to check her progress. She anxiously examined the stones after they had dried naturally, discovering that they were all quite firmly bonded. Particularly, one group proved exceptionally resilient. No matter how she threw or struck them, they remained intact. Success. Truly, I am remarkable. Just as Zheng Quchi reveled in her triumph, a hand reached from behind and snatched the stones from her grasp. King, is this what you had Wei Yao use his connections to secure entry into the military workshop for? Chapter 71. Striving for ascendancy, she widened her eyes, catching sight of Yuwen Sheng draped in a languid black robe. He still wore a mask obscuring his features, adorned with golden flame motifs. Yet this time he exuded an air of solemnity rather than the previous eerie intimidation. General, must you pursue such thrills, resorting to ambushes? If she were not young and her heart resilient, she might have been quite startled. She patted her poor, distressed heart. To her astonishment, the busy Yuwen Sheng had come to this foundry. Throughout this time, she had been acutely aware that her every action was being observed and reported to him. Her freedom stemmed from his leniency. Others' indifference towards her, their lack of curiosity or investigation, was by his design. The assistance she received from the craftsmen in the workshop was also due to his approval. He seemed amused by her startled demeanor, playfully kicking a nearby bucket. What do you call this reddish powdery ash you've created? Zheng Quchi's body seemed to have a mind of its own, retreating 3 feet from Yuwen Sheng before she could process her thoughts. Homemade cement, she mumbled. He scrutinized the gap between the 2 stones in his hands, bound together with the reddish ash, appearing dense and sturdy. Is it more durable than the ash mortar mixed with sorghum? Zheng Quchi realized that a poorly crafted answer could lead to dire consequences. She needed to formulate a cautious response. Yet before that, summoning her courage, she carefully inquired, General, are you in a great hurry to fortify the city walls against foreign invaders? Upon hearing this, Yuwen Sheng chuckled softly, and his condescending gaze made her feel like a mere plaything in someone else's hands. Indeed, I'm quite anxious. Zheng Quchi took a deep breath and articulated clearly. Thus, it is indeed more suitable than the sorghum mortar. As for its long-term durability, I am uncertain. Perhaps the sorghum mortar possesses better stability over time. However, it currently has a significant drawback. It requires the right climate and environment to catalyze its solidification. Clearly, this overcast, snowy weather is not conducive. In contrast, earth and cement does not suffer from such concerns. Its greatest advantage lies in its rapid setting, which undoubtedly meets your demand for speed. Yuwen Sheng inquired softly, oh, how rapid is this setting? Generally, it takes about a day, she replied. In contrast, sorghum mortar, on a sunny day, might set in as little as half a month, whereas on a cloudy day, it could take as long as a month. If we encounter overcast, rainy weather, it becomes even more unpredictable as the moisture, well, being soaked in water can lead to insufficient adhesion, ultimately jeopardizing the entire endeavor. Yuwen Sheng fell silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the stone in his hand, his heart stirred by her words. She truly had given him a considerable surprise. Can it be produced in large quantities? He asked. Having observed her busy days yielding only a small pouch of powder, he found himself pondering deeply. While it could indeed address his current dilemma, whether it could effectively restore the entire collapsed city wall remained in question. Zheng Quchi responded, the production of this earth and cement is not particularly difficult. There are only a few materials involved. However, some materials are rather challenging to procure, and we must first create a grinding machine to expedite the production process. Currently, for the restoration of the city wall, small-scale production poses no significant issue. However, for larger quantities, I must now discuss another matter. Yuwen Sheng broke the stone, creating minor cracks at the points of adhesion. Truthfully, he was quite satisfied with this level of bonding strength. Yet, upon hearing her state that only small-scale production was feasible, his expression darkened slightly, and the redness of his lips deepened. Speak. Indeed, earth and cement is only suitable for certain sections of the city wall's brick and stone structures. Many other areas require specialized construction and meticulous reinforcement. Zheng Quchi continued, her confidence growing as she spoke, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. I have surveyed the construction site. Only about 2 kilometers of the Guishao Ridge is suitable for stone masonry. The low-lying areas behind it and the stretches of coniferous forest to the north can effectively utilize clay walls reinforced with a material known as 3-in-1 soil. Firstly, transportation is convenient since we can directly excavate suitable yellow clay from nearby mountains without the need to transport heavy stones from quarries, which would waste time. Secondly, The local stonemasons and mud masons are more skilled in constructing earthen walls, eliminating the need for constant error checks or concerns about misalignment. Thirdly, the sections of the city wall that have not yet collapsed can be repaired individually, avoiding the need for complete demolition. It is best to minimize interference, reinforce the old, and shorten the construction period. She spoke at length, striving to use vocabulary that Yuwen could readily comprehend. Unbeknownst to her, her words resonated beyond him, capturing the attention of a gathering of men outside the military workshop. Her powerful rhetoric, systematic structure, and clear explanations allowed them to grasp the key points and focal areas for the upcoming project implementation. The blacksmiths had unknowingly ceased their hammering, and the sounds from the foundry were eclipsed by the crackling fire. Although they could not fully understand her words, there was an unspoken recognition of her competence. Throughout history, various dynasties have valued literature over martial prowess. Mastery of a craft becomes a cultural symbol, evoking admiration for those with insight and depth of knowledge. This diminutive figure, once unremarkable, now spoke eloquently about the defensive architecture of Fuzhou County city walls, radiating a brilliance of cultural significance that left them in awe. Yuwen set down the stone, gazing steadily into her eyes. In her hopeful yet anxious expression, he maintained his composure. Can you guarantee that everything you have spoken will be successfully implemented? Zheng Quchi hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Who can promise absolute success? However, I believe there should be no major issues. Moreover, restoration involves not only risk mitigation and reinforcement, but also the removal of surrounding vegetation to prevent damage to the foundation. Therefore, if problems arise, we will address them. If challenges present themselves, we will overcome them. Ultimately, there are always more solutions than problems. Her words were filled with encouragement, as if she could dissect any formidable challenge before her, analyze it, and then emerge triumphant. In her eyes, setbacks were merely tools for honing resilience, and difficulties were meant to be surmounted. Such a crystalline clarity and tenacity inspired those outside, including the officials and Wang Zibang, who found themselves uplifted by her spirit. Previously weighed down by the trials of construction and the imminent threats they faced, they now felt a sense of clarity and newfound understanding. Especially, they truly seemed to have encountered a prodigy in civil engineering. Yuwen, not being a specialist, could not discern the veracity of her claims. However, he sensed that Zheng Quchi was not as simple as she appeared. Although she seemed timid and apprehensive, she had repeatedly stepped forward when needed, first in the camp, and now again. If this constituted cowardice, then surely there were no brave souls left in the world. While the world may cherish such temperaments, he found them profoundly distasteful. Humans are inherently selfish. They ought to be, as he had once experienced the most selfless praise, which was, in truth, the epitome of selfishness. He suppressed his amusement and asked her with quiet intensity, "You speak boldly, yet if we were to follow your advice and something were to go awry, who would bear the responsibility?" Zheng Quchi replied matter-of-factly, "Generally, construction projects entail shared responsibilities. Should a significant accident or mishap occur while I supervise, I will naturally take responsibility. I assure you, although I'm only semi-versed in stonemasonry, I am fully capable of overseeing the design, organization, and supervision of construction projects." Her last few statements subtly served as a self-recommendation. To ensure swift, smooth progress in accordance with her vision, she must be in charge of everything. She had her own motives, driven by a desire to prevent marauding nomads from recklessly invading border regions and perpetrating plunder and slaughter against the innocent citizens and artisans of Fuzhou County. Yuwen scrutinized her, as if attempting to peer deep into her soul, seeking clarity within. The predatory intensity and mounting frustration in his gaze were concealed deep within his pupils, hidden from all. Perhaps she truly could accomplish this. For her earlier remarks were far more persuasive and credible than any grandiose proclamations made by the likes of Yuan Sui and Yin Shao. "How do you understand all this?" he queried. Upon hearing his question, Zheng Quchi's mental antennae perked up. She spoke slowly, her mind piecing together the narrative. "This is due to a chance encounter with a destitute elder not long ago. He passed through Higo village seeking refuge, devoid of money and suffering from hunger and thirst. Moved by a moment of kindness, I provided him with some food and found him a place with a roof over his head. This seemingly touched him, and he imparted much knowledge to me. At that moment, I believed I had met a wise, knowledgeable sage. To Yuwen Sheng, her story sounded almost like a fable, yet the truth of it did not matter. What was crucial was that Zheng Quchi must keep her secrets hidden and never allow him to uncover them. Since you are brimming with such confidence, let it be you who replaces the original deputy, Yin Xiao, responsible for the construction and restoration of the city wall. If you fail to fulfill your grandiose claims, you are surely aware of the consequences. Chapter 72. The crisis approaches. Zheng Quchi, upon receiving his approval, felt a wave of joy wash over her. Recalling her time at the Architectural Design Institute, where she undertook a project and was entrusted with significant responsibilities by her superiors, she had fought her way to a promotion and a raise. Her current state of mind was likely akin to that moment, having taken a substantial step towards her established goals. Though this leader was not the same as the previous one, the danger of working under him had exponentially increased. She bit her lip, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Yet having been appointed as the project engineer, she boldly expressed her expectations for compensation. Thank you for your trust, General. But if I successfully complete the city wall, may I make a small request? Yuwen Sheng was somewhat taken aback. After all, he had recently labeled her as selfless, and now she seemed to adopt a more mercenary attitude. He deliberately lowered his tone, the smile at the corners of his lips transforming into a dangerous curve. Zheng Quchi, you have yet to lay a single stone, and you dare to make demands of this general? He had encountered many who were arrogant due to their rank, but none had so eagerly sought to negotiate terms immediately upon their ascent. Outside, others eavesdropping felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Would the general, in a fit of displeasure, cleave Zheng Quchi in two? If she were to be harmed, who among them could craft the earth cement she had spoken of? Who could comprehend the arcane technical jargon she had once shared? After a moment of tense silence, they could no longer contain themselves, rushing inside, striving to protect Zheng Quchi's life from the general's wrath. Heads bowed, they pleaded, "Please, General, spare this audacious life." They deliberately knelt between Zheng Quchi and the general, hoping to dissuade him from a hasty decision. If one were to reflect calmly, the current situation was dire. The chief craftsman had been gravely wounded. Work had stalled due to various obstacles, and skilled labor was scarce. Yet, here she was, unafraid, managing the project with remarkable clarity. Such fearless spirit and boldness warranted their willingness to take a risk on her. Zheng Quchi's eyes widened in surprise as she beheld the unexpected throng of people before her. Soldiers, officials, masons, and even Wang Zibang, notably including Wei Yao, whom she recognized. The crowd had nearly filled the small space in front of her. Zheng Quchi, though somewhat naive, turned to Yuwen Sheng, having grown accustomed to his unpredictable nature. Thus, his sudden shift in demeanor was unsurprising. Observing those who should have remained outside disregarding orders to plead for Zheng Quchi, Yuwen Sheng made no indication of discontent, allowing them to remain on their knees. Yet Zheng Quchi sensed a peculiar shift. He did not appear angry at her request, but rather pleasantly expectant. As a mere craftsman, she stood while the officials knelt, an ungracious display. After all, they had come to advocate for her, resentful of the oppressive traditions of their society. She felt uncomfortable with the notion of kneeling. Eventually, she succumbed, kneeling herself. Is it not fair, General, that your personnel are chosen based on principles of equity? I have promised to bear the consequences should I fail. Yet if I succeed, should I not be suitably rewarded? The more she spoke, the more she felt wronged. Surely, he would not expect her to work for free. Would he treat her like a mere pawn in his game? If that were the case, she would complete her task and resign, no longer allowing him to exploit her. Yuwen Sheng was genuinely amused by her awkward kneeling. What kind of reward do you desire? I merely seek a promise from the general. Zheng Quchi hastily replied. A promise? Wang Zibang, Muku, and others were taken aback by her request. A promise could be vast or trivial. It would be wise to ask for something tangible rather than risk overextending her reach. They silently hoped she would not be too greedy, lest she provoke the general's ire. Yuwen Sheng's smile widened, his excitement barely contained as he asked, "What sort of promise do you seek?" Zheng Quchi sensed that he appeared more eager than ever for her to voice her desires. What was this, a game of entrapment? Yet she recognized the rarity of such an opportunity. The future was unpredictable, and with her limited skills, primarily in civil engineering, she was just an ordinary citizen. It was only through her expertise that she felt empowered to speak her mind. Once she steadied her nerves, she articulated clearly, "As long as misfortune does not befall my family, Zheng Quchi requests one thing. Irrespective of any transgressions I may commit against you, General, or mistakes you believe I have made, I ask that you direct your wrath solely at me and spare my family from harm." Zheng Quchi understood that Yuwen had always harbored doubts about her. His heightened vigilance could not be easily assuaged. Moreover, she had her own secrets, having imprisoned the Mo family as spies. She could not be certain they would not betray her. Should her true identity be revealed, how could she safeguard her own life? Ultimately, she sought to increase her value in his eyes, heavy enough that he would think twice before extinguishing her life, weighing her worth against a swift execution. Yuwen's demeanor visibly darkened. "You make demands solely for the sake of others?" Wei Yao and the others were taken aback. Her plea for a promise was not intended for her own advancement. Zheng Quchi furrowed her brow, disagreeing with his interpretation. "They're not just others. They're my family. This general may grant your request, but are you certain you wish to wager your life to protect them?" His frequent shifts from others to family left her feeling perplexed. After mulling over her thoughts, she hesitated to add a small condition, lowering her head as she quickly added, "Of course. I would also like to receive the wages designated for craftsmen within the county." Yuwen, keenly attuned to her words, raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with an air of incredulity. "You gained entry through a back door and now seek the same wages as the craftsmen of Jixia Academy?" The words struck like a dagger to the heart. Muka bowed his head even lower, feeling the embarrassment of being publicly identified as a poor example. Zheng Quchi swallowed hard, determined to argue her case for fair compensation, attempting to calculate the savings her methods would afford the general. Qianqing did not seek personal glory. Rather, she lamented to the general about her plight. "You do not understand my suffering. I have a mentally challenged younger sister in need of treatment, a brother with a limp requiring care, and recently, another family member afflicted with an eye disease." As she spoke, Zheng Quchi felt a wave of sympathy wash over her, tears glistening in her eyes. The others, taken aback, cast astonished glances her way. What a woeful family! Had it not been for the grim presence of the commander, they might have offered her condolences and support. What would become of them if she remained entangled in labor? What if an accident befell her? At the very least, she wished to earn enough during the new year to provide for their festive needs and set aside some funds for unforeseen hardships. When the topic of money arose, Qianqing seemed to shed her fears. Upon observing her relentless pursuit of wealth, Yuwen was inexplicably reminded of his wife, Zheng Quchi, who also exhibited a fervent desire for riches, abandoning him during their honeymoon to work elsewhere for income. Thus, the cycle of misplaced grievances unfolded. It appears your family is indeed beset with misfortunes. If you were to perish while on duty, I would ensure that your compensation reaches the Zheng family. How does that sound for your wages?" Zheng Quchi's expression froze. Was he suggesting she should only receive payment posthumously? At that moment, Yu could no longer contain himself. Speaking up, on Zheng Quchi's behalf, "General, what Qianqing claims is true. The Zheng family in Higo village is renowned for their hardships. Her brother is lame. Her younger sister is not quite right in the head, and their home was recently burned down, just now repaired. Were it not for survival, she would not have resorted to working in such arduous conditions." Zheng Quchi assumed that Yuwen would feel sympathy upon hearing this corroboration, and she nodded eagerly. However, to her dismay, Yuwen's demeanor remained unyielding, his tongue as sharp as ever. He found amusement in the situation and added, "With your inclusion, does your family not embody a complete picture of illness and disability?" Zheng Quchi's expression darkened, seeing her look as if struck by lightning. Yuwen's wicked sense of humor was somewhat satisfied, making him more amenable. "Since your family's plight is as you describe, let us raise your wages." The effectiveness of her misfortunes was undeniable. Zheng Quchi would not allow him any chance to retract this offer, responding immediately, "Thank you, General." Yuwen regarded her with a knowing smile, his penetrating gaze unwavering. "You have made 2 requests. I shall make one of my own. You boast of being able to forge a steel superior to iron. I wish to witness this prowess firsthand. If you reveal your true worth, I shall overlook whatever secrets you may be concealing." Zheng Quchi's heart skipped a beat. She lifted her gaze, and for the first time, instead of shying away, she met his eyes with resolve, forcing herself to confront her fear. I haven't done anything wrong, she thought, recalling a rule of survival. When faced with a formidable predator, one must remain calm and meet its gaze, lest panic lead to flight. Yet, as Yuwen observed her wide, startled eyes, he suddenly felt something amiss. Previously indifferent to Xuanqing's appearance, he now noticed her features illuminated by the warm glow of the fire, her face taking on a striking three-dimensional quality. Her light brown eyes elicited an inexplicable familiarity within him. This sense of recognition prompted memories of her earlier lamentations and Yuye's validation, leading him to a striking realization. They shared similar tribulations, an older brother with a limp, a simple-minded younger sister, and a house that had been burned down. Recently, how many families in Igo village have suffered such a fate? He inquired, his tone grave. Zheng Quchi and Yuye exchanged uncertain glances. Zheng Quchi replied hesitantly. I believe it is only our family. Yuye echoed. Only the Sang family in Igo village. Yuwen pressed further. Xianqing, why have you been inquiring about Lu Fengyan? The mention of this name sent shockwaves through Zheng Quchi. How could Wang Zibang and Yuye be so indiscreet, relaying such matters to their superior? Why was she asking about Lu Fengyan? At a loss for words, she stammered, struggling to articulate a convincing explanation. Wang Zibang, puzzled, recalled that Lu Fengyan was the pseudonym he had concocted during a matchmaking attempt for the general. Yet, this name was not arbitrary. It referred to an actual person, leaving Zheng Quchi's connection to it unclear. She had previously sought information about someone named Lu, and he had suspected a potential informant or threat, even conducting an investigation in the camp. Despite Yuye's lingering guilt about Xianqing, he would not conceal anything from the general, even if he wished to shield her from his ire. As Zheng Quchi faltered, unable to provide a reasonable explanation, Yuwen's gaze darkened, devoid of warmth. He strode past the gathered crowd, heading directly towards Zheng Quchi. The tension was palpable, a charged atmosphere causing hearts to race. Some contemplated intervening, but the aura of menace surrounding him rendered them mute. Yuye attempted to step in, but was swiftly kicked aside by Yuwen. As he wiped the blood from his mouth, he called out, "General!" The chapter concludes with a sense of impending turmoil, as Yuwen's eyes glimmered with a tumultuous intensity. Each step he took felt as if it pressed upon Zheng Quchi's very soul. A sense of dread enveloped her, as if she were facing a formidable demon. What grievous wrong had she committed? She had always been an ordinary citizen, unprepared to confront such a powerful adversary. Overwhelmed by fear, she felt paralyzed, her instincts screaming for escape, yet her body refused to comply. The sheer terror of facing Yuwen, a man capable of mercilessly dispatching an assassin, left her trembling. Wang Zibang, supporting the injured Yuye, sensed the gravity of the situation and warned Zheng Quchi in a stern voice. "If you wish to live, you must speak." Zheng Quchi's mind raced, struggling to respond. What should I say?" she stammered, instinctively attempting to calm him. "Please just breathe. Did I say something wrong? Or have you misunderstood? Let us discuss this rationally. I promise I will never inquire about Lu Fengyan again." Yuwen's voice was soft yet insistent, penetrating Zheng Quchi's fragile defenses. The tension hung thick in the air, an electric charge ready to ignite. Especially, he extended his hand, and Zheng Quchi thought he intended to strangle her. She froze, her hand stealthily reaching for the small carving knife at her waist. Undeniably, despite wearing gloves, his hands appeared long and distinctly boned, reminiscent of an artist skilled in the art of snapping necks. He traced along her neck, slick with a sheen of sweat, his fingertips gliding over her soft side, the pronounced collarbone, yet he did not pause, continuing his descent. Wait, what was he trying to do? Kill her or caress her? Why was his movement heading lower? Damn! Zheng Quchi was drenched in perspiration. Finally unable to hold back, she blurted out, I inquired about Lu Fengyan because he is my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. These words echoed endlessly in the ears of the onlookers, leaving the confused to gaze at her in bewilderment, while those who recognized Lu Fengyan were left agape. Wang Zibang tightened his grip, causing Wei Yao to cry out in pain. His expression was one of utter shock. Naturally, after Wei Yao's outburst of pain, he stared at Zheng Quchi as if she were a ghost. Did she truly understand what she was saying? By claiming Lu Fengyan as her brother-in-law, was she implying that their general was her brother-in-law? What a ridiculous notion! Yuwen's movement faltered, His eyes locked with Zheng Quchi's. A terrifying shadow loomed over her, and an atmosphere of boundless fear enveloped the entire foundry. She swallowed hard. After a long pause, he seemed to smirk, a strange and low tremor escaping his lips. "What are you saying? Repeat that?" His hands still lingered in that precarious position, and Zheng Quchi was filled with dread, fearing that a sudden movement from him would cross a line. Thus, she hunched her shoulders, mustering her courage, her small hand trembling as if afflicted with Parkinson's, cautiously pulling his hand away. His hand did not resist, easily freed from her grasp. Yet, at that moment, Zheng Quchi's emotions were somewhat tangled. Was he trying to confirm something? Did he harbor doubts about her? Instinctively, she wanted to cover her chest, but she felt that such a gesture would be too conspicuous. A man should be forthright. She straightened her posture, unbuttoned her damp collar, adopting an appearance of bravado. All she hoped for was that Lu Fengyan could speak on her behalf to Yuwen, where she might truly meet her end here today. Although, she genuinely could not fathom why Yuwen reacted so intensely upon learning about her inquiries regarding Lu Fengyan, or why he had made that ambiguous gesture earlier. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "My sister's name is Zheng Quchi. This year, she married Lu Fengyan while participating in the wedding procession, a fact I only learned later. Since I am not well acquainted with Lu Fengyan, I was merely asking others about him." Upon hearing this, Yuwen suddenly flung his hand, and Zheng Quchi, who had been lightly gripping his hand, was dismissed with a disdainful motion, causing her to stumble and fall onto him. At first glance, it appeared as though it were an accident. In truth, it was intentional. She cunningly rubbed against him. Immediately, Yuwen felt something hard pressing against his thigh. His expression shifted dramatically. What was this? It was said that in life and death situations, the body reacts unexpectedly. Disgust, aversion, and a surge of irritation intertwined within Yuwen's heart. He could not accept being physically touched by a fellow man. An instinctual urge to kill Zheng Quchi surged within him. He completely forgot who had initiated the contact in the first place. Ultimately, however, Yuwen restrained himself, realizing that his relationship with Zheng Quchi was still unclear. With a single push, he sent her sprawling away. Unfortunately, that push left Zheng Quchi crashing to the ground, causing her to wince in pain. Nevertheless, following her clever maneuver, she was convinced that Yuwen would no longer question her masculinity. His inscrutable dark eyes scrutinized Zheng Quchi, and after thorough observation, he remarked, "No wonder. Compared to Brother Sang and Sister Sang, he had never privately interacted with them and still did not know their surname. He merely assumed they shared the Zheng surname because of Zheng Quchi. This pair of siblings bears a striking resemblance, both with dark skin and short stature. Previously, he had never considered this aspect, but upon discovering their connection, he was convinced that there must be some relation between them. So, why do you bear the surname Sang, while she bears the surname Zheng? I follow my father's surname, and she follows our mother's," Zheng Quchi replied. Wei Yao, upon hearing her explanation, twitched the corner of his mouth. What a free-spirited family, choosing surnames at will. Wei Yao, indifferent to the general's wife's status, had previously encountered the general's wife once. Through his meticulous observations, he had already surmised that her social standing in Fuxian was not particularly high. Thus, it was not surprising for her to be the sister of craftsmen. What truly astonished him was the connection between Sang Xianqing and the general's wife, akin to a hot chestnut bursting forth from a cold pot. In contrast to Wei Yao's acceptance, Wang Zibang broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale, unwilling to accept this reality. In his mind, the perfect and virtuous general's wife should be from a scholarly family, well-versed in etiquette, gentle in demeanor, capable of navigating both the social hall and the domestic sphere. Yet, how could she be from craftsman's household, of dubious status, and resemble a dark rat, like Sang Xuanqing's sister? How could the general possibly be enamored with such a woman? Wang Zibang quickly reassured himself. Perhaps she was different from Sang Xianqing. After all, there's a saying, a bad bamboo can produce good shoots. Perhaps she was a pure, white lotus emerging from the mud, certainly not resembling Sang Xianqing, both dark and unattractive, like a short winter melon. Yuwen assessed the truthfulness of Zheng Quchi's words, his tone calm as he inquired, "Does your sister know who Lu Fengyan is?" When he mentioned her sister, his voice slightly faltered, leaving Zheng Quchi with an inexplicable sense of tension. Absurd. It was impossible. It must be her misperception. But how should she respond? Does she know? Not entirely. She does not know? Yes, Zheng Quchi might know. But Zheng Quchi had always been on the fringes, so naturally, she should not be privy to such information. Confirming her thoughts, Zheng Quchi replied, she probably does not know. To repay family debts, I have been working away from home, and I could not return for her wedding. I only learned of everything recently through her letter. At this point, she still could not comprehend why Yuwen was so invested in Lu Fengyan. Surely, there could not be any significant connection between the two. Furthermore, she admitted, I'm also unclear about who Lu Fengyan is. I only speculate that he is someone close to the general, making it impossible for me to inform my sister about the situation. I intended to inquire further. As she spoke, her voice trailed off, recalling how her earlier remarks had provoked Yuwen's fury. Now, she needed to tread carefully lest she inadvertently trigger his sensitive nerves. I will not inquire any further. Indeed, upon mentioning this, Yuwen's demeanor darkened again, and he began to issue threats. He spoke softly, as if admonishing mischievous child. Do not tell her, or else. I will not hesitate to kill you. This was no mere threat. It was outright intimidation. Zheng Quchi trembled slightly. I want to say anything. She was present. After all, who would she tell? Yet, what did Lu Fengyan's relationship with Zheng Quchi and her husband have to do with Yuwen? Why was he interfering, and why forbade her from disclosing Lu Fengyan's background? Surely, he could not be concerned for his subordinate, fearing that Lu Fengyan's actions might tarnish his reputation, thus deliberately concealing the truth from his wife. It was peculiar. Something was amiss. There were questions. Zheng Quchi harbored a suspicion that there might be some unspeakable secret lurking beneath the surface. This secret was either related to Yuwen or to Lu Fengyan. Little did he realize that Zheng Quchi was, in fact, Zheng Quchi, and Zheng Quchi was Zheng Quchi. Did he truly believe that they could keep this from their sister? She had already sensed that something was amiss, compelling her to uncover the past of Lu Fengyan, to ascertain whether there was indeed something to be concerned about. Yuwen's raven black hair cascaded smoothly over his shoulders, and the slight, mischievous curve of his rosy lips suggested a hint of malice. Does she know about your affairs? At that moment, Zheng Quchi's mind was astir. He immediately understood that Yuwen was referring to his past as a spy for the Kingdom of Jilu. He hastily reassured, my sister has been residing with relatives for several years. She has only recently reached a marriageable age and returned home to join the wedding procession. No one knows of my actions. It is all solely my doing. Yuwen appeared to accept this. Zheng Quchi seemed devoid of ulterior motives, unlike Zheng Quchi, who exuded cunning and rebellion. His demeanor, though stern, was gentle. It would be wise for you to distance yourself from her. Should there be no necessity in the future, it is best that you do not meet again. In return for your request, I can assure you that any sins or misdeeds you commit will not bring harm to your family. She looked up in astonishment, overwhelmed with joy. He had explicitly and publicly agreed to her prior request. Furthermore, his promise was even more substantial than she had anticipated. He guaranteed that no matter the gravity of her transgressions, her family would remain untouched. Zheng Quchi, thank you, General. However, her joy was not limited to this alone. As for my remuneration, it should be doubled. Zheng Quchi took a deep breath. Doubled? Are you referring to the wages of craftsmen? The initial excitement and exhilaration had given way to panic. The sudden influx of good fortune left her fearful that her heart might not withstand it. Indeed, it is said that in popular belief, girls are raised in wealth while boys endure hardship. How could you possibly provide your sister with a wealthy upbringing on such meager wages? Yuwen casually reminded her. Was there truly such a humane saying circulating among the people of the Kingdom of Yi? She had never heard of it before. Wages, a wealthy upbringing for my sister? Oh, I see. Perhaps she had misjudged the situation. Yuwen did not have a significant relationship with Lu Fengyan. Perhaps he had been secretly enamored with her sister. Why else would he concern himself with the financial upbringing of another sister? But wait, her sister was simply herself. However, she had never encountered Yuwen while disguised as a woman, leaving her to ponder and feel that she was perhaps overinterpreting his intentions. Since the double wages were a gift, why not accept them? She suppressed her beaming smile and quickly replied, yes, yes. I have 2 sisters. I will certainly provide them with a good upbringing. 2. Yuwen recalled. Ah, the Zheng family seems to have another younger sister, one who is somewhat simple-minded yet acutely aware of human nature. But whether she's raised in wealth or not is of no concern to me. Yuwen leaned closer, lowering his voice so that only she could hear, saying, Xianqing, you are quite fortunate. This time you have narrowly escaped a calamity. With those words lingering in the air. Leaving Zheng Quchi bewildered, Yuwen departed from the casting department with his entourage. What did he mean by escaping a calamity? She sensed that he was not merely referring to the recent events. As Zheng Quchi returned to Gue Chaoling, still elated by the prospect of double wages, she was suddenly confronted by a strikingly handsome youth. He grasped her arm tightly, his eyes betraying anxiety and concern. Qitsi, are you all right? Zheng Quchi felt a chill run down her spine. Xiao, how is it that you were not captured? After exchanging glances, Zheng Quchi realized that her demeanor and state were far from appropriate for someone who had narrowly evaded arrest. She had to put on a performance. You have no idea how perilous the situation was. End of chapter.